Good morning and welcome back to the Race to World First, the Undermine.
You mean
Day 12, the Liberation of Undermine. It has been liberated already.
You mean Race to World Second?
The Race to World Second or even World Third, because there has been some things before.
There have been shenanigans
the
overnight.
The insurance company
has... yeah. I mean, technically it's
Twice.
now Race to World 4th then,
Twice.
but yeah.
Good morning and welcome back, chat. How are you doing? How was it to wake up today and hear the news that King Galawix has been defeated?
I was just lying in my bed and I was like, huh?
Oh,
huh?
did you see that two little funny incidents happened? I think Raid.io has had the wrong logo on their picture. They had the Method logo on their picture, so they gratulated Method basically.
Okay.
And I think WoW had written down in text that Echo has won. So I think both Wowhead
Okay.
and Red.io have tried to take away the win from Liquid, but I don't think there's anything to take away. Liquid has absolutely crushed this tier. They have played so well. They came up with all the strats. They reached every single boss before we did and gave away information for us. They have been playing insanely well this year.
Yeah, no, it was an incredible, incredible run from Liquid, and despite all the adversity, right? Blackouts, no power, no internet, US servers getting DDoSed, so it's like they lost almost an entire raid day to tech issues, and they still won. So massive, massive respect to Liquid. Just a phenomenal, phenomenal performance, and yeah, they deserve it. They deserved it. They played out of their minds, even if the race looked to heat up and get spicy when Echo took world first Sprocketmonger. They came back, they crushed Mugsy, and yeah. And speaking of Mugsy, that's what we're getting back to.
Yeah.
Echo killed it in the depths of the darkest night yesterday.
Did you see the kill?
Dude, it's just Teeth by himself, man.
I think the last 0.1% or something.
Yeah.
That was absolute craziness. That was an insanely close kill. I'm not sure if Echo did Vantus Rune on the boss, but I think we did, which means we should get kind of... Vantus, you always say, is like 3% damage you get for free. It's obviously not the I Vantus, I kill boss immediately. It's not that magic, but it's definitely something that does help to squeeze a couple of percentages off the boss, especially seeing how close it was for Echo. And I think Liquid had also a very close kill towards the end.
Yeah.
So we will see. And then we will also see how it goes on Gallowix when we get there after. So, yeah, gonna be an interesting one.
It certainly doesn't look like you need Avantos for Gallywix.
Yeah. 100 pulls on a boss, it's still a hard boss, right? Like for us normies, it's 100 pulls, the boss was so easy. It's not easy. The raiders are just insane, right?
I saw the start of the fight and like first phase in general. I was like, oh my god, this is getting wild. Like that was, I want to say like a little bit, that looked more intense than Ansurek P1 at the start, at the very least.
Yeah.
So. It's interesting to see. I can't wait to get there, but of course, first we gotta take out Mugsy, and I can already see the raiders are locked in and ready, just waiting for the pull timer.
They are. And we are using this waiting time to give a big shout out to all our sponsors that have once again made this whole thing here possible, allowed us to be here, supported us throughout the whole race with amazing stuff. We have Steelseries, for example, that has given us all the peripherals that we need. All the raiders are equipped with mice and keyboards and headsets that are like the highest quality you can get out there. Super comfy stuff that allows you to game those 15 to 16 hours a day that we have currently. Same for Arozzi that have sponsored the chairs that all the raiders are sitting in at the moment. They also do have tables available that I got one of those and I'm going to build it after the race is over on stream. I think that's going to be an interesting journey. We also do have Fateless, for example, that have been with us the last couple of races already. Fateless is bringing out their new game Godforge very soon, so definitely worth to check that out as well if you want to be part of the beta testing there. We also have NODA as one of our new sponsors, have done an amazing job with all the donation things that we have made an easier job for us to just have everything under control there. And massive help when it comes to our charity as well, Movember, that we have had the last couple of races as well. Movember, very important topic. If you haven't checked it out yet, definitely look into it. They are taking care of men's mental health, which is a topic that's super important and not talked about a lot. We also do have Scan. Scan is UK's leading PC manufacturer. Not only that, but Scan has also built the custom-made PC that we are going to give away as the War Within giveaway. We have seen it live on stream how it has been built.
Heck yeah.
if you want to take part in that giveaway, !giveaway in chat. And also you can have a higher chance of winning that PC if you check out the daily quest, which is not a thing for me because you need some game knowledge to to solve the game. I don't think I've solved a single one, but it's a fun little game you can do on a daily basis.
Was that the is that the kind of a 9-square boss thing
Yes,
I've seen?
That's one of those. There's like different games. It's like a Wordle version. Like
we should do one of those.
Oh, we could. But
Heck yeah.
you will do it because I will embarrass myself.
No, I love a good boss guesser.
We do have Surfshark with us on board this time as well. One of our new sponsors, Surfshark, all around keeping your stuff private online and secure and not give away any important data. And of course, we again have the 1337 camp, the lead camp in Stuttgart-Weiblingen, the amazing place we have spent 4 races in now. Check it out if you're planning on doing like a guild meeting or a LAN party with friends or just want to hang out with gamers. It is the place to be. And then, of course, we have Warcraft logs, Radar.io, and our method guides that are all worth to check out as well. The guides have been written by Perke. I have tested his knowledge live on stream and the man just knew everything. So I'm thinking that the guides must be really good if he's sitting on the spot being asked questions and he just knows things.
I mean, if the guides are half as good as he is handsome, I think we're in safe hands, yeah.
Ooh, all right. And I think, I almost forgot one of the most important ones. We obviously do have Holy on our side as well. Again, Holy has announced a 1-year partnership with Method just at the start of the year. Holy is love and life. I am drinking it every single day. Energy drinks, hydration drinks, and iced teas. I love Holy. Holy is amazing.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the sponsors. It is mind-blowing to me that we have so many sponsors that are not just, let's just get more sponsors, but we actually have sponsors that I think are like
pretty cool.
Pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, sponsors. We love you.
And of course, also, thank you all from home, just watching, hanging out with us, donating for charity. Over $5,000 already raised. We're closing in on the 6K. I've heard there are shenanigans in the works. If we reach 6K, I'm not sure if I can leak any of it, but let me tell you, yeah, it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. Oh, and we have a poll timer, ladies and gentlemen, and of course everyone in between. We're heading into Mugsy once again. Apparently today with Vantus, and that to me means shenanigans are afoot, and this boss is about to die in like 3 polls at most.
I'm checking the buff bar. Maybe chat, you can check with me. Does anyone spot the Vantus rune in that buff bar?
I do. Second buff on the very top.
The yellow thing?
Left, indeed.
Yeah, we did Vantus. All right.
Huge.
Boss is gonna die in 1 pull.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
The big thing about the Vantus, obviously, I mean, it gives you percentage verse, right? Which, yes, gives you additional damage, but even more important, so for Mugsy, gives you also damage reduction, because that's what verse does. Damage up and damage taken down. And that's going to make these super, super hard overlaps where the healers are just pumping like crazy much more playable.
Yeah. I think it's looking good. It's a little funny. I'm reading chat, and chat says we should just Vantus this boss because Gallowix is easier, and oh hey, no way Liquid has won, so the race is over. Yeah, Gallowix was a lot easier than expected. Not that it's an easy boss. I think we would still wipe there for like 500 pulls if we got there. But I don't think anyone has expected Gallowix to fall over that quick, except some of our caster friends. But also, once we saw Styx and Lock and Stock, we thought that our predictions are completely off. And they were kind of, actually. We thought our predictions are off, as in they're too low. It's going to be more pulls, and look at this. Everyone is so far off.
Yeah, Rage and Sko, both pretty damn close. You're only 100 pulls off, basically. That's also pretty good.
But that's also because Rage was like the positive Petist here. I don't want to put her on the spot, but if you look at Styx predictions, I think we needed 186 pull for Styx. Rage thought we would need 1.
Ooh. Maybe she does like to go bowling every now and then and underestimated how hard it actually is. Because maybe she is so good at bowling. Who knows? Who knows? But first and foremost, Mugsy is something we need to get out of the way. I was saying to you before we got on, if Mugsy dies within like the first hour of the raid day, we might actually see Gallywix dead by tonight. This might be a 1-day prog boss. Latest point, it's gonna die tomorrow at 4 method. But, of course, condition given, Mugsy dies right now. And so far, oh my god. I'm looking at our dashboard and we are 1.6% ahead of our personal best pull at the moment.
You know what I'm thinking now? Vandisrune should be 3%. Where did the other 1.5% go?
I don't know.
Did we change anything in comp? I don't think so, right? You wouldn't change the comp just like that when you want to, when you have been on 10% HP. Maybe we can spot something, I think. It looks the same. Triple Mistweaver, Resto Druid, Priest. We have the Warrior and Paladin tank. We have the double DH, double Windwalker, double Warrior.
I don't really see any
changes. It's the same, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We still have a Rogue. Everything is... Wait, was Jimmy in yesterday?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, actually, Burn has a good point. Also, your silly donut. But that's right, actually. When the boss is on 50% HP, you should be 1.5% ahead if you get a 3% buff. That makes so much more sense now. There's no missing percentage. Okay, I take it back. You know what? We're doing amazing.
That's what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The only thing that's not amazing is that Verb is dead. And we don't have a combat rest yet. We will have it in 5 seconds. I wonder if we rest him, because we also kind of want to have a rest in case a healer dies, which has happened a few times going into the low percent HP. But we didn't use the rest yet. Ox dropping so low, getting topped again right before the soak. Everyone's alive, Dan looking a little scary as well. And we're fine. We're stable. All good.
Totally okay. Not even scary. Also, I don't think dead is a verb. I think it's a noun. Anyway, a little bit of a damage check moment. We got another 2 energy to go. Double-minded fury is cancelled. All right. We got the electrocution matrix coming up. This is the Tesla coil in the middle that just splits the room down the middle. And from here on out, it is a lot of Mugsy charges and dodging the bullet storm. Not too hard to do, but the difficult portion about this phase is really just that the healers have to pump like crazy. And this is where the Resto Druid is gonna shine. This is where Crystal is just gonna start ramping with HOTS all over the raid. You can see it. Oh my god, that regrowth cast speed, what the hell?
With a spatial paradox here, so he can spam these regrowths while dodging the boss mechanic.
That's disgusting.
Let's go. I love that Resto Druids are getting some externals this time. It was the priest here rescue, there rescue, the priest here paradox, the priest there, a time spiral for the priest, and now it's the Resto Druid getting the paradox. I love to see that.
Yeah, indeed. Combat res went out as well. 19 people alive. We're heading into the first mines of this phase. There's going to be a nasty soak. Nice blink just in time to catch the shrapnel there. And overall, we're heading deeper into Mugsy's last phase. We're still ahead in damage, but only by 0.5%. And that is surprising considering Verb has been dead for the last 2 minutes. So the damage check, I want to say almost non-existent anymore for a method in this scenario, but first they need to get through the jails, and with Faithy down, we are missing 1 warrior worth of execute damage, which is not ideal. The rocket is coming through, only breaks 2 of the jails, and the 3rd one enrages as the boss is dragged into it. 2-3 more deaths, and the first pull of the day for method ends in disaster.
We don't like that. But it's fine.
That's
First
okay.
First pull of the day.
Indeed.
We M+ players, we just take it as an excuse and say we need the warm-up key. We just need a couple of warm-up pulls because we just woke up and it's the first time we're pulling this boss for the day.
Exactly.
We're gonna get there. For sure. Did you see, because chat is discussing about it a little bit, obviously now that the race is kind of over, we're obviously still competing for the world second because it's out there and it's you're not just giving up because the first is gone, right?
You don't want to go home.
Exactly. So, but obviously with Liquid killing the last boss, have you seen Mac's reaction? Because I think that was very funny too. So when they killed Lock and Stock, Sprocket, Mongen, Lock and Stock and Lock, they were partying. Do you hear the nerd screams and everyone was like going hard and like was super excited. And on the Gallywix kill, Max's reaction was just, that's it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, that was so good to see because I think even the raiders and the top guilds were surprised of how quick Gallywix fell over.
Honestly, not just them. I did not expect. Like, I literally woke up, opened my socials, and just saw that apparently it was dead. I was like, huh? Are people just trolling? What is going on? So I spent the 15 minutes I wanted to like chill in the shower basically to double check and check radar.io and find out what the hell was going on, and apparently the boss was dead in exactly 100 pulls. I was shocked. No, I did not have time to watch either the kill video or see the reactions from the Liquid Raiders, but that's definitely something I need to get on once I get out of the
There's surely gonna be memes. There's surely gonna be memes about the Lock and Stock reaction and then Gallywix reaction.
There's gonna be so many memes.
There is.
I already had 2 or 3 memes in mind that I would have loved to make, but I didn't have a PC at the hotel, so I couldn't.
Yeah. I think the boss, by the way, because that was a big question mark as well, the boss did not have a secret face. The thing that was a little different is that the boss kind of started in a different phase. You didn't have like the same entrance of the boss fight as you had on Heroic, and also one of the quadrants in the boss room was already like electrified. But the secret phase, merp, none again. Disappointment.
Well, I would love to comment, but I have not seen any of the fight past like the intermission into phase 2, basically. Yeah. So I don't know what the rest of the boss fight looked like, but like in theory, I am not disappointed by the fact that there's no mythic phase. Having an end boss that is basically just an unknown dungeon journal, and you get to know what the mechanics for P1 are, and you need to explore and prog the rest by seeing it. That is good enough for me.
Yeah.
Like in theory, for me personally, that is more than enough. You don't need a secret mythic phase or anything along the lines. Blind prog, so to say, in that regard, is more than enough. And I mean, that is in itself, in theory, a secret phase. Like for World of Warcraft levels, like you don't get blind progression.
Yeah.
In that on that level anywhere outside of a secret mythic phase, right? So the question really remains: do you take this as a secret mythic phase due to the fact that you didn't know what to expect, or do you take it as not a secret mythic phase because it's not like a significant boss or arena or visual change like Red Argus, like Nether Phase Kill Archimond, like Cho'Gall for High Imperator, right? One shrapnel not soaked, only 1 death. Okay, that is insane. Skarn rezzed up as well. Method is going to continue onwards. 1.5% ahead as we're heading sub 65. But yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately my verdict is going to be, once I'm done watching Gallywix, that the fight looked crazy, that it looked insanely fun. Especially like I saw P1 and I was like, holy, that's crazy, and I love this. Just a bit undertuned.
Yeah.
I think that's ultimately going to be my
I wouldn't
verdict.
even say... Actually, I mean, last boss for sure undertuned, but I think the whole raid wasn't even like undertuned because we are still on
no
day
complaints.
11, right?
I have no complaints about this raid.
It's
like,
just
at all.
the order of the bosses and how the bosses were tuned is weird. The last boss shouldn't be easier than a fourth boss. That was the first little wall in the raid.
Yes.
That's
so
it is a weird tuning, but definitely not undertuned as a total if you go to day 11 of the race, right?
No, the tuning in general, I think, was very good. There's definitely an argument to be made about sticks and lock and stock in terms of were they too difficult, were they tuned too harsh. But then again, we saw them at Race to World First tuning. And I think challenging the Race to World First guilds is more than fine. Maybe not necessarily on like the fourth boss, where the boss kind of falls into a place in the tier where the other guilds in the world are like, yeah, we have no way to kill this, basically. But to be fair, Blizzard was very fast with the nerfs in that regard. That was good to see. But yeah, it's good tuning all around. I think sticks a bit too hard. Lock and stock maybe slightly too hard. Maybe a little bit of P3 that could be diffused a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a better difficulty curve than Narrow Bar Palace. In that regard, I think Blizzard has done a really, really good job. And I mean, One Arm Bandit looked amazing. I mean, Sticks and Lock and Stock for themselves were amazing fights. Mugsy, an absolute banger of a penultimate boss. I think one of the best penultimate bosses we've seen ever, maybe. Yeah, no, I'm generally super, super happy with this raid.
I wanna say something to chat before we hop into this boss, because I think we do have a really good pull going on, but we're still yet to get to the hard part of the fight. Chat, we're not here to hate on other guilds or take away their achievements or flame single players or hate single players or whatever. We are here to mainly support our own raiders and support the method team, but also as a general thing, we never want to have and we never want to support people hating on other guilds or the competitors. I think everything that happened, the teams played out of their minds. Liquid has totally 100% deserved their win. Echo has deserved how far they have gotten so far. And I think one last thing to point out, the mods in here have swords in front of their name for a reason. So if you guys, I'm just saying a friendly warning, if you guys are hating on other people or single players or guilds or being mean and toxic, then these swords are gonna show you what they can do. So please just be supportive and not negative or toxic.
I very much agree, but you also had to jinx it. You said it was a really good pull.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Oh no.
Oh, well, we go again. So yeah, be nice, chat. Race to World First would not be what it is without all the other amazing people and guilds in the world that make this such a fun competition.
Maybe the mods used their swords. They just didn't hit the boss, they accidentally
hit the raiders. I think if the mods could use their swords on the boss, they'd use it on the boss instead of killing
because
the raiders.
Kali is a little stupid. Kali would just miss. Sorry, Kali.
Chat, we're not here to flame other people. Immediately bullies one of the mods. That is just true Reuben. I'm so glad. Please never change.
Or ban the boss. Let's go. Mugsy. Or actually, we could just ban one side of the boss. Would you ban Mug or would you ban Z? We still have the whiteboard here that's showing all the mechanics. If you look at the mechanics, which one would you ban?
I would ban Mug because because I don't want the boss to get boring, and just playing mines is still gonna be interesting.
Ban the steel side? Yeah, no wait. Z is the steel side. We would ban Mug. We would ban the red side. You're allowed to have your own opinion though, but ours is better.
I also don't like line of sight mechanics, so
I hate it as a healer especially.
Yeah, I like what Crystal is doing with his raid frames because
We swapped.
this is the production on point this morning. We'll love to see it because we can't see it right now because the jails aren't out yet, but you'll see that in a moment. He actually has his raid frames gray out or like lower the opacity if the players are affected by the jail debuff, which is actually such a super smart way to go about showing line of sight. It's something I need to copy for my raid frames because it's messing with my brain every single time.
It's actually showing. I don't think it's indicating because I've thought about it. I don't think it's indicating line of sight. It's just showing people
The
not
jail
in
debuffs,
range
yeah.
on the debuff. I think it would be amazing if we could somehow implement that line of sight would equal not in range on the frames, because right now we don't have a single indicator of showing us someone is not in line of sight, and that is really annoying as a healer. So even if it was just a graying out as in not in range, I would take it.
Gray out some sort of icon, I don't know, delete them from the raid frames until they're back or something.
Yeah.
That would work for me. Honestly, I'll take anything at this point. So yeah, Blizzard, please, if you're listening, and if not, we'll bug you. We'll send you an email.
Crystal is a healer. That is correct. He's also the Mark of the Wild buff provider. That's
He's
why
a healer with a
Resident.
gun, technically.
But as you don't really need a lot of healing at the start of the boss fight, you really just need a 5th healer when the boss goes into like the 40% HP area, I believe. He's just dealing damage at the start. You see he's like not really shown in the healing details, and he's just casting Rethis mostly. So that's Resto Druid life. You're just boomy for half of the fight anyways.
That's such a Final Fantasy damage rotation, man. It's a single button. It's wild.
Hey, there's also Star Surges in between.
Yeah, it's still a Final Fantasy rotation. It's like single button with one extra button every like 60 seconds or something. That's great. But the Rocket Soak is done. Boss is already on 63% with 2% ahead in DPS, which is a lovely another life cocoon here for Fragments, because that spray and pray does a good chunk of damage. You don't really want to try and out-heal that. You don't want to risk it. One Elemental Carnage coming through, which means we'll transition over to the next side. We're definitely looking for the Stormfinger cast, so we can take the shield off the 2 Shocker Ants, but we also get the jails. 3 jails on this set. Everyone is inside that needs to be inside, and of course all the tech being used for the people to bounce out of it again, especially the mages. We've seen the double blink tech from Wildy and the other mages to make sure they get ignite on 3 targets, so it takes extra, and all those kind of shenanigans, and of course the frost spears into the walls. Nicely played here. Already on 51%. We're 2.5% ahead in DPS now.
Pumping.
See? This is what happens when Verb isn't dead. Suddenly it looks really good.
But also now it's almost closer to my maths. Actually, it's actually in the middle.
And we're fluctuating a little bit. It's like
2% ahead on 50%.
2.5%.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We just need to not die and kill the boss. Then we kill the boss. Or like Perky would say, every step in a direction is a step.
Certainly one of the takes of all time.
Or every good pull is a pull.
Oh, one more soak. Oh my god. There's like
that was
4 people dashing towards that and still not getting it. Either not getting that or I think the rocket just wasn't placed correctly. That's unfortunate. Maybe they need to focus less on doing damage and a little bit more on playing mechanics. What do you think?
In this case, yes. As a general thing, maybe we should try and do both at the same time. I think it's like stupid mistakes right now, right? I'm not too worried about it. I think it's still a when did we start? Half an hour ago. As an M+ player, you can still say warm-up key because the key usually takes like 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the warm-up key that you deplete on the last boss, right?
So we're still in the warm-up key section here.
Mm.
But obviously we need to wake up soon. We don't want to waste time. And like you said, it is possible for sure if we kill this boss here quickly within the next hour or a little less. We still have a whole day on Gallywix, and that's what Liquid needed to kill the boss. One whole day, 100 pulls, and it fell over. So why not do the same?
Exactly. That would actually be kind of fun to think. You see 2 prog bosses die within a single day. This late in the tier.
Yeah.
Has that ever happened since Emerald Nightmare?
I don't know. Chat knows.
I don't think it has. I'm pretty sure it has. I'm pretty sure it has not happened since Emerald Nightmare because, like, I'm talking penultimate boss into last boss, right? Not anything beforehand because that's definitely happened. But penultimate, I can't remember.
I can't remember. But also, I didn't play a lot of raids, so.
I remember the last time it happened for me, which was basically last week of Nighthold going into Tomb of Sargeras. We finished prog on Gul'dan. We got the kill on pull number 200 flat.
Yeah.
And then on our extra raid day that would have been cancelled, we went into Trial of Valor and progressed and killed Helya.
Okay.
That was good times.
You know what I don't understand? I do not understand why chat would talk about Gingy and Hopeful when we have Wily in our team. That's what I'm thinking. Wily and Pricey, actually. Pricey, interesting journey this tier. Pricey started off on a warrior because we were thinking warrior is insane and we wanted to go triple warrior, then Faithy and Pricey. Pricey then swapped to a shadow when we saw,
Shadow is insane.
Triple shadow kinda insane. But then also we noticed, mage kinda insane, triple mages, and I think Liquid even played 4 mages on Gallywix. So now Pricey is on a mage. We have seen him on 3 different classes this race as a trial that has just joined the guild. So very interesting to see. And then we have Wily, that's like a master on mage that is, I don't know. He's pumping. He's doing all the mage things. He's the one responsible to trigger the boss's different phases by blinking over last. And we have seen a couple of very close blinks there, where the boss actually reached 100%, but luckily got phased right before that. So
yeah, we've seen some wildy plays from him. It's been a joy to watch. It was interesting to hear. Pricey, a man after my own heart, a true Fotum reroller. That's very fun to see. Except for, well, Pricey's actually good at the classes. I'm not.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Wally is actually super calm when he's playing. I don't think you ever see him like stressed or I don't know any sort of emotional or anything. Oh, wait, did we just see that? Oh my! I think I just saw
energy.
I think I just saw Jimmy pass Wily in the background, and we look at Jimmy. He's dead, and he actually left his PC. What happened there? Oh, and he's coming back now? All right.
Yeah. What?
Very
I mean,
good.
he must have been dead for a while now.
I didn't see when he died, actually.
I'm just flabbergasted right now. Anyway, with funnily enough still ahead in percent. We'll have a combat res in 45 seconds. Maybe we'll see a res for Jimmy. I honestly doubt it though, because we've been keeping those combat reses for the last part of the fight to make sure we can get any of the healers or tanks up if they lose their life. But for the moment, Stormfinger is coming out. The 2 Shocker helicopters are taken down, and we're heading into the last phase before the intermission here from Mugsy. Once again, 10% on the boss to go. The energy is charging up slowly but surely. It's going to be a set of mines into a rocket that's going to be placed in the middle of the room, and of course a pray and spray into a double whammy to finish this one out. The soaks are rolling. People are standing in them this time around, and it's looking solid. The healers are pumping. Everyone is happy and alive, especially now that the combat rest is going out and Jimmy is back on his feet. We're still 1% ahead of the damage check. We got another 4% to go, though, in the last 25 energy. The boss is gathering up here, though. A nice spray and pray bait out towards the side. The cocoon taking care of things. Mugsy needs another % off his health bar, though. There's the Enrage cast. Okay, cancelled just
that was
in
so scary.
time. Well done, but we've lost our advantage on the health bar. Maybe we can follow that up with a nicer burn during Bloodlust now.
We are looking good here. Keep in mind, still, we are using Vantus runes now, so our damage should be a little higher than it was the last couple of days. As long as no one dies on these 4 cages that are about to happen soon, I think the push might look a lot easier. But we're not there yet, and we have lost Wildy, actually. We don't have a combat rest for another 3 minutes. I do see Wildy's face cam over there. He's not happy about it, shaking his head. We can still do it. I think 1 DPS down, not optimal, but as long as no one else dies and we stabilize the HP bars here, we do still have a shot. But as I'm saying it, Suran goes down as well. We lost 1 healer.
I was about to say, generally, making a blood sacrifice in the form of the top DPS generally is a good candidate for a kill. That's why I'm usually dead when my guilds kill the progress bosses.
Yeah. Another wipe. But it's fine, we go again.
Lucky. Faithy just checking the damage of his Fatality talent. Always one of those talents where you have to consider a little bit, is this worth it?
Yeah.
Does it do enough damage? Generally it does. And I am starting to get worried because I do not see anyone get up. Oh, FTM. Oh no. Oh, FTM.
No. Wait, what? Oh, he released.
There's a run back.
Wait, we don't have a soulstone, I think.
Yep, no soulstone. Well.
It's kind of cool that there's these rockets at the start.
It is
like
kind of
it.
cool, but I do wish they would take you in a little bit further towards the end of the raid. But hey, you get to swim into the pool that is filled with grenades and squeegees. And of course, we get to enjoy the scenic route through the depths of the Galagio Casino. Past the one-armed bandit arena, and on our left side in just a moment we'll be able to see the giant tube aquarium. Unlike the one in that one hotel in Berlin, this one is actually still intact, even has a shark in it.
It's such a long run, but at least it looks cool.
I love the shark.
There's like a lot of poop going on in chat right now because a lot of people are, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, right? I say it once again, we don't want anyone to hate on others, to hate on other players or other teams. It's not cool, and we are not gonna tolerate it here. So just, if you have something positive to say, amazing. If you just have negative to say, not needed. Thanks for watching anyways. But I saw something really cool in chat. Someone came in and I didn't know about it. I was watching Liquid yesterday, and it started they started spamming in their chat that they're looking for helpers for a normal split to gear their last mage, because they played with triple mage first. And apparently, I don't know who it is, I'm honest there, but I think the name was Sini. Maybe you can correct me, whoever that message came from. Sini was the 4th mage that has been geared, and literally last minute they started gearing him when they were already 20 pulls into Galawix, keeping in mind that Galawix died after 100 pulls. So apparently they geared him last minute. He had to learn how to perfectionate mage. He came in after 3 pulls, the boss died. Imagine you're this one player that gets something geared in normal splits while you're already on the last boss mythic. You come in and the boss is dead in 3 pulls. Holy moly. What is this?
That's gaming.
It was a vodka raider, alright.
Heck yeah.
He didn't get the mount. Where he came in 3 pulls, they killed the boss and they didn't give him the mount for it? There's no way.
If only all prog could work like that. You have that one Joker player that
he did. Well, he did get the mount. He did get the mount.
He did the mount?
But he didn't. Can you guys decide or what?
Well, we'll check back with it later, I think.
Oh, Dryny did?
I mean, it's 3
That's an amazing
mounts,
story,
right?
though, right? That's
it's
really
3
cool.
Mounts.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought it's 2.
No, it's always 3
okay.
mounts. So they buffed it to 2 mounts at the end of Dragonflight, and I'm pretty sure it's 3 mounts now.
Okay.
Maybe it's 2.
That's great, but I think
I'm pretty sure it's 3. But
it's insane to hear these stories, and we like these kinds of stories a lot more than spreading negativity or like making fun of others with flaming.
Yeah.
I think that's insane. Like heads off that this guy comes in and crushes the boss. Usually when a new player comes in, it's like give that player a little bit of time. He might cause a wipe here or there because he hasn't progressed the boss.
Yep.
Imagine you come in on pull 97 and on pull 100 it dies. Let's go.
I was tossed in 100 pulls when my guild was 100 pulls deep on Ansarek.
Oh, that's a rough one as well.
It was. I did not have good Ansarek prog.
Oh, he was also on bomb duty, which means he actually had a job that could have easily one-shot the whole raid. Oh.
I was laughing so hard when I heard that the first time, that the bombs on Gallywix actually do not disappear. Like you play the bombs and you deactivate the consoles, and then the bomb just sticks to you. So throughout any point of the fight, if you took a bomb and you die, the entire raid dies. It's so funny. It's such a good mechanic.
Yeah, it's so funny when you have the power to just explode the whole raid.
Oh, you were rude to me? Oops.
Or like the tank mechanic on Mugsy as well, with that the tank has to mitigate, soak and mitigate. You were rude to me, well. Oh no, did I forget to press my mitigation button? Unfortunate.
Oops. What do you mean you didn't move? I expected you to move with that line. Oh no.
Okay, there's a couple of people in chat that make Madeline mad, and I'm telling you out of experience, actually I don't have experience, but it sounds nicer to say. I'm telling you out of experience, you don't want Madeline mad.
Generally,
think about it.
Not make the mods mad.
We also don't want to have mad casters, by the way, and the casters are gonna be mad if we don't kill this boss soon. I'm so mad.
I don't get mad. I just leave the couch.
Oh, you just leave?
Yeah, I just go take a break. You know. But that rarely happens. So
we just need to focus up. We haven't had one of those very close pulls today yet. We have started around, I think, 40 minutes ago. It's maybe pull 5 or 6 or 7, something like that. We need to get there, and then we need to see how it turns out to be boss HP wise with the Vantus that we have now.
The tricky part really is still the last 2 mindsets, right? Coming out of the intermission, the first mindset should be generally fairly clean. Into the jails method had that on lock, as the kids nowadays say, pretty nicely yesterday. I wanna argue, but everything past that. That mindset after into the ice spears and basically killing the boss. Everything around 10% and below. That's the current prog point, at least it was yesterday. Today it seems like we'll need a few pulls to work our way back there, but it should all be very doable. I'm kind of gonna steal something the Echocasters were like using as a benchmark yesterday a little bit, which was the everything sub 20% coming out of the jails. Like any pull coming out of the jails with everyone alive and 2 combat reses available. That's kind of where you're in like good pull kill range territory. So If we can get that for method, that would be lovely. But for the moment, well, we're gonna need to res bangers in about 20 seconds. And if I'm saying that already, that just means it's gonna be a great pull.
Can we have ! badgers in chat? Because we need to res badgers. Someone, please do it for me. I'm so okay. I'm not angry. I'm disappointed that no one has typed it by themselves, and I had to ask for it. You have changed, guys.
I mean, it's early morning.
It is.
Can you forgive them?
Yeah.
This is not gamer hours. I mean, I'm mentally still in bed. You know. I want to sleep.
But I think obviously we lost a combat dress, which is not amazing. I think having a combat dress towards the end of the boss, especially if a healer goes down, is very important in this boss fight. There's a lot of other bosses where it's like, combat dress early is fine, we won't need it later anyways. Here I think we really need it, or we really want to have it later. But it is fine, we can still do it. We have also seen, okay, you know what, I have a new theory. This is not the kill.
That's a good theory, especially because we have one of the Mistweavers dead.
Yes.
Suarn is down
and we don't
on
have
the floor.
And we don't have a rest, but also my theory is we took a lot more pulls on some of the bosses than we had to. For example, Lock and Stock. Sprocket Lock and Stock and Lock. But when we killed it, it was the cleanest pull that you have ever seen. So we're, if we don't have a super clean pull, it's not a kill. We can already tell. That's how we kill bosses. Just
I see.
Either clean or we're not killing them.
I see. I mean, okay. But maybe, and just hear me out, just for your consideration, maybe you're wrong. And this is the kill. You know? Maybe they could have 4-healed it all along.
True.
Maybe Skarn is gonna just lock in.
Yeah.
And solo carry the entire last phase on the Disc Priest.
We're still going, actually.
Yeah, we're still going. We got the first set of mines here in the last phase. The second mine is just soaked. The shrapnel soaks on the follow-up are looking good as well. A lot of damage going out on everyone, but the healers have everything under control, at least mostly. Raimi down, at least for the moment. Another death as Vildi falls, and we're going into the quadruple jails. For the moment, it's looking okay still. We are ahead in boss percent, so this pull is still a go. The rocket is coming through. It's going to blast open 2 of these jails for the raiders to escape, and we're dead.
Kaboom!
Indeed, kaboom.
Shella has appeared in chat.
Oh, morning, Shella.
Oh, good morning. I'm eating the yogurt thing and you can't stop me.
Is he stealing your food?
Yes, I forgot that I had it. It was like my dessert yesterday, and I forgot it. And now
if you forgot it, it is up for grabs.
I just want to point out, Shella has appeared in chat 2 times so far in the 11 days. The first time was to tell me, where's my food? I'm really hungry. And the second time is to tell me, I'm eating your yogurt thing. Just that you know. Oh, man.
That's a man after my own heart.
Yeah. Appeared in chat to tell me he's eating my food.
I mean, you forgot about it. Up for grabs, free game. That's on you. Shella is doing nothing wrong.
We're not banning Shella. We would love to see Shella on this boss fight. I think double Warlock wouldn't even be so bad here. I've been told yesterday Warlock looks kind of insane on the boss, but it's also padding a little bit. But why not? I think Warlock wouldn't actually be bad. Also, that makes me think about a thing. So far, this boss, I don't think we're playing this mechanics as intended, right? Because I don't think Blizzard wanted us to bait the cages and then use Void Elves and Transcendences and Warlock teleports and rescues and whatnot ever to get out of the cages. So now I'm thinking, because a lot of people have race changed to get the Void Elf ability. As soon as Method and maybe Hotpot Heroes, because they have some massive progress as well, are we gonna see changes to the boss that either make us play the mechanic as intended, that you're actually staying inside of the cage, or something else that makes guilds not having to race change to actually be able to fight the boss? Because I don't think a lot of guilds would be able to bring exactly this comp that, like, Demon Hunters can double jump out of the cage, right?
So,
for example, as well.
So the question here really is, why is it that they're not playing the mechanic as intended, that they're not sending people into the jails and then break them out after with additional mechanics, right? And for me, I feel like the answer is boss damage. You need to play it like this because you need the boss damage, because you can't otherwise meet the damage check. So I think it is a interesting aspect of this fight to have to figure out and cooperate with the other mechanics to break people out of the jails, and I feel like you would take away one of the core identities of this boss encounter if you were to remove that aspect or nerf it into the ground. I could much more see Blizzard nerfing the boss in the way that you're no longer required to break out of the jails ASAP, because the boss is more killable if you don't do it. Like, just flat boss HP nerf.
Yeah.
I mean, just the passive... I almost think that Mugsy is the kind of boss that, through the passive nerf of, like, we're getting the damage buff from Renown over the weeks, we're getting more gear, especially the average guilds. Until they are at Mugsy, they're going to be, I don't know, 5 to 10 eye levels higher than the world first guilds are right now. And that's already going to be more than enough to mostly justify not nerfing this fight. Obviously, I don't know the exact numbers, and I can definitely see nerfs to Mugsy coming. But I generally feel like Mugsy seems to be this kind of like one of the least nerf-worthy bosses this raid.
Yeah.
The main thing I would probably tune down is the damage from the mines. Maybe you remove like one mine from the later sets. Maybe you make the soaks slower. The shrapnel soaks, you have more time to run for them and do them. Stuff like that. I think that's what I would suspect. Where I would put the kind of the tuning levers for this fight. So yeah, I think more gear, nerf the boss in a way that you don't need to 5-heal it anymore. Things like that.
I think nerf the boss in a way that you don't need to be a specific race anymore. Like in my guild, we were thinking about bringing a boomy, for example, right? Because you need the Mark of the Wild buff, and many guilds just have a boomy or a feral, like a DPS druid. Yeah. But I was like, well, how is that guy gonna get out of the cage? We cannot bring him, right? And I think that needs changing or nerf, or you need to like do something that it's not, like you said, that it's not as bad on boss damage that you have to get out of the cages ASAP, and then you are free to bring whatever classes.
But look at the cages, like, right? We get the jails. They're bursting down the elementals, killing them off, and now the jails are dead. Countdown, icicles. What are they doing with the icicles? They're just sending them into whatever walls. Yeah. It doesn't even matter because no one's left in the jails, right?
But you would have been, if you were a class that couldn't get out by themselves,
exactly.
You would be in the cage for like 10 to 15 seconds just standing AFK because you don't have anything else to do and you're just trapped. Maybe they just need to decrease the time between or like have the icicles happen earlier.
No, you just decrease the required people in the jail. You decrease the required people in the jail, like say you start 2-manning the jails. Yeah. You can soak them with 2 people instead of I think 3 is the current requirement. And suddenly the elemental takes a little bit longer. They don't stand the elemental dies like right when the icicles spawn. They don't stand inside for 10 seconds until they're broken free, and everything is smooth. Yeah. And that doesn't require you to change the jails and the identity of this fight. That's how I would approach it. I'm not saying that you're wrong, because you're not. It's definitely something you need to consider if you really want to keep the mechanic like this. That is so high in friction. but I like it the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks for listening to my TED talk. Okay,
Exactly.
that's it.
No, I could talk about encounter design all day. It's one of my favorite hobbies.
How about we instead talk about killing this boss, because this pull looks absolutely insane so far. I am jinxing it right on the spot. Biggest jinx that you've ever seen and heard. We have 2 combat dresses. We have
what
everyone
could
alive
possibly
and
go wrong? There is no way they wipe.
I mean, this is the pull.
Oh my god, this is it.
And then we're gonna have a kill video with me hard jinxing it, and we yet kill the boss.
Oh my god.
No, it's oh my, no wait, we have 2 deaths. Nurse and Axe dying here. Honestly, it's easy to die at that spot because the blue puddles that are coming down are stunning you and they deal damage, but also when you're stunned you can't dodge the frontal, left and right, sidle, whatever.
We have everyone alive. We're going into
Yes.
mines. Everything else does not matter. We get warlock shields, we get defensives, and of course we get the icicles. These need to be kited into the mines. You don't want to detonate all of them because otherwise these icicles are gonna kill people off. So far, so good. They are frozen off to the side, and we're going into the jails. No more quadrant kind of layout that Method is playing here.
Ooh, Dan.
Just
oh my,
the
he's alive.
standard 3-4 jail pattern here, and we're gonna get the rocket here in just a moment. A few more % on these elementals and they will be done, and everyone is dead.
I'm not here. I don't know who you're talking about. That was the biggest jinx in WoW history, and I successfully jinxed this pull that has looked super good up to the point where I started jinxing it. Amazing. 07.
You know, I always say that as a caster, especially for World of Warcraft and the Race to World First, you need to embrace the fact that you are going to jinx pulls. You will do it. It is gonna happen. You cannot avoid it. But there is a thing such as deliberately just completely going overboard and not just jinxing it. This is like immaculate, intricate spell work of curses that you just laid out over this pull.
At least I didn't send German curses and spells. As in,
oh god.
ja, das ist der Pull. Der ist es.
We should cast the pull in German.
Please, Reuben, keep chat German. I mean English.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, until they were dead, they were winning, right? So
that is true.
Was a decent.
Now, honestly, I'm happy about this pull because it looked good up to the point where it didn't look good anymore. But it was the first pull that we've gotten this morning, and it was a very clean pull. I think I said it during the pull. It's easy to die at a spot where 2 people died, which is obviously very bad because you need every little bit of damage and healing that you can get for especially the 4 cages that are happening afterwards. But that's like it's a thing. It will happen here and there that someone dies with all the puddles on the floor and a lot of stuff going on. But also a thing that can be easy fixed, kinda, right? Just need to a little bit like on Sprocketmonger, just don't look at anything else. Don't deal damage. Just dodge mechanics, right? Kind of thing.
Sadly, we can't do the don't deal damage part on this boss because we really need to hit that DPS check. But it's I don't wanna say it's easy, but it is not the most complex set of mechanics that we need to play here. It's just a set that is very precise in terms of the damage you're taking and how dangerous everything is. Because, like, every single small misstep in that phase is gonna kill you. And generally, if you lose people, you're most likely not killing the boss. You need that clean pull, that Sprocketmonger perfection, basically.
Yeah. I agree.
So yeah, well, we're getting there, slowly but surely. The first 3 warm-up keys are now done, so that means
First
now we
2
can,
only. We have a little bit of more time for the last warm-up key we need.
Right. Okay. Not quite depleter yet, but I think we got one more pull on that last boss before the timer is up.
Updating week Oros again.
Heck yeah, get that buff food, get the food buff. How was your breakfast? Are you even a breakfast person?
No, not really, because I started some sort of intermittent fasting thing where I'm having breakfast at like 1, and then my first meal at 1, which is probably lunch for most people, and then dinner at 7-ish, which means I usually just don't have breakfast. But also, my schedule might not be the best for breakfast anyways, usually, because
you're asleep at breakfast.
Kinda, yeah, because I mean, we're streaming as our job, and I think for streaming it's like sometimes a little weird with hours. It's better to stream in the evening when other people are coming home from work, or when it's going into the NA hours as well, right?
Yeah.
So it's usually going to bed pretty late and then waking up at maybe 10 or 11. So that's past breakfast time anyways. But today I had half a cheesecake chocolate muffin. It was really good.
Solid breakfast. I mean, I
made Jimmy jealous. He asked me where do you have this from, and I didn't share, obviously, because when it comes to food, it's war. There's no friendships. Food is not to be shared.
I mean, yeah. Seems like Shell and you are definitely practicing what you're preaching.
Wait, that just reminds me of Shelley eating my food right now.
Yeah. What a Shell thing to do. No, sometimes I'm a breakfast person. Sometimes I'm not. Today I was a small breakfast person because the amount of food we're getting here is slightly ludicrous. And I think I've eaten 3 full meals since I've gotten here, and I'm just like stuffed. You could roll me around the corridors here. Robin jinxing pulls because she's hangry. I mean, is there any truth to that statement?
No. I'm obviously gonna eat the other half of my muffin as well. I'm not the breakfast person, so I wasn't super hungry yet.
Okay.
But there will be more food right after we kill this boss here in this current pull.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Do you get hangry?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't get hangry, I just get tired.
Tired?
Yeah.
When you're hungry?
When I'm hungry, I'm just super low energy.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just like, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to exist. Give me food.
But what does this word mean?
Disgruntled?
Is that a bad word?
No, it's not a bad word.
What is it?
It basically means slightly annoyed.
Oh.
Just a fancy way of saying it.
Oh no. The best way to do that is to say something nice and yes, respect the performance. But their performance was just really, really freaking good. And I think I keep saying that, but I think it's a very fair point to say. Obviously, this whole topic that has started a little bit in chat with like not the global release and they start earlier and what. It's a huge topic, right? But I don't think that fact that they're starting a couple of hours earlier is any part of why they won this race. They just played better. It's simple as that. They played better, and also they saved us a lot of time. For one, they had maintenance, which we didn't have. They also had the power outage, which we didn't have, which obviously is their own fault, right?
Servers. These Blizzard servers got DDoS. It's like
yeah, but also we're coming to a boss that Liquid has already pulled on stream, and it's like,
yeah.
Liquid has spent 50 pulls on this boss already, and they're 3 healing it. You know what? We're not wasting time. We're just gonna 3 heal it as well. Yeah. Like, we are obviously stealing strats and setups and all that from Liquid as well. Exactly. So no question, not having a global release sucks, and it's not the best, but it's also not that easy to fix. Even though we think we might have all the solutions, there's a downside to everything we probably bring on the table here. But like I said, It wasn't the reason at all. Liquid just played better. It is what it is. It's that simple.
Yeah, to get back to the question, what is the right way to congratulate Liquid for a disgruntled Erase the World First fan? You say, congrats Liquid, you guys played insane and deserve the win. Because that is the truth, that is a fact, and there is nothing else to be said about it. The discussion about early, like, NA getting early release and the time difference and not a global release. It's the same thing every single race, and the points for like the points that people complain about are mute every single time. It's like the time difference has not mattered in so long, and it's just not worth talking about anymore at this point. Because it just doesn't matter. Like, this race at the latest point should be the ultimate proof, as you already said. So many things that set Liquid back, and ultimately I think gave them actually a disadvantage.
Yeah.
And they still won. They just played better. And yeah, you also got to consider we're almost at a global release, because the raid now releases at like what 5 a.m. in the morning for EU. Instead of the usual like 11 a.m. that it's been in the past. And that's already a huge step in the right direction, and everything else will come with time, I am pretty sure. For now, we're going into the next phase. We do have the boss on 28% with 2 combat reses available, at least for the moment. One more drag back here for the boss, as Mugsy is going to charge once more. Ooh, that's not the direction you generally want for that last bullet storm, but it's okay, even though we lost the shaman on the road. Ankh is ready and available though, so we're saving the combat res. 2 more available, and we're getting the first mines. 2 of these are going to be soaked, the rest will be frozen in place with the icicles that are coming in just a moment. Nate doing a good job soaking the first one. He's going to grab the second one in a moment. Actually, no, someone else is going to grab the second one. And here come the icicles. Aim then at the mines.
Chat,
be careful.
stop jinxing.
One down. Lots of damage going out on the entire raid, and we are done. Dusted. Going back to start.
Alright, I'm gonna quickly call out the jinxers this time, because I didn't say anything on purpose. John Blaze, Surfshark, and actually you two. You two jinxed this pull here.
I did?
Wasn't me this time.
I didn't jinx.
No, you didn't.
I didn't jinx. No.
This is so sad. I'm killed boss already. There's still a world second up for grabs. Echo and Liquid, not Echo and Liquid, Echo and Method obviously. Still Gallywix to kill, but we first need to get rid of Mugsy, and it doesn't look super close, because looking at the Echo, they were stuck on 0.0 something % for a couple of hours yesterday.
That's
but I think
heartbreaking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Especially with the Vantus runes that we have now, if you just get into that last phase, you might just kill the boss from 10% to 0 without having a super low % wipe.
Just kill the boss there.
Just kill it. We know all the things that we need to know. It's literally just execution, and it's not an easy boss for sure.
No, it's definitely one of the harder ones.
Yeah, but we just cannot get stuck here.
Oh, I'm actually wondering, when's the last time we had such a hard healer check for a penultimate boss?
Thinking. You know what? I think Firak was pretty rough as well, because
but Firak was a final boss. I'm talking about the penultimate. I mean, Tindril. Was Tindril a healer check? Tindril was more of a just full-on mechanics check. Yeah, the healing checks were spicy, but not like in the way Mugsy just really puts your healers on notice.
Yeah.
Silken Cord was also much more a raid dance puzzle mechanics check.
Yes, Silken Cord was not a healer check. Yeah. I would argue the Tindril was some sort of healer check, because you needed to do dispels on point, and it actually did quite a lot of damage while you still had to play all the mechanics, especially as a healer as well. So I think Tindril was some sort of healer check.
Yeah.
Rygolon? Oh, Rygolon wasn't Rygolon the boss that Liquid and Method 5 healed, and then Echo came in and said 4 heal, And I actually managed to 4-heal that boss, which if you have to 5-heal a boss, it actually shows how hard of a healing check it is.
Yeah.
Especially when you then manage to pull it off with 4 healers. That's a good one, I think. Yeah. Raglan I could see as a healer check.
Yeah, Kel'Thuzad was not a healer check.
What was Sanctum of the Stone Legion? Yeah. Also not really a healer check. That was all about push timings and damaging priorities. What was Sanctum of Domination, second to last boss?
Kel'Thuzad.
Oh, it was. Right.
Yeah. Kel'Thuzad was... I don't want to call him a clown, but kind of a clown. I mean, he's always a bit of a meme when he pops up, you know.
Yeah, the donut shop is also a healer check because I check it very often. I cannot believe this. Okay, I think Darkmake has already left, right?
Yes and no. I met him at the hotel this morning, so he's still around. His flight is leaving in the evening, but
I thought in the morning. Okay, because I'm gonna snitch on Darkmake here.
Oh, no.
Almost every single day, this man comes in here and talks about German bakeries. And German bakeries are amazing, no question. But also this man kept telling me almost every single day that there was some amazing donuts at the bakery, but I didn't get them. But the donuts looked so good, and he told me he's gonna get me donuts. And it's the day where he's leaving. I haven't seen a donut from him yet. If he won't bring me a donut today, I'm gonna be angry, hangry, disappointed. I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed at him.
That's okay. Oh, Jimmy's back. Jimmy was running. Almost ran over Quep's chair. But we're heading into another poll. Little poll timer going on, and off we go. This time for sure. That's the kill. This is the one. Boss is going down, and we're moving on to Gallywix.
Yeah. That's your jinx this time, this pull.
It's also always really funny to see because you have the animation of all the mines and explosions raining down at the start of the fight.
Yeah.
Because we have our big TV screen with all the radar POVs that we have available. And just watching, the 12 screens at the same time of just the raining explosions looks really funny.
Donut Gate. Do we have any more first-time chatters in chat right now? Because the Donut Gate one was a first-time chatter. Empty welcome to the stream chat. Any more first-time chatters? Or Prime subs? No, you're not new. You also we can see if people are lying because it has like a little box around the name. First time definitely. No, also lying. We love to see first-time chatters and Prime subs. If anyone still has a Prime sub left, it doesn't really cost you anything because you're already paying for Prime anyways. Make sure to use it. Okay, so far everyone has been lying.
Unlucky. I guess most of the potential first-time chatters are just still in bed and just watching on their phones or something. I love
new
to
here.
do that. Put on like his stream or a video in the morning, just turn around and just chill in bed for another 2 hours or something.
Test? Nope. Oh, there we go. Busy DK, actually new here. Let's go. The first one. Everyone else is trying to fool us, but we can see it. Craigery, also new here. Let's go. You are, actually. I really love that function that you can see who's new. Sometimes you even see returning chatters. I don't know what that is for, but
I guess chatters that haven't been around in a long time.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe. It's also always hilarious because on the rare occasions that someone is a first-time chatter, I've seen it so many times that they bring in some really, really fried takes or comments.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
Jameson, I've been lurking a bunch, but I don't think I've ever chatted. That is true.
There you go.
Your first chat message. Love to see that.
%1 ahead of the damage check, or rather the personal best here for a method so far. I'm glad that they've cleaned up this first part, the first 60% of this fight so much. Everything until the intermission looks mostly completely clean. It's only kind of the second set of jails into the last rocket soak that's a bit spicy, where we occasionally lose like 1 or 2 people. But other than that, it's looking really, really good. And speaking of jails, those are coming in right now. There we go.
Little Weak are showing us the positions of where to soak. If I saw that correctly, 4 circles. The green one marked where you have to be soaking. For Jimmy, it was the left one. Going in, hitting the ad. I think we have Nalle in this one. Is it him? Taunting the ad to the side, so the frontal is always facing the same direction. He's like walking back and forth for the taunts. Jimmy jumping out with the Demon Hunter tag here to not be stuck inside of the jail for no reason.
Indeed, that's looking all right so far, but we're only 1% ahead of the personal best in the damage. I don't think this is the kill. I think this is just gonna go south, even though we have 20 people alive.
Are you doing reverse psychology now?
No, totally not. I'm just not believing.
This is not the pull. This is definitely not it.
Exactly. We did also hit the second helicopter. This might help, but I don't think it is enough. Next set of mines, though, this is where the healers need to lock in. They really need to pay attention because the damage and the healing absorbs going out are intense. The first soaks are through. The shrapnel follow-ups also handled very nicely. Another set of shrapnels. That's all the mines done. The barrier going down. The rocket impact is through, and the heals are on point enough. So no one loses there alive. We're heading into the intermission in just a moment here with no battle reses.
It's fine. We don't need the battle reses. It would just be nice to have them. But maybe knowing that we don't have a battle res is like giving us the power that we need to kill this boss.
Maybe.
You know. No pressure, of course, but just don't die because no combat res available. We are currently in Bloodlust and we are pumping the boss with all cooldowns that we have because now it is a race against the time before you hit the end rate. So every bit of damage counts here. Looking good. Just don't get stunned by the circles. We're dropping kind of low here on some people. Another charge incoming. It's gonna turn counterclockwise. Do not get stunned. It's kind of nice that the mages can just blink through it because them being on the other side puts a couple of those puddles on the opposite side, so there's less to dodge for the majority of the raid. One last charge, boss going clockwise this time. Same, dodge the puddles, don't get stunned, do not die. I think Crystal has his ramp assigned here, healing through the face. Everyone's alive. We need to stabilize. Ooh, Ux dropping super low here. Stabilize the HP bars.
Yeah, the druid pumping like crazy. The mines are out, and generally going into this mine phase with not everyone topped off can get really damn spicy really quickly. And you see 2 people down on 10% HP, but Crystal pumping the Convoke in and topping everyone together with the rest of the healers. And with the remaining mines frozen, we can head into these 4 jails without too many worries. The HOTS are out, the jails are in. These now just need to be played clean. You can see the mages disappear for a second, then bounce back out. The rocket coming through. This one needs to be soaked. The big damage hit is going to come through here. Tranquility popped in, keeping everyone alive and healthy. And the helicopters, of course, now doubled up. It's 4 of them. They're just constantly zapping the entire raid while Mugsy is just ticking on everyone. A really, really rough phase to handle here for the healers. That's why we have 5 of them, because you just need that much throughput. The Stormfinger is out. We can take care of the helicopters, cleave them down to reduce the overall raid damage coming through. And with another double whammy shot and mines going off, this poll is going to be over. But what a good one this was. So close to a new personal best, and they were so far ahead of the damage check.
It's not over yet. We're getting a new personal best in this.
Hey, let's go.
It is Nate pumping the 0 point something percentages down here. This is good. We obviously wiped here. I think we died because we have stepped into the mines too early, or at a time we weren't supposed to. Definitely a mine went off, and then we just take down from all the damages incoming there, plus you get a healing absorb. But we're getting there. This is good. This is good progress. A tiny step closer to getting the boss to 0%, but a big step for this morning. We have left the area of warm-up keys. We are now in the area of push keys and getting more IO score.
Heck yeah.
Let's go. We love to see that.
We're just one rocket ride away from getting back in there. No soulstone available after that pull, sadly, but we'll get that sorted. Another scenic walk throughout the casino. Just a lovely environment in general, quite honestly. That's good times. So, the last set of mines, that's where we're currently at. Well, the last of 2 sets of mines that we're currently at.
Yeah.
That need to be handled. The healers need to be on point. It's mostly going to be about baiting mines and kiting, rather than actually playing and detonating them and healing through them. But that, of course, doesn't make it any easier. The really tricky part is going to be the icicles right after. So you get the set of mines, you get the frost boots after, into the icicles that you need to hit the mines with, and from then, it's really just to run away from the mines, kite as much as you can, and kill the boss before the mines detonate, more or less. And that's the tricky part.
It doesn't sound that hard, but...
It doesn't sound that hard, but it is actually really difficult, because the mines are spawning all over the place, the mines are moving, and at the same time, the boss is still doing all his shenanigans, all the conal attacks, the double whammy shot, the Stormfinger, and the spray and pray.
Yeah.
And I'm very curious to see if we're going to go with a setup and a strat similar to what Echo was doing, because they were baiting the mines, immediately gatewaying, and then running back with the icicles, while the mines were kind of following them converge into like a straight line after that gateway. So there's definitely some things that Method probably has already planned out and figured out. They just need to execute it now, and finally getting a new PB on the board and some progress in on this day definitely is going to kind of bring up the motivation.
We're ready. We're ready to kill the boss.
Heck yeah.
And while we're getting ready for our next pull, I want to point out, quickly swapping, Nate's headset. I am rocking this headset as well.
Hey.
It's from one of our amazing sponsors. This one specifically, Steelseries, from the 30th anniversary World of Warcraft collection. They have mice and keyboards and a keycap that's like amazing. These headsets and a lot of other things and versions of their amazing products. With the code METHOD, you can even get 12% off.
12%?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I just saw over there, Liam is also rocking the same headset. I love this headset. It looks so cool. And not only that, it's also super comfy.
Yeah.
The battery lifetime is like infinite. I have to charge it like once every week or something. And then when I'm charging it, it's just charged after a couple of hours and I'm good to go wireless again. I love that. Definitely check out SteelSeries. Also check out Scan. Scan is UK's leading PC manufacturer. They are making custom-made PCs. They have made our The War Within giveaway PC. If you want to check that out, !giveaway in chat. Rage told me yesterday, and that's the thing that I've never heard actually, and I think it's super, super cool, that they offer service as well, where they hold your hand while building your own PC, basically.
They teach you? Oh,
yeah,
that's
they
cool.
teach you how to build your own PC and not just, well, put this in there, put that in there. Like, they're experts when it comes to putting parts together, what works well together, how to put it in your PC so it also looks nice and aesthetically. And I think I pointed it out yesterday or 2 days ago when we were watching the giveaway PC being built. I could have sworn that they put just a bunch of cables on the table and then 20 minutes later the cables were just gone and they somehow managed to put everything inside of the PC and it looked like so nice and clean.
It's magic.
So a really cool thing and the experts in what they're doing, and I think that service to having your hand held how to build your own PC, Never heard that. I think it's an amazing thing to do.
Mm.
Also, last but not least, before we go back into this poll, definitely check out Surfshark, one of our newest sponsors. If you want to keep all your data private and safeguarded and secure, Surfshark is the way to go. It's a really cool service as well, and I think I haven't been using it before, but I did look into it actually just yesterday. It's a service that I think you shouldn't underestimate how important it is to keep your data safe in the online world, and the Surfshark are just experts in that. So definitely check them out as well.
Also has a shark in the name, so it can't be bad. It has to be good.
I think it's an amazing name actually.
Yeah, I love the name. It's a really good one.
Surfshark.
Heck yeah. So definitely give them a check. Some awesome stuff. And of course, maybe it's gonna help us kill the boss, you know?
Yeah. Borak making fun of me. This is not a cable, that's a monitor. No, it was a lot of cables, and all of a sudden the cables were gone, and I'm pretty sure they didn't just like move it out of the screen. It somehow all fit in the PC without even looking like it fit in there. I don't know.
I've been building my own PCs for like 20 years now.
Oh, really?
And I still can't get cable management right. It's just impossible. I was like, it's terrible. It's terrible. I'm getting to the point where it looks nice, like in the case itself, when you look at the parts and the components and the fans, etc. It looks all right. Once you open the back plate, though, and turn it around, it's like,
oh, don't do that.
Yeah,
Never
don't
turn
do
it
that.
around.
It's a snake pit. It's a snake pit.
But
It's
for the
incredible.
scan, when they were building it, the PC was on like, because it's not the first time that they were building a PC on stream, obviously. They had like a table where the PC was standing on that was like you could rotate it all the way around.
Oh,
So they weren't
the
afraid of
luxury.
showing the backside of the PC. They actually just turned it for us to show off how
yeah,
nice
that's
and
because
clean
they
it
know
looks.
what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm so impressed by that.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's great if you can learn from people that actually know what they're doing. It's a really, really fun opportunity because
It's like
It's-
art.
it's in its own way.
Yeah.
Very much so. It's just also a really fun hobby. If you like building things, if you like tinkering with things, building your own gaming PC, so much fun, so enjoyable, and also considerably cheaper. Well, at least was considerably cheaper back in the day. Nowadays, depends on the deals you get on the parts, but you
That's
still get away with a chunk less cost by just putting everything together by yourself.
The back plate bulged out because it was such a mess. Oh no, that sounds horrible.
I've been there. Yeah, I had to. I had one PC where it's like one cable that I just couldn't fit anywhere else, and I had to dent out the back plate a little bit
Oh no.
to be able to close it up. But it worked, so did me good service for a couple of years.
Imagine if you had a scan teach you how to build your PC.
That would be fun. I might actually get good at it at some point.
There wouldn't be a dent in the back of your PC.
Well, there is no dent.
guarantee you that.
There is no dent in the backplate of my PC currently because I got a nice big case where everything fits, even with my mess.
Oh, so that's the trick. If
Yeah,
you can't fit everything in, you just buy a bigger case.
Yeah, exactly.
To hide
You just
it.
buy a bigger
Oh,
case. Easy,
okay.
easy clap. Almost as easy as killing Mugsy, quite honestly, as we're heading into a bloodlust territory once again. We're completely sending it with one battle res available. Best pull, 10.12%, just the previous one. So, it seems like Method is locked in for now, and we're heading through the big damn phase and tearing through this boss's health bar, although the overall damage is looking
We're
quite on
fine.
point with the new PB.
We are okay. I love that we're getting back to back into these good pulls. Oh, we lost Jimmy here to the puddles on the
What
floor.
do you mean?
I
Jimmy's
believe.
alive. I didn't see anything.
Jimmy, yes, Jimmy's alive. The combat dress went somewhere that we, I don't know.
Both
That
mages
is not good.
down. Both
Pricey
mages down.
and Wildy going down. We don't have a combat dress left for the next 3 minutes. And that is going to be too late because by that time we're hitting the end range already.
We'll be
This is
fine.
rough.
We'll
This
be
is very rough.
fine. No, it's okay. It's okay. Icicles, avoid the mines. Carefully maneuvering around them. The icicles are hitting. No one gets killed off, is what I would like to say, but we got 5 members dead. And I think
We're
like
not
this
super
right now,
stable
the
with
goal
our
might
HP.
Be done and dusted. No additional soaks in here for Faithy, so he goes down. And I think with that we can wrap up the poll. That's unfortunate. What's your favorite dungeon this season?
Good question. I didn't do a lot of dungeons. The only thing I did so far, and I'm still on it, is just farming specific dungeons for gear. And I can tell you that I can definitely not see Cinderbrew Meadery anymore because I had to farm it on 2 characters, or I'm still on it. I'm not done with it by far because Cinderbrew, if you're playing a leather character, which for me specifically is Resto Druid and Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah.
This dungeon has like 6 items on the loot table that you need.
Yep. I'm down to... I think I'm down to 1 item I need from Brewery. Maybe 2. Does it... wait, does Brewery drop a Haste Mastery ring? Like heavy Haste Mastery ring? I think it does, right?
No, it's a Crit Mastery ring. But it drops Haste Mastery...
It drops a Haste Mastery neck. That's
like,
the one I still
need. Neck and leather wrists and boots and shoulders and I don't know what. So I don't think that's my favorite dungeon anymore.
Yeah. It became much more bearable after they basically took the first boss out behind the shed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, what's my favorite dungeon?
I like Floodgate a lot.
Ooh, yeah.
Floodgate is good.
It's a hard dungeon though, I think.
No, they broke Swamp Face's kneecaps.
Okay.
It's manageable now.
You know what the best thing in the world is in this dungeon? You have I think it's the second boss, the tree boss that's outside, where you get linked together.
Yeah, that's Swamp Face.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So basically, you were able to get that link as a healer, and now you can't get it anymore. Now it's a tank getting linked. Because I was there for a weekly key with some guildies, and I was playing Shadow Priest because one of our guildies was a healer, and he plays Mistweaver as well. So Mistweaver doesn't really care about casting or range or that at all.
Yeah.
So what he did when he was linked with me on a Shadow Priest, a caster, I need to stand still and cast, he just permanently used that link to like run away from me, and then you get gripped back together. Yeah. I was dealing less damage than the healer because I couldn't get a single cast off.
Nice. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. I think your healer was trolling you a little bit, but yeah. Did you know you couldn't use Apis as this priest on that boss?
Oh, why not?
Because the flight height was too much. You got yoinked down.
Oh, what?
Yep.
Oh, from the link you got.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, when you were linked with someone, if you could hover like exactly above them, but as soon as either of you moved too far away from each other, you were immediately yoinked over, and it gets funky because when you're flying, you actually get yoinked into the boss first, and then back to your mate instead of together. It's bad. A really weird interaction. But now that you're not linked anymore as a healer, you can just uppies and not give a damn. It's fantastic. It's a good dungeon. I like it a lot.
Last boss was surprisingly easy. I don't think it was easy. It looked very rough, but it was easier than we all have expected. Only 100 pulls for Liquid to get the boss down.
Yeah, 100 pulls is still a lot.
No one expected this. It is still a lot. I just wanna put this on the screen again for just a second because we do have caster predictions. Obviously, they're not super qualified because we casters have done those before the tier started, and after all, we're just the casters. This was our predictions for Gallywix. It has been killed in 100 pulls, and I think actually Kana, because Kana is working a lot with the raiders and like analyst stuff and all that, Kana would know. You would guess. Kana said 350 pulls for Gallywix. It was 100.
Yeah. It certainly defied expectations. I'm very surprised that it died this quickly. But I mean, we talked about it already, right? I sadly didn't have an opportunity yet this morning to look at the kill, look at the remainder of the fight. I've only seen P1 and the intermission into P2, and the start of the boss looked absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I was talking to a friend last night, and I told him, I was like, this looks nuts. Like, the intro of the fight looks like one of the coolest things I've seen in a while in a boss fight in WoW. So I'm very curious to see how the rest of the fight plays, and if it's anywhere close to P1, it's still gonna be an amazing and incredibly fun and impressive boss. Just some tuning issues, and those happen.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly hard to tune a boss fight. It is,
especially when there was
really
no
hard.
testing, right?
Yeah. If all you have is the data working off of the previous bosses, and you're still mostly working off of estimates, right? Because it's a different comp, it's a different boss fight, it's a different style, and of course, yes, you get a little bit of loot from Mugsy, but it's not going to make that much of a difference. But still, that's enough factors to make tuning the boss really, really tough. I'm bad with math, so I don't even want to try it.
Look at FTM pumping this ad in here with the Mistweaver melee build Chi that's doing a lot of damage with Crackling Jade Lightning, holding on to those empowered cracklings for when he's inside of the cage to kill the ad quick. Mistweaver, a little bit of a cheat code here as well, because if you're playing the Chi build, then your healing that's like coming from you damaging something is apparently healing outside of the cage as well. It just ignores line of sight. Same goes actually for spells like Tranquility from Druid. If you trank inside or outside, it's gonna hit everyone because it ignores line of sight, or the priest him
Atonement
if you would
well,
play.
Right?
Yeah, if you're inside and you already have an atonement, I think it ignores line of sight.
Yeah.
So some very interesting small details on this boss here.
I think it would also be unnecessarily spicy if it didn't heal through line of sight in this fight. Yeah, no, I think it would be a bit too spooky for me, quite honestly. Already 5 healing and then not being able to heal people like inside the jails properly. I mean, you're already sending Mistweavers into every single jail as far as you can manage.
Yes.
And people still drop to like 20%. It's crazy. Very spicy boss.
Okay, ready, check, and we go again. We are on pull number 137 now. Echo killed in... Let me check. Or do you remember the pull count?
I think it was somewhere around the 160s.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay, if anyone in chat is wondering where I am checking, and I think that's like super quick information, I just have it perma open on my phone, method.gg/progress. You can figure out everything about the bosses there. Fight duration, item level, raid setup. What I need is pull count.
Heck yeah.
And we have 149 pulls for Liquid and 192 for Echo.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah, they did farm a few more pulls yesterday, that is true. And yes, guys, we have Vantus this boss already. We've been running with Vantus the entire morning, and damage-wise, 3% Vantus buff has netted us basically a 3% push advantage on Mugsy so far. So we're 3% ahead of the pulls yesterday in terms of damage. It's looking pretty good. It is looking pretty good. The only tricky part really now is surviving those last few mines. We're getting super, super close to a kill. I think we're at the point where, especially with the Vantus runes, it's gonna be any pull now. We really just need one clean pull through that last mindset and this boss falls over.
Is Gerfte just playing with one hand at times?
I mean...
I keep seeing his at least one of the hands, unless he has 3 hands in the camera frame.
I mean,
Tank life.
if he has one of these really nice Steelseries gaming mice, then I wouldn't be
Oh,
surprised
true,
if
actually.
he could, you know?
It has, let's see, it has 12 buttons on the thumb, which means technically if you have modifiers as well, like Alt, Shift and all that, you can have like 36 buttons, but you can only press the initial 12 ones if you have only one hand on the mouse and not the second hand on the keyboard.
Yeah.
But then again, 12 buttons is a lot as well. To be able to just click with your thumb when you have important spells bound on it.
True. 12 buttons is a lot. My mouse has 12 buttons as well.
Okay.
Do you know how many of them I use?
2.
No, 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
But
that was a
one
guess.
is only to toggle mute on Discord,
Oh, okay.
and the other one is for stuff like grip on the priest
Yeah.
or purge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love to see Method threaten for world first in the future. We all would love that. And I think
That's the goal.
the hopes were really, really high this tier because we got a lot of additions into our roster, and I think the preparation was insane this time, but Liquid was just smurfing this whole tier.
Yeah, Liquid was looking insanely good, and Jesus, that shrapnel soak in the
that was
last
scary.
second. That was
Yeah.
clutch there. But I think this tier shows it quite well. I feel like Method is at a point where they can, in theory, compete, or are already in competition for World First. They just need to perform competitively throughout the entire tier, right? And if we look at the progress across the board, bit too many polls on Styx, lost a lot of time on Sprocketmonger, and other than that, I mean, that's more or less the time Method is behind Echo and Liquid right now, right?
Yeah.
If progress on the earlier bosses had gone considerably better, maybe Mugsy would be dead already. Maybe we'd be like halfway through Gallywix. Maybe we would have been competing with Liquid on Gallywix yesterday. All within the realms of possibility. Of course, it's easier said than done, but the potential is there. It's like that was the big goal for the last few years for Method to build back up to world first contention, and slowly but surely they've gone there. Maybe almost there. Now they just need to prove it that they are there. And didn't work out this year. Maybe it works next year.
I agree.
And of course, world second is not out of reach yet.
100%, yes.
It's gonna be hard,
that's what we're
but-
playing for. It's not like we're giving up anything here. But we do need the kill very soon. It was crazy for Echo to get the Mugsy kill yesterday. It was a very close one. In case you haven't seen it, I think it's worth to check out because we saw their tank Thief that has raided with us last year actually be the last man standing, killing the boss off all the way at the end. I don't even know how he lived it because I think he survived the big enrage cast towards the end. But that was a very scary kill that they got there.
Yeah.
For us, it's gonna be a super clean kill because that's how we kill bosses. We just out of nowhere pull the cleanest pull that we have ever seen. And maybe it might be this one here. It's looking a little unstable on the party frames at the moment. Span dropping super, super low. Is safe now. We do have Wildy and Crystal safe now as well. We'd love to see
We also
that.
got no more damage coming in, really. We're looking very solid on the DPS check, even now with this adjusted personal best that we're comparing to, because we've already improved our PB today. The damage check is looking incredibly, incredibly solid. We're another 0.5% ahead of the personal best. And during this intermission, yes, there's a lot of damage going out, but we are also pumping every available external into Crystal here, and you can just see the man is spamming regrowths as fast as, well, basically just pressing renew every global. It is incredible to see. And so far, everyone is alive. We're heading into the last bullet storm, and coming out of this, you want to position kind of on the edge of the room here, of the room transition, because you want to bait these mines a little bit further towards the wall. So the goal is to bait the mines, detonate one or two, get to play the soaks out nicely, and then immediately, the clutch soak from Jimmy.
Ooh.
Beautifully
Scarf,
done.
they're going down here though.
We got a better res. We got 2 better res. Get those in there. Get him back up. And we can keep rolling. Bangers down. Skarner as well. And Danwa
Suran
following
down.
up.
Dan
It's
down.
all
It was
falling
2
apart.
healers down. Oh my, no.
The icicles were not quite manageable to get those into the mines here. So that's what we lost a few people to. Very unfortunate. But damage-wise, everything
Rest
looked
badgers.
very, very good. Thanks,
It did
chat.
look good. Oh. We're kind of close, but we're also just not killing.
It's always this mindset, and well, actually today really it is just this mindset.
Well,
That is the one that is.
I
causing
didn't
so
jinx
much
it this
trouble.
time. Did I jinx it?
No, I don't think either. of
See,
us jinxed
it wasn't me this time.
Maybe it was me. I don't know.
Maybe I did it and I didn't even notice. Maybe the jinxing is just built in. It's just naturally happening.
I mean,
for me.
yeah, it is, but
We did have a question how many new Raiders method had, and I think it's interesting information that Rage gave us all the way at the start of the race. I don't know if it's 100% accurate, and I wonder which Raider we had to tear in pieces to have this number. She said 22%. 22% of
Okay.
the roster is new Raiders and trials, which is quite a lot. It's like 1/5.
So that's like 6-7 people.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean that's impressive.
Yeah.
To show this good of a performance throughout the tier with that many new players.
Mm.
That's good. That's good to see.
A kill would be good to see as well.
It would be quite all right.
Wildy looks so tired.
I mean, it's like early morning. It's barely 10.
True.
Lunch
We're all
break
gamers
is-
after all. I don't think anyone wakes up this early if it's their own choice.
I've actually been getting up fairly early, quite regularly, because my
Oh.
wife gets up at 6 a.m. for work,
All right.
and I get up with her and make her breakfast and everything. And I don't think I really go back to bed anymore.
Yeah. I mean, once you're awake, you cannot really sleep anymore.
No, it depends. If I'm up for like half an hour, I can just fall right back into bed and fall back asleep. Which is funny, considering that usually when I go to bed, it's more like it's lying awake for 2 hours before I can fall asleep.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, the roster is not 20 people, obviously. It's
No, it's more
you
like
do
30
have
people.
20 people in the raid, but then you need to be ready to swap out players and bring other classes or other players as well whenever it's needed, which we saw a lot this raid. Like we literally went from triple warrior to only one warrior to triple shadows to one shadow to triple mage to 4 mages for liquid on the last boss. Like this year has been insane when it came to bringing different specs, and then obviously you have 20 raiders in the raid, but I think the whole roster is probably 27, 28 raiders plus a raid leader plus healing officer plus analysts, which is also 4, 5, 6 analysts. So the whole team in total is surely around 40 people.
Yeah, if you
35, 40.
If you include analysts, outside raid lead, etc., easily
It is
around
crazy,
the
yeah.
40. It's a lot of people
Yeah. And
that
just
make
raiders.
a race like this happen.
Just raiders around 30,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And that's not even
huge team.
counting like production and casters for the event itself and the broadcast. So all in all, I want to say it's like 50, 60, maybe even 70 people involved into a race and an event like this.
Yeah.
And then we also need to count all the amazing helpers that have come out from the community to support Method with splits and just grinding out the loot in the early days of this race. So hundreds of people. Takes a village.
Yeah. Thinking about splits, it feels like it has been weeks ago that we did the splits, but it's in fact only 11 days.
Yeah, I don't remember anything about splits. I was just grinding keys all day.
It feels like race just started. For me, it feels like the race is going on for weeks already.
I mean, at least we're dodging a sepulchre scenario. No?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think it does feel like it's going on for weeks already, because there has been like a handful of bosses early that have taken us a lot of pulls that were like, people keep saying, and I kind of agree with that Styx was the real end boss. Styx was the final boss of the tier. I also heard the raiders this morning when they came down talk about it, said Styx hardest boss of the tier. So thinking about Styx is a couple of days ago, so for me it just feels like the real hard boss happened so long ago, feels like weeks. Crazy.
Yeah, it is. Do casters who aren't on the couch help with splits? If they want to. I'm not sure.
I'm now imagining Mr. Good Morning being in a split. Oh.
Oof. Oh, the shade. Why?
Ooh.
Why? He's not even here to defend himself.
No, I mean, it depends. If you do have characters, we obviously have requirements for the splits. You need specific item level, and you should also know what's going on in the raid, like a little bit, and obviously carry your own weight, kinda.
So, in theory, casters could help with splits, but most of the casters raid on their own, so they don't necessarily have characters extra that they can send into splits, or well, maybe they're casting and can't be in the splits. It's much more of a, hey, if you have the availability and you want to help, you can, but just because you're casting doesn't mean you're required to help out.
I think Darkmech didn't help because he's playing on NA servers, right? Yeah. Don't think he has EU characters anymore. He used to have one. He made, what was it? I forgot. I think it was a DK he told me about. And he named it Mech Like Me. Like Jimmy had characters sick like me. So he had Mech Like Me, but he dropped it pretty quickly because playing on servers of a different region where you're from is just really bad ping as well. It's not nice to do.
He was talking about it to me yesterday. It's like 500 ping to Australia, to the Oceanic service. It's rough.
Oh.
Same as this poll is rough as we lose 4. Yes, the battle reses are being sent, but I don't think anyone is taking those. We'll be wiping this up momentarily.
We are walking into the hot heat.
How about we send a little listen in with the raiders and just do a little check-in, see what they're talking about now that they've done a few polls in this morning.
Oh, there we go.
Also, surging arc death on folks. So it's not that one. I thought it was. But that was early. I thought it was over there, like when we were chilling. So that was a different thing.
No,
I thought like effort chilling and damage, then probably a spread.
No, that was just a little bit unlucky because he got the beam, he got the one tick, he got down like low, and then he insta got the arc and boom.
I think he got double targeted as well.
Yeah, it was double.
Sometimes happens, like what can you do? We just didn't expect it.
Just go again. How much to say?
I think we know if he's or not. Did I miss it? Thank you.
Get ready for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, capture.
Let's go.
Let's just play safe, extra safe. There's no reason. I know it once. Not at you. It's just at everything.
Did you guys watch the evidence in Red General?
Yes, yes.
Nobody cares, unfortunately.
Only evidence I saw was of Spen stealing cheese biscuits.
True. That was a banger.
He wasn't stealing them, he was just throwing them on the floor.
Bait.
Bait.
Also true.
Bait. And 1, 2,
3, 4. Where's the line and rim? Frontal next. Enough time. I'm phasing soon. Remove your teleports. I'm getting jails next.
Don't go to a hammer now.
You can show a bit. And frost spears in 3, 2, 1. Now, get on fire, get out, finish the goons, good.
One left camera. Good.
No, I'm hitting boss.
Frontal next. On span. Watch him.
Sorry for blasting bangers.
That's fine.
And we're phasing after.
Stop trolling, Chris.
Stop having fun.
We're baiting mines. Bait. Bait. And 1,
Family.
2, 3, 4, and 5. Immune soak.
Emily's deep.
Where's the line on the bangers? In frontal next, on center. We're span, yeah. And we're facing. Remember your teleports. Getting triple jail now. Getting spears next. Get ready to go on fire. 2, 1, now. Finish the goons. Watch Tom in the rim. Frontal next. Care. On crystal. Don't stand in shit, and we're phasing after. And get ready to bait mines. Don't headbutt them, please. Bait. Bait. And 1. Neutrally personals. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Revivals, watch your HP. Soak.
Kill a boss, by the way.
No, just kill the guy when he comes in. He's in. Short blue circles. Boss is fine, just finish this guy.
Which bangers?
Chill. Just push him during the cast, yeah? Just full chill. Push. First charge is going left. Just full dodging, guys. 2, 1, left. Watch your feet now. ending in 2, 1, now. Next one goes right, in 2, 1, right. Focus dodging. Monk taunt, ending in 2, 1, now. Next one's going left. It's bad, it's bad. 2, 1, left. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Ending in 2, 1, now. Into yeet him, res FTM.
Mouse barriers mages.
Watch your feed now. Bait good minds. Baiting. Baiting. 1.
Watch
them.
HP.
2. 3.
I'll go other side.
4.
Health
catch,
bots, health bots.
catch. Spears, save yourselves. Everyone else towards the gel markers.
Probably have to swap that now.
We won't have work now.
Yep.
Gel's coming.
Personals.
Beautifully
What a
played
pull.
there. The comms clean. Jimmy even piping up to say he is grabbing that extra soak in the laser. Beautifully done, and we are back into the jails. Last phase hot underway. And all we need to do is take down these elementals. Most of these goons are taken care of. The rocket is in as well. We got everyone alive, and Mugsy hitting 15%. We're good on pace with damage. We just need to keep everyone rolling. One combator is available. We can get Incy back up in just a moment here as the tanks are getting pummeled and the healers are topping everyone off. The Stormfinger is coming through. Massive uppies here for Skarn, as he's tanking the Stormfinger with that massive uppy shield. The double tap just dodged. It's so
That was
close,
so
but
close.
Banger's down. We got one battle res available
close to the
still,
boss,
and
close to the
Mugsy
boss.
on
Space steps with the mines.
9%. It's
Needs to
dropping
control mines.
lower and lower. The mines are
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Here
Crystal,
comes
you're
the
gonna work
darkness,
first.
and we'll be
Babe
able
steps,
to
babe
immune
steps,
a
babe
little
steps,
bit of the
up.
damage coming in from one or two of these soaks. They are baited. They are kited. Next thing is the frost boots and the icicles that need to be handled. Dip into
Need
the
to
fire
hide.
patch, and everything is looking solid. Just freeze the mines, and then we're off to the races to the far other side. The barrier is down, but we didn't even pop any of the mines.
We
Mugsy
are
on
pumping this
2.6%. We're
boss.
pumping like crazy. So much damage for
We
Method
are
here
so far away
as we're
from it.
heading into the Enrage cast.
Enrage.
1/2 of
Kill
a
the boss.
second
Oh,
left. 0.4.
no.
Just a little bit too late, but the tanks are rolling for another seconds. It's scuffed all by himself, and he not quite able to take him down. 0.17
This
for
was
Method.
so close. This was such an amazing pull. We did listen into the comms for the first half of the pull. We then hopped in. It was amazing. 0.17%. This boss is basically dead. We just need to find a little bit of more damage. We saw something similar to what happened to Echo yesterday, that everyone died except the Prot Paladin being alive. Sadly, we couldn't zerg it off at the end, but we got it. We got this boss down. Not
And
yet, but
not yet,
we
but
know how to.
That one clean pull is exactly what Method needed, and that last mindset, perfect. Like,
That was so
absolutely
well played.
perfect.
Jimmy did a really, really good job there. One of the soaks was so freaking close. I'm pretty sure if you don't soak all the 3 red puddles that every single mine spawns when triggering it, you're just dead. And it
Yeah.
was a very close one to catch one of these soaks all the way at the end. But we are there. If we look at this graph here that shows the progress in comparison to the pulls compared to Echo and Liquid,
Yeah.
we're doing insanely well on this boss with the pull count.
Yeah, if you look at it, Liquid had a similar spike downwards, right? From 8% down to sub 1% basically. But then it took Liquid another, I want to say, 30 pulls to take the boss down completely. I don't think that's what it's going to take for Method. I think we're looking at another 1 or 2 pulls at most. We just need to get that clean last phase once again. Once we got past the jails with everyone alive, there wasn't really any issues anymore. This last set of mines into the spears played to utter perfection. They had darkness and CDs down, a barrier planned out as well. They didn't even soak any single mine. Not a single one.
Yeah.
They didn't even need those CDs there. Maybe they can even reallocate some of those resources to an earlier point to make it a little bit more manageable with all the damage intake. But it's looking so good. This boss is basically dead on my screen already.
Maybe you should listen into the comms a little more, so we just shut up and all of a sudden we're so close to a kill. That was amazing.
Yeah, as soon as the casters are not jinxing it, the boss dies. What's going on with that?
You mean as soon as you're not
wonder.
jinxing it?
Excuse
I never
me?
jinx.
Excuse me? You are as guilty as me.
Oh. I hope Method has someone on their bench gearing another Fire Mage. We do have Tenku playing Mage as well. That has played Shadow Priest before. I'm assuming he's going to be our third mage if we decide to play 3 mages. I'm not sure if we would be able to play a 4th mage at the moment. But we will see.
I mean, the option is always there, right? Galliwick seems like the kind of encounter where Fire Mage is just incredibly strong because of the amount of heads.
Who would play it?
Who?
Yeah. Because we do have wildly pricey Tenku, so
Shella.
that's 3.
Shallow Mage.
Let's go.
Get him in there.
No, I think.
Does Shella actually play Mage?
No,
I think
he doesn't. He has
no, he
never
doesn't.
touched Mage, but we do have another Mage player in the roster. It is Verb, actually. Verb has started as a Mage main and then went into like the melee lifestyle. But I'm not sure if he has a Mage geared at all this tier because he was more planned as a melee, right? But technically, we would have a Mage player.
I mean, just let the raids, raid start proc on Galliwicks. Meanwhile, the rest of the bench raiders run some normal splits.
Yeah.
Gear the mage, maybe a heroic split, you know? Easy clap.
Easy clap. More splits. We love to see splits. Splits are amazing.
Has Shella touched anything other than Warlock? He's been playing a
Of
lot
course.
of Evoker. I think he's also a decently experienced Boomkin player.
Yeah, he has obviously Warlock is his main thing.
Yeah.
Then I think the next thing he would be known for at the moment is Evoker, Augmentation and Devastation. He has played Boomy. He has actually played Demon Hunter. He has played Beastmaster Hunter, and he has played some Rogue. But I think Rogue might be a little rusty by now. Red Paladin, obviously. But I think when it comes to progression, he has always played Warlock in the actual progress polls. I think another Warlock on this boss wouldn't hurt either. Shadow said he thinks, and I believe that he would do very good on this boss here.
Very possible.
So maybe for my guild, double Warlock would actually be an angle because I think once any guild that's not in the race to World First gets there, the comms are not so restricted anymore.
Yeah. No, I can definitely see it. Double Warlock. Definitely good. I mean, basically, you could swap a Windwalker for a Warlock if you don't have a second Windwalker. Or even a first Windwalker to begin with, because who plays Windwalker nowadays?
That's true. But all of a sudden, every guild has spawned like 5 Windwalkers from out of nowhere.
What do all these monks come from? What monastery did the World First races the World First guilds raid? To get all
crazy
these monks?
to see 5 monks in the roster.
Never.
Who would have thought?
Never happened before. I mean, it probably has happened before at some point, but I don't remember seeing it ever. It's crazy. But it's also looking really good. Yeah, monks are incredibly strong, kind of the MVPs of the tier next to fire mages. But then again, when is fire mage or mage in general not the MVP of a tier? Kind of the eternally good class. Do you remember a tier where mage ever was not good?
I don't, but I also didn't play a lot of raids. But I think there surely has been a tier where mage has only been brought for the intellect buff.
True.
I mean, no matter how you twist it and turn it, there's gonna be one mage in your roster just because of the raid buff, right?
Yeah, the arcane intellect is just a little bit too good.
It actually got nerfed. It used to be 5%. Now it's a 3% buff, but it's still, looking at all the magic damage that's happening, or like casters in the raid, having 3% more damage, you want it. You're not gonna skip a mage.
No, true. Same as you're not skipping out on Demon Hunter with a damage increase or a monk for the physical damage jump.
Lords of Dread? Wait, did you not play Mage on Lords of Dread at all? Was it because you stacked just like 5 or 6 hunters?
Yeah, when first race guilds really just played mostly hunters and then just a bunch of agility melee.
Oh, okay. Fair point there, because like I said, if you have a lot of casters, you take that 3% damage that you take from Arcane Intellect. Yeah. But if you have a boss like Lords of Dread, where you wanted to avoid all the ranges, because ranges would run out of space, you literally just stacked Survival Hunters and as little ranges as possible. Fair point.
Yep.
Yeah, full melee gang.
One of the few exceptions. And a nice blink from Wildy here doing the Bullet Storm.
We are in a really good... Oh no, we're in such a bad pull. This is definitely not gonna be the kill. We're
nice save there.
Something bad, not jinxing.
We're getting there. I don't... Honestly...
Dan went down here.
This is on par. This is on par with damage for the 0.17% pull. So the damage is looking really good. These mines are the important ones. We got one detonation, a second one coming in just a second here, most likely. There we go, second and third. Now we got the icicles. You got to dip into the fire puddle, get rid of the slow, and then find the mine to put on ice. And it's looking very, very solid. Everyone is still alive, and the jails are coming through. Everyone positioned on their markers. The people that need to soak are in. Everyone drops down to half, and immediately you can see the healers pushing them up. We talked about the line of sight advantage here. All healers can kind of push through and just heal with the HOTS and the indirect healing that they have available, despite everyone being locked in. The rocket detonation is in as well. We lost Dan along the road, but immediately the combat res is coming through. Now we just need to get rid of the gold debuff on Skirfte, and we should be fine in this situation. Our hero of that 0.17% pull, maybe he can do it again. Maybe we'll get there. We'll head off the damage check by 0.2%, 0.4%. It's looking really solid, and all we need to do is soak these mines. One down as Fragments loses his life. We're getting in ever closer, sub 10%. Stay strapped in, guys, because this is coming down to the wire. The last few mines are coming through. They're going to get baited, kited. You need to run around them and then back, because the icicles need to be targeted into these mines immediately when they spawn. Here are the spears. Everyone is running for their lives. The rest of the raid is going to stay locked in here on the far side. The boss dropping ever further, sub 3%. Enrage cast coming through, 10 seconds left to go. 1.4 method locking in completely and trying to send every piece of damage that they have available.
We got the kill. Let's go. Mugsy down, method on 7 out of 8 mythic finally. And we did so well on this boss. Just in 139 pulls. Method is back on the leaderboards. The Raiders are happy about this kill. This was so clean. Not even close at the end.
Not even close?
Woo!
I mean, that was like half a second away from Enrage.
Not even close compared to what we have seen from other guilds, where we were fighting in the Enrage with only one player alive. We had the whole raid alive here, except I think one person was down. This was amazing.
No, it was super, super clean. Exactly what you said, right? We just need that clean pull. We just need that clean pull into that last phase, and everything is locked down and secured. Beautifully done. Congrats to Method, World Third, Mugsy. And that means we're moving on to Gallywix.
We are moving on, and chat already knows before we even said it. Every single time we're killing a mythic boss, we do have a giveaway going on. You can enter that right now by typing MWay Steelseries in chat, while I'm gonna check out real quick what we're giving away this time, while I'm also entering the giveaway myself. That was needed. This kill was so badly needed.
Heck yeah. The boss drop for this one is, of course, the Steelseries Arctis Nova Pro Wireless. A lovely, lovely little headset that you can get yourself in for.
I'm right now using I think it's the Arctis Nova Pro as well. I'm not sure if it's the same one, the anniversary headset. I've been using this one before already.
Yeah.
Huge fan. You want to win this, and I forgot to enter myself. Are you not gonna enter the giveaway?
As great as these headsets are, I stopped wearing headsets 2 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
You're just using headphones?
Yeah, just in earbuds. The moment my hairdresser said, "Hey, you're getting a bald spot up there. Are you wearing a lot of headsets?" I'm just like, not anymore. No, I just I prefer the earbuds. It's nicer. Also, I got my ears pierced in summer last year, and they're still not fully healed. So technically, I shouldn't be wearing headsets at all. That was also one of the main reasons why I switched over to earbuds.
The Raiders very happy, Wily once again not showing any emotions.
And we are getting back into the game and the Gallywix arena. Look at
I think we just did a quick reset. I don't think we're going to pull the boss within the next couple of minutes. There's going to be a lot of talking, a lot of
comp changes,
strategizing, comp changes, weak aura checks. Maybe we all together just go over what did Liquid do, because once again, Liquid has already killed the boss, so there's a lot of information out there for free usage, kind of. We just need to figure it out. And it does help to look at, okay, guys, this mechanic is going to look like this. Here's a clip, right? Just look at this. Because we're still fighting for World 2nd, you would be stupid to not use all the resources that you can get.
Exactly. And there is a lot to look at the first phase, because this fight starts out basically 0 to 100 in 0.2 seconds.
Yeah.
We're starting out with the mech spawn, so it's basically the on-pull gateway, same as Sakarath back in the day, to dodge the firebombs. This time around, you just don't want to get slammed by the mech, and then the shenanigans immediately ensue. You got lightning tethers, you got the circle laser that you need to dodge. It is everything all at once, and I am so ready in here for it. It's going to be so much fun. And
I'm ready as well.
We got a few more hours on the couch together. We're going to see Gallywix and the first pulse for Method. It's going to be so exciting.
Also, because Chat is asking, I don't think Echo is really ahead, because Echo just killed Mugsy yesterday.
17 pulls, best pull 66.6%. We've not seen a personal best from Echo in the last hour.
They've maybe spent 3 hours on the boss now, being 3 hours behind. Is like, whatever, we're coming and we're ready to catch up and kill that boss before Echo does. Thaner is really happy about something. Did he get loot? What happened there?
I don't know.
Thaner,
I don't know what happened.
Chad, you saw it here. Thaner just started clapping and he was yelling. We heard it in the studio here. I cannot repeat what he said, but he said, "Let's go." What is happening? Why is Thaner so happy? We need to quickly see his.
Let's see his
quick
gameplay.
Fight here.
Let's see his
we
gameplay.
Need to see. Did he get any loot?
I think
he got loot, right?
Ooh, he got big loot.
Oh, that's why Thaner is a happy boy now. Okay.
Heck yeah.
No, Thaner just realized they killed it. Imagine he would have a 5 minutes delayed reaction. Oh yes, we killed the boss. No, I think it's just the loot. I'm surprised, because usually it's only Jimmy that we hear yelling for when he gets loot.
Nah, some of that, some emotions need to be in there. And guys, last 10 seconds. M-Way Steelseries. If you want to enter the giveaway, only type it once. Make
for
sure of that.
Arctis Nova Pro Wireless SteelSeries headset.
You want to get in on that boss drop, because it is gonna be done and dusted
counting
in
down?
just a few moments.
5, 4,
3,
2, 1.
Drum roll.
Drum roll.
I'm not sure if we
a winner has been drawn. King Corner 78. Or 76.
Congratulations. Keep an eye on your DMs, because I think the mods are going to get in touch with you, but congrats on the headset. Thank you very much for entering.
Yeah. You are gonna, I think Dupes is gonna tag you in chat in just a second. You are gonna have to throw him a DM on Twitch. Make sure to do that, and you will get all the information that you need to actually receive the headset. There we go. Dupes has tagged you. Make sure to type to him. If you you just check your DMs and then you say, "Oh yes, that's me. I won. I want to give this to Reuben." That's me.
Heck yeah! Why not? Why not? Why not?
Congratulations! An amazing headset.
Congrats, and of course, big shout out to Steelseries for providing these giveaways for us.
Yes.
Absolutely amazing that we get to do these boss drops, and of course, we gotta thank a few of our other sponsors. Big shout out to Holy. You've been just chugging that stuff the entire event already.
Yes, every single day. I do that at home as well.
At home as well? Okay.
Provided with a lot of Holy, all the different sorts and tastes. They have so many different flavors. They have energy drinks, they have hydration drinks and iced teas. My only problem I have with Holy is that I like a lot of the energy flavors, and you really don't want to drink energy drinks the whole day. So a little bit of a struggle, but sometimes to decide which flavor I want to drink today.
Tell that to some of the players here that are just chugging the energy drinks all day long. But hey.
Also, they have milkshakes now, actually.
They
Holy just released a bunch of milkshake flavors.
I've not had a milkshake in forever.
You need to try that.
I need to jump on that. But to be fair, if you're sitting in something as comfortable as the Arozzi chairs here, then you might need some extra energy drinks to make sure you're staying awake and relaxed. Because these chairs, they look really, really comfy.
Yes, they do, and they're so soft when you touch it. You don't really notice that when you're sitting in it because you usually have clothes on and all that.
Yeah.
But this chair is absolutely amazing. Even the pillows that they have for your neck and your
the
lower back.
Support. Heck yeah.
Oh my, they're so great. Rage and me have been building one of those chairs the last time.
Oh. Was it easy to do?
It was. We had a deal that we're not using the manual, and I don't think it was that easy without a manual and not knowing anything about chairs, but we managed, so it's sign off.
So you
it
managed
is very
without
easy.
the manual.
Yes,
okay.
So it has to be easy enough that Rage and me are capable of building it without a manual, right? That's just
okay.
To put that out there.
That's fair enough.
Also, I'm gonna build a Arozzi chair, the table, a desk very soon, because I got that sent from our amazing sponsor. It's one of those stand-up desks.
Oh heck yeah!
And not only they have stand-up desks as well, but they also have different shapes of desks, which I think is a really cool thing. For example, most of the desks are just the straight thing where you're sitting. Arozzi, for example, also has desks that have this
the L shape.
Yeah, the round shape actually for where you're sitting, but also they have the L shape that goes over corners.
Yeah, I have an L-shaped stand-up desk at home. It's so nice. It's so nice to have. And of course, hey, if you want to get some of the Arozzi stuff for yourself, you can get 15% off with code METHOD. Yeah. So definitely go check those out. And of course, we got to shout out NODA for helping us with all the payment stuff and the financial side of things, and especially working with the charity.
If you're a streamer, I would highly recommend to check out NODA as well. I didn't know about it before we got NODA as one of our sponsors here for the first time in the Race to World First. It's making everything when it comes to payments and donations a lot easier. You don't have to worry about it. It's just so easy to set up, and you can also save a little bit of money because you pay less fees. You can also connect your bank account, so this whole thing is just easy and simple. So especially as a streamer, but not only as a streamer, 100% worth to check out, to not have a headache with all these kinds of things anymore.
Exactly. And of course, helping us with the charity and raising money for Movember. Once again, Method partnering up with Movember to support men's health and men's mental health first and foremost, which is a super, super important topic that is not talked enough about, and we're very, very glad we are able to support such a amazing cause. And of course, we're very, very glad for all of your guys' support already across this event. $5,760 raised already.
Amazing.
Thank you so, so much for all your generous donations. And of course, I think there are shenanigans afoot in the studio. We've hit the $5,000 goal. there are things that will be happening. The Gallywix
Mm-hmm.
gang is gonna do things.
We
I'm
still
not sure exactly what Sko and Logox are gonna get up to, but
I think
we
it's
were
gonna be
talking
really
about
funny.
sending them all green in a goblin outfit into the gym and do a goblin mode workout.
Oh, in the gym.
I'm
actually?
not sure if they're actually gonna do it, but it would be kind of funny. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But of course, $6,000. Maybe we'll find something fun to do. I think Rage
is
had some
yeah,
ideas.
something
and,
from Rage planned. We do have a
maybe there are
couple of the
things.
other goals that still haven't been done yet, so there's gonna be some good content ahead of us still. But just
Goblin
because we
fuel experiment, help us fuel the casters. What? That sounds spooky.
it does. Oh, you know what? We had
It really depends on what the fuel is, you know.
you will figure out soon. I
Oh,
was
no.
I was super excited about the which one was it? The drive pit stop. Who can build the best drive vehicle? I was expecting us to actually when we were kids. Surely you did it as well. You took like the cartons. It was like the paper boxes and built like a cart out of that. That would have been so funny, but we actually did it with Lego, which also was like childhood memories,
Heck
building some
yeah.
Lego
Oh
cars
my
here.
God.
There was a good competition going on here. We do have a lot of clips and all that from that little competition. And there's like
built-
Lego still over there.
I built some questionable stuff when I was younger with Legos.
I built a lot of Harry Potter when I was...
I built a lot of like big robots.
Oh, robots, okay.
Yeah. I was a big fan of Bionicle.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
everyone was, but
Bionicle. That is like... You are
it's-
old.
wow! Thanks, Royben. You got
I'm-
more. You
wait,
got more gray hair.
I
than
have
me,
so many gray hair, actually. It's crazy. I have so many gray
no,
hair.
to be fair,
Now,
I did turn 31 the other day, so yeah.
oh, 31?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're
am
actually
old.
younger than me. Damn.
Wait, you older than me?
I'm already 31 for like a while.
Are you born 93 or?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, you're old. Jesus.
I'm ancient, excuse me.
Mm. Yeah. I'm actually
Oh.
very amused now that I'm older, that I'm actually being made aware of the state of the world in my youth.
Mm.
The entire lore around Bionicle and how it saved Lego as a company.
Oh, really?
And all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Lego was basically on the edge of bankruptcy, and then they released Bionicle, and it was such a massive hit
Oh,
that
okay.
it basically catapulted them from the depths of the pits
Yeah.
to just the status it's now, basically.
Yeah. Can officially say back in my day. That would have been a good entrance to your story. Back in my day, when
Back
Lego...
in my day, when Lego... Jesus. Please, no.
Well,
Please,
well,
no.
well, I'm so happy about this Mugsy kill. It was
Heck yeah.
due that we killed this boss. The raiders are currently standing in front of Gallywix. We have not seen a single pull yet. As soon as we're pulling the boss, no worries in chat, we're gonna swap over to the raiders PV. But right now I think there's a lot to talk about. We need to look at weak auras, at talents, at
Yeah.
what classes do we want to bring, what comms. Maybe, I'm not saying it's happening, but maybe it's a... Do we do another split for a specific character that's in that
we need to
still
gear
has a
more
lockout?
mages?
Do we need
Yeah.
to gear more mages like Liquid did during while they were already progressing the boss? Like a lot of things to look at and talk about. I would say, just my guess, that we're not pulling the boss within the next 15 minutes probably. There's so much to talk about.
Yeah.
And we kind of want to keep going the way we did on Mugsy with the less pulls than other guilds,
Heck yeah.
still getting the same progress. And that is just preparation that we need to put in, right?
Yeah. I mean, look at it.
Look
Less
at
pulls
this.
than Liquid or Echo. It's a very, very solid performance.
Yeah. Echo had a little bit of the incident that we had on Lock and Stock.
Yeah.
that the boss was basically dead, super low HP wipe. So the graph at the very end was like just a very flat graph, keeps going and going and going until we finally get the kill.
Yeah.
We performed so well on Mugsy. I think for me personally,
And
the first boss where I say that's it, that was our boss.
And the consistency towards the very end is incredible. Like, basically every single poll today was sub 50%.
Yeah.
Almost every poll going into the intermission. Some of them just stopping right shy of it, but generally just an incredible, incredible run today from Method General on this boss, as you said. They definitely performed on Mugsy. So very, very excited to see what the team does on Gallywix. But I'm seeing our screens on the left, and it just gave me a little idea. How do you feel about doing the Boss Guesser Daily Quest thing while we wait for Gallywix polls?
Yeah. How about you doing it? And I'm just backseat gaming because I don't know anything.
Backseat gaming?
Yeah.
How does the thing work? Do I walk over to the desk and?
You just open the daily quest.
Okay.
You should take the microphone with you too. Maybe Sarah is
a
already looking at us. She's probably gonna help you with that.
Oh, I think I'll be fine.
And if you chat, you guys can do the same. ! Daily Quest in chat. It is like a little bit of a daily gaming that requires some knowledge about World of Warcraft and the bosses and the lore a bit. I'm really bad at it.
It's only going to be fun.
It is going to be fun, but it's also a good thing to do because we have a massive giveaway going on, ! Giveaway, that whenever you finish the daily quest, you get a code word. If you enter that code word, you're having an extra entry to our giveaway. And I'm telling you, you want to have those extra entries because we have so many cool prizes going on there. I wish I was smarter at daily quests because then I would have more chances as well. But what I wanted to say actually is you guys can also do it, but also you cannot just yell in the solutions. Actually, Lithy doesn't see the chat over there anyways. We're just gonna.
No, I do see chat.
Okay, you're not allowed to look at chat. Chat is not allowed to instantly say the answers.
Okay.
If you've already done it. If you haven't done it yourself yet, then you can help and guess with us. But if you have already done it and you know the solutions, no cheating over there.
All right. We have the thing available. I have it right in front of me. We're gonna get straight into it. No waiting whatsoever. So, first one. Wields an axe or axes and is an orc. Reuben, any thoughts?
Absolutely no clue. I'm already out.
You're not even thinking of our true war chief, the one and only Garrosh Hellscream.
Oh.
No?
I would have. Wait, isn't it Thrall? Our war chief?
No.
Oh.
Garrosh is my war chief.
Oh.
So.
Is that what you're going with?
How does this work? Do I now click a square and then I'm asked to type something, or?
You just pick it at the top because it's starting from the top left. In the drop-down menu.
Well.
Yeah, and then you can find Garrosh Thrall.
There we go. That's how it works. I am a silly person. There we go. Garrosh Hellscream, I think. Could be a guess.
Okay, correct. All right.
We're working. Drops a legendary. So this one can be tricky.
Wait, an orc that drops a legendary.
An orc that drops a legendary. Are we talking about just the old school legendaries, or are we including all the random drop Legion legendaries and the Shadowland recipes and all that kind of stuff? I'm gonna just assume the old school standard legendaries for now. What orc bosses?
Okay, just a hint from QT Artemis. There's multiple answers for each cell. You want the most unique and rare answer you can think of.
Oh, it's kind of it's more of a Family Feud kind of angle. Kind of the rarer the answer is, the more points you get. Okay. So what orc boss drops a legendary?
See, that's why I am not playing Daily Quest that often because I just don't know. I'm out.
That's fair. So, I mean, if we go all the way through, right? We start out with Sulfuras in Classic. We got Atiesh, which you collect from splinters in Naxxramas. We move on to Valanir in Ulduar. We have Shadowmourne.
in ICC, we got Taragosa from Firelands. Then we have Fangs of the Father from Dragon's Soul. Does that count? Does Dragon's Soul count? Because you
Probably.
technically, like, in terms of boss drops, you start the questline by pickpocketing one of the orc bosses in Dragon's Soul.
Chad has a hint, because not the answer, but don't forget Torridel.
Oh yeah, I don't play Hunter. No one cares about the bow. It's like free loot anyway.
Okay.
No,
I wouldn't
true.
even know what that boss is, but it
That's
sounds like
Kil'jaeden
a
in
legendary
Sunwell
bow.
Plateau
Okay.
in TBC. Sorry, I completely skipped over Warglaves of Azeroth, of course. Illidan, dropping some loot. God, what orc drops a legendary? I don't think any orc. Is none an option?
I don't think so, no.
I mean, I can also just scroll through the list, you know?
You could, if you need ideas. There's at least 2 answers or more.
At least 2 answers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just move on from this one for now, because I have no clue right now. Maybe I'll think of something later. So, an orc that wields hammers or maces. Thrall comes to mind. Thrall is not a boss anywhere. Where is he?
Chet is throwing in Blackhand.
Yeah, Blackhand is an easy. Blackhand is an easy one.
Oh, Maddie has a good point. Maybe Thrall isn't the raid boss?
Yeah, Thrall isn't the raid boss. Yeah, that's what I said. Is this? Oh, this is only raid bosses. This is only raid bosses. This is not dungeon bosses. That makes this a little bit harder, of course. Operator Thogar has a pole arm. Just generally thinking Blackrock Foundry right now, because there's a lot of orc bosses in there.
Oh, actually, fair point. Darkmate calls it raid world bosses. I think there could also be a world boss hidden in that.
World boss. I don't think there's an orc world boss though. You know what? I'm gonna take the easy way out.
Okay.
Let's say Blackhand.
Blackhand. All right.
Yeah. That's not a lot of points. That's a 90% answer. But that's okay. Okay. Moving on. Wields an axe and has wings. I know exactly who I want to think about here. It is Doomlord Kazak. No?
Oh no.
I know that he has a sword in vanilla, but I thought the Wallets of Draenor version had an axe.
Okay.
That's on me. I deserve that.
I
That's
know the
unfortunate.
next one.
Oh, you know the next one?
Yes.
Drops a legendary and has wings?
Yes, because it just happened recently and I actually got the legendary Firak.
Ooh.
Firak with the axe he drops. Legendary axe for warriors, DKs, paladins. Wait, it's wrong?
Wrong.
Wait, but would you have agreed?
I mean, I agree with you. Has wings, is a dragon, drops a
What?
legendary. Illidan, probably. Might be a bug, might not be a bug.
There's
but
no-
Illidan probably would be a good answer here, yeah? But
Bug report? Hmm.
we locked in for Firak for Räuben. It's sadly wrong. It's
Man,
unfortunate.
see, that's why I'm not playing daily quest every day. It's frustrating because I don't know many things, and then I think I know something, and I'm super hyped and happy, and then it's wrong.
Well, you're not technically wrong, so feel a little bit better about it, you know?
Oh.
Wields hammers or maces and has wings. That's got to be a bunch of bosses. Oh, I know. Terran Gorefiend. The old one in Black Temple.
I have never heard that boss.
Hey! And
let's go.
Firak is now green.
Firak, let's go.
Redeemed. We redeemed Royben. And Terran Gorefiend is correct as well. Heck yeah.
Let's go.
Did you know Terran Gorefiend was the first Death Knight ever created?
No, I didn't.
There you go.
I told you I don't know anything. You acted a little. You acted a little surprised just when I said no, but
it's one of the most tossed around fun facts about raid bosses during the Raid World First casting. At least it feels like that to me. Maybe that's because I talk about it a lot for some reason. Who knows? Raid bosses that wield axes.
I feel like there's gonna be a lot of options in this row. Surely a lot of raid bosses have axes.
There's gonna be a lot of options here. Yeah. I mean, we could just use Firak again.
Does he have an axe? Or does he just drop one?
He uses Firalath.
Oh. How does the dragon use an axe?
In his two-legged form.
Oh.
P1? P2?
Alright.
You progressed that boss, no?
I did.
Yeah. I mean, we could also use Garrosh again. What's a rare raid boss with an axe? Thinking.
Also, you can't use the same answer twice. That is true.
Oh, you can't use the same answer twice?
Yeah.
That makes it a little bit more difficult. Let's see. Oh, I'm seeing Marrowgar in chat. That's a good one. I like that.
Sourfang also?
Sourfang?
Is that
Does
true?
Deathbringer yeah. Deathbringer Sourfang has an axe. That's true. That's true. Anything more niche? What about any of the Grimbatol? No, not the Grimbatol. Was it Grimbatol? The PvP island from Cataclysm.
Oh, Tol Barat?
Tol Barat, yeah, that's the one. I feel like the Pitlord there had an axe. Might also be like a fist weapon or something. You know what?
Pick your poison.
I'm a big Bone Storm enjoyer, so I'm gonna go with Marrowgar. Lord Marrowgar from Ice Crown Citadel. There we go. Good call, chat. Very nicely done. Raid boss that drops a legendary. So we have a lot of options here.
Yeah.
And I feel like the cop-out answer is Illidan.
Okay.
Because that's the easiest one.
Yeah.
The thing is, which boss technically drops Fangs of the Father? I want to say Deathwing. Madness of Deathwing. I want to go with that.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that because I think that's one not many people think of.
Chat has a lot of answers though. Holy moly.
We're gonna get some points here. Chat has a lot of answers. Sylvanas is correct.
What did Sylvanas drop? There was just not
her
so
bow.
far. Oh, right, the bow, yes.
Hunter item. See, no one cares about it.
Yeah, you're right.
Toridal? Huh, what is that? So, legendary bows are from Sylvanas Windrunner in Shadowlands in Sanctum of Domination and from Kil'jaeden in Sunwell Plateau back in Burning Crusade. You got, I mean, we did the list earlier, right? We got Sulfuras, we got the Warglaives, we got Valanir, Shadowmourne, etc., etc., etc.
The Windrunner lady. Alright, I think you go with your answer.
I'm gonna go with Manners of Deathwing.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tricky because technically it's like a quest line and you just kill things for the weapon, but I'm just gonna go with that. Ha! 2.3%.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, I'll take it. I'm happy with that. Okay. Wields hammers and maces and is a raid boss. I mean, we already used Blackhand.
Okay, hammer, maybe I'm totally wrong because I don't know anything, like I said. But surely there's, I was thinking hammer and maces, it's like dwarves. And then I was thinking what raid would have dwarves. And I was thinking, was it Uldir that had like a couple of dwarf bosses. Do they have hammers?
Uldir?
Like, is it Uldir? Like there was like one boss. It was like 3 bosses in one boss. Anyone? Oh, Ulduar maybe.
Ulduar maybe. Oh.
Where you get Elegon. Elegon was in that raid.
Oh, you mean Mogushan Vaults?
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
You gave me a great idea just now, though. Technically,
Torim. That was what I was looking for. YouTube chat said it.
Oh,
or?
yeah.
Torim?
Okay. Yeah.
Council?
Yep. You gave me a good idea, though, because we recently had the 20th anniversary event last year, which had Blackrock Depths as a raid. So technically...
Actually, I need to correct one thing. I don't think it's going to influence you, but I meant Algalon, not Elegon.
Oh, Algalon. yeah. Didn't you have a
dagger, I'm great at this.
I think Algalon...
I mean in the raid where we had Algalon, there was the boss.
Now I know what you mean. Now I got you. Okay, we're on the same page here, Robin.
Ulduar, yes.
High Emperor Dragon Thorisian should be...
Where's that boss from?
He is not on the list. Alright, okay. Blackrock Depths anniversary event does not count. That's unfortunate.
Mother didn't have a...
Mother had a mace.
Oh, really? Mother would be a cool answer. I think that boss was really, really cool with the Spirit Link totem that was carrying the swaps to the other sides of the wall. Your decision.
Do we think? I mean, someone in chat earlier said something that is very correct, which is the jailer.
That would be an easy answer.
Ragnaros also really easy.
Torim also.
I mean, we kind of have to go with Ragnaros for style points, right? Because it's Ragnaros.
True.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Ragnaros because that's the fun answer. Let's go. There we go. Now, that leaves us with 1 square remaining, and that is an orc that drops a legendary. So, if we're thinking Mist of Pandaria, did you need to kill Garrosh to get the cloak ultimately? I don't remember because I never got to finish the legendary cloak quest line in Pandaria.
I am not sure.
I could imagine that you would have had to kill Garrosh.
ICC boss after the gunship. Did that boss drop a legendary though? That is Sourfang, right?
You get the splinters.
Oh.
You get the splinters from that. That's the only orc. Yeah. It's the only orc
I don't think that counts, or if it drops materials that you need for legendary, because the question is, or drops
it's
a
just
legendary.
The materials. An orc that drops a legendary.
Splinters count? Oh, materials do count.
Materials do count?
QT Artemis in chat is very responsible for the daily quest. So if he says, she says it counts, then it counts.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's reliable information there.
Thank you for the information, Artemis.
So materials do count.
But yeah, okay. If materials count, then ICC is the go-to. And quite honestly, because chat has been spamming Sour Deathbringer for the entire time, we're just gonna go with that. Because it's a really fun boss and was a really fun boss back in the day. So, I'm gonna go with that. Unlucky, sadly, not correct.
Wait, it didn't... What? It didn't count?
It didn't count, but...
Have we been fooled?
We have scored 537 points with 7 out of 9 correct.
That's more than I've ever had.
I mean, teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you for the help, chat.
Wait,
That's
is he
our daily quest
undead?
Completed.
Is that actually true? Is it not an orc, but undead?
Oh, does he not count as an orc?
Oh.
Rude. Undead's orcs
Plot
do
twist.
not count as orcs. Well, I'm gonna head back to the couch and we can blab about this a little bit more. Because that was fun. I'm gonna need to do that once I get home. And go through all the
There's even more. there's a lot more to the daily quest than only the thing that we just played. There's also like some sort of wordle and I forgot, but there's a lot more. There's like at the top. Yeah.
Nice.
Wowdle.
Heck yeah, but we don't want to burn through everything all at once, right?
That's true.
So
Oh, the quote game is. Oh my! I was really bad. And there's a game where.
There's a quote.
Yeah.
No, we're doing that.
There's also another one where you see a little picture of a boss or like a part of a boss, and you need to guess what boss it is.
Okay, that's fun.
I tried so hard and I couldn't make it work.
That's fun, but I need to say. I need to see the quote game. Oh God, which boss?
At the top, all the way at the top, you can swap between the games. Oh, you already swapped it. Yeah.
I got the quote. I got the quote. Which boss says, "But I am censored"? Is this raid bosses or dungeon bosses as well? I think this is mostly raid bosses, right? So we're talking mechanical boss.
It's
Which would
I have absolutely no clue.
Ulduar, maybe Blackwing Descent, Defense Matrix. Maybe something in Ulduar. Definitely isn't Mimiron.
Undermine.
Undermine? No, Undermine doesn't have like a censorship themed boss. Oh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one.
Twitch chat whenever mods are deleting messages.
Nice. XT002. No, he just complains about bad toys. Which raid did have more robots? I mean, Sepulchre would kind of be one of the first things that come to mind for me. Did we have anything during BFA? Some construct?
Halondros?
Halondros?
Interesting.
No, Halondros is such a giga chat. When you beat him, he's like, sufficient damage sustained. I'm just gonna go leave and repair now. Bye. He literally just says, yeah, you guys are strong enough. You can go.
Okay.
Isn't the censored the boss name? It's just censored. That's it.
That's actually true. If you enter guesses, you get more quotes. Maybe it's helping us.
Maybe we just toss in Halondros, you know.
Okay. It might not be Halondros then.
Okay, no, Sepulchre is in there. It's Jaina, you're right. That's what I thought as well. What's a good robot? I'm just gonna toss in Mimiron just to get the second quote.
All right.
It is not Mimiron.
Just any robot boss. Don't think it's a robot. Maybe it actually isn't. Yeah.
What was the name of the first or second boss in Blackwing Descent again?
I have no clue.
Oh, was it Omnitron? Omnitron Defense Matrix or something?
Maybe try it just to type in defense.
I tried already. I don't get it.
big vehicle
the
boss in
flame-
Ulduar.
Flame Leviathan. Oh, you can give it a go. Oh. Oh, for this moment alone was I made. Look upon your death, mortals, and despair. I know this boss. I know this
Really?
boss. Yep. Netscape has it. It's Ultraxion. So the censored here is actually the boss's name. It's his death line. It's Ultraxion. From
Wait,
Dragon
where's
Soul.
the censored coming from then?
The censored, that would be his name, but I am Ultraxion, so it's the boss name redacted from the quote.
All right.
So I misunderstood that. But hey, we got it. Nice one, chat. Good stuff. We got it, Ultraxion. The second one was very, very obvious. That was a good one. I love that boss. That's a great boss.
The raiders are actually not done yet. We could also do the Waddle. I'm okay at that. Because
You're okay at the Waddle?
Yeah.
All right. We'll send the Waddle. Give me a first go, Reuben. What do you want? What's your favorite boss of all time?
Oh, I don't think I have one. I think.
Nah, come on.
Okay, I want to go with Nimue.
Nimue. Heck yeah, Weaver of the Cycle. Very solid boss, very nice, very fun to heal actually. Except for when your tanks drag the ads into the lines. Nope.
Oh, we got. Oh
no
my!
Weapon. It's a Dragonflight boss and from Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil, okay.
So it is a known race, a male boss, and it's not Nimue.
Chat is saying Firak, but we just said Firak has an axe, no? And it says
no weapon.
weapon, no weapon. So we need a boss that doesn't have a weapon.
How about we go with Larodar?
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
at least he's male. That's confirmed. That's something.
Okay, I'm thinking male, no weapon in Yggdrasil. Maybe even the first boss, or actually the worm boss.
First boss is the tree, has no weapon, which is technically correct.
I think it didn't have a weapon, but also the worm boss didn't have a weapon because it is a worm.
Wait. Oh, right. Yeah, third boss.
It was Volcaros, I think.
Volcaros. But does Volcaros count as male?
I mean, the name is kind of male name. Volcaros.
Okay,
Otherwise, it would be Volcura.
Between Nalroot and Volcaros, which one would you take?
Volcaros.
Volcaros? Okay, we'll go with Volcaros.
Okay,
it's a
okay.
beast. It's at least a beast or a lava serpent.
Beast or lava servant. In that raid, we already have Larodar there, which was also some fiery thing.
You got the other bosses are you got Nalroot, you got Igra, which is she's female and she's wielding weapons. You got the council fight, Wands of the Dream, Keepers of the Dream.
Yeah.
I mean those
Dream Council, I think.
Huh?
Council of the Dream, more.
Council of the Dream, that's the one, yeah. But I guess they're not necessarily.
Oh, that's a good tip. If you enter Yggdrasil, at the top you will get all the bosses. So we have a list of the bosses, probably helpful.
We do. Okay. Yeah, we got Council of Dreams, we got Firak, we got Nalroot, Larodar, Igira, Magmorax, Nimue, Smolderon, Tindril,
what was Magmorax?
and Volcaros. So...
Wait, was Magmorax in that raid? Wasn't Magmorax in the Sorcereth raid? Or am I stupid?
Yeah, Magmorax was in Arozzi.
Yeah.
He was the third to last.
Okay. Huh.
Which, in case
I know
this
the
is a
answer.
bug and the quiz actually tells us it is a Myrdrasil and it's a beast, kind of leaves me with a suspicion that it is Magmorax. So I'm gonna burn a guess. On
Okay,
this
you burn a
being,
guess. If it's
a
not
false assignment
Magmorax.
on the raid.
Yeah, if it's not Magmorax, I think Ferak could actually be the answer as well. It's male. Actually, Ferak has a weapon, we said. Has an axe.
Yeah, but we already know it's either beast or lava serpent, so it can't
Yeah.
be Ferak because he's a dragon.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. I thought it's a beast.
Ding 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 ding.
Oh,
Well,
no.
Almost. It's
Oh,
the
no.
wrong rate, but it's the right
Crystal?
boss.
It's not the Yggdrasil boss. We need fixing.
A quick entry edit on the list, but that's very doable. I mean, while we're already here, we might as well do the image as well, right? Because
We might
that's
as well.
fun.
The Raiders are
and
still standing in front of the boss. Didn't pull yet. I'm having an eye on it. It might be that I'm just interrupting
I'm
with
seeing
throwing
a
back.
lot of people walking and talking.
Yeah.
So yeah, that might be enough time.
I'm not good at that though. My time to shine has happened in the Wowdle. This year is all you.
I think I have an idea. I think it's a Myrdrasil again.
Okay.
Or Arozzi.
Yeah. What boss are you thinking about?
I'm thinking Igira, Rashok, or Tindral.
What are you even seeing? It looks like an arm, no?
I don't know, pelt.
something?
Like this seems to be like a pelt collar or something with adornments on top, and I don't know, something fiery, burning, and orange underneath.
Oh.
I wanna
Okay.
guess Tindral. How are you feeling
Yeah,
about Tindral?
I was thinking Tindral as well, because
Yeah?
Tindral was turning into like an owl as well to fly over, or like a bird or whatever to fly over to the other platform. Let's just
maybe.
have a guess and get some hints.
It's not Tindral.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a skull.
Okay.
That's Igira.
Okay.
That's Igira. I am pretty sure.
Oh, chat is saying Fellhound. I don't know who or what Fellhound is, but I've seen it a lot in chat now. Fellhounds of Sargeras.
Sargeras? You know what? If Chad is so sure, we'll do the Fellhounds. I mean, might actually be true.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, it was the edge of the horn here. All right, good job, Chad. Very nice, very nice.
Clap, clap.
All right, sweet. I mean, latest one now. Good job, chat. We're done with all the quizzes for the day. Daily quest complete. We can hand it in for 150 rep and 13 gold and 76 silver or something, I think. Lovely.
Let's have a quick look. I think there's still.
Camera's moving. I see a feast up.
Feast is up. Cauldrons went down just in time for us to be done with the daily quest. If you want to play the daily quest yourself, exclamation mark daily quest in chat. It's not only for fun and to show off that you know things that I, for example, don't know. It's also to have higher chances in our giveaway. You get bonus entries. If you finish the daily quest, you get the code word. That's the extra entry for the massive giveaway we have. So definitely go check it out. Like every day. There we go.
Yeah, do your dailies quite.
Look at all the things we have there. That is absolutely amazing prizes. We have a lot of stuff from Holy that we're giving away. We have method jerseys. We have a Arozzi
that has a
chair
Zalatath
and
engraving?
yeah.
What?
Also the war within PC that Scan has built for us live on stream. We have a Steelseries headset, or like a whole bundle with mouse, headset, and a keyboard. So many prizes.
I knew there was a purple themed PC. I didn't know it had a Xalatath engraving on the side. I might need that.
The cool thing about it is it's like a modern thing now.
Oh,
that
we're pulling.
Oh my
First
god.
pull on Mythic Gallywix. Mugsy is dead, and we're into the fight immediately. We get the mech come down and
Nurse
the rotating
went
laser
down.
cutters. Also important here, there is the addition of these lightning tethers. I'm not quite sure what they do, but doesn't feel good. It's probably something that kills you if you're too far away.
Because
from
on a heroic, we just had the range cam stand outside, outraging the big beams that we have.
Yeah.
I think these lightning tethers are preventing you from doing that. We are taking so much damage, and we are halfway. We are going down.
We didn't make the DPS check on the initial shield.
But we had Nurse going down insta, one of the monks, and monks are just pumping insane single target damage.
True.
Holy moly. Snap back to reality. We have arrived at Gallywix's platform. Whew.
That is a crazy amount of healing that is required. You can see 3 healers on over 4 million. No, actually, Thanner and Crystal on 5 million HPS.
99.43% on the boss. Not bad. It's almost that, actually.
Hey, new personal best here. 4 method on the first pull. Beautifully done. Got through the shield and did a bit of dam on the boss. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
I wanted to say one more thing about the PC that we're giving away, because I think it's such a cool thing. I didn't know that's like a modern thing to do now. You have like this little screen inside of the PC that is for showing the temperature of the PC, but you can also use that screen to just put the picture on there, like a GIF or a picture that you have taken yourself.
I love that basically the entire raid died to the mech drop. So second pull not quite getting through the shield, but good effort.
Good effort.
These
let's
little
have a look at our comp actually.
These little AIO displays are really fancy. So you can put a picture of your favorite Void Girl Xalatath on there.
Yeah, Rage actually came up with, because the whole PC is Xalatath themed, that you just put a picture of her in there, and then you basically have Xalatath trapped in your PC. How cool is that?
I mean, I'm generally against trapping people in things, but
she's a baddie.
Ah, she is. Oh yeah. Wait, what?
What? All right.
Oh yeah, Gallywix.
Let's have a look at the comp, because we do see we have a third mage added. It is Tenku, as we have predicted. We already have a pull timer going. I was expecting us to have a little more of a break and look at things, but I guess we're just going again. We want to break the shield this time. Look at the damage coming in from the first second on this boss.
Yeah. The drop down, everyone down to 20% immediately, and that's where both Crystal and Thanner are just pressing all their buttons, topping the entire raid off, and from there on out, this is going to be the period where I think Skarne is going to just start his ramp, and there you can see, okay, yeah, now the Disc Priest is in play, now that the ticking damage is on the road, he's just going to send all the damage in, and oh my goodness.
What is happening?
That is
here?
disgusting. That is so much damage during this intermission.
We did it. New personal best incoming. We broke the first shield. We only lost 5 of the players.
I'm gonna need a better readable healing meter. Thena is alright enough. Okay, so that first intermission was basically, I want to say, somewhere around 700 to 800 million raid damage.
That is crazy.
That is nuts. I love that. Okay, electroshocks that need to be dodged. You got canisters that need to be soaked. And the healing absorb canisters went off. You have ads in the middle of that as well. Okay, crazy stuff. Okay, crazy stuff. The healers are definitely pumping in the early game. Why don't we check in with our tanks? Because I'm pretty sure Nate has a very nice overview over what is happening outside of the insane healing requirement here.
That is absolutely crazy. But again, I think it's crazy to see the boss starts off this way. It's extremely hard. Starts with the shield with the lasers that on Heroic was way, way later into the boss fight.
Yeah.
And it only took 100 pulls for Liquid to kill this boss. That is some craziness going on here. With, I think you keep your healers on their toes throughout this whole boss fight. We start off with a super intense shield that has to be broken. Once it's broken, you can interrupt it, and the boss keeps going in his mechanics.
Yeah.
But it is, even after the shield, we just saw that now, it's a little bit of a breather for the healers into the canisters that have to be soaked. You take damage while, like, as soon as the soak goes off, plus you get the massive healing absorb on the whole raid as well.
Yeah.
Healers are, like, permanently pumping on this boss.
It seems like it, which is, honestly, super exciting, because that's the type of fights that I love. If there is a non-stop healer pressure, that's the ones that are memorable, that are really fun to play. And also something I heard the Liquid broadcast talk about yesterday was the fact that, yes, in theory you can milk a little bit more damage while the Total Destruction cast is channeling.
Yeah.
But even Liquid decided to immediately kick that as soon as possible, because the damage is just so insane. So,
looking at the HP bars,
yeah. It is spooky. Very, very spooky. But so far, it's 3 healers basically throwing everything at the kitchen sink at the first phase. And you can see on pole, the majority of raiders are going to bait in the back immediately using that gateway, very similar to Sakarath back in Aberus, where you did the gateway off pole as well. And now we're into the Total Destruction. And remember, this is basically the start of P3 Heroic and onwards. So exactly the intermission you would have going from P2 into P3 Heroic, we're getting from the get-go here for Mythic. And this time already, the healing looks a lot more stable. We're losing still 2 people, but that might also be something that has gone wrong. And you have ads spawning on the platforms here for the coil controls. And of course, the big tank cone that needs to be carried out immediately into the zingers and the rockets that need to be dodged. The Virak blaze lines, if you want to rather call them that, but you can already see this is exactly why Fire Mages are really damn good, and probably Devastation Evokers as well, as Rain is just pumping like crazy right now. Into the healing absorb canisters. We know these from Heroic. A few group soaks, and it feels like there was at least 1 canister that went off and just blew up.
I just want to point out, I think I want to stay with the Nate's PoE for another pull, because he has really clear details at the bottom right. Look at the healing meters when we start the boss fight for like the first 50 seconds probably. I think Thanner went up to 7 million HPS. We had Crystal and Skarn at 5 million HPS. What are we looking at? This boss is a monster with the damage you're taking there. Also, Scruffy just dying as a tank, and tanks are usually the ones that are, I mean, they're tanks, they're tanky. Just getting kicked out of the healthy HP bars. That is crazy. I think we just need to figure it out, though, because...
Maybe.
I mean, boss has been killed.
It's just the first mechanic, right? So
Interesting enough, we're using Vantus runes. Not Vantus runes, Augment runes from the start. We're in the first 5th pull now. First 5 pulls, and we're already using the Augment runes.
Yeah.
Is it needed to squeeze damage to get the shields broken quick enough?
I don't think so. I think they're just so used to pressing augment runes every single pull that they're not giving a damn, and especially on the boss like this, where they're not exploring the boss.
Yeah.
They know exactly how to play this entire thing from start to finish. This is not a secret anymore. Liquid has killed this on stream. They have the material available. They know all the facts. So this is literally just about min-maxing performance as much as possible and getting everything out of every single pull. So Augment runes from the get-go, not a surprise at all. And also, I'm curious about Crystal. at the start here because he is pumping like a madman. The pre-ramp going into the pull, into the gateway, time warp off the get-go as well, and look at that.
Look at the HP bars and look at the healing meter at the bottom right here as well.
Yeah, he's just popping off like crazy, dodging away from the first laser and then going in. He's going to get tethered in a moment, I would expect. Exactly, there we go, and the health bars are just bouncing up and down. Tranquility in there as well, trying to pre-move from the laser to be okay, but so much damage going out on everyone. And this is the point where I'm very curious about the tank POV, because Skefter, as you mentioned, might have been one of the guys that died earlier. And I think he is the one that takes the big tank frontal first. Yes, exactly. He's going to get the big circle, is going to kite that out and away. Oh! He's soaking these bombs. I wouldn't be surprised if
he got knocked off.
He got knocked off or didn't bubble in time to soak the follow-ups. But there you can see the Paladin tank, definitely a good addition to have here, and just like that, the wreck just completely annihilating Nate. But he gets a quick combat rest. We're going into the canisters. This is something we've not gotten past so far, but healing absorbs all soaked. They're getting healed off, and as you can see, whenever these healing absorbs get healed off, they do a chunk of rate damage. And as the fall of AoE comes in, I forget the mechanic name, you have everyone running for the next coil controls, because that's something you can just line up very nicely. It works very good with the pacing. Another set of heal absorb canisters that need to be soaked. You need to have at least 2 people in there. This time around, Nate gets the big AoE and something blew up.
There's so much going on at the same time. The tank frontal that actually is a frontal plus a huge circle around the tank. The bombs that the tank has to soak afterwards. The canisters at the same time. I wouldn't be surprised if there was still leftovers from the ads that we have been fighting on the side of the platform. So many mechanics at the same time, but we're doing really good. Pull number 5, boss down to 91.57%. And we do have progress. This is once again the most important thing. Just get a little bit further every single pull. And you're right that holding augment runes might not be a question anymore. It's the last boss, even though it costs a lot of gold to augment rune on every single pull. Why not? We cannot send Vantus runes on most of the players because we have used them on Mugsy mostly. We obviously do have a couple of new players in, like for example Tenku on the mage that obviously is going to use the Vantus rune, no question. But the majority of the players has already been in on the previous boss, so a little less output, a little less DR on this boss here, but I don't think we need it. We just need to get warm with all the mechanics here.
Exactly. You can see a little bit of UI and weaker updates coming through now that the first few polls are done. And from there on out, we'll head deeper and deeper into that first phase. But I want to say, once you know the mechanics, it's a fairly straightforward kind of affair, this first phase. It's a lot happening all at once. It's very hectic. And it's very healing intense from what it looks like.
Yeah.
The total destruction of the get-go first off, of course. Massive, massive healer check. But then, of course, you get healing absorb canisters into healing absorb canisters. And the ticking rate damage that they come together with. And then the big tank buster. And all the AoE damage coming through. It is so, so much that needs to be healed. 4 heal, definitely. 5 heal angle, I'm not sure. I think Liquid 4 healed, right?
Liquid did 4 heal with the same comp that we have.
Yeah. So we should be more than fine building.
Ooh,
down
that was
to 10%.
super close there.
Indeed. The tethers are still rolling. Oh, the mages are really getting pummeled here. Even the warlocks are almost dying. But the healer throughput is more than good enough to keep everyone alive. And the first set of ads is going to come through. Nate picks up the tank duty on those. In the meantime, Skefter running out with the AoE. And you can see him immediately go for bomb soaks. 2 he can take just like that to the face for the last remaining 2. He is going to go bubble. But it looks like someone got lasered. 2 people down. Incy and Bangers immediately rezzed up. No problem whatsoever. And the next shocks are needed to be dodged. Another set of canisters, 4 healing absorbs and 2 group soak ones. You can
This
kind
is
of
just
Venn diagram
cruel.
overlap them and soak both soaks at once because the damage isn't that high. And now that the AoE fall-off comes in, Nate immediately jumping to the next ad set, and they want to take care of these controls because if you don't, well, that's gonna mean a bad time for you. The damage is gonna be ramping and the mechanics are just gonna overwhelm you at some point. Another set of healing canisters with the soaks and the overlap with the big tank explosion. This is where they wiped the last time around. This time around, everything is under control. The healing absorbs are healed off. The big frontal here coming through as well. Just need to dodge the explosion. Nate doesn't really give a damn about him. They just don't do that much damage. And we're still alive. We're still kicking a bit of pulsing AoE here with the venting flames from Gallywix. But all in all, Robin, with the EO check, the big tank buster now coming through.
Huge
we're looking
progress
comfy.
here.
Yeah, massive.
What is
pull.
going on? Another set of the canisters that leave a healing absorb and the soaks, group soaks that also leave a healing absorb on the party going out. We're super stable. We're looking really good. You want to run away from the boss here because the closer you are, the more damage you take. If you're too close, you just get a one-shot. So we're running away. We're running into the next corner, dealing with the ads.
And this is going to be a bit scuffed because Göfte is dead, so Nate is solo tanking the entire thing.
Oh,
he has
you're
the big
right.
explosion, needs to jump away. This is going to kite the ads with him, which is not nice. And the big problem here is going to be that Nate needs to soak mines. And he is going to need some help because, yes, he's a warrior. But the lack of an immunity here is most likely going to be fatal for him. Actually, not quite yet, but he has the stacking debuff, which ticks for quite a lot, I would imagine. But he is still going and solo
pull
tanking
is insane.
Yeah, it's looking great. Now Nate down, that's
down
a tank
here.
gone. But we have the next set of ads coming through, and the boss just insta-giving the entire
And
raid.
with this amazing pull, number 6, Method is back on number 2 on the leaderboards, just overtaking Echo that are at 27 pulls in.
No, not quite.
Or?
No, they're at 62%.
Oh, they're at 62 now. Oh no!
You're a bit
I didn't
too
see
eager,
this.
Robin. I can respect
No.
it,
Okay,
but
pull.
not quite. Not
Hear me
quite.
out. Hear me out. Pull number 10 is gonna be the pull. This was absolute massive progress. Look at this. We once again see the graph. I don't know what's going on the last 2 bosses, but Mugsy started being our boss, and right now we're having real good progress here as well. It's still a race for a world second. Actually, I think that sounds nice. The chat came up with that. EU first.
Race to EU first, race to world second. I'm here for it, quite honestly. It's looking like a lot of fun, and it's also looking like the kind of the point Echo is at right now, that we are rapidly approaching right now, is going to be the massive progress point. This intermission into phase 2, the start of phase 2, because if you look at Liquid, that's where they spent the majority of their progress time.
I'm actually old. It's true. 30 is like the cap for a good eyesight. It's going just downhill from there on. It is what it is. Also,
well,
I'm just full of hopes. What can I say?
Well, you're like half a year older than me, and I'm not struggling yet, so I'm very scared of the next 6
It's
months.
just you only see what you want to see, and I want to see us up there, getting that world second. EU first, obviously.
I see.
Liquid, I don't think, or actually, do we know if Liquid had Vantus Rune on the last boss? Did they hold it?
I don't think they Vantus Mugsy.
Yeah, but I think Echo did Vantus. Maybe someone from chat knows, because we're obviously getting a little less information from the other teams because we're here for you all day. Does anyone in chat know if Echo Vantus Mugsy, or if they were holding it for this boss here?
I don't think Echo Vantus either. They might have on like a character or two that they weren't expecting to bring for Gallywix, but
Okay.
yeah, I don't think they Vantus.
You know, but you're not gonna say it, Hog. You little donut, you. Full Vantus on Gallywix. Oh, okay. If that's true, that's obviously a tiny little advantage, right?
The problem with the ready check is that it shows you Vantus Rune only if the buff is active, not if the buff is for, for this boss. Because we have all full Vantus Runes, and we're seeing that on the ready check as well.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think Echo Vantus Mugsy, so Echo will have full Vantus for Gallywix, which wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
And that is a noticeable advantage. I mean, we saw how much it helped Method with Mugsy, because I think without the Vantos, we probably wouldn't have the boss dead yet. That's like 3% of extra damage we would have needed to squeeze out. We really would have required a like completely perfect pull, not someone dying 20 seconds before the boss dies, basically. But yeah, first few pulls on Gallywig's done. We're basically seen everything until the start of the intermission to P2, I think. So now the discussion is going to be all about what do we do next, how do we handle things, how do we keep tanks alive, because that seems to be a little bit of an issue at the moment. Yeah, you could see Vantos rune buff active on everyone, even though it's not on this boss. So the ready check a little bit deceptive in that regard. Alright, 5 seconds. Once again, we're going in there.
Let's have a look at first phase, or like right now at the start, the shield, very important. We need to meet the damage check to break the shield to be able to interrupt it. Until that point, it's also a healing check. And after that, I want to take a close look at what the tanks are doing, because we did have tank deaths in a lot of pulls that we've played so far, which obviously is very bad. Nate did an excellent job solo tanking a long time on this previous pull. But I really want to see what it is that the tanks are getting killed by. Ooh, we have 2 DPSs, Bangers and Nurse going down here. Faithy as well. Alright, we used 1 combat res on Bangers here.
Res Bangers, that's important.
Res Badgers.
Res Badgers, and Skufta is going for the first few mines. Gotta be careful with the knockback to not get kicked off the platform. But it seems like these always knock you in the direction of your back. For now, that is working out fine. The first set of ads is done. We lose Jimmy in the progress, but that is okay. We'll see more of the fight. That's what this is all about. We need to see mechanics. We need to get some practice in. And too many dead. A little bit of an unfortunate overlap with these coils here. And we're just wiping this up real quick.
This is, again, one of those bosses you don't have enough people in the canister soaks. One shot. You don't have enough people to soak the other circles, the soaks. People just die. It's so many mechanics. Also the bombs later on. I'm pretty sure on Heroic you could survive bombs not being thrown off the platform, or tanks not soaking their own tank bombs. I don't think on Mythic there's a single chance that you survive any of these mechanics. So it requires a lot of precision and just really good awareness of what's still around that could kill us. Do we need to pick up something, throw it off, or the tanks? It has happened as well that the tanks just cannot get their tank soak, and then someone else with the immunity maybe must be running into that. So a lot of one-shot things. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of having bosses like that, where every little thing that's being missed is a one-shot. But then again, that's just making the boss a lot harder and puts it on the difficulty level that makes the boss as difficult as it is, right?
I mean, the last thing you want is to get to a boss and it just maybe not necessarily falls over, but it's just not interesting to play. You know?
Yeah.
The worst thing that can happen to you in WoW is you getting bored. And I think generally Blizzard does a really good job at making sure you don't get bored, and especially during these boss fights, even if it's sometimes a little bit over the top for Mythic, especially for the World First race, that the bosses just really hammer the advantage home and just clap you. But I think Gallywig's, at least the first part of the fight, gets kind of diminished, and the legs pulled out from underneath him by the fact that we already know that the fight is dead already, and very, very, very easy towards the tail end. But just looking at the first minute or two, the first few mechanics, the first phase, absolute banger. Insane just pace and frequency of mechanics that are coming in.
Robin, come up with some fun topic. I have a fun topic. donuts and killing Gullivix, both of those. Maybe we need to summon Maddie again in chat.
Hot take.
Maddie with the sword.
Maybe. Hot take. German bakery donuts are bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want it from a donutery, not from a bakery.
Yeah. Because I don't think I've found a traditional German bakery that makes proper donuts.
Oh really?
Yeah. Like they all just make either these they have these prepackaged ones.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look-see. We did not lose anyone in the first few seconds of the fight on the shield this time. It sounds so, the first few seconds of the fight, how can you die there? How can you lose someone? But this boss fight doesn't start with an easy phase at the start. It starts right in the middle where it's really hard to survive.
Yep.
Looking very good right now. We have already dealt with the first set of ads. We have a lot of raid damage still going out here. We do get the first canisters that have to be soaked. Enough people need to stand in it. And the group soaks at the same time. A lot of healing absorb going out on the party here. And run away from the boss. It's drop off damage when you see the boss. Blue circle, glowy electricity around it. You want to get away from it as fast as you can. Collecting the next set of ads here. Both the tanks are still alive. I would like to see Scruff the POV here because I think... Oh, it is Scruff already.
Yeah,
I thought it was Nate here.
No. Because Nate is now running out. He has an ad behind him that he is dragging with him, but that is about to die. Healing absorbs are starting to be healed off. Scuffed needs to get out of that laser, almost makes it and walks back into it. That is unfortunate. Something that definitely can be avoided. And as Faithy and Incy fall as well. I don't think we're gonna survive too much longer in this pool, but we got Nate all by himself, the lone hero, once again, tinking the ads and the boss. These ads should be dying in just a second, but the soak's not quite working out here for us today.
Oh, it wasn't a progress pull, but maybe we can look at, because it has, that's why I wanted to look at Scruff's POV. We have had tank deaths in a few pulls. It seems to be kind of rough. There's a lot going on for tanks as well. I really wonder if Nate would say, or Scruffed as well, this is a boring boss, because I've heard them say it for a couple of bosses in this raid. This one seems like it is not. If you try to play that with the one hand and eat with the other one, like we saw in heroic splits on Cauldron, Nate literally eating for the whole boss fight and just being able to fight with one hand on the mouse probably, because the Steelseries mouse has like a lot of buttons on the thumb anyways. I don't think a tank would say this is boring. Lots going on. I think any boss that slaps super hard or has mechanics that just make you die if you don't pay attention is not the boring boss at all. So we kind of need to fix why tanks are dying. Maybe we need externals on them. Maybe it's just you need to play better and not stand in the beam, or put your own maybe immunity or other big defensives at different points.
Yeah.
A lot of things probably to min-max in these first couple of pulls.
No, definitely. I apologize. I just need to check something real quick.
All right. It looks like we are... Oh, we're changing. I see that on my second monitor here. We're changing a couple of nameplate colors. That's also a very important thing for many bosses that have ads, having different colored nameplates. I think, for example, on Styx, it is a game changer to have different colors on the nameplates, to see bombshells you don't want to run into, to see scrap masters that need interrupts, to see the hyenas that you want to keep away from your boomy friends, because they are just going to rip aggro by pressing Starfall all over. But that's just some minor things.
I mean, at least Nate is not on the Demon Hunter struggling with taking aggro off ads. It's actually kind of hilarious, the amount of times I've seen DPS die in keys because they've charged in the same moment as the Demon Hunter, and the Sigil just, or the Throglaive just doesn't pull the aggro it needs to. But we don't have that happening here. Actually, something we haven't really talked about is the re-emergence of Prot Warrior.
Yeah.
With Mugsy and especially now, of course, with Gallywix. I'm glad to see it, because love Broad Warrior. It's a fantastic tank, tank class, and I'm very happy to see it. But I'm curious. I'm curious to see how that is going to go over the course of the remainder of this progress. Because generally, Warrior always excels at boss fights that have heavy physical hitting bosses, heavy physical tank busters, and I think Gallywix, and especially with the ego check, is like a prime candidate for Warrior being really damn good. Also, I think they do just absolutely absurd damage.
They do, yes. Yeah. They do. Chat is going a little wild the last couple of minutes. Listen up, chat. Everyone that's here, that's Echo fans or Liquid fans or Method fans or dislikes Echo or dislikes Liquid or dislikes Method, you can all have your own opinions, but we're not here to hate or spread negativity or toxicity. We're here to root for our team, and we're trying to keep the focus on our Raiders because this is their platform and we're gonna give them the platform they deserve. So if you're just here to rage bait or to trash talk other teams or other players or whatever, please don't. We don't really want to have that as our focus here, and it's just not creating a nice mood that we want to have here. So I would appreciate if we can put the focus back on what we see on our screens here, and if that doesn't happen, then I think Maddie is gonna actually become angry. We avoided that earlier and the other mods, and then we will have to send people into the silent corner to think about what they're doing here, and hopefully get back to exactly this here and our progression, because we're still fighting for the world second. You first. You knew it was coming. So please, just give the Raiders their platform, and you can have your opinions. Sometimes opinions are different and you disagree with others, but please try and keep chat a positive place to be, and focus up on what we have to fight with here, which is Gallywix on Mythic difficulty.
Heck yeah, and we've just made it through the total destruction. The initial soak is coming through. Nice dodge here. Oh, great altar time here from Wildy, dipping out from the spark impacts and back in just in time to make sure he is soaking the canister. Beautifully done. And I wanted to jump on board with the mages a little bit because I want to see what the range DPS are fabricating during this poll, because I was looking for some of the bombs, for example, to come in that need to be carried, but it seems like it's too early in the fight for us to see those, as Nate jumps out with the big frontal. The mines are coming in right afterwards, and there we go. There's the first bombs that are being carried out to the sides, just out from underneath the big boss laser, and of course you can take out some of the controls there on the sides. In the meantime, Faithy chopping up a storm here in melee as the Wrenchmongers spawn on top of Gallywix as well. Bit of blade storming, the Slayer Warrior just really pumping this tier. It's looking really damn good. The heal absorbs are out and healed off. The healers also pumping. Look at Skarna just going ham on the Disc Priest. It's looking absolutely immaculate. And with the explosion done, we are heading ever closer to a new best here for Method. Actually, we've already... no, wait. I'm confusing the health bars. We're about 5% off. This is the next frontal. This time around, we do have both tanks alive and kicking. And Askafte is rolling in for the mines, taking care of these. I'm not sure if he has bubble for the rest of them. He needs defensives, needs to be careful. The healing absorb canisters are out. 2 members down, including Crystal, one of the healers, falling, but immediately getting rest. The AoE comes through, not quite enough distance here. A detonation is going to take down a few of the Raiders, and the next set of adds is coming in. The venting flames doing a lot of damage. But Nate is still alive and kicking. We got another set of healing canisters, which is something the healers need to manage. Another soak that is taken care of, but not quite enough. I'm starting to get the feeling that if you have these flame canisters overlap with the healing absorb canisters, they detonate and wipe you. I'm not quite sure, though.
We did have a little bit of progress, or? No, we did. It looks like Echo also had a little bit of progress.
Oh yeah, they
have a
broken
new
past
best.
the 60% barrier.
Let's
Very
go.
nice.
I think this might become a really interesting race to the world second, EU first. But we still have to figure out these couple of overlaps we have there, and we really, really, really need to figure out to make our tanks be alive more than dead. Because it is an issue. I don't think there's an angle where you can one tank the boss for a long time, or for a time that's enough to progress the boss further. I'm not sure if it's... Maybe we just have to keep the combat dress for now.
Just bring
right?
in a resto shaman with an Ankh totem, dude.
Oh, I'm
Easy.
actually super surprised that we don't see a DK on this boss fight. I was hoping until the last second that Quep is gonna have a moment here to come in and just kill Gallowix when he wasn't in on the previous bosses.
Yeah.
But apparently, I've seen a tweet from, I think it was Atlas, that said, what a happy little, kind of along these lines, what a happy little coincidence that the ads are all spawning on the point where you want to have them, so DKs wouldn't be needed to grip them around.
And also, the majority of these ads are not the type that sit where they spawn and just casts the entire time, which also makes it a lot easier to just drag the boss and every other ad onto them and just kill them instead of having to grip them with a DK.
Yeah.
It's rare that we do not see a single DK in the raid.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare. I can't remember the last final boss that didn't have a DK in the comp. But it must have been a long, long time.
But it was also a lot of tank DKs, right? We had the past couple of raids.
Generally, Blood DK has been at the forefront, not just because of the grip utility, but also because Blood DK in particular brings mass grip, Gofiend's Grasp, and generally DK always has been kind of one of the higher damage tanks.
Yeah.
Good sustain, not really dangerous for the healers, so like basically one less person the healers have to worry about. Just generally good advantages, just not this tier.
Okay, apparently, I don't know if we're doing that yet. Apparently, tanks are also calling for the mage mass barriers. I think we keep forgetting about mages also having a raid cooldown. It's not a huge cooldown, but it does give the raid the absorb shield when they press it. So having 3 mages tank calling a mass barrier could actually save him because triple absorb shield on him. And yeah, it's correct. The Liquid even played 4 mages, which we decided against because we also have our mage, like it would be the 4th mage player on a demon hunter at the moment, and they're just equally good probably, and pumping like mages. So we will have to get along with this comp, and I'm sure we will figure it out. We're just in the first couple of pulls. This is pull number 10 now, and all I'm hoping for is to not have a tank death in this pull here. What would you think about that?
I'm generally a big fan.
Of
no
that,
tank deaths. Yeah. Also a big fan of no deaths in general. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We can jump on board with Thanner and see him push up health bars, because so far this is working out very nice. I'm a little sad we don't have Skarn on site, because I am a sucker for a Disc Priest POV. But
Crystal was playing it at the start. I think first boss we swapped was Bandit.
I see.
Until Bandit, we actually played double Disc Priest.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see that, like, in the top guilds in general, like all the Disc Priest mains somehow are also the Resto Druid mains. So, for at least for a Liquid, for example, Nick swapping from his Priest onto his Druid, Crystal from the Priest onto the Druid. It's very interesting to see.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, I actually also play Resto Druid as my main alt, at least, like at the back of my head to an extent.
Get ready to play Boomy on sticks.
No, I'm main Priest, but my alt is a Resto Druid.
But if you bring your alt to a raid ever, I'm just saying, get the Boomy ready.
No, they're not getting me off the Priest and raid. That's not happening. I am locked in.
Oh.
I will be rather benched than play Druid. No, I'm joking. I'd play anything to not be benched.
Yeah.
But the canister soaks are looking good so far. Overlap with the tank frontal is a bit spooky, but with a nice heroic leap, Nate has everything under control. And Also, Thanner just pumping away with the heals. Nice roll, almost into the
that looked
baseline,
so
but dodging
scary.
into the side. Nicely done. Scuffed edging on the brink of death and falling
Not
over.
again.
But Nate is still alive. And we do not have a battle res. See, if we don't lose any DPS or healers, we could res the tank. There's your solution. Oh, yeah.
I think I kind of want to hold the combat res for a tank because tank deaths. You're not gonna do this with one tank only, but also I think having everyone alive is also so important because you need to do all the soaks that require a specific amount of people in them.
So
That's
it's
rough.
8 people locked into the healing absorb canisters.
Yeah.
You need 2 people to soak a canister, and that leaves 12 people minus the tank that's running out with the explosion to soak the rest. So basically, it's 2 people getting the explosive soaks, which leaves you with 9 people in the middle. Since you can Venn diagram overlap them, because they don't do that much damage, you can actually put all 9 people into those soaks, which makes them, I think, fairly manageable. If you would soak them separately, I feel like they could be a little bit more painful.
Yeah.
But overall, the healing requirement in this boss fight so far is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah.
Every single healer here is sitting on over 3 million HPS.
That is crazy.
That's wild. Absolutely wild.
We love to see that as healers though. Challenging boss fights where you have to heal a lot. That's what you are healing for, right?
The problem I see with that is by the time I get there, is not gonna be as crazy on the healing anymore.
That's true. We also start stacking up the raid buff next reset on Wednesday for us, which is a 3% healing and 3% damage buff that increases every second week. It's bi-weekly by another 3%. I think it's going to be capped at something, I don't know.
Probably 18% again,
Something
same
like that.
as Nerobar Palace.
So
I like
that's-
that addition.
I think it's a cool thing. I think it's a little early to start it next reset already, to be honest. I would wait a little longer to give other guilds that are not in the race
Honestly,
a chance to fight the bosses without a buff, but I mean,
yeah, that's a little bit. I think especially for like the top 50, top 100 that are basically at this point still working on sticks, some even on rig reverb. It's definitely gonna be a little bit more disappointing. But on the other side, I like this shift of design towards buffing the players instead of nerfing the raid even more.
I agree.
Which leaves you... It just feels a little bit better that you just go in every week with a little bit more gear, a little bit more power, and you fight the same bosses instead of going in with a little bit more gear and finding a boss has been nerfed into the ground and it just falls over.
I agree.
But of course, still, some of the bosses could use another nerf once the race is completely done. I think Mugsy is gonna take a nerf back to the face, or at least one of the faces.
I
pretty
think
sure.
Some just need changes of the mechanics, right? Like we talked about, the being stuck in a cage on Mugsy maybe not good, so it maybe doesn't need a nerf as in deal less damage, require less damage, just maybe a fix in timing so the icicles happen earlier or whatever.
Yeah. No, you might have a point there. In general, I think Blizzard is very, very careful with the way they design bosses and have very, very targeted intents for tuning levers for fights. Look at this movement on this fight. Oh. Because the tether to the boss, not just does it force you to go close, it also is going to do damage to anyone that collides with your tether. So you can't stack and overlap. So everyone needs to spread out around the boss, fill up every quadrant to not kill each other. And of course, then there's frontals and explosions and 3 dead DPS.
That is not good.
No,
You
it's
sounded
not
a little positive while saying that, but we're keeping... Oh, we're not keeping the
Never
combat
mind.
rest.
I was
So
about to say.
keeping the tank combat rest, but we don't need it. Where we are going, we're not resting tanks because they are not even dying first place.
Exactly. Easy clear. Now you can see already. You have 2 less soakers and suddenly the damage is so much higher. But that one seems to be done and dusted. The explosion not killing off anyone. Nate grabbing the ads to take them under control. And once again, the boss hitting him in the face. We're waiting for the next canisters. There we go. A set of healing absorbs and the explosive ones. And here comes the tank buster. Nate jumping away, and the soak went off. Unfortunate good attempt. And I feel like Nate immediately wants to get rid of that trinket again. I'm not sure. It seemed like he just wanted to drag it off his bars.
Oh, but we're getting there. Like, it doesn't look like a far pull, but any pull we're getting is a little optimization in shifting healing CDs. If you remember the first couple of pulls, we were just dying on the shield. That happens right at the start of the boss fight. It looks super stable there now, so we figured out what defensives do we want to use, what healing cooldowns and what the damage cooldowns we want to use to still have stuff ready for anything that's happening after, because it's like back to back to back to back a healing event that is happening. So you need to have a really good plan for all the CDs there, and we do have a ninja pole happening.
And no Warlock Gateway.
Oh no.
That's unfortunate, but it's a quick wipe it up and go again angle. Hopefully someone has a soul stone. That would be tragic if they don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, all good. I said tanks aren't dying. That was tanks were dying a lot. I just it was a little sarcastic to say surely tanks won't need a combat rest this time. I think I'm assuming it's on the lists to be fixed next, because like I said, I think the damage at the start, the healing cooldowns, and probably defensives seem to be fixed for a little bit into the boss fight, while the tank deaths have been reoccurring almost every pull, so that's something that needs looking into and fixing.
I'm a sucker for the lore discussions, and I saw one pop out in chat.
Okay.
So why are we fighting Galliwigs in the first place?
I don't know, because he's greedy, and we just came into Gallowig's land and entered his casino, and we stole his gold.
Famously, Galliwigs, one of the leaders of the Horde, as kind of the leader of the Goblin faction. He left the Horde because he is a scummy dirtbag and was working closely with Sylvanas. And when Sylvanas was ousted as war chief, he dipped and made a run for it. Now he's back, and since he has taken over Undermine and is basically bullying the entire city into submission. Also, slightly evil, as he's working with Zalatath and Old God corruption and all that kind of stuff that needs to be stopped. Yeah, the goblins just kind of have enough of him, and we're helping get rid of him, basically. So that's the TLDR on why we're fighting him. He's just a big dirtbag that needs to be taken out.
All right. Chat has been asking a lot, actually, where we are at this time around. We're again in the lead camp, 1337 camp in Stuttgart, Weiblingen. It's a great place here. I still love it. It's the fourth time we're here. We have everything we need. Production's getting better and better. I love the new studio, even though last time the green screen was also pretty cool. While Echo is in Germany as well, in Cologne, which is like 4 to 5 hours from Stuttgart.
Yeah.
I think they're in the, I don't want to say anything wrong, but I believe they're in the SK facility or something.
Yes, they're in the SK Gaming headquarters in Cologne.
Yeah. Don't give away your locations. We're not giving away anything, but we're advertising the lead camp !1337 in chat, because it's a place where all kinds of gamers are appreciated. And if you're planning on doing a guild event or like a guild meeting, just a LAN party with friends, it's not only for big events like the Race to World First. We permanently have other gamers in the rooms next to us as well. Like we had FIFA players here, just even WoW guilds that had like a meeting with 5, 6, 7 guildies, or Counter-Strike players, League of Legends.
I'm not sure what the
here.
Guys next to our caster green room are playing, but...
Are they yelling?
No, they're not just yelling, they're slamming tables and going ham.
I think
they're having a good time.
I think the worst was actually FIFA players and the ones that were opening Pokemon card thingies.
Okay, I mean, hey. some Pokemon card collectors can appreciate that.
Yeah.
But Robin, my friend,
it might be dinner time. Not dinner time, lunchtime.
Lunchtime, at least for us casters. So
I think we wait to see if they're doing another pull, because the Raiders should have lunchtime as well. So if they do 1 or 2 more pulls until it's lunchtime, we might want to see those. We will see. Let's give it a second.
We're giving it 1 more pull. Oh, importing Wegoras?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Get those updates in.
I think today it's Subway Day, right?
Yeah, it might be Sandwich Day. It might just be Sandwich Day. I had a small breakfast, so I'm actually like hungry now.
I had a muffin for breakfast.
Half
That's
a muffin,
it.
right?
No, I ate the rest at some point
you ate
in
the
between.
rest. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Chocolate cheesecake, you mentioned?
Yes. Let's have a look. See, the Raiders seem to still be at their PCs. But it might not be I think we might see 1 more pull and then breaky break. Because obviously it's not only just to take a break, because that's important when you're spending a lot of time in front of your PC, hyper focused on what you're doing. The Raiders are also hungry.
Indeed.
Like I am as well.
The stomach's growling, and especially after a few hours of Mugsy progress and getting that kill. A little bit of a victory feast for lunch.
Let's get it. How about we get a new best before we go into the break?
Heck yeah, let's get it. Let's lock in. We have the pull come through. Time Warp pressed on the first global, and Gallywix calls in his mech. Of course, immediately the rotating laser is going to come through. The tethers are being tossed out. The pest control, whatever that mechanic is actually called, that is something you need to be careful with. You need to walk in the circle and not overlap the tether with someone else, because you're going to zap them. See, the Gallibux Pest Eliminator. That's a great name for a mechanic, honestly. That needs to be watched out for, and everything seems to be working just fine. Method really has this under control now, and the healing CD assignment is more than fine with 3 healers over 6 million HPS, and you can see FTM is the only one holding back a little bit. He's going to be responsible for the first round of canisters, while the rotating the healer cooldowns from the other 3 are rotating back up. And in the meantime, we have picked up the first ad set. The first tank buster is done as well. We're dodging the sparks, explosions, and canisters, and those need to be soaked in just a moment here. There's the first round spawning. 2 people for the healing absorb canisters, and a little bit of an overlap Venn diagram soak here for the remaining raiders, and so far everything seems to be fine and dandy. Fall off damage explosion, everyone runs away, and in the meantime you walk over to the next set of ads and grab those for yourself.
Looking good so far, but I don't think we have reached a point yet where we had struggles with. I have swapped the POV to Skövde because we want to have a close eye on what's happening for him here. We do have the next set of canisters going out and the other soaks as well. All of it obviously applies to healing absorb because healers are otherwise a little bored on this boss fight. We're looking super stable.
And look at that, Skövde actually the one to take the bombs from Nate's frontal, so basically the paladin on duty here, and he did use spell warding on himself to kind of mitigate the massive fire damage tick from those bomb soaks.
Another set of the soaks. This thingy here keeps repeating in a boss fight, where it's 4 canisters you need to soak and 2 group soaks. All of them need a specific amount of people in them to not blow up the whole raid. Looking good so far. We're going to the next side, dealing with the next ads. We're gonna have a big tank hit coming out in just a second again.
Yep, the mines are spawning.
There we go.
Those you can use to take out the consoles on the side. There's going to be 1 DPS that takes those. And Skövde surviving the tank hit. Now he needs to soak the bombs in the middle of all the mess that is the knockbacks, the lasers, and the soaks. Everything working out nicely. Alive. 1 more bomb that he needs to soak. He has that under control as well. Massive fire damage to take on himself that he needs to live through. Gets a life cocoon here. And we're going into the progress point. This is the ad set that spawns. In the meantime, Gallywix is venting flames and doing a lot of ticking damage onto the entire raid. Nate, in the meantime,
taking really solid damage as he is tanking the boss and the entire group of ads. Another group of soaks coming through. The canisters are under control, and the healer's taking care of the health bars, pushing them back up now that the healing absorbs are gone. And we're reaching a new best here for a method.
Let's go.
As we're pushing past this little proc point and the ad spawns. Nate down to 10%. He gets the front
Heal
row. He
Nate,
needs a
heal
heal.
Nate,
Someone lay
heal
on
Nate.
hands the man.
No.
Down he goes.
We do
The mines
have
are in with
no
no battle res
combat
available,
res.
and immediately the entire raid blows up. But we got an
Progress.
additional pull. New personal best for method. What a great
You know
one.
what? For once we didn't jinx it. We said, how about a new best right before the break? And here we are,
Oh, yeah.
72.6%. We're getting there. We're learning.
Indeed.
It was so scary for Nate. He just didn't get top. We saw it in slow-mo. But I think the healers are super busy with other things right there. Nate probably didn't have any personals or a health pot left. Very scary point. And I think the Raiders might still do another pull. So, for you at least, I'm staying here for a little bit longer. This is the end of your shift.
I think so.
And-
We're doing a little bit of a running swap here.
Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a running swap, and I think while we're not in a pull yet, we're also using that time to have a little ad break before you're leaving us, and Krista and Lorgok are gonna join me on the couch here. So don't go anywhere, just a 2 or 3 minute break, and then we're gonna keep pulling more Gallowixes until we're going in a lunch break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oop. Hello, everybody. I was totally ready.
Yeah. So,
I came here in long pants and I was like, okay, I'm just already sweating, so I did a quick swap.
Yeah, it's definitely a temperature change in here. We were watching and saw that there is a new best at the 72.6% with 13 pulls. So it's a nice surprise that I think both of us kind of woke up to see that they had killed Mugsy.
Yeah, it was a good, good performance this morning.
Yeah,
from 10% to 0 within like 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, and it was like 100. Sorry, I like woke up and rushed here after it happened, so it was like 130 something pulls. So really good pull count as well. Yeah. Hopefully we can still close a little bit of a gap here, but you know we don't want to be too copium. Right now, Method has a pretty comfortable lead, and this boss has been, I think, a lot easier than most people thought it was going to be.
Yeah, this is probably the easiest boss that we have ever seen as end boss, even easier than Sarkaret. The only one that I can think of that was easier is Xavius. Obviously, I mean, it's very, very old. There was no live streaming yet back in the days. So pretty disappointing, but yeah, this rate tuning has definitely been off. You know, fourth boss is the one with most pulls, then fifth was hard, but then just the difficulty curve didn't make any sense. And we're already getting a 3% buff next week. Now imagine this rate tuning with like these crazy buffs they did last year as well, with damage done increasing by a week. I think this is gonna be like as easy as heroic in like 2 months.
Yeah, possibly. I'm trying to think, because in the past, for Murderstill, you have those bosses that gear won't help anything, like Tindril, for example. But this, if I like quickly go through the bosses in my head, I think gear naturally nerfs a lot of these bosses a lot heavier than some of the previous tiers. So maybe for someone like you, it might feel like heroic, but I
think it's gonna be easy for everybody.
Yeah, I see what you're saying for sure. This might be, in a way, that might mean this is like a good re-clear raid in a way.
Yeah, I like when it's easy, especially 3-4 months into the raid. You can just chill and get your gear, you know.
Yeah, nice triceps. Oh, that's definitely about me. Thank you. But yeah, like you said, we're getting that renown buff, and then always coming in with the weekly vaults. But yeah, this tuning has kind of definitely been,
I mean,
all over.
I read a lot of people saying that it makes sense if they bring back Heroic Week, just for better tuning and also giving them more time to analyze bosses. Okay, that's a quick first death. It's okay.
Yeah, but it looks like they're getting right back into it. So on this fight, it's a little different because they start in the intermission phase, and one of the new mythic mechanics you see here are these like electrical links. So what this does is the further away you are from the boss, the more damage you take. So they definitely put this in to avoid people outranging the large beams there. So everyone actually has to play the mechanic.
Yeah, on Heroic you have ranged people staying far away from it, so you can just ignore it. And as a melee, you know, you can do damage while moving, so it's relatively easy.
Yeah, exactly. But this tank here, they have to take this big bomb out, and then meanwhile, all the DPS are killing the ads as quickly as they can. And a lot of the mechanics here are quite similar to Heroic.
Like they're just in different phases.
Yeah, it's just a little reorder of phases and some slight tuning. Like here we can even see when the big electrical beam comes out, there's those little sparks that drop on the ground. One other major difference here is when you want to take a bomb to the bridge, the person taking the bomb while holding it needs to at least pick up 3 sparks to charge it up and then dump it into the coils.
I was watching on the Liquid video. And do the sparks do damage when you pick them up, or?
That's not so.
I guess we can find out soon, yeah. Because the journal was not very clear, you know, and I was trying to watch the Liquid skill to get a proper overview of everything. Yeah, and I mean, even the Method Raiders themselves, they literally just got here, right? So.
Yeah, it's like they get through it, and then they're like they have to go through a little overview. And I got to read over like the little TLDR that they were given for what is they're supposed to do. So yeah, there's not too much of a difference. It's just a little like sort of reordering of mechanics, though. It will look a little more hectic once we get further into the fight, because kind of where those like rings on the ground are, they're gonna start to fill up with like electricity, which is something you don't want to stand in. So it'll be a little bit of like a not Bomberman, but I don't know. You guys will know what I mean when you see it. Oh, it looks like we are joined back by Royben almost.
Oh, the microphone was behind me.
Yeah, I think I stole your microphone. Sorry. All right, welcome.
I am back. Did we kill yet?
Yeah, we were really
Almost.
close.
Oh,
You
let's
might have
go.
had the worst pull of the day so far. So me and
Or did
Krista
we
brought
just
some
die
luck.
on pull or?
Yeah, like 96%.
Well, actually, the very first pull was a 99.4% or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, but so you've been sitting here longer on the couch. Generally, what do you think the main issue is that they're running into right now?
I think we have fixed the start of the boss fight by now. This looks very stable. The first couple of pulls we actually died here because it's a damage and healing check at the same time. So we needed to figure out what healing CDs do we want to pop, what damage CDs are required on the shield to make that work. It looks super stable now. I think right now the biggest issue from my POV is tanks dying actually.
Oh, really?
I did notice also Nate just died last pull quite early.
Because we kind of have all the soaking under control. You always get the canisters that needs to be soaked by at least 2 people. You get the group soaks at the same time. It's like a combo that repeats over and over. But we do have tanks go down from either the big tank hit that's happening with the circle around it or something with soaking the bombs that you need to soak after every tank hit. Skirfte right now once again dropping to like 5% HP. He got healed back up. But I think generally tank dying is just really bad right now. And then we mostly don't even have combat dresses left. And as I say, tank dying is the biggest issue. We're dying to the soaking combo here.
I mean, that's kind of fair because there's so many times where they get like a bomb on them and they have to run out of range of the raid. And the healing comp that we see in here isn't very super single target friendly, except maybe sort of a druid, but in a very specific way.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have a lot to deal with on this raid, but that's surprising to hear because earlier I was saying like throughout the raid that it's nice to find, it's nice to see raids where like tanks actually kind of have to worry about dying. Like we saw that in Sepulchre, the first ones, Sired and Atheris, for example. And I felt like this raid so far, the tanks, like there's a couple points where they drop low, but that was never really an issue. So seeing it finally happen on the final boss is nice change.
Skofte did have to play a lot of mechanics previous boss though, you know, all the mine soaks and bringing the yellow paddles on the edges. For him, he had quite a good amount of work to do, but yeah, not tank damage related, I would say.
Isn't it also specifically bad, you as a main paladin, you have surely tanked a bit, specifically bad for paladin to have to run out because you lose your consecration DR or something?
Yeah, I know with like Holy Paladin, there's a talent where there's like a little bit of healing done under your consecration, but for tanks, yeah, I don't know what it is currently because I only kind of would do prot and keys on and off. But yeah, I know it would also be a problem for them as well because you do get a little bit of mitigation from standing in it. So the more movement, the harder it is. And I mean, you can probably speak about this, but in M+, prot paladins, when like the consecration talents were like king, and I think there was even a set kind of bounced around it a tier or two ago.
Oh, right, yes.
It becomes like really rough if you have like a high kite, or if it's like a sanguine week or something.
Oh, that was so bad for paladins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
and then you had the Boomy knocking every mob back into the Sanguine because they wanted to fix it.
Even worse was when you put the vortex in the wrong spot, and then the tank is trying to bring them out, and then the vortex back inside. Yeah,
we love Boomies.
That's not so much to read into it. I mean, you were a Boomy, so you know, I mean.
Yeah, now I'm Boomy on sticks, but I'm generally a healer now. I'm looking forward to sticks now. We actually started. Surely you had progress pulls on sticks as well.
Yeah,
it's horrible as Boomy because you're like the third tank because Starfall is rolling and you
all
just
the healers and stuff.
Yeah, we decided to three tank the boss after it got nerfed again. I think a lot of people decided for 4 healing, but me as a Boomy on that boss, I like the 3 tanking. It makes me feel safe and cozy in my Starfall plays.
Yeah, I gotta say for me as well, I kind of like tiers where they're like, oh, we need to drop a healer, but we happen to need another tank, and then I'm like, oh,
are you actually the one that's tanking them?
No, I kind of like bench myself this tier because I'm getting burnt out. I'm getting honestly burnt, but I was asked to tank for Skarn, and I was like the mechanic person there, going and soaking the bombs, detonating some mines if I could, and doing 0 damage to the boss. So once in a while, when you get to kind of switch things up, it can be fun.
So from what I see, the frontal cleave of the boss drops the charges that you have to go through with the bomb, right?
Yeah, when you when you have to run the bombs into the coils, they have to pick up at least 3. But I noticed, I think it's like 6 charges drop.
But I did see the charges came from the frontal clip of the boss.
Yeah, like the frontal beam, they drop from that.
Okay, yeah. Because that's a mythic mechanic kinda, so...
Yeah, and then here again, it's like, I think it's one of these ads will just drop a single bomb, so they have to make sure they kill these and keep them kicked.
Yeah, they wanna soothe, I guess, because that's a lot of damage if they have the berserk up.
Yeah, so here's the canisters. I know this was kind of like a pain point on Heroic. There's somewhere it's just like cleave damage, so you need at least a few people in there. One thing that I noticed that I really, really like is they'll like Venn diagram them, and they'll have some people stand in the center. So that's like a really efficient way to handle the damage going out.
Indy dropping super low here. Skirfte as well. Please don't die. Ooh, look at the tank damage.
Oh my
Skirfte
god,
dead
yeah.
again, and he takes a rest and dies again? Or
No,
what
we still have a rest.
Oh, we still have a rest. There we go.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that is so much tank damage on top of all the raid damage is going out with it, because like it's kind of hard to tell from these frames here, but there's like a absorb going out on the raid, and any unhealed damage just is pretty much like a bomb that detonates on the whole raid. So that's also a small difference from Heroic and Mythic. Before it was like the remaining absorb would just kind of detonate, I think, on the players that still had it, but the Mythic change here is any remaining absorb hits everybody in the raid, regardless of if they were affected by it.
Yeah, and we do have Faithy and Skarne going down here, actually. Oh no, it's Raim. Sorry, not Skarne.
Yeah, Raim.
I was scared for a moment because Skarne has a very important role here as a disc priest that's carrying specific points in the fight with his ram. I don't think we had enough soakers here, and that's what happens. When you lose people, you don't have enough soakers for the canisters and group soaks, and then boom, boom.
Yeah, the canisters, I think they require like a minimum of 3, but some people they're kind of cheesing it by having people stand in the Venn diagram. So without having
tanks are staying in between. Like
Nate was tanks are in the group soaks, I think, right? Not in the canisters, or I didn't pay attention to it.
I've seen. I don't know which ones are standing in the Venn diagram. They don't have to be a tank, at least from what I was looking at. But I'm not sure how they divvied up their groups here on this one, because I know their comp also isn't exactly the same as what Liquid was running on the kill, because I know Liquid is using 4 mages.
Yes.
Oh, they used 4 in the end. Okay.
Yeah. They were, Chat told us earlier, they were gearing a 4th mage. I forgot the name again. It was a new player that just joined from Vodka, I believe, was the guild. They were doing normal splits for that player on his mage to gear it last minute, and then he came in on pull number 97, and 3 pulls later they killed it. And he was also on bomb duty, which is you come into a boss fight with a really, really important task, a mechanic that's gonna one-shot the raid if you don't play properly, and he just does it after 97 pulls that the raid has already practiced the boss, and he didn't. That is crazy. Was really, really cool to hear.
Memorable moment for him.
For sure, yeah, for sure. We have talked about 4 mages, me and Lithy, earlier. For us, we figured out we might just not be able to play it because we don't have a player that's a mage except Verb, and Verb is right now playing Demon Hunter and was like melee duty for the raid so far. Do you know anyone that could play Mage Logok? Because you have raided here as well.
Back then, Matteo was like a mage ult, but I don't know if he's doing a Voger Druid right now. I didn't really see the list of who's playing what. Like I know the mains, but
Shaken would have played Mage if he didn't fail his trial after 10 minutes.
Yeah, he actually could have been the perfect person for that.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons you want so many mages on this fight is because I think it's like a bomb. I think it's someone that previously held a bomb. They get like a debuff, and if they die, the whole raid explodes. So they kind of want to keep it on reliable classes, which would obviously be a mage. So that that's another mythic. As time goes on, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a mythic change. It's been a while since we've kind of seen the heroic prog, for lack of a better word, 2 weeks ago. But here we go, starting this fight. So once again, kind of interesting how it starts in the in Heroic's version of Intermission. He just enters his mech suit right away with that big slam. And everybody here is tethered, has to play the mechanic. You see them standing quite close to the boss because they don't want to take additional damage if they don't have to. Some of those greedy players hanging back, but they know what they're doing. They have all of this kind of mapped out. I do like this, though. It just kind of starts the fight off with a bang, and it just kind of gets right into it.
Yeah. I think that's really cool and kind of surprising, because when we saw the boss being pulled first time on stream, it was a little weird to see one of the quadrants of the boss room already being electrified, which happened super, super late in Heroic, for example. But I don't think it added a lot of difficulty to the boss fight, looking at the 100 pull count from Liquid to get the boss down. Are you guys disappointed?
I am very disappointed, yeah.
From like a selfish point of view, not really, but I think that's just because I've like checked out a little bit for this tier. I'm just kind of like taking a little bit of a break. I feel like mechanically this boss is really cool because looking at it and looking at the journal, the fight is actually kind of simple for a last boss, which is what I like. But if it were tuned harder, like things hit a little harder and the damage check was a little tighter, I think it would make a great Mythic boss personally. But I'm someone that definitely tends to prefer simple mechanics with very, very tight tuning.
We saw another tank death, by the way, so you guys were right. The tanks are struggling to survive.
Yeah.
And yeah, as you were saying, I think this boss is super undertuned when it comes to numbers. We could see that Liquid had 2 people dead from 20%.
Oh,
and
really?
it was one of the very first pull sub 10%, and I managed to do it with 0 min-maxing. So that means that the boss could have had 10% extra and it would still die like within half a day extra of progression, because once you start min-maxing, you have everyone alive, then you can get a big chunk percent of boss damage off straight away. So definitely very, very undertuned. You can see the canisters going off.
Yeah, and here's the canisters. There is a bit of raid damage. This is where we see them kind of put some of the healing cooldowns down just to get through it, because it is a lot of healing, but so far they look quite safe. It is nice to see that they went back to a 4 heal. I don't know if this is propaganda, but I was heard that Liquid at some point was even talking about 3 healing this fight.
What?
Which that would have been, if true.
Craziness.
The thing is, like, I bet it's possible. It was just a matter of, like, what's the best thing for this raid. But it doesn't matter too much, because as we can see, it only took them 100 pulls to kill this boss.
Yeah, the boss is definitely a disappointment for me, and I don't think the race outcome would change by much, because Liquid, to be fair, was just performing the best from the last 3 days. It was clear they were getting like a big lead, but still would have been nice to have something at least reaching 200 pulls or maybe a secret phase. Because I don't know, felt a bit bitter. I look at my phone at 5 or something a.m. and I'm like, wait.
Yeah. Is it real?
Like, is it real? Like, is it a meme? I scrolled and I'm like, okay. And then I see the picture of THD that was like surprised after the kill. Is like
Max actually did the same. And I heard the raiders in the morning today, all of them came down because they have their rooms upstairs and said, well, GG's lock and stock hardest boss of the raid. And Max actually, I'm sure there's gonna be memes or like pictures being put together on lock and stock, actually celebrating really hard, like a nerd screaming and all that. And then Gallowix dies, and his reaction was literally this.
Yeah. I mean, the pool was so bad as well. It had 2 deaths for 20% plus. It wasn't like properly executed, and even then they didn't believe it. You know, I'm sure there was no damage min-maxing either, because, you know, didn't they go from like 20% to 0, or was it?
I didn't watch.
Yeah.
I just woke up to it.
Yeah, normally Warfare's guilds do around 100 pulls per day on an end boss, so it basically took them one full day of progression, because they started a bit the day before and then they killed it today. So 1 full day of progression for Liquid to just get it done with 0 information strategy-wise, which means don't be surprised if Method and Echo are able to do it even in like 20, 30 less pulls, simply because they have the information now.
I feel like part of the reason Liquid performed so well this tier was because their healing roster is so strong. And since we saw now, like, I know the healing checks on these fights were quite low, but because of that, they like dropped healers, so you had to rely on like 3 very strong people to like, you know, hold the guild up. And then also Mugsy as well, like with going with such good healers, especially when you get into the second phase and people start to rot out. Mugsy especially was a fight where you need everybody alive. So I don't want to take away from the rest of the players. Like, you know, they played phenomenally and they had so many roadblocks in the way. First it was just like the power outage. There were also some server issues that affected me because I was playing in the middle of the night as well. So they had to deal with a couple things, but they powered through. And then Gallywix, you know, they underestimated their own power. Maybe it was tuned very well and they just kind of obliterated the boss. Who knows?
Maybe, yeah.
By the way, isn't Wiley cutting it a bit too close to that lightning? Or is it only me? It was super close.
Wiley is doing mage things.
Yeah, I know.
We wouldn't understand.
Like, I wouldn't play that close, to be honest. It doesn't feel safe, right? Other people were behind him and You know, I mean, Mage is so strong. The amount of survivability they have, the mobility, this tier also very good damage profile on different bosses, great single target. The class is just on a whole different level, I think, with monks for in the melee's department. Like definitely the best picks.
Yeah, certainly. But here we go with them. Another ad set coming out. They get a little bit of a breather here until next set of canisters come out. So there's a couple different kinds. Like we said, there's the ones where you just need to split the damage. And then there's a healing absorb. Also, I noticed that most mechanics on this fight, they leave behind a burn on you. And it's just like an 8-second dot. So it's nice to see that there's a lot of constant raid damage going out for the healers. I'm a big healer damage profile advocate. I assume you are as well.
Yeah.
Lorgox doesn't care. He's a DPS.
Yeah, for me, more damage, the less I can focus on blasting, right?
At least you don't have to give away a lot of innovates this raid.
Innervates?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, none of the healer classes really needs innovates.
And now that I think about it, I'm not being asked for innervate in the last race.
And then you had the last year where every single healer just wanted to snag these innovates.
Yeah.
Well, part of it's got to be that the encounters in general have been kind of short for this raid. Because I know the longer they go on, like the way more value Innervate has. So these encounters have also been quite short, which I also prefer. I tend to not really like those 13-minute ones anymore. I'm a bit over them.
Yeah, for me, longer than 10 minutes, only last boss is okay. But
how
other
long
than
was
that,
this boss fight?
like 9 or 8.
It ranges at 9:50 or 9:30, something like that. So
is that the longest enrage timer of this tier as well? Because the other bosses were like 6:30. I remember that.
Good question.
I think a lock in stock was around 7 minutes.
It might be, yeah.
6:50. That's actually not very long boss fights, too, right?
In Sarkaret was also shorter. I think Sarkaret was like 8 minutes 30.
And then you had Sylvanas Windrunner that was like, what, 15-minute boss fight?
Yeah, that was insane.
13. Rasaget was also 13, 14.
Yeah, those were crazy long. Oh. And you realize I've just been enjoying the raid fights so much that I forgot I'm supposed to eat.
I think it's Subway Day today, right? Sandwiches.
We'll see. It's a surprise for me, but I will be right back.
All right. We are apparently going to upgrade gear.
I think it's
swap
swapping gems.
Okay, because I thought Queb was there as well, but Queb is just watching Wildie's POV on Discord, I believe. All right, Wildie on a journey here. No, he's actually crafting something.
The hardest end boss of the last 8 years. Which one do you think it was? I think it was Queen Ansrek. And then...
of the last 8 years,
and then Firak.
Really?
Yes.
I just started raiding in Castle Nathria, so I don't even know. Castle Nathria was, what, 4 years ago, I think?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even know the last 8 years.
I mean, I didn't play Queen, like at the World first level, but just judging by pull count and time spent on the bosses, if you just pick off end boss, not overall difficulty of a raid, because that's Sepulcher winning.
Yeah.
I think it's Queen and Firak, yeah. Rasaget wasn't for 24, it was less. And also, Rasaget was impossible to do until they nerfed it, and then it died quite fast. It wasn't Jailer, no.
I think I would actually say...
But the raid of Jailer was the hardest, yeah, because overall they had the most amount of bosses that were extremely difficult.
I agree with Queen. I thought about Queen or Firak, but I think Queen was a little harder.
Yeah.
Firak was hard because it was a pretty long boss fight, and it was so dangerous all the way at the end because you had to carry the seeds, and every single mechanic that would hit the seeds would just literally one-shot the raid.
Yep.
But also Queen had the same. When you didn't pick up the essences and the
but
essence
it was
got hit, was also
also
one-shot.
easier though to pick up the essences compared to doing the seeds with so many
true.
blazes and stuff, right?
Yeah. That's also true. I think the hardest on Queen Progress was the P2 where you run up the bridge, the second platform there. That was a really big progression point.
Oh yeah, KJ, I didn't think of it. It's probably the hardest. Crucible had more pulls, but it's because there was a guild. We didn't do any prep. We had different issues. Crucible, Unat could have died in like 300 pulls, 350. So I would say KJ. Oh, we have a food break.
We do have a food break, but not you and me.
I know. I ate before starting, so.
Oh, really? I didn't eat yet.
Yeah. So yeah, there have been different hard bosses over the years, but for end bosses, yeah, I would say Queen, Firak, Kill Jaedan, KJ. That's really tough, and then yeah, I think these are the 3 hardest.
Sarkareth was not very hard, right?
Sarkareth was one of the easiest.
Yeah.
It was actually the second easiest after Galliux in the last 8 years. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the easiest is Xavius, and then it's Sarkareth, and then this one.
All right.
And I would say, no, actually, this one is easier than the Sarkareth. Also, the Nathrius wasn't that hard, to be fair.
Oh, that's true. The Nathrius was hard in P1 because everyone had FPS drops like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
That was the hardest part about the boss fight.
But the raid Castle Nadria was pretty good difficulty. I mean, I think Eastern Legion was super complicated, and it required a specific raid comp, and you know, it wasn't the most fun boss. So much RNG involved as well.
That's true.
It was just bad design, I think.
Yeah, that boss fight was not good at all. But therefore, Sludgefist, for example, I think one of the most famous bosses.
That's one of the most well-tuned bosses that they ever made.
Yeah.
Like tuning that boss on the first tier of an expansion with Covenant system and everything else that there was at the time, that was impressive, I have to say.
Yeah.
I think legendaries as well were there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you could get 1 legendary on the start and then a second later on.
Yes.
So I don't know how they managed to tune Sludgefist, which had like also damage amplifier phase each like 1.5 minutes or whatever it was. I mean, must have been some luck as well, yeah. Zoth was definitely not one of the hardest. Garrosh wasn't either. Gul'dan wasn't. Argus wasn't. But they were all like good difficulty, you know, just not like at the very top. Neither was Queen. Queen wasn't.
Did those bosses actually all have secret phases?
Garrosh, Zoth, Gul'dan, Argus. I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a quick food break.
Oh no.
Yeah, so
Welcome back then, because the raiders are already on a food break. We have.
I guess we can put the studio cam, I guess.
Oh, we can. If you want to show off your muscle.
Yeah, I actually checked the Echo stream a lot, and whenever there is like a down moment, even mid pools, they swap always to the studio, like literally like super quick and stuff. So I mean, and it also is the same on Liquid's stream.
Yeah. I mean, you just know what the people want.
Look at this here.
Whoa, is that a scan computer?
It is the one for our The World Within giveaway, the Xalata theme computer. Ooh, it looks so nice.
Oh, it does. I heard that if you dream it, you can build it with scan. But we are doing giveaways, so if you type !giveaway, you can enter for a chance, and also type !wow as well. So we have a lot of giveaways going on.
Did you guys ever win a giveaway in your life?
No, I didn't.
Me neither. I tried many times, but
really?
Nowadays I don't even try anymore, especially, I mean, the method ones. I don't think I would feel nice about winning them.
Yeah, I don't think
I am trying.
I don't, just because, I don't know, I have that thing in my head where I'm like, there's no way I'll win, but at the same time, I need to remind myself how many times I grinded out a 0.1% mount and eventually got it, so it's like a matter of
by
time.
the way? I don't hear anything, or is my headset scuffed?
I
Do you guys hear
maybe
me?
We don't have headsets.
Oh,
Do you guys hear Logok?
Hello?
Can you hear him?
Yeah, hello.
I'm not gonna dab, Balrock. Stop. Are you back?
I
Your microphone is kind of.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Oh,
they can
yeah,
hear
let's
me?
go. Okay,
I mean, my
do
headset
have
is dead, but it's fine.
this here, because this is all the amazing giveaways that we're doing, and it's so many things, and not only just like small things, but actually
works
huge
now.
things. Obviously, the biggest one being the World Within PC, but we also are giving away a Arozzi Arena Moto desk, which is a stand-up desk.
Damn.
One of you using a stand-up desk?
No, unfortunately.
It's actually a new trend to have a stand-up desk and then like one of those
Yeah.
walking
Oh, the walking
thingies.
things, yeah.
I hope Arozzi sends me one day. I'm not a raider anymore with as many benefits.
I'm waiting for, I think Steelseries' next product is going to be like their own like gamer treadmill or something that you put under the standing desk.
Oh, that would be crazy.
It'd be a good idea.
I thought about getting one of those, but I'm also thinking I'm just too lazy. I wouldn't use it actually.
I would rather just kind of like walk outside, because when I game I like full lock in.
Yeah.
And I feel like if I'd walk I'd get like sweaty gunk all over my keyboards, and people who know my keyboards are really disgusting, but I don't know, I would just like walk outside instead. Yeah. But actually it might be really good in the winter, because a lot of people in like the northern hemisphere where it gets really, really cold, because like there's like 3 feet of snow in my backyard. Yeah. I can't really go out for a walk in that. So
do you guys enjoy outdoor walks? Because I never enjoyed them. I never enjoyed walking in my life, but now I do, and I feel like I'm getting old. I don't know what it is.
No, I agree. Like,
I don't understand how it's changed over the last 2-3 years, but now I genuinely enjoy it. Sometimes I just go on my own, even without the dog, for example. Just put a headset or earbuds and listen to a podcast, or put like a cap on, you know, so nobody can even see me, and I just walk around, you know.
No, it makes sense. Like I've felt the same way about walking. It's been other things too. Like I'm talking about like getting a bunch of like expensive cookware, like a really good blender, and like recently I've been looking into getting like a food scale for cooking, and I'm like, oh, I want to start gardening and growing food in my backyard. I think it is an aging thing.
Oh.
That's kind of what I'm going through right now.
I guess we grow different passions or hobbies, and over time.
No, I like walks. I used to play football a lot, so I hate running. I don't like running at all. But
I don't like it either.
Yeah. Walks are nice. I started going for walks almost every day when it wasn't this cold outside, for like half an hour to an hour. And it's really relaxing to just listen to some podcast or music sometimes.
I do have a bike for cardio at home though. Yeah. So
at home?
Yeah. And I normally cardio while watching like football games, or in the morning while watching a podcast, but I don't enjoy it as much as outdoor walks. I think, I don't know, cardio in general isn't for me. I hate it.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I think historically I've loved cardio. Like I was like competitively running in high school and stuff, and then I just did a marathon last year. But
oh, I saw that actually.
I think I got a little lazy on training, but I've moved on to like rollers. I've roller skated all my life, but now I kind of do that for cardio because I'm like really good at skating.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm bringing it back.
Are you planning on doing another marathon, or was that like a once in a lifetime thing?
Maybe, because like I want to get an actual better time, because I got really lazy with my training, and it kind of showed. But I think I want to do at least one more to get a better time, and I'll do it not in a city like Chicago where the entry of getting it is really hard. I also found out there's these roller skating marathons, and I might do one of those, but it's super niche. So maybe. But yeah, like I agree, like walks and casual stuff like that, as you get older, you're like, this is just nice.
It is, yeah. I mean, also I used to live in the city before, and didn't feel too good though to walk in the middle of the city when it's all trafficked, and even the air outside, you know, you feel it's not as pure. But now that I live more on the side, you know, and I can just walk to the park, and yeah, it's much better, I think.
Yeah, it's nice to have that. It's a good discussion to have with gamers, because sometimes they need to get out more. And I know we're kind of being hypocritical with watching the Method players here sit for 15 hours a day and play, but this is different. The situation's different.
Yeah. I mean, some of the players also, I believe, do some training after a race and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I think we do have a lot of people that are also going to the gym, right? Like you always have some gym buddies.
I mean, I mean, the players, nobody's motivated enough to go while raiding the world first race. And I understand, because like I'm the most into it, and even when I was doing the race, I would go maybe once a week. And just don't have the energy, you know, and you're focused on the game. But after, I mean, I bet some of them will get back into some exercising.
Not me. I'm just gonna go back to sleeping a lot and watching series and shows. production is suggesting something that we could do, because we did reach a bunch of charity goals. All of them actually, but we do have a new charity goal, which we are not revealing yet what it is gonna be, but we hit it at $6,000. Rage had some ideas for that, but for now we're looking at maybe doing the Gold Fever, which was our $2,000 goal. Who can make the most moolah?
I don't even know what that is.
We will get the explanation for sure. All right, do you wanna just come in here, or are you explaining like this? Maybe it's nice if you come in, if you want to, obviously. you don't have to. You can just have a microphone and explain from the side if you want
that. So Gold Fever is going to be a 1v1 gold challenge where you have only one hand, and that one hand is inside a sock, clean sock provided by Marius, I might add. And whoever can pick up the most gold in a minute wins.
Oh
That's
man.
simple.
There's Loras has a hand buff, I think, on this one.
Well, that's hopefully the glove. Actually, if you have bigger hands, is
I have
probably
very big
worse
hands, yeah.
for you.
Well, let's compare.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know.
And you? Yeah. That doesn't help, I think, yeah.
It's going to be the equivalent of, is it 64 card pickup, but with gold coins?
Very thematic.
Whilst you're
Socked.
restricted.
Mhm.
Socked. I like that a lot better. So I'll give Robin the mic back.
All right, let's do that. Do we need the table free? All right. Let's take care of that.
Careful, because I don't have
table.
the cap here, so...
Oh, look at all this holy we have here. All right. Mary is already ready to swap the camera POV here. Okay, who wants to start? Yeah.
I see. I'll put on a sock. I would like to put on a sock.
I think it's you two against each other.
All right.
So we have to pick the gold and then... How though? Like this?
Yeah,
I would
think
be...
so.
I'm left-handed, so I need to swap. Oh, we have to put it inside there? Doesn't even fit in my forearm. Literally. Yeah, I can just do it like this. But do we do it simultaneously and whoever puts most wins? Okay, I'm definitely gonna lose. I have also shaky hands, so it's game over, guys. But we'll try. Wait.
Are you left-handed?
Yeah, I'm ready as well. Let's go.
Do we have a timer for that, or is it just until everything is gone? Okay. Until 50. Okay, we're gonna have 1 minute starting in just 10 seconds. Get ready, Krista and Lorigok.
Do the countdown, just
Whoever
send it.
counts more. 5, 2, 1, go!
Okay, I'm
Oh,
never gonna
what?
win.
There's some different strats coming out of these two here. Okay, okay. Oh, Krista is bringing out the strats with collecting the coins in a... It looks like way faster way. We've lost some on the floor already, but that is fine. We do have 30 seconds to go. There's almost no coins on the table anymore. I'm gonna try to pick some of them up.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I cheated here. I'm not gonna lose.
We have
It doesn't
5
fit
seconds
anymore.
left.
I'm full.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. All right. Let's see.
Okay, I
Let's
think
see.
I won by a lot, guys.
Okay, I think we put these here to the side, and then both of us are counting your own coins. I think so.
I mean,
you can probably take off the sock if you want to.
I think you can just put a scale, and then you measure the weight. Yeah. No, but we can count it. I mean, I also have 2 in my hand. I will drop them on the ground. I don't want to cheat.
Fair play over there.
Bam.
Oh, I think, are we getting a scale? Or are we counting?
No, we just count.
Okay. Oh, it looks like your pile looks a little bigger, Krista. But maybe it's fake.
4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, your pile looks
30.
bigger, but Lorgog's strat looks a little bigger.
32, 34, 35, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Krista's
41,
super organized.
42, 43,
Lorgog just,
44.
you know, all in.
50, 51, 52. 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 3, 4, 5, 6. 70. Oh, one fell, but it's fine. 71, 72, 3, 4, 5, 6. 80, 81, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90, 91, 92, 93, guys. Let's go!
Just say some random numbers to distract her.
Nah. I'm confident, but we'll see if I lose.
Okay. We stole all of these coins, by the way, from Gallowix. He doesn't know about it yet, but once he figures out, he's gonna be even more angry and might just slap the raiders and especially the tanks a tiny little bit harder.
Might have lost actually, looking at Christos. I might have lost. 30? Damn, I got blasted, guys.
How many did you have?
93.
Oh, that's a close one. All right. The winner is of this charity event, Krista! Woo! You are the best little loot goblin that we have here.
She had 108 and I had 93.
Oh, is it?
It's fine, guys.
Yeah,
right.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, I thought you'd have like the big hand buff, but I guess like you need the angle to pick them up.
Yeah.
I have the advantage.
I also think with the winning this little competition, we have won some food. If you wanna go grab your food, because I think the raiders are back. I saw there's food in the camera. So if you want to go grab your food before I am leaving, then you can do that.
Yeah, you go. I don't eat now, so.
Good idea. All right, now I'm for real getting my food up.
All right. I think we just put this here back and we hide the coins, so Gallowix won't find out.
Imagine this was real gold.
He's already dead, so.
All right, but not for us. He might still come for us and get his gold back.
Yeah, true. In an alternate universe, he's alive.
Wait, I was told my bag was smaller. Okay, let's see if there was some cheating here.
There's no way.
Twitch shot baited me, guys. I'm a loser, okay?
Watch out with your...
On this game, I'm a loser. Everything else, I'm a winner.
Oof. Alright, let's have a little look at the Raiders' room. Slowly getting back. Skufte already back at his PC, already looking at something. What this is, we will never figure out. Skufte today, once again, was the first one to be here. With, I think with Quep this time around.
Quep, why doesn't he sleep extra? That boy, Quep.
I think Quep was hoping to see some DK action. If not on the last boss, what boss would you bring in the DK? But sadly not.
Yeah.
Sad here for Quep again. He had DK and Red Paladin ready. Red Paladin looked really, really strong all the way at the start, but they also had a bug that let them deal more damage. So once that bug got fixed, sadly both of those specs didn't look that good anymore.
Yeah. I do wonder if he's gonna play a great class later on.
Yeah.
Because he's kinda disappointed that every other tier is benched because of having a bad class.
Yeah. Even though this time around there was so much class swapping, like I still wonder, where did we spawn all the Windwalkers from? Where did they come from? Even for the other teams, at times we had 4 Windwalkers in the team. Like, holy moly, Windwalker! Where did we find all these Windwalker players?
I mean, Aggo, I know Klix is like originally main Windwalker. Then Trill is also main Windwalker, and here Nalle, I think is she's a main Windwalker. Yeah. And then I don't know. Who else played Windwalker? Nurse is like multi-class player, so he can adapt to other stuff.
Thanner played Windwalker.
Yeah.
Swap from healer.
Yeah.
I think that's a kind of common thing in this raid for other guilds that are not in the race world first as well, that the healers are just swapping to DPS for some of the fights because you have so many 3 heal fights as well.
Yeah.
And then you have Windwalker, that's one of the healer specs that you bring, like Monk Windwalker then. That's just really good. You have Resto Druid go Boomy because on sticks that's just pumping.
Yeah.
As a general thing, your Priest is just swapping Shadow if you need it because they are also pumping. It's like every DPS spec that has a healer spec as well is just up on the top meters.
Yeah, I agree.
Rage taking over Nate's spots. Oh, Rage usually shows Nate when he's eating. He's like giggling about it. Ha,
now it's your turn.
now it's your turn, Rage. Now we are showing you while eating. Payback. I promise Nate didn't pay for that, so we don't get Nate in trouble. But here's a lot of food. Ooh, is there cake?
Damn.
What are we eating? I want food. It's my. You already had food, you said, right?
Yeah, I ate before coming into the stream.
Alright, we are looking at Gallowix. Currently we have not 4 pulls, this is wrong, we had like 10, 11, 12 pulls. Gallowix got killed by Liquid in 100 pulls in just 1 day of raiding. Do you think we could kill the boss today? If we keep going until like midnight, that's surely 100 pulls we could get on the board.
I was reading Aggo apparently got it to 10% already.
Oh really?
Yeah. I mean, I might be wrong. That's why I wanted to check. Don't want to be rude here, but let's see. Oh, okay. Advertisement, nice.
Oh, that is crazy.
Yeah.
That's also, again, you already said it. You're disappointed in this last boss. I would be super disappointed as well if the last boss just dies in 1 day or like half a day because we're already.
I mean, he died in 1 day for Liquid, and they didn't have a strategy either.
Yes,
so
they were the first ones to get there, right? Obviously.
10%, yeah. So I think we should definitely be able to kill it today.
Oh, really? Okay, 10%. Crazy. Imagine the race is over this evening.
Yeah, true.
Like fully over for us and Echo as well. Whew. Did not seem like a last boss. Yeah, that's what we were thinking here as well. It's a little disappointing. Also, all the raiders, when I came down, when I came here this morning, and the raiders came down here to start their PCs and all that, I've heard all of them saying, and not together, just like one after another, Lock and Stock hardest boss in the raid. Lock and Stock was the actual end boss.
I think Mugsy probably was.
Yeah, but I think Mugsy, for us at least, was
less
we
pulls. Just played better on Mugsy as a boss that we played well overall. But yeah.
Still disappointing. We have been waiting for a secret phase as well, and nothing really happened. I think the biggest secret of the mythic boss was that it doesn't start the same way as the heroic boss starts, because you started at a point which on heroic was like the last little intermission to get into the last phase. So that was a little bit of a secret, but the rest?
Yeah, I didn't expect though the boss would die like even below maybe 50 bulls for World 2nd and 3rd. I mean, it must have been like a strategy thing that initially they struggled with Liquid. So we'll see. I mean, hopefully we also managed to kill it quick, but kind of wild, like very, very disappointing.
Even though the race in total went on for a decent amount.
Yeah, but mostly because of splits.
That is true, yeah. We did 3 days of splits.
3.5 on the first week.
And then 1 day on reset.
A bit over 1 day on reset, or no, 1 day on reset, yes.
So it was like 8 days.
Overall pull count is like less than half the overall pull count of previous tier.
Oh,
It's
really?
like 500 the penalty for the world first, and the last time was like 1.2k.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was also 8 bosses, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. I wonder if it was intended. If Blizzard
Yeah.
really wanted this sort of tuning.
I mean, I just think tuning was okay, I guess, except the fourth boss was overtuned, and one hour bandit was probably a bit undertuned, and then obviously Gallivix was a disaster.
Yeah.
It's kind of a shame when you get hyped so much for a end boss and then ends up being like a 50 to 100 pulse boss.
Yeah.
It's never great for the viewers and even for the raiders, you know. They love hard challenges. I'm not saying it needs to be a queen, but I think 200 pulls should be like the least an end boss should have.
I agree.
I don't think Blizzard are trying to make Mythic more accessible to anyone because it makes no sense. They have literally the fourth boss, which is the hardest fourth boss we ever seen, and the fifth boss is also very, very hard. So yeah, that's a funny story. Karkrovka.
What a timing,
Yeah.
imagine. I woke up today and I saw Liquid killed the boss, and I saw, funny enough, Raid.io and Wowhead apparently messed up a little bit with their announcements of the winner. Wowhead had the Method logo on their announcement picture, and no, the other way around. Raid.io had the Method picture, and Wowhead wrote in text that Echo won.
Yeah,
But
I
it
saw the
was
picture.
Liquid,
I saw the picture,
and
yeah.
therefore I didn't believe it because I thought, oh god, they're trolling, right? Like Liquid apparently killed, but it says Method here and Echo there. But then I went to check it, and it was actually a kill. I told Shelle that was still sleeping, and he also didn't believe it at the start. He was like, nah, no way. But,
yeah,
it
it's
is
funny
what it
because
is.
I also woke up at like 5 to go quick toilet, and then I open my phone during the race. I normally just check, and I see it, like Liquid killed, and I'm like, wait. And then I kept scrolling. I'm like, am I in a dream
Someone's
or
memeing.
am I in a dream or is
Yeah.
it real life? You know, and couldn't believe it, to be honest, because you know, obviously I expect them. To be honest, let's be real. After yesterday, I don't think many people had Liquid lose the race, but I still didn't think they would kill it this quick. And I mean, we can see now that Ego with the strategy out, they're doing it in like 40 bulls.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're probably not gonna die in 40 bulls because they're already like 38 or whatever. But I wouldn't be surprised if it dies within like 10, 15 pulls. And I think Method can do just as good, you know.
Yeah. I agree. We don't have a break timer on our screen anymore. At least we have updated the pulls now. 18 pulls is what we have at the moment, so it's not like we're behind or anything.
No, I mean, we just have to get through. I feel like you get through a phase. It's like many fights that you get through a phase and then you get a big chunk of the boss percent at once.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I think we definitely were underprepared with the mages. I think that's
Oh, yeah.
one of the major things. And we could also be better with choosing healers. I think we had one Mistweaver and 2 Priest was the idea, but 2 Priest wasn't the play in the end.
No, we had double Priest, double Mistweaver the whole time,
Oh.
with the option for Crystal to swap on the Druid, but we did believe that Priest was better, so he played Priest and swapped to his Druid only on one-on Bandit, I think, is the
Yeah.
first boss. But that
So-
also means that we have been playing a Druid DPS up to that point, which
Yeah.
was also not optimal, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can look at these kind of things back later, and you know, there were few composition mistakes. Sometimes you nail it, sometimes you don't. But overall, I don't think it would have made much of a difference. I mean, we had like those two knives on the 5th boss and on one-arm bandit where we wasted a lot of time. And if we had played well there, you know, we would probably be equal to Ego right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Or if not even ahead, to be fair, because you know they definitely played really well on Mugsy, which closed the gap a bit. But you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But yeah, the Method's team goal and expectations were a bit higher this time
Yeah.
around, I would say.
For sure.
So this one feels a bit worse. But yeah, prior to the race, I still expected Liquid to still be the favorite. And even though, you know, the guilds are all closed, people need to keep in mind that they have always the head start, which you know, people downplay a lot, and I think this year it had less impact considering login issues and power outage. But it still helps the mental, you know, you're always like slightly ahead. And this is also a lot on the mental part. I mean, we could see like on many bosses, even Echo, they reach like 5%, or we reach 5%, and then we struggle for like another 5-6 hours. That's mostly comes down to the mental part, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's also one small thing. I don't know if you have heard it because you weren't on here when we killed Mugsy. We did Vantus Mugsy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think at the start of the day we just insta-Vantus it, which means we don't have Vantus rune on every player that has been in on Mugsy, which is almost everyone, for Gallywix, while Echo did not Vantus Mugsy.
Yeah,
so
that is
they
definitely
have a little advantage now with the Ventus.
That is definitely gonna have, I mean, I think kind of made sense, the idea behind, just to avoid those 2% wipes and stuff, which in fact they managed to avoid, but they're definitely gonna struggle a bit more on Gallywix because of it. But I mean, it's still definitely, we could see Liquid managed to kill it with 2 people dead for 20% plus and 0 optimization, but yeah. The Vantus is definitely gonna have a small impact on it.
Yeah. I think, let me see, the only ones that were not in on Mugsy is, I think, Pricey actually. Pricey on the 3rd mage spot.
Pricey was on Mugsy.
Oh, not Tenku, sorry. Tenku on the
yes.
3rd mage spot. We do have some text over there, so we don't see it. But I think that's the only one. Everyone else did
I think
play
you're
Mugsy.
correct, judging by the raid composition.
Small thing, it's obviously a disadvantage, but it doesn't mean that that it's over, right? We can still kill the boss even without the Vantus rune, just a tiny little bit harder. And I think progress so far is good, right? We didn't have a lot of pulls, we did see some troubles with the tanks, which I don't know if the other guilds had as well, but it looks like a lot of tank damage.
I do wonder, because I didn't have much time to watch Liquid's progress yesterday as I casted, and then after the 6-hour shift I went to the gym. I do watch like a stream on Twitch, but when you're on Twitch on the phone, you don't really see stuff as well as on the PC, right?
Yeah.
And guys, Queen was actually one of the hardest bosses ever, so it's definitely not the trend to have an easy end boss. Even the one that came before, Firak, was, as I mentioned earlier, one of the hardest. So definitely they have been doing a good job with end bosses, except on this one, and Sarkaret was also quite underwhelming, but yeah.
Alright, we are joined back by Krista,
Welcome
and
back.
with that...
What did you eat?
What did you eat? Did we have Subway?
Subway.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm gonna grab one of those now as well, and I'm actually done with my shift for today, so I'm gonna leave you two to the Gallywix progress. And maybe we see a kill within your shift. It's doable. Maybe at the end of the day, maybe the later shift.
Yeah, I think it's gonna die today, to be honest.
I hope so. I really, really hope so. But that's it for me. If we're not killing it today, I will be back tomorrow. And if we're killing it today, then there's gonna be a huge party, I think. So thank you for having me, and see ya around.
See you.
Yes, see ya, lady. Lady Royman of the Resto Druids. Alright, I'm digesting. Oh, looks like they're almost finished eating. Everyone making sure they fill up for this. Let's see, I think it's like a 30-minute-ish break for them.
Yeah.
Let's see, we're only missing Wildy. He's not quite in the raid yet. See a few empty chairs on the raider camera, so definitely should be soon. Oh, there he is. Got the summon. So I know, like, before we were kind of talking about like the difficulty, and you're generally disappointed with the boss. Do you think it's kind of like, would you increase the mechanical difficulty on it, or like the tuning, or both? Because like I said earlier,
I think both. For an end boss, definitely both. Yeah. Because numbers were very low, and also the mechanics. I mean, they got through the mechanics very fast as well. You know, so if they had a harder end rate checks, then obviously you would need to min-max the damage to get through it, or have a clean pool with everyone alive, which you didn't need to do. And I mean, if the mechanics were harder, then it would also be more challenging for the whole raid to get there. and it was neither. So
yeah, I still like lean just towards like simpler mechanics. So I guess for a final boss, it can also be a bit more. I know since a lot of time has passed, it's difficult to like compare, but my favorite boss of all time personally was Blackhand from Blackrock Foundry. And I feel like if I were to compare that one now mechanically, and it's been a long time since I progged that, I feel like mechanically it'd be about as complicated as this one, maybe slightly more, only because there were 3 distinct phases.
I would say, I mean, the thing is the game has changed so much.
Yeah.
Mechanically, it would probably be just similar, yeah. I mean, the thing is, back then, numbers-wise, it was super hard, like one of the hardest bosses ever. But with the like experience people have now, the raid comps, the knowledge, it would probably feel very easy, yeah. But back then, I mean, the phase 1 DPS requirement was probably the hardest phase 1 DPS requirement that's ever been for a World First boss, if I think about it. You couldn't do it consistently without having 4 hunters with Fox, or using Bloodlust as the other option, or getting just extra gear over time. We were literally like cheesing with method. With Demonology Warlocks, they were like getting energy. Boomkins were like getting full astral power just to get the extra like small % of damage in that phase 1 to get through it. And some people would even double pot it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you have a good point where like the game was a lot different back then, and something that I sometimes forget to consider is there wasn't like a public race to World First then, so all of the kills weren't really publicly available until after a while, so people weren't able to like reference each other. We also didn't have like an army of analysts across the guilds either. So there was definitely like a lot less resources. So I think you do have a good point though. Like if Blackhand was released today and no one had seen it, it would go down.
It would take like 100 pulls at most.
Yeah.
Even less, I would say. Just the game got so much more complicated overall, right? So it's really not a fair comparison, but I normally rate difficulty based on how hard it was at the time with the tools we had back in the days, right?
Yeah, but that's because I was trying to think mechanical intensity. Like I liked Blackhand a lot. I think a more recent one too that I really, really liked was Gul'dan at the end of Nighthold. I think that one was like semi-complicated, but that also was like, God, I want to say 7 years ago at this point. But I felt that one was really cool. I think it was me and Dark Mech were talking about the last phase. He really liked the secret final phase that they had on Mythic for that one. I personally didn't. But that might have been like Healer Pav, because I notice I tend to have way different preferences for bosses.
Yeah, it is like a different perspective as a healer. The thing is, it's also some bosses, like the original version, is a specific difficulty. Like Queen was, I see you guys in chat arguing about Queen. Queen is one of the hardest bosses ever for an end boss, and it was insane for top guilds. But for the guilds that did it afterwards, they totally destroyed the last phase, which made it pretty easy for like non-World First guilds to do in comparison.
Yeah.
So it's like totally different version of the bosses, and yeah, it's really unfair to compare.
Yeah, I think the version I faced, because we ended on around like World 200-ish. It was somewhere around there. But the version that we faced, there was like the web things that came out as like crosses. They made it where only 3 spawned versus 4, so it was a lot easier to dodge. Also, just in general, like the damage intake was lower. And I think in the 3rd phase, it was like I shouldn't even remember the nerf anymore, but I remember you could push it where you didn't have to deal one more set of the orbs, I think it was.
You're speaking of Queen, right?
Yeah, Queen Ansarek.
Yeah, they nerfed the HP a lot. Then they also, by the time we reached it, we were getting the extra damage done buff, which made you skip like the last set of Ed.
Oh yeah, we could just focus. That's what it was. Yeah, we could just focus the boss.
Which was the hardest part of the phase, kinda. But I think they've done some other changes as well in the last phase, which made it easier. But can't remember precisely. But I just remember reaching that phase like 5-6 times, and it died. And I'm like, at World First level, they wiped on it for like 200 pulls plus. It was like one of the craziest last phases ever. And then when I did it with my casual guild, which is like World 40-30, it was like very, very disappointing. And I mean, it was also my first year in non-World First guild for the last like 10 years. So
yeah,
it did feel a bit disappointing, but I guess I just need to get used, that I will never face bosses of the original difficulty anymore.
Do you feel that they should keep it at the difficulty longer? And I ask this because I see a lot of discussion, because I follow like social media players a lot. There's a lot of discussion around like a lot of guilds getting there and they have to wait for nerfs and it's like too hard. So do you think they should keep bosses, especially the later ones, at their current difficulty longer than they do?
I do think some nerfs, especially ones mechanical that require specific compositions, make sense. But I do think that this damage done, that buff and healing that was being given to the raid every like 2 weeks, that was a bit overkill. They could have done it a bit slower, not get you 3% each week on top of nerfs, on top of gear. Then it's like pretty massive difference, because especially in this era that you have sparks, so it's a guaranteed upgrade on a weak slot. Then the vault, like mythic reclear, you add a 3% damage done every 2 weeks to everyone, and then you add also the nerfs that they normally do, and then it just turns to easy. I mean, I don't think, like, for example, Galwix, I don't see a reason why they would nerf anything at all on this boss.
Yeah.
Like, I think at the state it is right now, it's already, like, way too easy.
I think in the far future, we will end up seeing nerfs to this fight. But I do agree that this is one where, like, when you see the first wave of like overhaul nerfs coming in, so the next sort of like group of guilds can kill it, like top, I don't know, 30 to 80. I think Galwix, they probably won't touch
for I don't think so. I think they might nerf Mugsy a bit.
Yeah, Mugsy.
Especially because Mugsy required the raid composition where you had a lot of classes just being able to jump over the jails, which is one of the things that you often see in Warforged raids. You just have classes that just fully ignore a mechanic with some abilities they have, or like a racial, and that's never like a good idea for non-Warforged guilds, because how are you meant to have this kind of opportunity if you're not playing with so many class options? So definitely I think that's one thing that will change on Mugsy. And then the fifth boss, which I always forget the name of, guys, so complicated names here.
Sprocketmonger.
Yeah, Sprocketmonger. Yeah. That one is pretty hard, and I'm sure it's getting nerfed this weekend, or by the time the reset comes, because every guild is stuck there kinda. So
yeah, because I'm in that category of players where like we get cutting edge, but if we don't have the class comp, it makes it significantly harder. Even for Ansurek, before we pulled it, we put like a message in our guild chat being like, how many of you are willing to switch to Gnome, so that they could like break out of the stuns, because it's not, we don't want to have people to have to like pay to optimize. So it's like, once we had like one or two people that switched, and after that we had to look at our raid comp and see how many movement breaks do we have for this, and at that point it gets a little restrictive even for us, because we're the kind of team where everyone has a main. There's some people that can, if they have the time, they can quickly gear up an alt, but I don't think we should have to at like a top 200 level, I don't think we should have to really have secondary tunes geared. I know for Ovanax that was a serious problem that we had, because we started fighting that before it got nerfed. And
that's the reason why in week 1 most guilds had reached it, unless you were like a world rank competitor, they just didn't even bother until it got nerfed. But it got nerfed relatively fast, and I'm surprised the 5th boss didn't get nerfed as fast, because we had enough data to see that the boss needed a nerf together with Bank Junker. So I don't know. I mean, I definitely think it's getting nerfed in like 2 days or whatever, but should have been done earlier. We see already early deaths here. Blazes, I guess we can call those Blazes despite having a different name. Like, everyone is used from the Firak ability, right?
Yeah.
So I think you will just call them Blazes.
Yeah, so if you get hit by those on Mythic, they deal a moderate amount of damage.
They also knock you, right?
Yeah, they deal a moderate amount of damage. They aren't lethal, because I remember seeing that and I'm like, oh, that will definitely be a one-shot, because that's typically how it is with, if most mechanics are messed up, it is a one-shot, but they're actually quite forgiving. Here what we just saw is not enough people got into the canister, so you need at least 3, and if you don't, it'll just be an instant raid wipe.
Yeah, we had 3 deaths, so doesn't help. Like, very early 3 deaths, maybe some of them were assigned to soaking the canisters, and then we didn't have enough people. Would make sense, but yeah, I think pools where you have 2-3 deaths straight away at this point, you just have to go again and start trying to progress for the next phases.
Yeah, it's possible that they maybe like switch to who they want to have soaking, because it looked like a few of them went off. So like it's a very easy mechanic for them. If that happens, it's usually not due to like a misplay. They're just trying to like figure out some new planning, but I can't say, of course, because I'm not privy to comms. But yeah, like you said, you definitely don't want those early deaths. And I've noticed the mechanics in general are super forgiving on this fight. Like, a lot of things don't actually one-shot you. They just deal a lot of damage, which makes it a high chance that you'll die, but you can survive a lot of things on these later fights.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want mechanics that are one-shotting you, like, and that you have on each phase. At the end of the day, it's still an end boss, so the boss should punish you. I mean, you remember on the Queen, for example, we had those tombs that they would just one-shot you if you got hit. And I think that was fine. You know, it's also easier ability to dodge overall if you compare to the Blazes, which I would say a bit harder to dodge. But overall, I think, I mean, the boss in general has just been so disappointing, and I don't know where to pick it, but, you know, there's too many things that went wrong with Galevix, and I hope next tier there is... I mean, as a World First Raider, I don't want a Heroic Quick, because it means I have to play 24/7 for an extra week.
Yeah.
But, you know, from an outsider that wants a challenging race and some great bosses where they can progress on, and, you know, as a viewer that I am now and caster, I prefer it to be well-tuned and not see this, I call it a fiesta. I mean, 100 pulls for the World First without any strategy, and now, like, we can see that this could die like within 50 or 60 for Echo, while they have the strategy out and the composition. That's definitely not the... I mean, that is just not good, you know, for the game, for the race. And I agree, the previous bosses, some might have been too undertuned, and in fact they actually were, but...
Yeah, I think it was you that was talking about how, like, with non-heroic week, it's by far the worst for, like, expansion release, because you have to, like, gear the tunes and stuff. Like, what was like a typical day for preparing for like the first tier in for the Race World First when they don't have heroic week?
Yeah, so when is the start of the expansion, you mean, right?
Yeah, the start of the expansion.
We see Nate going down again, guys. Here tanks are struggling, but it must be like very, very complicated for tanking. So the first year of an expansion is literally the most intense for any player, because you have to play a lot the first 2 weeks of the expansion grind to get all your characters leveled up and ready for Mythic raid. Then you have to do heroic quick potential if there is one, like this expansion. The previous time there wasn't. And then obviously there is Mythic progression, and you know, based on how hard the raid is, it means that you're gonna have to do like full no life mode for 4 to 6 weeks. And you know, despite 95% of World First Raiders not having like a job in real life, so they do this for a living. So that's their job, streaming, gaming. You know, it's still like stressful on the mind. You know, when you're playing 16 hours a day for 4 to 6 weeks, plus the pressure of, you know, needing to win, because everybody's doing it to win, right? We can see great soaking from Skofte of the mines. He gets knocked into those blazes, but as you mentioned, these blazes aren't as deadly as they could have been, but
yeah, they're nothing here. I don't want to say nothing, but a lot of the mechanics here do not one-shot you. So here's the canisters again. They just need to make sure they have people soaking them. If they don't have enough, it is a raid wipe. At the same time, they also have the healing absorb that is coming out. So if any remaining healing absorb isn't healed off in the short amount of time, it explodes on the rest of the raid. But the healers are pretty on top of that. It doesn't look like it's really been that much of an issue. But I mean, like, again, it kind of makes sense since this boss, like, the healing check isn't really that serious. The damage check isn't that serious. They aren't really having any problems. They just kind of need to see the fight and practice some of the overlaps a little bit, and then they're fine. Like, I don't want to compare this to Queen's Court, but it kind of feels like Queen's Court in a way where, like, the damage and healing really was not that high. You just had to get the dance down right.
Yeah, true.
Well, there we go. So that one, it looked like enough of the canisters weren't soaked again. So they probably just want to figure out a way to get their group allocation and make sure they kind of have everyone going to the right spot. Because it's not like you can tell it's like, oh, this is canister number 1, 2, 3, 4. You kind of have to see who's going where and figure it out.
I don't think they might have a weak aura maybe to assign the positioning. Like, I didn't pay attention to it, but normally you want to have like a weak aura or like a priority order. Like, you remember also on Firak, for example, there was this special weak aura that would tell you go in front, center, or back, and then you would just adjust accordingly. And they might have something similar here, or so the players are aware of where to soak, and if they have the canister themselves, you know, if they want to go forward, backwards, or whatever, right? So, but I want to look if they actually have it, because I personally didn't notice it, but historically they always have a weak aura to handle this kind of mechanics, so they don't just fully YOLO it.
Yeah, so when they have something like that where there's 4 canisters that spawn and there's not really a good way to differentiate them, what would you have a weak aura do? Like, you just say, like, the furthest one to the left, you're this one?
Yeah, normally the weak aura would tell the person, like, that is front, then, like, one center front, one center back, and one back, let's say, if there are 4. And then you would have, like, a priority list in the raid of whoever is going to be, like, more towards the front, center, back, and it also calculates if those people have the canisters. So if the person that has canister in the front was meant to be normally, like, in the center back, you know, the list adjusts automatically, right? And then the players can just adjust by looking at the weak aura when they're assigned, basically.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense, because sometimes I know it can get a little hairy. Like, if you are hoping, oh, one's going to be the left, we know I soak the furthest left ones. Sometimes you get those situations where they're like, they spawn in a line or something like that. Now, I'm not saying the canisters, we've seen that do that, but just in general, mechanics like this where they have sort of proximity spawns. Sometimes when that happens, that's where you kind of got to, like, mind read a little bit and figure it out from there. So that's why I was curious with the canisters, because they're not a set location spawn.
Yeah, the thing is, in Warfare's guilds, we're so used to literally make a weak aura for anything. Like, we always find a way to have a weak aura to assign literally any small thing. And I notice even now that I play, like, in a more casual guild. I mean, for most people it's still like a tryhard guild, but for me it's casual in comparison to what I'm used to. And there are lots of things that are not assigned with a weak aura, and you know, I mean, it doesn't feel necessarily worse, especially because you're going into it and the abilities are already nerfed, and you can get away with maybe messing up, like, one person in the wrong area and stuff. But yeah, like, weak auras are such a major thing for the Warfare's race, and you know, there have been bosses where having a weak aura that assigns these kind of things properly can literally save you over 3 days of progression on an end boss, or 4, like 4 or 5 hours, you know, compared to not having a weak aura that does it properly. But nowadays, it's not like back then that you didn't live stream progression. So if there is, like, a very nice weak aura done by another guild, you can be sure that within a few hours the other guilds are also gonna have it. So
yeah, having those people work on weak auras on the back end is super important, making sure they push out those updates. I don't want to make a comparison to, like, race car stuff, because I have no idea what I'm talking about, but it feels like it's kind of like a pit stop crew in a way. They got to be really quick with bringing them out, just in case you're reliant on certain assignments. But here we go, back into another poll. So just to talk about a couple of the differences here, when you see an electrical beam come out from the boss, he will drop some sparks. We see it there. There are 6 sparks. So when you're someone carrying the bomb, you have to pick up the bomb and then run over a few of the sparks to charge it up and then drop it into the coils. So mild difference, but it's really easy because you can see that they have it in a way where they're just grouped up in the same spot. So it, like, you're actively not doing too much different. So here's the canisters again. You see a lot of players standing in the Venn diagram of the bigger red ones, and then everybody has been able to successfully spread out for those smaller purple canisters to make sure there isn't a raid wipe.
Yeah, and then you can see the boss does the same abilities on heroic, that you want to run away, and the further you are from the boss, the less damage it does. But it's properly timed, because as they run away, they go straight into the other side of the room where they have to kill the ads, so they just naturally have to move regardless. You can see next canisters going on, everybody assigned to their soak.
Also, it does actually look like they're in a set spawn, because I saw someone mention that, and I came here like an hour before. Like, I remember waking up to a kill and I didn't get a chance to look at the kill file, but it does look like they're actually in the same spot, so that does make it quite easier. I feel like that's another mechanic where they would have made it where they're kind of like a little proximity base, but yeah, as long as everyone knows the specific one they're going into and there's no deaths, so you don't have to last minute make some changes, that's a pretty easy solve as well. So here comes the next set. They always make that little sort of half circle, so we see the positioning is the same here. There goes the absorb. You can see it a little weaker on the side there as it gets healed off in a matter of like a few seconds.
Into the next ad wave, and I did notice Kovte dying and he got quickly rest. When he soaks those mines, he does a lot of damage, but I want to see what it does to precisely, because obviously, like now is the early pulls where we are progressing and trying to get further into the fight, but as we go on, you want to obviously start avoiding those early deaths and make sure that we get through it without any tank deaths. So far, they are probably the ones that are doing the highest amount of jobs here. I mean, we can see the soaks, the next canisters going on, or he gets knocked almost into the center, and then big boom. I think there weren't enough people into the canister, correct? You could see just blue.
I think so. I think it's when you see that animation, but I couldn't quite see because I was watching Scoff's health. Let's see. That looked like a pretty good pull, though, because we had them wiping a little bit earlier normally, but this best is still sitting at 72.6%, which is totally normal. I mean, they're only 21 pulls in. Oh, yeah, there we can go. We can see a nice little pull comparison.
Yeah, we can see Echo jumped super much within, like, between the pull number 30 and 45. So it means once you get past that, like, 50%, the last phase is probably, like, the easiest part. And, I mean, I did notice this phase 1, while obviously it didn't take long for the guilds, but it does seem quite intense, you know, a lot of things going on, lots of damage, lots of things to soak, ads to kill, you know, you want to move to the other platforms and sides of the room. So the phase 1, you know, despite not being the hardest numbers-wise, it's still very intense, and you need to execute it properly. I think it would have been a very good phase 1 if the boss then was like hard in the rest of the phases, because having bosses where phase 1 is still challenging obviously is gonna bring the pull count very much up. And I think Queen Ansurak was an example where before the nerfs, phase 1 was very intense, plus the intermission with the shield, you couldn't afford any deaths, and also the damage you did in the phase 1 was gonna have an impact on the overall fight, because the percent of the boss would just go into the phase 3, which was a massive damage requirement.
Yeah, I think Sarkareth was kind of similar like that. Like the first phase seemed really hard, especially on the healers. But yeah, and right here, this graph is like a really exaggerated example of what happens when you can see a different boss kill it. So Liquid pretty much had to kind of like figure out the boss, and since they were so far ahead, Echo can take a look at what they're doing, make their own adjustments, and like their pull count is sitting so low right now, 40 at almost 46. With 11.9 being their best. Like, that is straight up just in kill range for them.
For sure. And I mean, you could see that Liquid went from 14% to 0, which definitely means that Echo could kill it any pull at this point. Which is why I also was saying that I expect Method to get it down today if they play properly. And yeah, I mean, hopefully we get through this first phase fast, and we can also see some last phase pulls.
Yeah, ideally we will see those based off of... So if we were to stay on track with Echo, which would be another 25 or so pulls, I think that would be maybe another 3-ish hours, which would bring us into the... carry the 5... around the 5 p.m. area. So, I don't know. If they stay on track, this should be like an early evening pull, I'd say. Sometime maybe a little around right after dinner. I think they definitely don't want to have to kill it tomorrow morning. This should be evening or a late evening kill for Method. So
yeah, I definitely think this is gonna die for us around like post-dinner time, if we are on pace with the progression, with all the information that is given by the other guilds that killed it. The other guild that killed it. So yeah. Yesterday I would have never said it, and I was also expecting a last secret phase. I don't know who mentioned it, but somebody was so sure of it. But I don't know. There was just no secret phase, and I think towards the end, Liquid kind of expected it that there wasn't, because they just went to 0% and they kind of knew the boss was gonna die.
Yeah, this is like information that I am not at all privy to, but I know that the guilds to some extent can sort of like data mine. So I know they get like bits and pieces of boss information. So that's why some tiers you can see like if they're confident or not. But at the same time, if hypothetically they knew there was going to be a secret boss, they're not going to say that. Yeah. They're going to be like, what? We don't know about anything like that that's happening.
They want to spoil the viewers with surprise factors, right? And just go into the secret phase and then just show them, oh, there is something extra here.
Yeah.
But normally top guilds always find out beforehand of like some data mined abilities and stuff. I think Even during Jailer, which was the very last secret phase we had, we already kind of know in Echo. We saw some like data mined abilities, and we're like, yeah, this must go to a secret phase at like 15 or 10%. When judging by the tuning of the fight, we were also kind of expecting it that below like 5% was never gonna happen. So it would have been either 10% or 5 or 15 where it would phase into the secret phase.
Yeah, I remember like hearing like even for me, I had like heard somewhere, probably like 8th hand information, there was a secret phase, and I remember asking about it, and I remember asking someone there, and I said, I'm pretty sure there's a secret phase, and they're like, no, like there's not, but something felt off. Like I could tell someone knew something.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing though. They keep it like locked in, top secret information. The only people that can know are the raiders, and they keep it between each other just because you don't want to give any advantage to any of the other guilds that may not have found that information.
Definitely.
Meow.
Hello, Kena. Welcome. You gonna be with us in the next hours?
At least for a little bit, until I get summoned somewhere else.
Okay.
No,
Then I think I can go for 10 minutes.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah,
you go.
Rokena, our resident analyst. Just kidding. I don't know what your actual...
Washed up caretaker, I guess.
Washed up caretaker,
We'll go for that.
Ex-Ellie Shaman, ex-Shadow Priest. I remember you still playing Shadow Priest on Jaina back in the day.
Oh, what can I say? You know, 3 votes first, you know, no bragging rights.
Yeah. I remember, totally random thing I'm going to bring up, but I remember a long time ago on Jaina watching, and then you had like a decent amount of deaths, but you had to rely on like grips or something.
I mean, the bosses... That boss was like really funky. Because like, I think a lot of the deaths came down to like also like, I mean, I didn't play that good on that boss, granted. But like, you're a Shadow Priest on a boat. There's a lot of things happening, a lot of explosions. And you're sitting there mind controlling a map and you can't even see your own character. And then somebody runs something over you and you just die, or like they walk forward and you have to be like in range of people to like not freeze alone or something.
Yep.
So... It was a hard boss, but it was a fun boss, and I also didn't play that much Shadow Priest, so it was like a little bit of a rusty one, but we still won.
Oh yeah, but you guys did
ratio.
it. That boss was so intense. I remember it felt like 2 days was spent on each phase almost. Like that was like the craziest thing to watch.
It was a really funky tier because it was one of those tiers that's like, in the first day all bosses are dead, and then it's like, I mean, it's like literally like you said, like you spent 2 days getting through P1, 2 days getting through P2, and then you got into P3. Then we had to figure out some cancel bloodloss shenanigans, and then we figured out like the troll racial thing where everyone suddenly one night before the kill just randomly transformed into troll. And then we didn't want to talk about it. And then in the morning, everyone woke up and was like, why is everyone a troll? What happened?
Yeah.
And it's like the debuffs expire like faster, so you can drop the stacks when you cancel bloodlust.
I mean, I feel like since then you develop or you start to cultivate some big brain chatters, because even as we were on Mugsy, I saw a couple comments of people being like, wait, why did so many people go Alliance? So people start to notice those kind of things with the different racials that give you a serious advantage on fights.
Yeah. I'm an elitist, and I'm very...
Yeah, go for it.
I think racials are dumb.
I agree.
Like, I think racials should be a cosmetic thing. You know, a Working can have like a little like it shouldn't have like mobility, and it shouldn't have DPS. It should just be a pure cool thing. Like, I want to be a troll warlock. That's what I freaking love. That's what I want to do. But then you're forced to be like, I don't know, a warlock fat man boulder gate thing looking man because it gives you 0.01% more damage or something. Like, I think it's cringe. And then, like, I feel like any class that's like where you don't need the DPS, you're either a goblin for the extra goblin jump because that thing is busted, or you become a Drakfir and you can double jump anyway, which is also busted. And it's just like mobility increases. And then, like you see on this tier, it's like, why did we go gnomes for Ensurek? Oh, you can remove the root in P1. Cringe. Why did we go like, what is it, Flight Elves on the Mugsy or whatever? Oh yeah, you can teleport. Like, it's dumb, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I remember back when I was doing Sanctum of Domination, I like to explain for anyone that didn't maybe see that fight. There's this fight on Painsmith, which was really cool.
Oh, true.
It was like this Bomberman thing, and basically there was a giant wave of these lethal spike balls that would roll across the arena, and unless you had a sort of blink or like a bop as a paladin, you had to basically leap off the arena and then goblin jump back on, which that was like kind of whatever, but it made it so anyone that could switched over to a goblin just to be able to do the fight. Otherwise, it was literally impossible. This was not a like, oh, we can min-max a certain way. It was not doable unless you racial changed. So I had to play a goblin because I was a shaman. I also had to race change my paladin when I moved over to horde, which I was happy to play a blood elf, my cute male blood elf. But back in the day, it was like Arcane Torrent gave you mana, which was just easily the best racial. But when you're playing a class and the BIS race is something you don't want to play, it's like definitely not fun. So
it's I don't know. I think like the only thing that somewhat saves Painsmith is the fact that Ventress had the teleport and Nightos, like Night Fae could use that. Like,
oh
the
yeah, I
little
forgot about
blink.
those. Yeah.
So like that kind of saved it. If that was not a thing, it would have been infinitely worse on that boss, because then everyone, like you said, would have had to be a goblin, and then you have to do some goblin jump off gateway shenanigans on every single one, and it's cringe. Like,
yeah, and it didn't feel good for people either, because with the covenants, sometimes you had to choose the utility over like the HPS or DPS loss increase. Like since I was playing Resto Shaman that tier, actually in Sepulchre, you wanted to go Venthyr because it for early fights it had like the teleport, but I know if you were Night Fae for certain fights you actually did more healing, so I just greeted and played Night Fae anyway because there was a certain overlap. I think it was like on the third boss, and I was like, I just have to die to this one, but I'm like, I'm gonna hold my Ankh for it. So I ultimate greeted it, but you had to give up some like class output just for some utility during that time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think throughout the history of WoW, there's just been so many fights where like certain ratios are just better, and I think it's just cool that you can just be whatever the hell you want to be. Like, I think that just needs to go away, or it needs to become so. I mean, like even just like 1% secondary venom stats is like too much for me already.
Yeah,
because,
I think so too.
Yeah, I would just like it to just be play what the fuck you think is cool. And go with that, and I think that's just healthy for the game and more fun for the game.
I feel the same way. I think there's people that I think we would see enough diversity as it is, because I know this is something that only truly affects like the top 1%, which I empathize with, I understand, but at the same time it doesn't change the fact that even like heroic and normal raiders, just like in League of Legends, right? Even if you're like a silver player, it doesn't mean you're not going to look at the meta and still play what champion is the most OP. So a lot of like players that are playing at lower difficulties, they still just by default will copy what they see the best races. So I tinfoil hat think we would see more race diversity if we didn't have BIS races locked behind the racials personally.
I mean, definitely. It also prevents every single tier me getting DMs of raiders.
Yeah.
Can I change race? Is that gonna screw the lockout? Can I do this? Should I be scared? Do I have to prep a ticket? And like, here's some gold. Do it.
Yeah, it's especially just when you get to like raids. If you're someone that wants to play the game and not have to spend extra money, but some parts are genuinely like undoable. Like even for my own guild, we almost didn't have the comp to be able to break people out of the web breaks for Queen Anne Surek, but we had like 2 people go gnome, thankfully. And then we had enough extra like freedoms and Tiger's Lust to go around to free those immobile classes like the priests and
I always wonder whenever we break something with a racial, like take Jaina. Did they intend that you can drop the debuffs? Because in reality, I think that's almost the only thing that made it was somewhat killable week 1, is the fact you could drop it. If that was not intended, would it have just been screwed? Like, how does that work? You know what I mean? It's weird. So, and I feel like it's kind of the same thing for Mugsy. Like, Mugsy probably would have been harder if you couldn't, get out of them.
Yeah.
So I feel like with that in mind, it's like I don't know if we sometimes break encounters. Like, how much harder would Entrek have been if you couldn't just get out of the webs with being a gnome? It's like fun little things that they go in my mind at least, of like, how would it be cool or whatnot? And yeah, kind of hard to say, I guess.
Yeah, but aside, if you don't need any utility, people definitely just pick their the races that give them the most damage. But yeah, like we said, it's lucky if it's a race you want to play. Like for me, since I was Horde, like I said, I don't mind playing a Blood Elf. But now that we can play cross faction, I've slowly been considering moving back to Draenei because I am at heart an Alliance player. I still know Arcane Torrent's pretty good because it gives you free holy power, and I think it's not a silence anymore. It's like it's a purge. The purge is still quite good in M+, but I think I'm giving up I may be in the phase where I'm giving up my M+ dreams.
Not the M+ dreams.
Yeah.
Sag. I'm in all 16. All of my 16 characters are a goblin. Because I love Goblin Jump, but I also do Profession, so the plus like 5 points to Alchemy is kind of nice.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like playing Priest without Goblin Jump is just like, no, you just don't do it.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah, the Goblin Jump definitely is amazing utility. Oh, you know what? Speaking of non-combat racials, I remember back in BFA, reputation was really important for reasons I think it was to get the gear with the what was it called? The Azurite traits.
Yes.
So you wanted to unlock a certain rep to get the Azurite traits, and the fastest way to do that is to go human because of the racial that's no longer here, human diplomacy. So people had to not only turn on war mode and play with the worst type of WoW player, which are world PvPers.
World PvPers.
Not only did you have to do that, but you had to go human just to get the slight reputation increase so you could have access to the Azurite traits sooner to get the best gear, and then race swap back to what was best for the raid.
I think the worst offender we have seen of this was when we did at Mirrorsil. Because the way how we planned out on Mirrorsil is you have 2 humans with Darkmoon Fair buff, and that's what you do the initial campaign on. Like, that's what you rush with, get all the quests done, get as much rep within that, 1 hour DMF window. Because obviously, you hit the farm so much, they hit the 24, and it's it was just, wild, right?
Yeah.
It was wild how much you actually had to, how much time it actually saved. I'm pretty sure if you couldn't be human, and I still fight for the fact that DMF needs to be removed, by the way. I think DMF rep is purely a 0.01% 1% thing, by the way.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna vent about it anyway. You can just sit here and listen and take it. Every single patch that we prep, we have to look at rep. And then every single time we have to be like, when does DMF spawn? And then we have to sit there and it's like, okay, this is the renown numbers. What does DMF change? And if DMF changes a singular thing of importance, you then have to sit there and plan out how 3 weeks in advance you can start cutting a character of every single person and put it in the perfect spot with the DMF buff. Just so you have DMF for an hour and how you're gonna min-max that. And sometimes you have to get 2 or 3 of them because now renowns are shared as well because of warbounds. And it's a nightmare. And I'm just sitting here and I will beg you, John Blizzard of Jonathan's, please remove DMF rep gain for the exact same reason that you removed it from humans. It's cringe. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk.
Yeah, I mean, at minimum, at least it's not tied to a race anymore, because that was not great. But they have at least kind of come a long way from having a lot of those things. I think they've gotten better about trying to kind of equalize. I mean, we've even seen it with the racial overhaul. I can't even remember what expansion it was, but maybe early Dragonflight and part of Shadowlands, I think they started trying to adjust them a little better, because what was the original version of Troll? I think that historically was the most OP. It gave you 10% haste or something.
Yeah, Berserking was 10 or 15% just melee attack, ranged attack, and cast speed or something. It was nuts. And they have nerfed. I think Troll is probably the most nerfed racial.
Yeah.
That and Blood Elf, because Blood Elf was obviously different. It used to just have a 3-second silence on everything that you hit.
It was a silence plus it gave you mana back for healers, which is super good.
I mean, the mana back for healers was really good, but the 3-second silence, everyone that played high and plus was just Blood Elves. Yeah. And then you would go to Arc when you would do the biggest pool and it's just stun 1, stun 2, stun 3, Blood Elf 1, Blood Elf 2, and just all the way through. And then you had them silence for 15 seconds, and then you could do your stun rotation again because the DR dropped. And it's that was nuts. That was absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I know when they changed it to a purge, although it was still a slight nerf, people then saw the dungeons come out and they're wait, now there's actually a ton of purges anyway, so it's fine.
Suddenly at that point it became good just because the purges became really, really prominent again. But yeah, it's kind of wild, to be fair, how strong racials have been. I kind of do wonder what has been the most picked class in the history of WoW. I'd assume it's probably just human or something, because I think it's just like people like...
I think Night Elf might actually
Yeah,
be...
true, actually. Maybe it's actually Night Elf.
Yeah,
I mean, it's probably really close. I also think right now maybe it's Blood Elf, because I think a lot of people just really like transmog on them and they look pretty.
Yeah, I think like at the very start, at least for a long time, it was Night Elf, just because they're a popular race in general, because they look pretty cool. They overall have pretty good animations, and like further on when you get into the game, Shadow Meld was super, super good. The fact that you could just drop combat, and that was used in replacement to like the death skip if you were playing M+, so they had a huge advantage on Alliance for that. But then as Blood Elf came out, if you were Horde, that became more and more popular. I mean, even to this day, I played Blood Elf just because it had the best racials for me, and since I started playing, you didn't have that many options as a paladin, so... But I've just kept that, and I'd say Blood Elf. I think Night Elf is the most popular, and second would be Blood Elf, but that might be a fun little stat we can look up later, a nice little racial breakdown of what people play.
Yeah, because as I mentioned, it's like Blood Elf and Night Elf somewhere at the top. Whichever one, could be two. And then it's probably human afterwards, I have to imagine. And then probably just like Troll and Orc and things like that, like the basic ones. I wonder what's the least played, to be fair. It's probably one of the new races.
Yeah, I think, using a new race is like almost like semi-cheating. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like Evoker, though, just because they can only play, or Drakthir, sorry, just because... Oh, wait, no, they were given more classes.
They were given now.
I take back what I said. It's hard to say, but I know if it were up to me, I would play like Undead, because I think Undead look really cool. I love Undead. I like male trolls specifically. I think the female trolls standing up straight look really stupid. Hot take, I know. But I like how male trolls look, and Draenei's and Undead.
Okay, what is it about Undead? Like, where does that come from?
Because like covered in armor, they look cool. On like the character screen, I don't like the skin peeling stinky look. But just like when they have all the armor, I don't know, they just kind of look like Arakoa in a way. They're kind of... I put them in the same category of like this like cool, dreary, dangerous look that I like. What I'm saying is I like the bad boys. I don't know how else to say it.
That's fair.
I like the bad boys in the game.
Female
Those are the
dwarf
undead.
is best.
Female dwarf. I never really got super into dwarfs.
I like dwarves. It reminds me of myself.
I like female
Short
trolls
man with
more.
big beards.
Yeah, I know it's a hot take. I think most people prefer female trolls, but I love how the male trolls look, especially on a caster. With the set from Battle of Dazara lore, like those bones all over them. Oh my gosh, that is one of my favorite looks.
Well, on Troll Mill?
Male troll.
Yeah, I mean that's what my shadow priest was back in the day.
Yeah, that's one of my
times.
favorite. Oh, they look amazing.
I don't transmog much. I'm sorry.
I do a little bit, but it's like a preset thing, which everyone hates. But they can hate me all they want. I look more styling than everyone else.
Do you still do a lot of achievement hunting?
No, I cut back on that. Like I just hit 40,000 kind of like on accident, which I know is pretty high still, but I don't hunt anymore because with like the sort of completionist contest or content, sorry, they made it more now where there's too many where it's like loot this chest that has a 4-hour spawn timer, then you get a 30-minute buff. Within this 30-minute buff, you have to kill 50,000 mobs. Oh, you didn't do it in time? Well, you're going to have to keep finding that treasure chest. Now that you kill these mobs, you can buy this item from this vendor, take it here. It's this stuff where I'm like, I kind of miss back in like Cataclysm, it felt like. Maybe Cataclysm Wrath, even Mop era, where you could log in, you could look at an achievement and think, yeah, I can grind this one out today, or I can go for this one. But lately there's too many intertwined, or you need to wait for this daily quest that might pop up once every 3 months. The sort of time-gated ones, and the more of those they added, the more I felt like I don't want to feel like I have to track all of these every day. So I fell out of the achievement stuff a little bit. But I think Mop was a sweet spot of like, there were a few that were kind of grindy, but there's still a lot of easier ones. I think that was like a really, really good point for achievements. Once WoD came around, they made some of them like insane, and I kind of like lost interest in the grind on that one.
Okay. You guys hear me?
Well, I mean, I can definitely hear you. I don't have a headset on.
Oh, true.
But I have no idea. Chat can hear you. Chat, let them know, because I don't know which button I have to click to unmute. I am washed up. I am sorry.
Yeah, there is like a mute thing. Give me.
Oh, okay. I'll just
can handle this.
I'll move it over. We can. Oh,
it
they say
should
we
work.
can.
Yeah, it will work.
Oh, I'm so good at this. God, I'm a natural. What can I say? Alright, very important question talking about mob. You gonna play it?
Like classic mob?
Yeah.
Now that I'm kind of like taking a step back on retail, because I think this is the first tier I'm not like actively playing raid. I'm like bench raider. I'm considering it because, like you said, with achievements, I may get back into that type of content, but I don't like to go back and play an expansion I already played, you know? I like the remix stuff to get rewards, but...
What about you, Luigi?
I think so, yeah.
You gonna give it a go?
That's my first expansion I played War first level, so... And Boomkin was also the most fun it's ever been.
Boomkin was very
the
fun.
best design.
Yeah.
It's also the most buttons and stuff, but yeah. It was so nice to play.
I'm definitely gonna play it, but I don't know what I'm gonna play though. Because I mean, I play Kata right now for raid later today. So we'll see how that goes. But I am looking forward at least to raiding in that. It's gonna be a good time. I didn't actually raid much. I only raided Siege of Orgrimmar, but that was the first expansion I did raid.
Yeah, fair. Well, that's Nurse. Hello, Nurse.
Hello,
We're
Nurse.
starting pool. Nice. Let's get it, team.
What a machine on the couch. Well, that could definitely be any of us.
It's called Kana, exactly. Chat bros. What can I say, boys? They call me Zizna.
Zizbra?
No, Zizna. You know, like Kana at the end and then Ziz.
Oh, Kana Zizka. Oh, Zizna. Yeah, I get it now.
What can I say? Okay, pool's a little bit shaky, but they did change some roster as well. They took out a Windwalker, which is why Nurse is also in chat right now.
We had
they
a Shadow Priest. Two Shadow Priests.
They had 2 Shadow Priests, so they took out a Warrior and they took out a Windwalker.
Did Liquid also use 2 Shadow Priests?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
It's like, I think range A is just better on this boss, because...
Safer in general.
Safer in general, Shadow Priest add the additional bit of healing, and it's really, really good for killing ads in the later phases. Like, they are just absolutely dominate those. You use Shadow Crash and you're kind of just done with it, whereas other classes have to just do a lot. And particularly with how like Warrior plays right now, which is just... It does probably tank damage P1. I mean, it just does single target and it does tank damage, but then when it hits execute, boom, it just goes like, you know, it's a freaking rocket at that point. So, some new people definitely have to get used to like the new assignments, make sure that you get the baits correct and everything, but hopefully they'll be able to get through it. Obviously on the other side, you can also see like, fucking Echo, 47 pools, 6%. What a boss. What an encounter.
They're definitely playing solid so far on this boss, but I mean, I assume that since the tactic is out and this boss is...
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't too much information about the strategy, as it was a bit vague, having the journal.
The journal was very fake, yeah. I mean, I think they kind of do that on purpose.
Yeah, but of course, but it means that since there was really zero information about it, or like very little, the moment you have the strategy, you do save quite a good amount of pools, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, straight up, I think Liquid absolutely smurfed this tier.
Yeah,
I think the first reset, I think Echo smurfed, because obviously they were the only goal to kill Lock and Stock.
Yeah, I said Echo played really well on the 5th boss. They performed crazily, but... And then they fell behind a bit.
Yeah, then Liquid just overtook on Bandit, and they just did better on Mugsy, and it's just like...
They played better on Bandit, and they played insane on Mugsy, while Echo objectively didn't play good on Mugsy, yeah.
They definitely struggled a bit.
So they fell behind, and I mean, to be honest, it's not like Liquid is playing any better than previous tiers. I think it's just a trend right now, like they're just the most consistent guild in the world.
They're just insane. Like they've got a good roster, insane infrastructure, like they're just...
If you think about it, you know, since Sarkaret, they won 3 times, and the only time they lost by 1%, like on the last boss. And you know, even on their tiers that they lose, they're still like, they could be like one single pull away from winning. So they're definitely right now the most complete team. And I mean, there's like a guild to look up to, right? Because we are trying to become the best ourselves.
Yeah.
So
like in the end of the day, like the thing that I always just keep remembering, and I mean, you and me have both been there, to be fair. It's like at some point we were the most dominant bros in the fucking in the game.
Yeah,
and it took a singular tier to absolutely dumpster
Nyalova,
us. To like Nyalova, it's like before like BOD domination. The Eternal Palace limit who? And then Nyalova, it was like
also Uldir, yeah, Uldir.
I mean Uldir was like, it was a bit close, mostly because we hard that. But it's like, it can just change. Like, you know, a team can just pull up and like, so like Liquid could have a bad tier, and then we could have a better one. But at the same point, new best. We're still going.
We have a new best with new people. Everyone alive. Also combat dress up. Next canisters being soaked.
Yeah.
Gonna dodge those lightning swirlies.
the healing here is like incredibly intense, but like I think this is kind of where you're about to.
Oogs goes down, but we can definitely get him up. The healing is definitely intense. Yeah, you can see they were a bit.
Something went wrong. He's pulsing a bit too much.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little bit of a.
Yeah, I know, like, while people are ticking there, is it possible that maybe it was the healing absorb, like, as people were going down, the leftover healing absorb, like, damages other people? I didn't see if that was it, but also I think if you die with it, it'll also just, like, disperse the rest of the absorb on the raid.
I think it's one of those things where... Isn't it this the thing where it's like he's pulsing? It's kind of like the heroic intermission. Like, they're just it's constantly pulsing.
Oh, yeah,
and you have to, like, put the bomb in. And I don't think they got the bomb in. Which means then at that point the boss is just pulsing more and more.
Oh yeah, because even while he's pulsing, like it's not just like flat damage; it's like a percentage increase every time it pulses as well.
It just ramps more and more. But still, new best. So like, hopefully now they're gonna be onto the correct track. Make sure you get through it, because I think once you kind of get through that first part, it's like the trajectory of this boss really is just like you kind of get stuck, and suddenly you get the boss down to like 40 because nothing. Because like the hard part is just like the intermissions, right? Like that's kind of just where the hard parts happen. Like you have to put the bombs in, you have to do all of these things. Like you can see the trajectory of like exactly. It's like you go from 62, so it's like insta 50.
Last phase it must be very easy.
I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's like at some point you just have like just how you have all of these jumps here. You go from 62 to 50, 52 to 40, 40 to 34. Instantly you just go down to like insane shit ton, and then it's like okay, now you just have to get through that one little point again, and boom, that's gone.
Yeah.
And like that's the boss. And you can tell it's the same thing with Liquid. It's like you always have. I mean, they had like one smaller jump, but like the jumps on these bosses are just so big because the repetitive phase it's just like heroic. It's just so repetitive. It is mechanic, soak, run away, blaster, soak, run away, blaster, and it's just the same repetitive thing that just keeps happening and happening. So like the difficulty just don't really seem to be there in that case.
Yeah.
And I know this is like easy to say from a spectator point of view, but obviously this is tuned harder than heroic, but it almost looks less mechanically intensive than heroic is. Because it's so strange how it's just like intermission and then he's like in the mech the whole time. So I don't know, it's pretty interesting. We normally don't see things like that. Now I'm not saying it is simpler, like Mythic is obviously way harder, but that was quite surprising to see. It's like maybe they like ran out of time developing the boss or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's I don't know, it's a bit funky. It is just really weird to imagine that the last boss is the 4th hardest boss in the raid here.
Yeah.
Where it's like it's easier than Styx, it's easier than Lock and Stock. Styx probably was overall.
I think the 5th boss probably might. Oh, actually, Mugsy I think is the hardest.
I mean, I think Mugsy's the hardest, and then Lock and Stock, and then Styx, and then Bandit, and then this boss, just based on pull count.
Yeah.
Which is wild.
Bandit and Galux, I would say they're about the equal difficulty. Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I think more. Yeah. Probably.
Yeah. Which is not ideal, right?
It's kind of wild to think that.
Yeah.
Do you need my mic, Shakes?
Just kind of funny how we were speculating
well,
how
I need to
Bandit
go
was
shopping,
maybe
so
gonna
it
be
kind of
like
works.
one of those hard bosses, like Smolder on in a way, but then it ended up just kind of falling over.
I will be swapping Reno with someone else.
Oh. Careful, the stream deck.
Almost killed the stream. Good job, Kana.
There's also a shaker without a cap there, so... Which do you think is the hardest role between tank, DPS and healing? Healing by far. Then it's DPS, and then tank comes like 5 steps behind all the rest. Not BM to tank, but it's much easier.
Even
role.
at like a race world first level?
Not even close.
It is.
So I remember on Sire, I said the same thing, like, oh, tanking's the easiest, but then someone pointed out like how much of a hard role they had there, and I was like, I wasn't sure if it was like a one-off, or if tanking always
I mean, might have been a one-off, yeah, but overall, you can literally watch like tank POV, and obviously with all respect, they can just get hit by abilities that would insta one-shot anybody, and they just pass by, like just chill, get hit, and you know, they just have to do some tank swapping, you know, you put a debuff on the outside, but overall it's much. It's like healer is on its own category, then DPS, and then tank is much easier.
Like as
apparently Echo just killed it, so congratulations on the World Sagon. That was quick.
Yeah, congratulations.
Well,
what a meme boss though.
What a meme boss.
What a meme.
Pretty crazy.
I even watched Liquid comms on their kill.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
They are just laughing. They're like, "What? This is then okay? The boss died."
Yeah.
Smiles.
Well, that's what happens when it's Goblin engineering.
True.
If it was the Gnomish engineering, that probably would have lasted a lot longer. They like to cut their corners. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys read the short stories at all, but that was interesting. The one with not Galliwick, sorry. It was talking about the popular guy and then Noggin Fogger. I'm forgetting his name.
The
He's big.
popular guy?
Yeah, the guy. He's got like the cool red coat now with the cap. Forgetting his name.
Cool red coat with a cap. Is he a goblin?
Yeah.
Isn't he Gaslow?
Yeah, Gaslow. I was like, his name is right there.
The
yeah.
popular guy.
Popular guy.
He's a popular goblin.
Never heard of his name in my whole life.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's kind of nice in the lore wise how they go into it. How it's like it's all about efficiency, kind of cutting corners. But yeah, obviously the lore has no effect on the race or the difficulty or anything. But
Has this message been there all the time? The whole time?
Yeah.
It was we
Yeah,
had
that's
it
what
earlier
happened
during
there.
the break.
Okay.
Well, hopefully we can follow suit soon. But since we can kind of see what everyone else is doing, we're semi on track. It looks like we're sort of following like Echo's path for their poll count currently. So if that's the case, hopefully it should only take another like 40 or 50 or so more polls, which that is still doable very doable by the end of the day today.
I mean, it should be, honestly. How easy it is, despite we don't have the Vantage rune. I mean, I don't know, if we go like past 70 bolts, I would say that just to take into account the Vantage rune diff, yeah, it wouldn't be ideal, because then obviously might go into the next day as well. But I think the players now can also be more relaxed, I think.
Yeah.
Because there's no pressure anymore, like first place is gone, second place is gone, you can just relax and do your own thing, and so tomorrow they can have a full day off and enjoy some celebrations with the Raiders and the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's funny because they just extended a bunch of the flights thinking it might be longer. Like, I really don't think it was expected how much that boss is going to get steamrolled.
Yeah, I booked my train last night for Tuesday, and I was assuming that the raid would go until like Tuesday the least.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna skip probably the kill day, and then it dies like even 1 day earlier than I predicted, or 2 days earlier than I predicted. Kind of, yeah.
That was the same for me.
Like normally the end bosses should last like 3 days at least. This one was 1 day, and I mean for Echo even shorter, like half a day.
Yeah, I got rebooked for, I think it was like the 21st. I think that's a Wednesday off the top of my head, I want to say.
Friday?
When is your fight back, sorry?
21st is Friday.
Yeah, it was, but now we're
The time flew though, right? It's been 2 weeks plus.
Yeah.
Crazy. We're not even players. Both as player and caster, when I'm here, time flies.
Yeah, definitely. The days start to kind of mesh together, though, because it's like, we see the raiders especially, right? They wake up, they go into raid, they have their dedicated lunch and dinner breaks, and then it's like go to bed, like it's a very tight ship that's being ran.
Yeah, thanks to the mods. Yeah, guys, this is not a time zone thing. I mean, I don't think anybody in Echo will be like, oh no, yeah, time zone diff. Like Liquid is just the best guild currently, and they want deserving it. Next year both Method and Echo will try to improve to catch up. And yeah, so we have a final race of the expansion, as exciting as ever.
Yeah, like time difference wise, like even though they had less polls, a lot of that was due to being able to see what Liquid did. So that already would have increased their polls by like a handful of hours, and on top of that, they had to deal with the power outages,
login issues.
Yeah, a couple evenings they had login issues, which I faced as well because I was raiding in the middle of the night, so we had to kind of pause raid for like an hour. So there was a lot of setbacks for them too, but they still just kind of dominated this tier.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think Echo in week 1 played really, really well, and they pulled ahead shortly. And for a second, I was like, damn, maybe I was wrong. They might pull it off. But then, yeah, Liquid came back and they just played the best on the last 3 bosses by far. And yeah, we saw what happened.
I see Cheddar Bob speaking about cheering internally to go home early.
Honestly, not really.
at least for me, we scheduled my flight so that I had to go, because at some point a lot of casters here, we have like, oh, I have to go home by this time, you know. And now it just died early, so I'm going home the same time that we expected, no matter what, actually.
Yeah, same, I think. Just gonna like move things back and save some of those food costs, especially because of that guy over there. Just kidding. Pretty sure you pay for your own food.
Yeah, I'm buying my own food this time, guys.
25% of the food budget.
I mean, it is funny though, because last race, Chad probably knows because this story went on for a lot. I was getting not just twice more than others in food, yeah, like 2.5x on average.
Yeah.
If one person would take a meal, I would take like 2.5 to 3.
And every
or
single
2 plus
minute in the
appetizer.
caster room, he's just perma-farting, always.
Yeah, that was last when I'm bulking. Yeah, now I cook my own food, I eat less, so everyone is safe.
Yeah, I think we were comparing like calories that we roughly eat or whatever, and you were saying like while you were bulking, you eat about 4 times what I do, so just the difference is kind of funny.
But yeah, I kind of miss the food that they're bringing here. Yeah, the yam, you know.
You miss all type of food now, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's getting worse. I wake up like even today I woke up at 6.
Yeah.
And I was like with my phone, when is breakfast opening? And I googled it and I see 7:30. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, because it's
and then I ate, and then I went back to sleep.
Yeah, but soon we can all go back to our old habits. I know for me, it is very fun being here, but I honestly, like, 30-year-old woman cat owner stereotype, but man, I miss my cats, like...
Sheesh.
Just want to go home and have them sit on my lap and watch TV, reality TV. Go for those 30-year-old walks we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I've been working a lot here, though, but... I mean, just through like a small town to go from the hotel to here and back. Like lots of walks daily.
Yeah,
really nice.
It
is true, ex ante. Like each time me and Scott would take like 5x each, and then they would finish straight away. So from like the 3rd or 4th day, as soon as me and Scott arrived for breakfast, they were like, "We prepare extra eggs for you guys now. Just wait."
Wait, at the hotel they were doing
that?
Yeah,
it was another hotel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This one as well, but. Yeah, normally now me and Scott go to breakfast at different times, so I can always see enough eggs for me because. But if we go together, then we take like 5, 6 each, and they often run out. But yeah, Scott wakes up a bit earlier normally.
I even saw you have to open the egg and then pick out the egg.
I do 2 yolks now.
Yolk,
yeah. With the Raiders, I suppose they're assigning new stuff, but they did have a decent pool, right? The previous one was their best.
Oh yeah, I think the last one, like you said, the new best is 67.21. They didn't get too much further because the last best was like a 72%. But hopefully we'll see them push further, because when Roybin was here, she was talking about one of the issues they're having is like the tank deaths. Now this is one of the few fights where it's actually pretty hard for a tank to survive, so they've been using a lot of their battle reses on that, and I know we've seen a decent amount of missed canister soaks. But I'm sure they'll work out the quirks, as we've seen. We're only 26 pulls in and, you know, seen 30% of the fight.
I have a big question. Do we count this? Sorry, I just ate before this. My throat is crazy. Do we count this as secret phases?
No.
You don't count it as secret phase?
Secret phase is like when you reach a low boss percent and then it suddenly does some animation and you go into a different room, or it starts something different abilities and stuff, like abilities we haven't really seen before on any difficulty. And now most of the abilities we have seen on heroic is like maybe just a few different mechanics on each part, and then they're just spread differently throughout the fight. Right now you start with like the intermission lightning beams, which is totally different because on heroic you get it at 50%, and yeah, I don't know. I think they totally messed up Gallywix. Honestly, like, I give it like this boss. I give it like a 2 out of 10. Yeah.
And obviously being an end boss and dying this fast, and like I heard a lot on other casts, and so they were saying like, oh, it's Sarkareth vibes, but it's
not
even
easier.
as
It's easier.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even.
Sarkareth, you actually had to play quite well DPS wise, because if you didn't play well or you had deaths, you wouldn't make it. Now, like you could see Liquid 2 deaths for 25%, and they still like what?
Yeah.
Hand boss 2 deaths for 25%. I don't think I've ever seen it.
And there aren't like even on Sarkarest, those ads were like kind of annoying. You had to
Yeah.
assign a couple of cooldowns to the ads,
Yeah.
a couple of people to go down to get the buff to come up and with cooldowns.
Yeah, you definitely have to min-max the damage a bit. You know,
Yeah.
if you know, a lot of pulls. I remember they were like at 1-2% because you just wouldn't make the DPS check and the boss goes in rage. But here, I mean, went in rage, yeah, but with 2 deaths for 25%, and that is definitely off.
And the last explosion works, immunities works on it.
Yeah, that is
That was
also like so random. Other bosses they didn't work immunities,
No,
or
yeah.
I guess
So-
Mugsy did because Echo killed it with Thief Bubble. Or
I
was
don't
it something
think it
different?
does, but he just lived it with everything. in
Okay,
the
I
world,
guess he had
think,
the
maybe.
extra stuff. Yeah,
But
this is a 10 out of 10. I was like, Xavius is like the very worst. I give it a 1 out of 10, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Savius was a non-anomaly. I
And
think.
Sarkaret, I mean, is also one of the worst in my opinion, and it's like a 5. The Natrius difficulty-wise was comparable, but it was a pretty fun design, I think. So the Natrius, I still give it like a 6.5 to 7. Just not super hard tuning-wise. And yeah, this, I don't know,
I
this
think
boss
like
is just so
what
bad.
also is so disappointing with this tier is that we have Styx, that was a hard boss. We have Sprocketmonger, that was a hard boss. Then a little bit of a meme on One Arm Bandit, but then
Still,
Mugsy was really
yeah.
strong.
Mugsy was a good boss, I think.
Yeah,
That was probably the best boss of the raid in my opinion.
I think so as well. So like Mugsy, you had to min-max the healing, min-max the DPS, right? We had to have 5 healers, but then a lot of the time one of the healers is DPSing because we still need to push before the 40%.
Yeah.
We have the intermission that's doing a lot of damage. You have to min-max a little bit with the movement. And then last phase is absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
Here,
fully.
it's like P1 is overlap. There's one overlap that's like really annoying, where you have to bait the beam and then soak all of the healing absorbs. You manage that, it's like, alright. I
Yeah.
guess we just need to learn all the timings now.
Yeah, to be honest, the phase 1 of Galliwix is probably the hardest part of the fight. You know, it's quite intense. It's like a good phase 1 of an end boss. But then, like, the rest of the fight is just non-existent. So you're like, okay, the phase 1 is like the hard part, but then there is nothing like challenging going afterwards. So.
It is actually crazy. What happens after? Like, phase 1, you have heal absorbs from both P2 in Heroic, the heal absorb from P2 and P3
Yeah,
are
that-
active at
they
the same
spawn
time.
together, yeah.
Yeah. You have like baiting frontals that overlaps annoyingly with those heal absorbs. You have the tank mechanic where no one can stand in front. You have all of these things, and then you come into P2. We have a heal absorb frontal and dodge stuff on the floor.
Yeah.
That's it.
And even the frontal didn't feel like it's very deadly. I mean, so...
No, you put it on like
Yeah.
what? A couple of characters that are very tanky that do a
Yeah.
lot of self-healing. You have a ramp for every single one.
Yeah.
Come on,
somebody,
Blizzard.
somebody's flaming Helia. I think Helia was a great fight, don't you guys think?
Helia was insane.
I think it was a very good like mini raid
Yeah.
with great mechanics, you know, like good tactic. I think
Yeah.
it was nice.
I think I acknowledge it was a good fight and most people liked it, but I know for me personally, this is another like hot take I have. That was, I think, one of the fights I hated doing more than any fight I've ever done.
Oh, really?
Just because it's like we were talking about earlier, healing is the hardest role, and I was playing Holy Paladin there, and I think that's like one of the few fights they had it where there's mechanics that can either target melee or ranged, and they just decided healers can get targeted by both. So not only did they make mechanically was it the most difficult for us, but we were doing the most difficult role, and there was also like line of sighting on that fight. So for me personally, that just felt like the worst fight I've ever done. Like I was constantly just like sweating doing that fight.
Yeah. But sweating isn't always a bad thing, right? But I can understand what you mean.
No, I really liked it.
Yeah, I also liked it.
Because you had like a couple of mechanics that were somewhat hard, and you had like immunities for the ones in the back to soak the tentacle slams.
Yeah, it was super nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Helia, it also took like 250, 300 pulls,
It was
I think.
pretty
It was
hard, yeah.
pretty hard.
I mean, that whole 3-boss tier was
Yeah, it was
hard.
rough, yeah. I mean, after...
Worm was also insane DPS check in the beginning.
I feel like they were lucky because they had Emerald Nightmare, which was probably the easiest raid of all times. And then that raid came out after like 6-7 weeks, which kind of saved it, because otherwise you would be forced to farm the worst, easiest raid ever for like 5-6 months doing nothing. But then Trial of Valor was like the savior of the early expansion raiding.
I thought Odin was also really fun. Like
It was pretty fun, yeah. It's some unique mechanics, right? Yeah, Guarm was a good DPS check. Yeah.
I remember Gorm was pretty cool, but when you get to like the lower ranks, there was difficulty with like the comp because most people, if they could, would only run like, what was it, 5 or 6 melee. So if you were like a typical kind of mythic guild and you didn't have enough people that could swap, it was pretty like comp restrictive. I remember as a paladin, I had to spec into like the ranged wings as like a less efficient build just to leave more room for people. I did think that fight was very fun though, but I also remember Zool. I think that was his name, right? And then people went and they stacked like 6 rogues just to funnel the single target, yeah.
But the boss was a bit undertuned regardless, but yeah. Back then you had, what is this thing that you say, like this word that you do damage around and then you do more damage on a specific target.
It's like the funnel?
Funnel, yeah. The funnel thing was insane for rogues there.
Yeah.
That's why you abuse rogues and every class would just ignore the ads and no AoE, no cleave, which is why you remove Boomkins, because Boomkins do damage passively, like with Sunfire and dot spreading, and so they were useless there when you want to keep the ads alive for funnel and just have the rogues blast.
I leveled the rogue just for that fight.
Oh really? But it wasn't even like a hard fight, so
no.
It was just overdoing it, I think.
But it was still fun. Blasted. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This tier will go down as a weird one, I think, because there were some very good fights, and then just Galliwix being.
Yeah,
horrible.
I mean, I was giving the tier like a 7 out of 10 until the last boss, but now it becomes like a 4.5, I think, for me.
And this is not taking away anything from Liquid. They would have
No,
smashed.
Liquid,
Even if this boss was insanely hard, I think Liquid would have
Liquid
smashed
had
it.
it. I mean, yesterday I was like, they're just a day ahead, full day ahead. It's really hard to come back from.
Yeah, well, in case, I know we've been yapping for a while, but Method has not been doing any more polls. They're just like likely talking about something. We can't really hear the comms, but they're probably making a few adjustments to something that they're doing because they've kind of been wiping to that same 70% area. So probably working some things out, maybe getting some new weak auras. But in the meantime, so hopefully we'll see them get back in soon.
You were surprised. Were you surprised by saying healing is the hardest role or tanking is like easiest even at the top level, or?
Oh no, I always thought it was healing. I just know there was one tier specifically. I don't remember who I was talking to, but it was a former race world first raider, and
was it a tank though?
They said tanking was they were not a tank. It was a melee. I remember it was a melee. I don't remember. It might have been Nagi, but I don't want to do him dirty like that.
Let's call him out right now.
No, it might have been like after a specific tier. Like I think this was asked around Sire Denathria specifically, where it was like race world first specifically. It's hard, but yeah, no, I've always strongly believed healing is easily the hardest, and then tank or DPS depending. But I don't play those roles, so I would.
Nah, it's definitely DPS much harder. Yeah.
Like healing can be like if we were robots and we weren't humans. Like you could min-max healing to an insane degree, like
unlimited way, kinda.
Yeah, it's crazy because if you start taking into account like who is getting targeted by mechanics but doesn't have a personal available, has a healthstone available, all of these things, like putting, like if you're a ramp class that covers the whole raid and you do ramp, then it's like, oh, if ramping is hard. But if you're like reactive healing in any sort of way or capacity, I think like the skill ceiling for healing is just unlimited.
Oh yeah, like I think Dathia there was a bit of that. So like as a holy paladin we played Beacon of Virtue, and it was kind of the same thing where like you had to plan your virtue windows around certain parts of the fight, but mana was also a problem, so you had to like AFK at the right points because that was the only way to regen mana realistically at the point. But then you'd use like your Word of Glories, single target on the people that you know are targeted with, I forgot the mechanic names these days, but yeah, it's exactly what you said. Like, not only do you have to pay attention to the damage patterns that are going out in the raid, planning your things around it, also while considering your mana, but if you can, also tracking people's defensives, which you see people do in M+, like they have to track everything, but then raid is like, okay, now multiply that by 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, nowadays even DPSers are tracking lots of stuff. Like you track externals of the raid and all this kind of stuff because, you know, sometimes you just need an external for whatever reason and, you know, it could be a death or staying alive situation.
I think for a lot of lower tier guilds, we actually have a pull timer going out, I think.
Oh, nice. I can swap.
I think for a lot of lower tier guilds, I heard like Wildy was memeing a little bit with FTM a couple of days ago because FTM gave him a cocoon when Wildy had already pressed his ice cold.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of lower tier guilds, they don't think about how bad it is, like overlapping all of these stuff. They might even track it, might not even track it. And here at the top end,
wait, okay. He got stunned, so he was gonna die because of a personal mistake here. He's playing it a bit too greedy with staying too close to the
That's what you said
lightning.
about tanks, right? They can just get hit by stuff and
yeah, that's literally. I mean, literally, it showed now. Yeah, that was guaranteed death as the DPS.
Yeah, but here we see the tank moving out far from the raid and then going to soak up the bomb. So he takes so much damage here and then moving in there for the beam. So this is where the sparks are dropped. And once again, one of the mythic differences we see here is if you are dropping a bomb into the coils, you first need to charge it up with those sparks that are dropped on the ground. And it looks like 6 of them spawn per beam, so you only need to take about half of them, but right after come these canisters. So this is where you need to split the damage among players. If you need to have at least 3 of them in it, otherwise it is an instant raid wipe. And then there's also the healing absorb, where if that also is not healed up all the way, the remaining absorb will detonate on the rest of the raid. And a slight mythic difference there is instead of it detonating on the remaining players, or the players with the debuff, it will detonate on the entire raid. But since the tuning isn't really a huge deal here, I don't think we've ever seen a wipe to missed healing, and that's also if we exclude wipes where a healer was maybe dead.
Yeah. And it is around the 70% mark where they have been struggling. It is when we have to bait the frontal right before we have to soak all of these canisters. I think
we can see why for tanks it's a bit rough when it comes to surviving. You can see that Skofte needs to click on those bombs to detonate them, and then the damage goes on himself. He uses the bubble on the previous wave and then the spell ward on the next one, as we could see in the center of the screen. You can see now the next canisters being soaked by the raid. That's a pretty chill part. Then you go into the next part with the ads. Gotta make sure to run away here, because this ability, like on Heroic, the further you are from the boss, the less damage it does. Pretty simple mechanic here. Also those ads, I noticed, I mean, it's also like on Heroic, they go on Enrage and you can see the insta get soothed or Enrage goes off, because they increase on Mythic by 500% extra damage, which means 1 or 2 autos with the extra debuff and you're kinda dead as a tank. So maybe some tanks' deaths might also have been because of that, a slow dispel. Because 500% damage is a lot, right? You can see the next canisters.
Here's the frontal into all canisters. Has been a rough point for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you can a big indicator of that is since they put the barrier down there, they know that it's scary. And the thing is, it can't even hit the whole raid, but you know, you just gotta kind of have to spread things where you need them. So, but they got through that okay. And here we go with another round of the ads. And then one of them is going to drop the bombs, and they need to make sure they get all the kicks. So while these ads are up, they also have to deal with this canister overlap. And then they overlapped a lot more of them. You see, like, the more defensive classes, if they can, they'll stand in, like, the Venn diagram and pop a defensive.
Mm-hmm. But this P1, like, we start at one corner.
You can see Nate going down.
We move away from
gonna
the
get
boss.
rest.
Like, usually how they play it here is, like, we start at one corner, and then we move away from the... I don't remember, but the blue thing, like fall of damage ability. And then we move straight into an ad set, and we do that a couple of times. And then we have that one spicy overlap where we have to bait frontal to one side, and then we have to soak canisters like 1 second afterwards. Like that is one pretty tight one. And then we just move to the other side and we do the same thing over and over again. And eventually we'll just end up in P2.
Yeah, we can see Nate died and then he got rest and died within the same global, so I didn't even realize he got rest. Which is why we wiped. Then we could see that Skofte was baiting the frontal cleave using bubble and then going straight for the mine soak, or you can call them bomb here, I guess. Skofte is enjoying some mines bomb soaking this tier, right?
Yeah,
every boss, it's like they're recycling the abilities on each boss. They have these mines bombs soaking mechanics. They're just there on both the last 2 bosses.
And they just become a meme when you have an immunity, right?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
like
it's kind of needed to have an immunity there, I feel like.
Yeah, this time the like intermittent points where he has to go soak and take more damage, the defensives have to be stretched a little more thin at least than on Mugsy, because before he's like had lots of major things up when he would go around and soak the mines, but here it looks like it happens a little more often. And just like we see, like most polls, I think it was that last one, even Nate went down. I know there's a bit of a class difference going on, but this one does seem like it's a little hard for tanks. But it was also really good to see they got that one to 68 point something %, close to their last best, and that was after they were kind of like breaking for 15 minutes, or I don't want to say breaking, but going over some revisions to what they might be doing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we'll get through P1 cleanly soonish, and then we're just gonna get the
to
big
be fair,
drops.
phase 1 is the hardest part in my
yeah,
opinion.
exactly, and then we're gonna get the big drops in percentages.
So
when we get to 50, we get to 40, we get to 35, we get to 25, 15, and then it's done.
But do you agree, as I mentioned earlier, that the phase 1 of this boss is actually great? You know, if the boss then had a real phase 2 and 3, it would have been pretty good, judging by just the phase 1 mechanics. But yeah, then the rest of the fight is just a joke. But the phase 1, I think, I mean, if they've done one good thing on this boss, and I'm always one to criticize, but the phase 1 is good, you know?
But at least phase 1 is like, it doesn't play exactly how you play last phase on heroic, but it is like last phase heroic plus a little bit
but
extra.
it's nice, you know, like it's intense with mechanics. You have a healing requirement. Tanks have to do like quite a good amount of stuff as well. DPS have different things to take care of, you know.
Yeah, so what do you guys think about like the progression of difficulty during an encounter? So sometimes we see them where it's like as the fight goes on, it gets progressively harder. Like Tindril, for example, that boss first off started out really hard, but as it went on, it got harder and harder.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, we have something like Razageth, where I know it was like first phase was really hard, intermission was easier, second phase was super hard, intermission was kind of easier, but then third phase was like a meme.
I mean,
what do you
the
think
third
about
phase
that?
is Razageth is a good example, but the third phase initially was gonna be like one of the most insane third phases ever, but then they over nerfed it. Like 2 hours before the kill, we had it at like 10%, and we were like, damn, this is gonna be like, and the boss was very long. So 10% of a 14 minutes fight is like 2 extra minutes. And as the boss was gonna do all the hard things, with the nerf, you would just not even reach it. With a clean pull, it would just die there. So yeah, overall, I think though that the phases-wise, especially on an end boss, it's nice when you have like a hard last phase, you know.
Do you feel the same way, like if there's a super hard phase for a 15-minute encounter, because then isn't it like a 13-minute like waiting room for the end?
Yeah, and I think if there is an early phase which is way too hard, then you know it. And then if the last phase is also hard, then it kind of doesn't give you much room to progress on that last hard phase much, because you're just gonna wipe a lot early on. And I think that's what happened with Queen Ansurak. Queen had like really hard phase 1, pretty hectic intermission, especially if you didn't want to use Bloodlust and potions. You have to like really played well on that shield, right? And then the phase 2, I think, was probably the easiest overall. Although the second platform overlap was, you know, it required some good coordination. And then obviously the last phase was like absurd before the nerf, which is only something that the top 3 guilds have done, or 4, because then by the time we reached it, there was the damage buff from the weekly thing, plus all the extra gear, the crazy nerfs. So I feel like Queen is one of those bosses where literally almost nobody has seen the real state of the last phase.
I think in general what I prefer is when you have like not too much RNG cluttering, because I feel like Tindril was insanely hard. Like I never played the insane hard version. I played like a middle version of the boss, but Tindril was insane.
It was,
but it was also so much RNG with like, because you had to be so fast, and the spread of all the roots that you had to soak, they could be somewhat on top of each other, almost close to each other. Everyone had to just spread out and soak as fast. You could easily touch another one and you wipe in P1 again.
I agree.
So I don't personally like those. I like it kind of... Galliwix was actually set up to be like almost a perfect end boss, because it is a lot of like, you play the mechanics the same way every single pull. There isn't much RNG. There's the same healing going out, same assignments going out, same everything. But then it's just the last phases are too much of a meme. I think Firak, really good last boss in my opinion. Firak was really good. You have like a good P1. It's like very it was actually kind of a tight P1 in the beginning when you learned it, and then once you get through it, you're like, oh, it feels so good to just get through this that we struggled on for so many pulls. You have the intermission that was not tight, but in the beginning you used Bloodlust, you used a lot of cooldowns to get through that intermission, and then we start peeling that off because now we can use more and more in P2. Then you had the 2 ads in P2 that we had to do a lot for. We had to use grips, we had to like do a lot of stuff, and healing even had some interesting mechanics there on P2 and Firak. And then last phase with all the bombs, like super hectic and just...
Firak was amazing. I mean, I didn't play the boss myself because I was bench. Bunkin wasn't that good, but just watching from the outside, and it was also exciting race with very close top 2 guilds. But yeah, I think overall they normally do a great job with tuning of the end bosses, but yeah, it happens, sometimes they don't nail it and it just goes bad. Like this was a prime example of it. But I mean, if you look historically, even like Jailer was a bit of a weird design, but I think the tuning at the end was quite good. Jailer was like a very high on tactic boss, so the tactic that you had on Jailer would make a drastic change to like the outcome of your guild result. You could see that Echo did a perfect strategy for it, and then they got a massive lead compared to Liquid, and Liquid had the wrong strategy all along, and then they just fell behind and they gave up, and eventually they did the same strategy, but it was kind of we haven't seen many times where a strategy like being nailed versus another guild totally messing it up changed the outcome this dramatically, right? Because Jailer was like I remember 200 pulls into it. I was still playing Warframe Raids. I was like, okay, I don't think they're ever gonna kill it with this strategy. So even though the percent of the bosses looked similar in between the two guilds, like we always knew in the back of our heads that with this strategy they would never make it to the end, right?
Which I think like that is one of the things.
But the viewers didn't know it because viewers don't understand this stuff, and we're not gonna say it in public either, right?
I think one thing I kind of miss from the race not being streamed. Obviously, I love the race being streamed. Everyone is here. I mean, I'm only here on the couch because it is streamed, of course. But one thing that was really cool before, when it wasn't streamed and the kill videos wasn't released instantly, is we saw a lot of top-end guilds having completely different strategies on a lot of bosses. Like, I think Nighthold is one of the last raids where it wasn't streamed.
Yeah, and the secret phase as well was crazy.
Yeah, and not only the secret phase, but we saw Serenity played a completely different fight on the 3 ones. What was it called? Do you remember Nighthold? It was like 3 bosses.
The botanist something?
Yeah, the botanist, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So they like left the white one until the end or killed the white one first compared to everyone else. Most guilds killed 2 ads on Star Augur. They only killed 1. They 1-tanked it. They 2-healed it, like 1 tank, 2 heal, and just...
I feel like non-streaming gave more room to guilds that had a bit worse mechanical skill when it comes to the roster to catch up if they were better at tactics. Because now, you can be worse with tactics, but if you have like insanely skilled raid that can execute something very well and fast, if you mess up a tactic, you copy it from the other guild and then you catch up through it, right? But back then, you could see that if a guild messed up a strategy, like you could see a gap of kill between like a full week. We could see KJ, there was like 8 days difference. Blackhand, it literally took an extra 7 days to Paragon to kill it. Like nowadays, you will never see this massive gap. Maybe 1 to 2 days is the most, because eventually you see a strategy that works. The skill level is obviously similar. I mean, you can argue, obviously, like Liquid currently, I believe they have the strongest roster. But it's still not that big that you would see like a 7 days gap, right? But with the non-streamed race, like tactic and smart minds made an even bigger difference, let's say.
And I just loved I can imagine how much drama it would be. Let's say Mugsy is like super tightly tuned, and then you just see a screenshot. Liquid killed it.
Yeah.
And then everyone in Echo is like, what? Or everyone in Echo and Metal is like, how did they kill it, bro? Did they Vantas? Did they do this? What comp are they playing? Like, what?
It was a different kind of game, and I enjoyed a lot that part of it, because I remember when we were competing against Exorsus with Method, and I would always try to get some information out of Exorsus, and it was we're pulling, by the way, I think. Yeah. It was always nice, even if it was hinting into something like, oh yeah. And then I remember on KJ, I was like, yeah, we're on the last phase, and the person from Exorcist was like, you trolling me? They weren't even close, they were like still super stuck in phase 2. They didn't do the intermission with the darkness and stuff.
Yeah.
And then, when we were like at 5%, I was like, bro, it's done, yeah. Like, they killed it, it was full week after.
It was insane. And I don't think we will ever get back to that, unfortunately. But obviously, there's a lot of perks to it being streamed. It's very nice to be able to watch all the top guilds, actually see how they play and so on, of course.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice way to like showcase the raid as well. Because like there are a lot of people that don't play the game, but they still kind of like to see what goes on. And I think it's like, I don't know, it feels like a cool like sort of main event of like the new patch, and it's just being showcased by the best players in the world. And even though it is streamed, like you said, we do get to see a little bit of like variation in how they handle comps and stuff like that. So I guess it depends who you are. Overall, I think it's a net gain, but yeah, I completely agree with you guys where I do kind of miss how there was sort of
secret, right? It was so secret. It was
just imagine this, right? So we saw this tier, both Thanner and Sevi for Liquid that are usually healer players. They played Windwalker. So imagine being Echo, just in your mind. You go on to /who to see Method who's in the raid, and you see 5 healers in on or 6 healers even on some bosses, you know. You're like, what is going on? But then, is he playing DPS? Is he playing healer? That would be a lot of things. Like same thing on Styx. We saw Crystallize and we saw Nick Druid in Liquid. Both played Boomkin, right?
Yeah.
A lot of that stuff with comp and so on would be very interesting in my opinion. But
yeah, and also the hype building up towards the first kill video. You know, when 3 kills would kill it, there was like a hidden rule. You would say the Warfare guild needs to always wait the top 3 guilds to kill it, so the others can enjoy doing the boss with their own strategy.
Exactly.
You know. And yeah, everybody followed always this hidden rule, and I remember like the excitement from the viewers, you know, waiting for the kill and be like, oh, I want to see what's going on in the mythic boss, you know, because nobody could see it through the streams, right?
And
nobody was streaming,
in,
and the guild streaming were like super behind, not even like halfway through the raid.
It was actually surprising that rule kind of held for so long. Like it was just kind of like a handshake rule of like
it was,
release. And I'm honestly surprised for so long that I don't remember exactly what the turning point was. I think maybe it was in Emerald Nightmare. A video got like leaked, but people suspected it was intentional or something.
I think Emerald Nightmare, it was released straight away because it was so easy, the raid. Everybody, like Exorcist did it on the first day, and I didn't care. They just released it straight away in the night because Method and Serenity at the time, they killed it like in the morning of the day after. So it was like, whatever, you know, there's no like wow factor in this raid, and they just released it. But overall, there was always this rule, you wait 3 kills, and everybody followed it. And it was nice to see, you know, because there were guilds that genuinely didn't want to get their tactic spoiled, right? So if you're doing something on your own and it works, you don't want to get it spoiled, and then you're kind of forced to change it in case your tactic eventually doesn't work.
And that in that raid, we also saw the difference, right? So I think all of the top guilds, Serenity, Method, and Exorcist, obviously were in the raid somewhat at the same time. I know people have said, oh, we did too many splits in the beginning, Exorcist just went in and face rolled it. But Method actually didn't play the boss, the dragons at the end. Scenarios?
Scenarios, yeah.
Yeah. Method didn't tank like the.
Oh, yeah, I remember they had a different strategy.
Yeah, so Exorcist just tanked the boss out like everyone copied. You had a third tank just tanking one of the dragons. Method actually played it normally, like kill the dragon like you're supposed to, etc. So.
Yeah, definitely there were different approaches, and this gave room for different strategies as well. Sometimes you would have like a top 10 guild come up with an amazing strategy, and then people realize, oh, wait, this guild had the best strategy probably for progression. So, and then other guilds would just copy the top 10 guild instead of the Warfare ones. But now everybody copies the top 2 from the beginning, right? You either have like a Method strategy or Liquid or Echoes, or, you know, Echoes plus Method, and then maybe Liquid does have its own thing, but you don't have ever more than like 2 strategy on a boss, right? But I'm sure there are many ways to get through certain fights that, you know, you can just do a different approach, which might be more optimal, but nobody has any like reason to invest the time in trying it, right? Why would you do it?
In recent Race World First history, I think this has happened, but is there a recent one that comes to mind where like Liquid, Echo, Method have already killed the bosses, and then you see someone from a guild coming in that they figured out some really cool, like, quirky strat that you, like, wish you had done for, like, Prague? Is there anything that comes to mind
That's
for that?
the thing. Nowadays, it's very rare and unusual to see it, because even these guilds, they don't have any reason to not copy the top guilds, right?
Yeah.
To get the best rank, you're gonna do something that works for others. You know, even if we're a top 50 guild, the top 50 guild is still trying to get their best possible rank. And if you try to come up with something and then it doesn't work, you're literally shooting yourself in the foot, kinda, right? So, but it would have been nice, you know, because yeah, that's the thing with streaming the race. It doesn't leave much room for creativity outside of the top 2 or 3 guilds.
I'm actually trying to think hard on this. I don't remember.
Because I know for my own guild, sometimes we would see there's like some small thing that was found, but I know that still might not apply here because it might have been like after nerfs.
Yeah, that is a good point. And also top guilds, normally after you've killed it with a specific strategy, at some point you're like, okay, we just stick to it because it worked for us. You know, we don't want to relearn everything, you know, from the get-go. And then with the nerfs, regardless, it's gonna get easier passively. So there's not, they don't have much reason to just change it up. It might be easier. Maybe there is something that, I think there might have been something in the like recent years that was found later and was easier to execute. But yeah, now I can't remember an example, but definitely think there was.
I would say for today, well, like maybe some guild creates some weaker that just trivializes a mechanic. Sort of how we were talking about Smolderon a couple of days ago. There was some lower end guild that just figured out that, oh, Smolderon orbs actually, that was supposed to be a private aura, but they actually worked on like threat of the boss or something. And so you could just you knew exactly the list.
Oh yeah, like the Smolderon orbs, yeah.
Yeah, and the same thing kind of worked on Neltharion. I don't know if it was like a mixture of BDG and a guild called like Angered. They released a weak aura that you could assign exactly on like a map in which little corner everyone should be in.
Oh yeah, I think we initially used, I don't remember as time goes on either. I felt like it was I know there were 2 main versions. It was like the list where you had to press the thing and people had to like look at the list to figure out what order they were in, and the other one was based off the map. Yeah, that was the one we used, and I literally don't even remember how it worked, but that was like 2 years ago now.
Yeah, so you had like a list of prioritization in the note, and then everyone pressed the button that got it. And then based on that you got assigned, but on like your character was on, you opened like the mini map, the like Shift M map, the zone map. You did it like opacity to 0.
Yeah.
And then it was like a cool week, or you could see exactly where your character should stand and everything.
They even had that grid for like the last phase too. There was like the sort of like honeycomb hexagons.
Yeah.
And you had an exact place of where you would stand for that that soak that you're supposed to do.
Exactly, and that like trivializes the boss like kind of hard, and that wasn't the weaker we saw in the world first guilds. Like I think BDG had the best version of it, but I think it was like a mixture of the BDG add-on plus or the weaker plus like an angered adaptation.
I think initially, I know like Sups was pretty annoyed about, as were other people, but there was like a kind of funny post just saying like, for this boss, it sucks to prog on it. We just need like a literal space command station to even like progress the boss. So I'm glad to see though that we haven't had that too much here, like with the private auras and like Ovanax, for example. Because we've had a few bosses here and there where it's like people have these crazy workarounds with these weak auras, but we haven't really had too much of that this tier, which is a step in the right direction, at least I think.
Yeah, there haven't been any insane weak auras this tier. I don't think any mechanics is like insane weak aura mechanics in general.
Yeah, I mean it really depends from the tier, right? Yeah, totally. But I think over time they've been trying to make mechanics that rely less on weak auras.
Yeah.
Especially they put this. They did a change like to weak auras last expansion, I think. Like this private weak hidden. What was it called?
The private auras. Yeah.
The private auras thing.
Yeah, but then everyone got tilted about the private auras because you just
and then you
have a button
away,
instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Echo had some cheeky tech behind the scenes to not have to press the button. I know Liquid players are still tilted about that one.
Yeah, well,
I don't remember. It was like sneaky.lua, right?
Yeah, I remember as well. There was some drama about it.
Yeah, but the part of the reason they have these is just like, if they make these mechanics that are otherwise impossible to solve without communication, you have to use these types of weak ores, which are like frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully legal, not against toss types, but
Did that thing get removed in the end, or?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so they did it sneakily during the race, and then I remember reading it on like forums, Reddit, or Twitter, or some
From
drama.
what I remember, how it came out was like Tobo went from Echo to Liquid, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, we just."
Oh my god.
We didn't have to press the button. We just had like this thing.
That's funny. That's how they found out. I mean, I don't think Tobo did it with any bad intent, right?
No, I don't think so either.
Like, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
sure
I
he's still in
think-
good terms with
I think there was also
Echo.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think there was also some VOD review though. Like they noticed there's a couple people that were like, I thought I didn't press the button yet I got assigned. I think there were some giveaways on the actual
Okay.
stream itself
Yeah.
too.
We can see Kina going down. Unfortunately, we need to start avoiding these early phase 1 deaths, because right now we're getting a bit stuck here and we want to get through this phase. I mean, as we mentioned, this is the hardest part of the fight. Like the phase 1 is pretty hard. Then after that, it's kind of like see the last phase 4 or 5 times and you can potentially kill it.
I think in
Canister
general,
soak
like
next.
healing is probably the most intense here in P1 actually.
Yeah. But even DPSers have stuff to do. They have to move, they have to soak, they have to dodge stuff. Some people assigned to doing the bomb, you know, they have to pick up the sparks as well. There are things to do, like. But yeah, definitely healing. I mean, almost on every boss, to be fair, healing is the most intense role.
Yeah, there's also that psychological thing that healers have to worry about, where I think it's like if the players that pick up the bombs, they have this permanent sort of debuff on them, and then if they die, the whole raid dies, which is partially why we see so many mages in here, just because of their mobility and survivability. So the healers, like, if they see someone drop low, they're gonna always kind of be side-eyeing the mages in particular, because you can let other players die and just send a battle res on them, but after someone gets that debuff, that is not somebody that you can let die and recover from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is lucky for us that a lot of the classes that have high mobility that can handle these mechanics are also some of the tankiest ones. I know we'll probably use like DH or something towards the end when we can't just walk onto the platform and use the bomb. We actually have to jump out there. We will have like monks and DHs handle that.
Yeah, so here we go, taking a look at the next set of ads. So also with the coils, they kind of handle this similarly on Mythic. They don't put 2 into the same one each time and activate the platform right away. They kind of like put them in different quadrants just because they want to have as much space as they can. But I don't think it's the same where it goes like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think it's something like 1, 2, 2, 3, 1 or something like that. It was shown to me before, but I don't remember the exact order.
Yeah.
That they're putting them in.
But the idea is the same, at least, right?
Yeah.
We will put like on each one, we will put 1, 1, 1, and then we will do 2, 2, and then at the end we only have 1 quadrant left.
There was a missed canister, I believe.
Yeah.
So, which is what caused the wipe. I did see 2 of them had 3 people, but couldn't see the last one. Or.
But it was the hard one with the tank frontal into
yeah.
fast soak of canisters, I think.
Yeah, we just need to get past that point. From at least what it looks like, the thing they most commonly wipe to are canisters. So the mechanic in itself is very easy.
And tank deaths too, yeah.
Yeah, you just need at least 3 people soaking in them. So on its own, you think it's easy, but like, what is the reason we are kind of having some people like miss some canisters? Like, how can we keep seeing that?
I think in general it is just like on that one, it's you have to be very fast. And then it's just maybe hard to see. Either someone is misplaced a little bit, or you are like going where you think you should be, and then it moves at the end. I don't know. But you have to be very fast on that one. I feel like it starts with the bait call. Everyone has to be ready for the frontal bait, and then just insta move, and everything should be set up like this guy goes exactly here, you go exactly there, and then everything will just fit together.
Was thinking, imagine you didn't look at the race results for like 12 hours, and then you wake up and suddenly the last boss is dead by 2 guilds.
Yeah.
I don't think many people would have assumed it, right? That's like crazy.
I mean, that's kind of what happened for me. Like, I went to bed and Liquid was already at, from memory, I want to say 40 pulls or so. But it's like I went to bed and woke up, and just as I woke up in the Germany morning here, it said like Liquid killed, and I thought it was maybe some like meme. But no, it just took them exactly 100 pulls.
Yeah,
so.
I actually had breakfast with Dark Mech, and I was like, GG, I know Liquid was the best once again and stuff. But he didn't know that Liquid killed it. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, and then after we go back to the elevator, he's like, wait, Liquid killed it, that's what you meant. I was like, yeah, I thought you know. It was funny.
Like
I think he just assumed that I thought that they would have won regardless.
Yeah, exactly,
but,
yeah.
You know, I don't think many had it coming, you know, like, this was way too easy. You can see the frontal clip being baited towards the wall. So you place those sparks right there. It can...
Yeah, with the way they do the placement, it's nice because in Heroic, you would just have to take the bomb to the coil. And now it's like you essentially don't have to do much different. Like, just move maybe 3 yards to the right where a spark was.
Yeah, the person assigned to do the bomb or a coil, whatever you want to call it, just has to run through them basically, and there's no additional movement.
Yeah, not too much as we see them transition now to the other bridge. And they want to get these ads down as soon as they can. Make sure they have the CCs up because this drops another one of the bombs. But they have everything worked out. They know who's going to carry the bombs. They have the people divided up among who's going to go into which coil. And the boss is now getting down to 90%. And there we go. We see a nice division there with the healing coming out. But that is no problem for the healers here at Method.
We see in general also when we have like long time to soak the canisters, it isn't really a problem which one you should stand in. But when we are on that rough overlap, that will come up in about 30 seconds or 40 seconds or whatever it is, I think. Then it is just like the bait frontal into the insta canisters. That one is very rough.
Yeah, here they have some nice boss positioning too. So they kind of have him in the middle there so that everyone can still hit the boss while they're soaking, which was successful. And now they just run out a little bit, dodge all the artillery strikes on the ground, and then try to kill this next set of ads. So I want to say these next canisters are where we see them kind of wipe a decent amount. We've done this enough. It's time for us to see a new best pull.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're right here. I think it's we will have to bait frontal and then go into canisters afterwards. It is the one big overlap here. You see, bait frontal right here, and then everything needs to be soaked very fast on top of each
basically
other.
blazes into frontal cleave into the two soaks simultaneously.
Yeah, here you can see there's still absorbs on some players, so they really need to work to get those off. So that's a high damage area plus the absorbs. Scoff was dropping really low, but they managed to keep him up. And unfortunately, we lost Raim there, but they're going to keep going. So this is still actually looking pretty good for them so far.
And this ad also does like splash damage, it looks like, to the entire raid. So we pull it out of the group a little bit.
Oh, the canister went unsoaked once again. We've been having issues with them quite a while. I do wonder if somebody's just missing a soak, or maybe they have a weak core up being broken. Could be different factors, but definitely not ideal to see those canisters unsoaked and causing wipes so far into the progress. And I mean, I say so far into the progress because 30 pulls might be little, but for a boss like this, you know, this is like, we're approaching the time where reaching the last phase, you know, should be soon. So you can take a look at the progression graph, actually.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Where is it, Galwix? There it is.
Yeah, we're usually we were able to catch up or be ahead on the other teams just because we could kind of take a look at references, but looks like we're struggling here a little bit longer than the other two, including Liquid, who had to pioneer the strat.
Yeah, exactly. So like for Liquid, obviously in between every gap they have to go down. They play with no timers on big wigs. They just YOLO every fight, and then they get to a new point and they're like, okay, we fix it. And then they plateau for a little bit, and then same thing again. But then we see Echo that can come there, know everything from the beginning. Once they broke this like 62% area, we see both for Liquid and Echo, it just dropped instantly to 0 within.
Crazy
like
that they went from 35
pulls.
to 10% within a pool. That's pretty fast.
I mean, it's crazy that they went from what, 62 to 0 in like 20.
Yeah.
Do you see how they were still at 62.6 at 30 pulls, and then they killed it on 48.
We're going to the next pool here. Gotta make sure to not get stunned by these lightning beams.
Yeah.
Different start of the phase compared to Heroic. Quite cool animation, I would say. Gotta break that shield, and then you start basically the fight.
Yeah, this fight's a little rinse and repeat. I feel like it arguably has less entries in the dungeon journal than Heroic does. And I notice sometimes what they'll do on Mythic is they'll try to make it where there's a lot of different overlaps. Like, even if you see a few mechanics, they'll make different combinations to make the fight interesting. We do see that on this fight with the timers, but it all kind of looks the same, and some things are just a little closer together. But this portion of the fight is a little bit of like a rinse and repeat, and just hoping that we don't have players miss canisters or have our tanks survive as well. So I'd really like to see further. Get something new to look at, a new point of view, perhaps.
Yeah. Hopefully, since it is very rinse and repeat, it should be once we, you know, crack the code for how to solve everything with cooldowns, then we should be able to get through it every single time. Shouldn't be any struggles just repeating what we have done before, hopefully.
I think we talked about this before, but did they send all of their Vantis on Mugsy, and then the other guilds were able to hold it for Gallywix?
We do have, I think, Eleni with Ventus, Kina.
Basically, people
Tanku.
that weren't in on the last boss.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have 3 people that have Ventus room. That's it.
Yes,
I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think
Yeah,
that's
not
the
for this
difference.
fight.
They used Ventus, right? Because they saw that this boss was so easy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was a good play, you know.
Yeah. Just
was
get
smart.
through Mugsy as fast as possible. Get to Gallywix.
Yeah, it makes sense, because even when you look over and see that this is a 100 pull boss, and even Liquid's coming out of it saying the DPS and the healing check isn't that big of a deal, then having that extra versatility really is not going to matter that much. Like, all the wipes we've seen here are to, like, just either tanks dying or a missed canister, and a little bit of extra versatility is not going to stop a one-shot.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for most of it, it is just a mechanical check at this point, right? And it has already been solved by Liquid, and now Echo has killed it as well, so it is just about, like, copy, fix the things that doesn't work for us, and then we will kill this, hopefully today.
Queb's POV watching wildly for a bit. Our friend being benched, unfortunately. One of our best players, but unfortunately, again, DK not doing justice.
And he's spinning around in his chair, looking at his phone.
Okay, we don't want to leak his phone material. What is he doing? He's taking a
photo,
selfie.
bro. Yeah.
Sheesh! Yes, dude!
Sheesh!
Oh, okay. If he posts that, everyone make sure
Then
you go
that
like
one
it.
guys.
Oh my God, Willie already fallen asleep, but he's got an important role on this fight. So no problem for him though. He's been playing super well this tier. Like, every time you look over the meters, he's just dominating. Mechanical warlord, but that is what comes with playing a mage.
Exactly.
Crystal goes down, and we don't have a combat res, which means it's gonna be very, very spicy for the healing requirement here. I hope he doesn't have any raid cooldown assigned in that moment, or some ramp. Gotta dodge those blazes for the people that are not assigned. Lightning frontal cleave, and the raid is still alive. Incy goes down, but he might potentially be able to ank. He can ank, yeah.
We will get a new best here.
Canister soak. Gotta make sure to be inside so the raid doesn't explode.
Incy dies again.
And boom.
Oh no.
Well.
Barely a new best, but it was a new best.
Yeah, just slightly. I already forgot. The last one was like 67 or 68, so a couple percentage points. But we can take the wins where we get them, but that is still the same point where they are blowing up. I guess it does mean they kind of optimize their damage a little better, which is always good to see.
We really just want
survive.
to get through that hard overlap with no one dying.
Mhm.
If we do that, it's like, it should be smooth sailing, at least into P2, so we can see some new mechanics.
What do you think of this boss room, guys?
I think the boss room looks kind of cool, to be honest.
I don't think it's that good though. For an end boss, nothing special, or?
I think it's pretty cool.
I think it's pretty cool, but the first time I saw it, immediately I thought of Ratchet and Clank. I don't know if you've played,
Yes,
played
of
those
course.
games. I thought of the Ratchet and Clank arena.
Now
That's
that
really
you
what
mention
reminded
it, I
me
feel
of.
like Gallywix fits the theme of Ratchet and Clank.
That actually, you're so right. That could totally be a Ratchet and Clank boss. Yeah.
I
What
love
is
that
the most disappointing or coolest boss room for an end boss, you think, then?
That's a good question. Let's
Heart
see.
of Fear, or
Grand Empress, Grand Empress. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I take that
Shaw
back.
Fear?
In Mop, it was like the Shaw Fear where you go into like that
Oh,
misty
yeah,
area and there's like the reflective
with
water.
clouds and stuff.
Oh wow, I didn't play that expansion, but when I started like just farming and doing LFR or whatever, you go into the room, I was like, this is the coolest freaking thing I've seen. It felt very like
cool,
Dark Souls.
Which one was bad though? Let me think. It's a good question.
They've kind of been upping their game on the final boss. Like Farak was really cool because it's like slowly the arena started like burning, and like that's what you're trying to do is like preventing the burn. So they've made them very thematic. So I'm trying to think of ones like where you said what's the worst.
I think Sylvanas was also quite nice overall. You know, different. I mean, phase 2 was just questionable. But last phase was quite cool,
but it is still kind of cool running on the chains. Yeah, like thematically.
And Rasaget was quite cool as well. I think Sarkaret was decent.
Yeah, but Sarkaret is like this though, right? Or is Sarkaret cooler than this?
But a bit more mystical or something. I don't know.
I thought it was kind of cool because you're like in the void, and it was just like, well, it's part of the boss room, but partially the mechanics. Just like as he like phases or whatever, and the glass shatters, you see everything like floating in the air. I thought Sarkaret was pretty
Somebody
cool.
saying Xavius. That's a good point. I mean, Xavius and this boss are known to be like bad
Xavius
rooms and bad end bosses.
Yeah, when you mention it, Xavius was so bad.
Yeah,
it
I
was
mean,
just
that's the worst end
gray
boss of
mist
the,
only. It wasn't like, at least on Show of Fear, you had like the first you were in the Terrace of Elder Springs or whatever it's called. You have like the jump to platform stuff. Yeah, and then you go into that last phase and you have the mist. Xavius, you just got down. It was mist. You kill some trash. Xavius is there. Mist. It's like, okay. Like, it was actually a cooler room after you killed Xavius to loot the loot. When you got out into like the garden or whatever it was. That room was cooler than the boss room of Xavius.
Yeah, it's always good to give a little bit of a shout out to the art room. And speaking of like Priory, I think it's one of the most beautiful dungeons I've seen. Just like the giant cathedral, and you have to fight through the courtyard. I love that one.
Almost goes down. It's 3%, but makes it alive somehow. That was a close call, but good. We don't have to waste a combat dress. And we
Never
go
mind,
into
we
the
have to
next
waste the combat dress now.
Oh no, he died after.
Yeah, poor Scott. We've been seeing him die there a lot, but there is a lot of things that he has to handle with the damage mitigation. There just aren't enough major defensive cooldowns to go around there.
Yeah, he's literally using Spell Ward and Bubble on cooldown whenever he needs them for the bomb soaks. And then also those ads, I think, hurt quite a lot, but I think Nate is mostly taking care of them.
Yeah, there's actually a bit for the tanks to do, and not to mention as well, the type of healers that we have here, there isn't a lot of single target healing as well. I'm not as familiar with the Mistweavers, but I know generally speaking they're like a raid healer, and the only one that can kind of focus are Resto Druids, but even then, it's mostly hots, and like although Growth has like an initial heal, it's still just like a lot of hots over time they can stack.
And they're still like ramping them too,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like pressing renew on every single raid so you can regrowth the instant raid. So
I think Wildly was out of range, because Tana tried to heal him, but he was out of range. Yeah.
This is where I wish we had the old rule of law where it extended our healing by 60% and you could watch for those players, but...
Next canister soak, hopefully everyone is assigned and it takes into account that Wild is dead. Going into the next area, tanking those ads. Nothing much going on in this part, you just gotta kill the ads as fast as you can, and probably Skofte soon has to do his usual bomb soaks.
Yeah, they're getting that ad down quite quick, and the healer is just trying to maintain everyone. And here we see the tank bringing this out to the corner, facing the blast, and then running back in. But here's where he does another set of bomb soaks, like you just said. People moving their blazes out, making sure not to overlap. And let's see if they can get these canisters soaked.
Oh
no.
Missed one again.
We have to be better at these guys.
For sure.
At this point, we just keep wiping.
I'm assuming it is like
to this one.
Wild is dead, and someone has to back up and then
but
move.
At this level, you know, you call the backups, or you have a system that allows you for continuing the progress without wiping because of a person missing, right?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I think part of it is like there's no way everyone's missing a canister. I think if someone has an absorb on them and they die with it, it explodes on the raid, and then it's like a chain reaction of like everyone.
Oh yes, I think it is on Mythic. Yes.
Yeah, so it's like sometimes we have seen some missed canisters, but sometimes I think it's like one person dies that cannot die because they still have an absorb on them, or even the bomb debuff.
Yeah, but do you take that much damage from these canisters? I don't know.
You take like a moderate amount, but it's kind of one of those if people aren't healthy enough.
I could actually just go check instantly on the.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'll do that.
Good.
You can see logs.
Go
Yeah.
into the analyst desk. Yeah. Let's take a look. I would like to. That would be cool to see a breakdown, and also if you could see the type of damage Scoff's taking too, while he's since we've seen a decent amount of dust from him. That'd be really cool to see the specific numbers behind. But we will hold down the fort over here as they go into another poll. Mythic Gallywix, poll number 34 here, 33 or 34. So we are falling behind a little bit just on the polls, but that is okay. We are just struggling with a little bit of an overlap at the 70% area. Here the healers can just do a little bit of pad on this very nice raid AoE damage. And just again, one of the mythic differences we see here are these lightning tethers. This forces everyone to play between the lightning beams, because on Heroic we could just have people stand 30 yards away, outrange them, but you can't do that here. If you get hit by the beam, it'll do a good amount of damage to you and stun you, which is almost a guaranteed death. You can survive it, but not easily. And then we just go into the rest of the fight while Gallywix it starts in the mech. Everyone's spreading out, making sure they don't hit each other with the blazes and killing the ads. One of the technicians is going to drop the bomb, and the bomb player, likely a mage, is going to have to pick it up, run over to the sparks, and drop it into the coil.
Into canisters next. Gotta make sure to soak them. Nothing left unsoaked, so we don't get the same problem again. We could see that Skofte always times his bubble very well to make sure to get all those bombs before they expire. Because I think if the bubble will run out before he finishes his soak, then he's probably dead at that point. Into the next part. Gotta kill the ads here. Relatively easy.
Yeah, here's the next set of ads. Nothing here is very scary until they get to the 70% area with the overlap, but first they need to take care of these. Another set of canisters as the tank Nate is moving out, and then they've successfully soaked those. Healers have to try to heal everyone up and top them off as the next set of blazes come out, and there comes the tank beam. We see some of the sparks spread out, and there's the bomb player. You can see, got a nice point of view of them running over them, charging it up so they can drop it off, but we still see a few sparks in the corner, just in case that's needed. And here, everyone gets a little bit of a breather, so we're getting closer to the scary overlap, but first this set of canisters, which they've also not had too many problems with. Boss nicely positioned in the middle so that everyone can damage a Gallywix, including all of the melee. So here we go into the next potential scary set as they start damaging ads on the platform.
Yeah, and we see the ads going down. Gotta make sure to dispel those enraged debuffs on the ads, otherwise they are likely gonna one-shot the tanks. We see Wildy with his assignment to pick up the bomb, then he needs to charge it up with the lightning debuff. Gotta dodge those blazes. We see also Skofte always taking care of those, you wanna call them bombs, or everything is a bomb in this raid. Oh no,
man.
Canister went unsoaked, I think, or
So you can
the bomb maybe blowing up, but
you can see how tough that is. Like the blazes, it goes right from the blazes into the canisters there. So people have
that's
to get
the
into that
overlap,
position
yeah.
really quick. Yeah.
that is definitely like the harder overlap of this first part of the fight, which we've been struggling with. Yeah, I do wonder if Wildy was meant to be there inside, but for soaking, but his weak core, I was telling him to pick up the bomb, so I don't know.
Yeah, with the I think with the bomb players is like they take extra damage and they get like a permanent debuff that they can't die with the rest of the fight. So I'm not sure how they have it divvied up. I don't think they need every single raider in the canisters, because we do see some people standing in like the Venn diagram overlap. I can imagine a world where there's some players where they tell them, maybe you don't stand in this because we really need to keep you alive, otherwise it'll be a raid wipe. So it's hard to say though. I wish I could see a little note of what their breakdowns were.
I have some interesting stuff.
Ooh, okay, so
Give us
very cool stuff.
Give us the information. Can you show the screen there, or is it?
Yeah, I will. Just 2 seconds.
Are we getting some analyst information on what's going on with the canisters? Potentially
like
some.
This was not this pull we just watched, but a pull just before that. If it can be a little bit faster.
We're gonna get some insider info to see exactly
see
who
here.
we're gonna call out.
Always blame Wildy, even
yeah,
if it's not
so
their fault.
I will just show here really fast. So we're almost getting to the hard overlap coming here soon, and we always have Wildy dead here.
Okay, I didn't mean to blame him.
And No, this was not the pull we just watched. There was 2 pulls ago, right? So tank debuff goes out here, and then he starts clicking the bombs. And then what we will see really fast, it's a little bit hard to see from this POV, but you see this canister right here, the bottom left one.
Yep.
We will see 2 mages go into it, right? 2 mages right there. It now exploded. And if I go very fast on the log, we also see here that these 2 mages are over here. They're alone. This is this canister dying.
There was
but it's only 2 people in it and we die.
Wildly or if there was a backup meant to be there.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm assuming Wildly's supposed to be in this group. He was dead during this. We didn't have a backup. Maybe that is because we didn't have like assignments perfectly in week or something. But we can get back triples. Usually I think we die to just missing canisters.
Yeah, we definitely need to get better at this canisters mechanic. Oh, we already have 2 early deaths. Might just go again, or we do res Skane, which obviously is super needed for his healings. We see the bait frontal with Cora popping, first the blazes. We always bait this frontal in a good position for people using the bomb so they can take those sparks to charge it up. Soaks next. Let's see. I mean, without the overlap, I feel like soaks aren't really being missed. But whenever there is an overlap happening, then yeah, I think something went wrong, and yeah.
Oh yeah, they were.
I think something with the bombs and stuff.
Yeah, you could even see like the frames right there. Like people were so low, it was really hard to kind of top people after losing a healer there. So I think this early, if they lose people, they kind of want to just call a wipe at this point because you do need the numbers for the canister soaks. And if the wrong player goes down, that is definitely no good. So, yeah, we're starting to taper off here. We really need to kind of, I say we as if I'm playing, but really need to get it together and get past that point because we are starting to get further and further behind on the percentage compared to Liquid and Echo on this fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping, and I think we should still see a kill today. And obviously, since Liquid and Echo is already killed, we shouldn't feel the pressure either. But it would be nice to kill this somewhat early today, but we'll see.
I hope so. I mean, the spirits actually seem pretty good as well. Like you said, the pressure seems a little bit off. Like when everyone was just eating their food, you know, everyone's laughing, having a good time. They do have a good portion of the day left, as you said, as we are a little past 3 p.m. here in Germany. So they still have all evening. They've typically been going to bed at 11, so that's another like 7 hours or so that they have. Though I think if they were really close, they would just at this point stay up late.
I think so.
No point in going to bed.
And especially since we know the end of the fight isn't the hardest part, it is like this first start. Because once we start getting into P2 guys cleanly, we will just see percentages drop every single pull.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's fun to see on this boss how there's like a taper around this area and then suddenly like people start chipping away the low. Because at that point it's like, can we get past this area? Okay, now we just need to practice this part. Which again, I know I've referenced Razageth before, but that's how Razageth was for phase 3. Like the fight was kind of getting past the earlier phases and then you had to see phase 3 a few times.
Yeah.
And then you could kill it.
I think with my guild on Razageth, we actually killed it the 3rd time we were in last phase.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I think it took us, it was some number under 10. I don't remember because it was a while ago, and you probably faced a less nerfed version than I did, but I think we were on that fight for so long that we passed like 2 nerfed phases of it because that was a very, very difficult boss. Not anything like Gallywix though. Quite simple.
I remember one thing on farm of Razageth that was super annoying was that people started getting the ring from the new island, and they started doing like random AoE damage to the ads in like Intermission 2 of Razageth.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you had like ads ran into middle and we CC'd all of them in the middle?
Oh yeah.
And then the ring would like break out the CC and it starts running into during farm. It was not. We just got like, remove your rings. I don't care about your logs. Remove that fucking ring.
Yeah, that was that's always one of the things where if you have a fight where you're like, we really need roots, and there's always the worst part is when you're playing a class where there's damage breaking them out and you can't quite figure out from where.
No.
That's happened a handful of times. Even on the healing flip side, we've kind of seen that with back with a botanist. I guess it was like revival. You specifically couldn't put it in one of the worst damage overlaps because you couldn't dispel the raid during a certain point in time. So We kind of see those things where you need to just hold back a little bit. Sometimes you even need to make talent changes, just because there's things. I think Ellesmere actually just recently tweeted Divine Toll got fixed, sort of, but it's now bugged in a different way where it'll pull things out of the room in M+.
Nice.
So Holy Paladins are kind of in shambles this tier.
We are having one easy set before we have the hard overlap, I think. This is easy canisters here. And then we'll move back for adds back left after this as well.
Yeah, this part's always really tight. I really love how they have the boss just in the middle. They have a lot of Venn diagrams going with, one of the priests dropping low, but they're all safe now. And then they're going on to the next set of adds, making sure they get the kick, AoEing them and dragging them together just so they can get that nice, juicy cleave.
And here we have like the annoying overlap. We will have like the tank beam into Firak stuff. I mean this tank circle, then we have the Firak stuff, then we have to bait the frontal before the canisters. So here we bait frontal, not into the canisters, please.
Yeah, and then those bombs, like overlapping the arena a bit.
And we miss one again. It's back left again.
Yeah, actually, it looks like there's 3 people there.
They pinged it, yeah.
Did they just barely miss it?
Probably, yeah.
Ugh, yeah, those canisters are tough. I think.
Oh, then they ping in the middle. I don't know. They're pinging everywhere, guys.
I think it gives you the visual, the canister specifically that goes off. There's like that smoke that comes out. I think that's the indicator that might have been the one that missed. But yeah, like I said, the pings as well, showing this has been a bit of a pressure point here. But again, once they can get past that, that would be definitely ideal.
If we get past that with everyone alive, we will for sure see a new best. Because even on our new best, we had one person die there, and then we died on like a little bit after the next canister for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is like you say, maybe we don't have a perfect week or having assignments for like backups and stuff, but we shouldn't need good fixing of backups. We should just be all alive, get through this like cleanly, and then we cannot blame the weak auras anymore.
Is that another canister angle?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we can't blame the weak auras. They're importing new weak auras actually. So far we're gonna blame the weak auras.
Blame the players first.
Not you though.
No,
you hold them accountable.
I'm not the player.
You shouldn't rely on weak auras only. Like obviously, understand in World first race, you always have great weak auras, normally working ones. But you know, if you aren't able to adjust to like a non-functional weak aura, then you're gonna wasted an extra hour or 2 already on just unnecessary canister vibes, which should be avoided.
This tier, at least for Method, I'm kind of surprised we've had so many weaker issues.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because, I mean, being behind, I feel like weak auras are a little bit easier to get on point because you see what the other people use. And we still have wasted quite a bit of pulls on almost every single boss to weak auras, I think. Not to put any blame on anyone, because I don't know who's making the weak auras.
Yeah. I feel like if you and I were an officer in a guild, you would strictly be like the executioner. I don't think because I can't like call anyone out. I might point something out to you and say, I think this happened, and then you'd be the one who'd be like, I'll tell him.
Yeah, I mean, no problem.
I mean, when you're playing at this level, when you call somebody out, it needs to be constructive criticism. You don't want to like
you don't want to
publicly attack somebody. You know, you're just doing it for the best of the team, and you know. But if it's a recurring issue and it happens over and over, and then normally, you know, like my approach was I just DM like the raid leader, and I'm like, look, like this keeps happening every pull, and you know, it's not normal. You know, something should change, and then eventually the raid leader points it out, and you know, gives even more emphasis on the mistakes that are happening, or if a player is not doing their assignment, and kind of like that. But you always want to be like a good teammate, you know, and not put too much pressure on the person doing the mistake, and you know, you're trying to fix an issue as a team, right?
Yeah.
So always important to handle these situations in the best way for you and for the others around you.
That's also one thing when we spoke before about like streaming the race and so on. A lot of the time now we can see like, oh, this mage managed to do it, why can't you do it, you know? Oh, their mages are doing so much damage, why aren't you doing that much damage? Like that.
Yeah, that is. We see an early death. We have to avoid those.
How are we
dying?
dying?
I think just got hit by the boss jumping down.
How are we dying to that?
Yeah,
now?
that's just loss of focus.
Yeah.
But you had a great point made there. I mean, I can make an example out of Like yesterday, for example, it happened with Echo, and people were saying, "Oh, no, Gingy's getting out DPS on a low percent pool." But I mean, we all know Gingy can do damage. He's a great player, and if he's getting out DPS, like people can make fun of him, but it's obviously like related to gear or PIs and different cooldowns assignments. What you see like on details isn't always the whole story, right? And yeah, well, it might be fun for the memes. Yeah, it was getting a DPS, sure, but the viewers often are just clueless, and they like to point out things and to throw out memes, which is funny. Yeah, I understand can be funny, but for some players it can be frustrating. I'm personally one that doesn't care, but there are ones that are not as strong mentally, and then it can affect their performance and stuff when it comes to more important stuff, rather than just being a bit lower on damage meter because of different gear assignments, PIs, and so on.
No, you're completely right.
I mean, it was also during Castle Natri, I think. Then Gingy was the hunter getting PI and Kyrian bond, and he was doing 20% more than the rest. And then everyone was flaming Roger Brown. But was it really like a skill difference? Obviously not. It was obviously all related to the PI and stuff. But then if they didn't make a DPS check, they would be like, oh yeah, Roger Brown is a... That's really not how it works at this level. If you see a 20% gap between two people, it's because tactic or like somebody died, or because there is like PIs involved and so on.
For sure, for sure. I think we have 2 easy canisters before we have the hard one, if I'm not mistaken.
You can see ads going in and rage need to be dispelled quick, otherwise they slap the tank. We can see Nate almost going down. The debuff still on the ad, which is super unfortunate. Somehow he survives, but you cannot be so slow at dispelling in rage. Like, this is literally one job, and I feel like these things cannot happen at this point of the boss fight.
I for sure agree about that one.
Took like 5 seconds to remove it. That should be insta, right? If you're assigned to it, you press your global. Even if you waste like an extra second of damage, like you'd rather waste a second of damage than risk having a tank death, right?
Yeah. Do we have the Pyrrhic beams here? Yeah, so here we have the Pyrrhic beams, and this is going to be the bait frontal away from the canisters and quick soak afterwards. We need to get through this cleanly.
We can see Scuffed with the sneaky canister soak, which is not assigned to, but he just wanted to help. Meanwhile, Eleni goes down. Unfortunately, I think she just died to damage. We don't have a rest, but we can still get through it. I hope they have a system to call backups or canister soaks this time, because it's been an issue previous pool when we had deaths. We're going into the next soaks now. This is not an overlap yet, so this should be done relatively easy, but I jinxed it. Might have been the
thing,
backup thing again. But I mean, they need to find a working system here, right? Because you can't have like people missing soaks whenever there is a death. Like, this is something that normally gets fixed relatively easy. So
it should definitely not be that hard.
We go again.
I wonder what she died to, though.
Yeah, I think it was just damage, I believe. I mean, could also be like a red swirly or something, but didn't look like anything in particular. I mean, getting hit by like a red swirly here and there, or can happen, everybody's gonna have 1 or 2 deaths to it overall throughout the progression, so...
I feel like, I wonder how many personals we have assigned to that spot as well. I feel like it could be one of those that it's easier to just overstack on personal there, and then we overlap like a little bit more on the absorb.
Yeah, normally personals get assigned like on a specific soaks, so they have them to cover a specific part when there isn't like a raid external or raid cooldown and stuff. But yeah, sometimes also I don't like when I have a personal pre-assigned, especially playing Druid, where it's like sometimes I can just go bear form when I have my Barkskin assigned, and I rather just use Barkskin, let's say, when I have something and I have like cooldowns and I don't want to go bear form instead,
Yeah.
But that's more like a Druid specific situation.
Sure.
In 95% cases, I always use my pre-assigned defensive when I'm meant to use it, because obviously, and especially when you have the priest hymn, is it called hymn, the ability that reduces the cooldown of each? Yeah, then in that case, even bigger reason to...
Oh, it's symbols, right?
Yeah, symbols, sorry. Symbols of hope, yeah.
Symbols of hope,
In that case, I always make sure to use it on time. And we start the phase, gotta dodge that lightning strike, or beam, whatever you call it. Otherwise, you get stunned. It pretty much causes a death guaranteed unless you're a tank. The easy spec. It's now a meme that a tank is easy, guys. Tank at Warfare's level is still like extremely hard, by the way. Like we're just saying, in comparison to like healers, and it's a bit easier. But to be a Warfare's tank, you still need to be extremely good and skilled player. I mean, like one of the best tanks in the world, right? We can see Skofte putting that circle on the opposite side of the room, and then he places those bombs that he needs to soak. Bubble up soon. Normally he uses it here, but yeah, there it is.
You see him there getting the last bomb with his shields still up. And then they get a little bit of a breather here. All those circles nicely placed together. Not much dodging having to go on, but there's a lot of healing that's going out here now right before the canisters, so got to make sure everyone is top the best you can. Heal off all of those absorbs. It is mandatory.
Really struggling a lot here, but we managed to survive.
Hopefully it's because we pulled stuff off here so we can overstack on the other one later on, I hope.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense because for the other ones, you really need people to be top because any leftover absorb will just damage the raid. So they need to be able to heal those off quickly, which that's a upside to the type of healers they have right now. Very good raid healing. Now here comes the next canisters, and here comes the absorbs and the soaks. So this is where there's a lot again, like, oh, there's so much damage that just goes out.
Yeah, they might have moved some cooldowns off the raid. While we were gone, we had another wipe because the person that was meant to soak a canister was dead, and I think they didn't have the backup in. So we're still fighting with that issue.
We had one dead through the hard overlap, and then just no assignment, and we just blew up on the next one.
We can see the next canister soak going on. This one is without overlaps, so should be relatively easy. And into the next ads soon. Gotta run away here, as the further you are, the less damage you receive from the boss.
Yeah, I remember that fall off on Heroic was no joke. Like people were
It
saying,
was pretty
like
bad, yeah.
they were like, get out plus 50 yards. Don't be lazy with it because even if you were in like 40, it still chunked you for like half your health.
I can see that on Mythic it doesn't do much, to be fair. Like
yeah, but that's why they have the weak guard that's safe.
Yeah, I know, but I still think it should have been a bit harder, I guess. I don't know. I mean, phase one, I think it's tuned well.
Here's the hard overlap.
Yeah, I gotta make sure to go back into those canister soaks.
Yeah, see, because they have to spread pretty far for those lines and then get back in for the soaks, which this time they didn't miss any. Oh, but they had a couple people go down. Oh, that was really close. So, like, that was like the best execution they got so far, but they're going to keep going with the boss being at 76% currently. They only lost DPS and they put a battle res out on Kina, so here comes another set of soakers. This is going to be hard since they're missing some people, but let's see if they can kind of do it. And they're successful. They just need the healers to get that absorb off of everybody and top off the raid as this large nuke hits everyone. And just as you see there, again, the safe weak aura. So as long as they get far enough away, it'll do the least amount of damage to them possible. It's only like 1 million or something. It's not even that high.
It's also so... I feel like this is one of the awkward things as a caster, because we obviously don't see exactly what's assigned where. We don't see exactly, like what personal is assigned where, what healing cooldown is assigned where, etc. But I feel like that hard overlap is really where we're struggling, like over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just... obviously, I'm just saying from an outside perspective right now, like we need to move something extra there. Like, I saw a lot of mage bearers going out afterwards. Maybe we need mage bearer, like we had 3 mages, all of them press mass barrier before this. Like, we need something to cover that a little bit harder.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We've been struggling with that part specifically, and I think like now tank deaths are kind of sorted. I haven't seen one, don't want to jinx it in a while, so we just gotta get through those canister overlaps, so we can finally reach the last phase. It's only 2 phases, right, in Mythic?
No, it's like 3. But
3?
Yeah.
But the 2 is like non-existent.
Yeah, I mean, first he's in a suit like we see here, then he's like in a suit but still doing tank frontals, and then he goes into the middle being a little...
Yeah, I know the last phase has the soak that you have normally in phase 1 on heroic.
He does that in both P2 and P3.
Okay, yeah.
But he's in the mech suit for P1 and P2, and then he's like the head.
Yeah, because it's crazy. Like I woke up and then I see Liquid killed it. Then I arrived here. I insta got to the PC to check with Krista like the boss stuff, and yeah, the journal definitely doesn't help in this fight.
Which I saw Max did like their hot seat take, whatever. He said he really liked it, not having a journal, having to figure it out himself. But
I mean, I think it's cool. I mean, obviously it costed them a lot of pools, but you know, for us casters, I feel like it's easier to have a journal, right?
Here's a little cheat sheet. But this year Liquid was our cheat sheet. Let's pull up their video with a super nice poll.
What was this, by the way? Who won?
She won 93 to 108. We had to put the coins inside this bag while holding a sock in our hand, or like putting a sock in our hand.
Yeah, so it's like minus grip strength, but whoever could get the most coins in the bag. And my small hands actually, I thought he would have won with the big hand.
I was quite confident I would win because I felt like I put many, but yes, I was wrong.
Yeah, I did like the plow strategy where I did this and then grouped them as much as I could, and
we go into
so
the
you
next pool.
outstratted him.
Yeah, I outstratted him. He had like the reach, but I had the.
Yeah, I'm always the brute force person. Strength, mechanics, but
yeah.
The brain is not there. Just kidding. Not so kidding.
Well, here we go into another poll. So let's see if we can make it back there. It's been a while since they made it past that canister phase alive without a raid
wipe. We see a first death here from Incy. Hopefully as an Ankh totem, he just gets stressed instead as he had used it on the previous pulls. Gotta kill those ads. We see Skofte baiting the big circle on the edge. He will soak those bombs next to make sure that they don't blow the raid. Blaze is next. And into the soaks soon, I believe, yeah.
Is this frontal based on melee or biggest group, you think?
I don't know, but I think they bait it because they have a weak aura that sells bait.
They definitely bait it, but we also saw a lot of
people outside,
out
right?
With the Firact lines.
We would have to ask.
Maybe
you can see the first canister soaks. These ones normally don't cause issues. Quite a lot of damage. It feels like they moved the cooldown from there because we used to be top much quicker there, I believe.
Yeah,
so
I used to look really safe.
We're struggling a bit more with the healing there, but it's part of the plan. That's when you change the strategy and then you commit more defensive cooldowns to later phases just to progress further into the fight.
Yeah. I mean, we weren't dying, so it's still safe. It just looks very scary.
Next canisters, I feel like it's not being soaked. Or, okay, no, they managed. My bad.
Yeah, there you see, as they heal everyone off, all those like little red circles just spitting out of everybody as they get topped off. So here, once they heal them off, it just does the animation, but people still sit pretty low. Healers have to do what they can to kind of re-top everybody off as they get into the next set of mechanics. Banger's also sitting quite low. They're able to kind of stabilize here as they get a little bit of a breather. And now we get into another set of canister soaks.
This is the last easy set, I think, before the hard overlap.
Yeah, we see the big boss boom. You want to get as far away as possible into the next ad wave. Make sure to dispel those enrages, otherwise tanks will likely die if you don't do it quick enough. There they are. You can see both getting soothed and dispelled quick. And into the next bombs, we can see them happening in 5 seconds. The tank baits the rocket on the edge and then soaks those mines as well.
And then it's Firact line, bait frontal, canister.
Yeah, that's the overlap, right? The first overlap.
It's coming right now.
Gotta make sure to do it properly. We can see nice movement by Crystal to get into his canister. Again. Only Jimmy died. I think we can still keep progressing, I think.
Yeah, you could see that's one of the situations where they had to trust that he was going to move the circle there because there's a little bit of a line in front of him and he like moved over there quickly at the last second. But that's where it's like everyone knows where they want to stand because the canisters do spawn in the same spot every time, and they're trying to put the red canisters in the same spot as well. So it's all pre-planned. Everybody's looking quite healthy except with Frag on the floor, of course. Now they're running away to avoid as much fall-off damage as they can. Moving back in and then cleaving a little bit more on the boss with that little ad that's still up.
A new player running with the bomb.
We can see also Kina going down, which means we might struggle with the next canister soaks. Hopefully we have enough backups. Blaze happening. Gotta make sure to not hit your maze there. The frontal cleave being put away from the raid. And now next canisters with 2 deaths. Hopefully we have enough backups. I believe we do. And yeah, we get through it. We
will probably
might have
be
a potential new best, yeah.
Well, it's looking really good, and now, let's see, boss says they're in intermission and flies into the center, so this is the furthest we've seen them get.
Yeah.
They definitely don't want to stand into those beams, and here we're going to start to see these sparks sort of line the edges of the room here. They don't want to... Oh, no. It is, when you run over those like little sparks kind of lining the room, that is pretty heavy damage. So you definitely don't want to stand in it for too long, but it's better to run over that than to run into the beams. So
Yes.
they have a way out in case they get a little stuck, but it comes at a cost.
Percentage-wise, barely a new best, but mechanics, we at least got to see the start of next phase. So hopefully we can get here every time now. I still want there to be some, like, something extra popped on that hard overlap, because that is like sort of when we start falling. We had like frag dead, and then because frag is dead, we have bigger heal absorbs on other people, etc., etc. So hopefully we see something gets worked out around that hard overlap.
Yeah, I just want to get back there, but it does look like they're at least kind of getting a little more consistent at the start. They've kind of figured out where they want to keep their healing cooldowns for now. Even though it does make the first part of the fight look a little scarier than it is, since, like we said, they looked a little safe at the start, but they've kind of been pulling CDs away and moving it to that dangerous overlap, and everybody trusting that the red canisters are going to get to the right spot at the last second there. But I think they have their movement kind of figured out now. They've done it once, which means they know what they're doing. They know what they want to do. We just have to get back there and then start to see that second phase, which visually... it looks a lot more exciting, in my opinion. It's like they're playing a little arcade game while fighting the boss.
Do we think Quep is ready to party after?
Yeah, I mean, I hope they manage to kill it today, but then again, I'm raiding tonight, so wouldn't even get to spend much time to hang out with the raiders. But I guess tomorrow, I'm also raiding again. I'm getting sick. Can't make raid, guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's nice to have like a chat with the raiders to hear their opinion about the whole race, you know, what they think they can do better, what they're planning to do for next race, potentially, just general feeling, you know. So obviously, the guild is not happy about the result. I mean, that's just obvious. Right now, Method is aiming for world first, but improving from last year was the main goal now, so beating Echo. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but I know that they're gonna try until it happens, and the potential is definitely there, you know. We now have to wait another 5 to 6 months until next race. I think it might be in like September or something, early September.
It's crazy.
Gonna be interesting to see how the guilds will prepare for those raids and the rosters and stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because September, I think that is exactly 6 months from now, right? Or was that October? I don't know how to count.
Yeah, around 6 months,
yeah. September.
I think it's late August to September normally.
Because they've definitely been trying to do the, they've tried to like have a more consistent raid schedule, which means the raids are coming out a little more quicker consistently, it seems. And I know, what was it, last expansion, we didn't even have a faded tier, which that, in my opinion, was nice. But I think they're kind of moving away from that. It seems like it's going to be like the sort of year and a half, slightly less than 2 year expansion releases, 3 raids, and then like moving on.
We had fated, no?
No.
Wait, am I...
Not the last year. Or, I mean, I didn't really play the farm, but...
No, not last year, but
had
last expansion.
We had Shadowlands, not during FIRAC.
Yeah, we did.
Did we?
We did all the 3 raids again. And then you could choose afterwards, because they're like,
I gaslit myself.
Awakened.
You know what? I was thinking of the original buffs that you got in Shadowlands.
Yeah, with the crazy buffs and...
you didn't get any of that stuff. But it was like, we're doing all
I barely played that raids farm. Okay. I don't like playing farm of the last raid, but when I was doing World First, I was forced to do it for like 10-15 characters to level it up and stuff. But now I quit, so I only relaxed until the end.
To be fair, it wasn't faded, it was awakened, so technically...
that is true. That is true.
Someone in chat saving me.
But it was very nice to be able to go back and kill FIRAC on the non-awakened one. And just sell them out.
So easy when you have the extra gear and stuff. Yeah, I remember you could even boost people to it. You know, like people that want. Was cutting edge still available then, or?
No cutting edge, but you still got
the mount,
the 2 mounts.
The mounts, yeah.
And that mount is super cool. FIRAC Mythic, I actually love that mount.
I don't know if I have it. I think I do though. Yeah.
The little owl.
I love when they add like the unique models, because like whenever we've seen so many different models of mounts now, whenever a new type of one is added, it's always like pretty exciting. So I think the owl one's really cool. Also the blue version that I think at least started on the store. I don't remember where the one is, but that one's also really cool.
Often, whenever I get a rare mount, I just sell it to the highest bidder in my guild. Because I used to be poor with golds, but now I mean I'm getting paid again to boost with my guild, so.
And so they'll pay money just to like get it earlier.
Yeah, people will pay it. But if I often got the one from like heroic, which is like rare, like 1% chance, and they just get it. Some people are obsessed with mounts. I bet a lot of people love
I am
them.
too, but like I'll wait for it. You know, like I'll be the last one in raid to get it. I won't pay extra for it though. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think the only time I would keep a mount is if I get the first mount of like a war first boss. Then you can go like in the city to flex it around, you know. Yeah.
I saw the mount of this boss is actually really cool.
Oh, I think I saw it.
It
I
is
can't
like the
remember.
head of Gallowix, basically.
Oh yeah. So similar to like a Mimiron's head or what?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like the little machine he also flies in. Because we saw in the exploit video they did that. They took the mount and went into Stormwind.
Oh, I never watched a video. Like I heard what happened, but I didn't know that they took the mountain and were riding around. Yeah, if I saw that, I'd be so confused.
Yeah, it's a banger.
Yeah, it is a unique mount. I'm not too big on like the head of Mimiron or whatever. I know
I
a lot
love
of
it.
people like it, but I like I don't know what kinds I like. They're kind of random. Oh, like the Bloodhounds of Antorus. I think those are my favorite models.
Really?
I love those. Yeah.
They have like no back. They're like super.
Yeah, they're
contorted
freaking
on
cool. I like how they look. I don't know. They're very like impish. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I don't know which model I like the most.
It's tough to say.
I probably am like full basic and likes like the Night Elf cat. I think if Mythical Dan, instead of being the red version of the golem, would be the cat you get from just doing the quest liner like Suramar. You know which one I mean? I love that cat mount actually.
I think my favorite mount is probably the Swift Zulian Tiger.
Yeah, it's also
that's
basic.
a classic,
Yeah, and I never even played classic, but I tried to farm it when it was still available. I think it was available till end of the Wrath. Yeah. Tried it. It was the only mount I was trying a lot to get, but I never managed to get it. I actually got the Swift Raptor instead.
I know,
not
like,
the one I wanted.
I know people aren't going to be a huge fan of this, but like that model in general is one of my favorites. But I think my favorite mount overall is like the Purr line that they added to the store, the cat. I opened a wallet right away for that one. Like,
I don't even know if I know which.
Yeah, I don't know which mount you mean.
It's like literally looks like a cat, not a tiger. It's like that red one.
I love cats, but I don't know if like a
I don't know what
small
means.
cat is a
I'll
mount.
find it. No, I'm surprised
Put up.
because it's a pretty popular mount. But it is a store mount. But I paid 24. I don't care.
Do you have the Fell Cycle?
No, I actually didn't go and do that yet because I'm lazy. I need to find it just a second.
Funny thing about the Fell Cycle, there was one thing. You go into what's it called? The Vault of the Wardens, I think it is called. The dungeon is a part of the Fell Cycle. And you have to do a puzzle there.
Oh yeah, I was watching through the articles. Okay, it's this one.
Oh yeah, it's proper cat.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a red
not bad.
version of it too. There's a star-touched fur line, and then there's a red one too. Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking into this. Yeah, so someone said it, the star-touched fur line. That's my favorite one, like a literal cat. But there's another one that is like red too, and I like both of those a lot. Sun-swarmed fur line, yeah.
But
Love
in
those.
this Vault of the Wardens, you have to do a puzzle. I wrote some code for it to solve it like automatically. It just gave you like the shortest way to solve it. But and it was posted a little bit in the what's it called, like the secret Discord.
Yeah.
What is the secret Discord?
Secret Finder Discord. Like anytime there's like secrets in the game, they find it and post about it. They're the ones that kind of discovered how you got like the 8-man octopus mount in what was that?
The Hive Mind, you mean? No.
Yeah, the Hive Mind. I forgot what expansion that was. Maybe Legion.
No. Or was it? I think it was. Yeah, it might have been.
Maybe End of Legion.
Yeah, they're the ones that figure out like those.
Yeah, I remember.
Things.
So I had, and then people started building websites. I think one of the websites actually used my code in the backend to do the puzzle, but
yeah, thank you to the
cool.
mods. They've been doing a great job to filter out toxicity, and sometimes we get some trolls in the chat.
Yeah,
but I
bring them on.
Yeah, I'm kind of person that doesn't mind, but I know it can affect the viewer's experience. You know,
Yeah,
I only
for
ban
sure.
them from my stream if they affect other people's experience. They troll me, I'm like, sure.
That is true.
I can take it, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of yapping again.
Yeah. I
We
mean, we
barely
got
got
through a new
anywhere.
phase, right? So they want to plan out what they want to do there and maybe change some assignments. So that is fair. You know, once you get to a new part of the fight, you always want to strategize and come up with something.
Yeah, we tend to see that after new bests, and our last pull, although it was a small amount, was a new best. So that is the first time, honestly, that they saw that next portion of the fight, though.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that they discuss it, because I was watching a little bit of the kill VOD, and there's like a consistent pattern that like the sort of static goes around on the ring, and in the middle you see basically the artillery like dropping, so people have to know what section they want to be in at what time, making sure they're dodging the beams. So it's a lot of like dodging, like it truly feels like an arcade game while you're just playing the boss.
Is, yeah. But it looks harder than it actually is, I think.
Oh yeah.
There are often abilities that look harder than they are, and then there are some that look easy, but they're actually quite hard.
Yeah.
I think then a good example is the last phase of the 5th boss of this raid with the black orbs and stuff, and we would often get hit by those. And that looks easy on paper, but then it's not as easy when you have like 4 other mechanics happening at once and the pressure, and you know that one single hit by those orbs is like a raid wipe, a 90% chance.
Yeah, looking at this raid, like the P2, P3, it feels that there aren't that many hard overlaps. It feels like, oh, it's a mechanic, handle it. Oh, it's a mechanic, handle it. Oh, it's a mechanic, handle it. It isn't like, oh, it's 5 mechanics at the same time and we have to pop everything.
Yep.
You know, throw the kitchen sink at it.
It was, you know what, that actually reminds me, it's kind of like Halantris as well. Like, I feel like that fight could have been a lot easier if you had like 1 minute more to kill it, because you think like looking at the bombs, it's not that hard to drop it, have someone else pick it up in a lot of time. But yeah, there's lots of things where they just look.
Alondra's pre-nerf was brutal, yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching that. There was like 5 days that straight, like watching you guys prog that was a lot.
Liquid played better on that boss. I think, yeah, I mean, they got the word first for a reason. That was a, you know, obviously exhausting race, the hardest raid ever probably.
Yeah.
But it was good because there were a lot of hard bosses. You know, the funniest part was Endwin. Do you remember it? The stars being ignored.
Absolutely broken.
And then the memes with Ginge and stuff. That was some content, guys.
Oh.
And then the banter, and then we also like did it in the end, right? Because, you know, but initially, obviously, the stars basically just wouldn't hit you. Even if they went through you, you could just ignore them.
I remember watching streams of Liquid. It just sucked the life out of all of them. Like, because it was basically they got there first to Anduin, they got to last phase first, and the stars were like super bugged.
Yeah,
they were completely off. They weren't like lined up with the visual at all.
But every guild had a strategy for them, I think. But then they just ignored them because.
I mean, but they talk obviously to Blizzard. I think that was also the first year where all of the top 3 guilds
had a Discord with Blizzard.
Yeah, exactly. So they were in the Discord chatting with Blizzard, and Blizzard's like, "Oh, we fixed it." They try it again, still broken. They're like, "Oh, we fixed it." They try it again, still broken. They're like, "Oh, we fixed it," but they didn't fix it. They just turned them off more or less. They like didn't work at all. They didn't do anything. It's kind of funny. But we're into a new pull here.
Oh, let's go, let's go. We can swap beam. Let's go. Time for a new best, guys. I don't know, guys. Do you also feel that some players play super tight here, like unnecessarily? Like, look.
Well, it looks like they're all like intentionally spreading out.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, you can still be a bit safer, I guess, or I guess it does damage around you.
I'm assuming they don't want to cross the streams. That is how it looks. Like, because they're all like.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and it kind of looks like they just like stagger a little bit, like, you know, melee and extra range and stuff if they can. But yeah, it does look like they play it close, because I noticed that on like the earlier polls. Because you'd think like a caster would want to go to the edge, plant, cast, and then move again. but they can't really do that for the start. So
in the beginning, I also wondered why he pops like immunity so late, but you still get the debuff from popping the bomb.
Yeah,
so
it's
he's
for
just
the dot,
immuning the damage. Yeah.
But he does it also on the previous boss.
Mm.
I feel like the first he just relies on maybe a smaller cooldown and boom.
Boom, boom.
That is not what we want to see after taking a 10-15 minutes break, but that's okay. We can go again.
yeah, we can go again. We got all day for this if we need.
Yeah,
It has to die today. I think it will. I believe.
I'm not going home until Wednesday, so you know, bring it on. I can sit there and yap about this boss for a couple of days.
Yeah, I just want to see the later part because we've been seeing the same sort of like 3 mechanics over and over. It's just like they have the ads, kill the ads, take the bomb in, dodge blazes, soak canisters, and then it's just a rinse and repeat. I don't want to oversimplify how difficult it is though, because like
go for it. I feel like that is what everyone should do always.
No, I can't. Because the second I do that, someone's going to be like, you do it. And then I'm like, well, I can't. I'm not good enough. I can't be called on that, so.
Sheesh.
You guys maybe could. Because, I mean, you guys actually played at Erasable First Level.
Yeah, but he played 10 times more than me, so if you can't do it, then I can't do it. Then only Lorgo can do it. And then they will still say, oh, Lorgok's not playing now.
True.
So then he can't do it.
I think you're still.
And then we have to have someone.
Raiding,
then
yeah.
we have
Yeah.
Quep coming here. Yeah, but I mean Race World first. Then we have Quep coming in here, and Quep is saying, "Oh, it's easy." But then it's, "Oh, Quep, you're benched." Then okay, we gotta take an actual raider out of the raid to say that this mechanic is easy.
You know, I think that's the problem. I think if Quep was in here, powerful player, that might shave off a few pulls, if you ask me. Here we go, going right into another one with those nicely spread beams. Everyone making sure they don't accidentally run into the large ones, which will do a lot of damage to you and stun you. And let's see if we can get a new best, or at least not die to the first set of canisters like we saw.
Dying to the first set is kind of a meme, to be honest. I mean, we have seen some deaths today that I feel like if the pressure was on, they would care way more about. I think maybe we're playing a little bit too relaxed at times, and I still want to see this boss die today.
Hogging those mines.
And he was so healthy.
That was a late bubble because he was more healthy than usual, yeah. That looked like it. When I dodge those strikes. And we're going into the next canisters, I believe.
Yeah, here we see them all.
I have hope we won't wipe to.
What do they even call canisters on the raid thing? Do they call it canisters? Group soak?
Group soak, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 3 different types of canisters, but it's all under a single like they list it weirdly in the journal. Everything's listed under this canister thing, but then there's 2 listed under it. There's different types, but I just say purple and red canisters for ease.
Yeah. It's heroic P2 and P3 canisters. That is what it is.
Next canister combined with the
something
tank rocket. He wants to place it away from the raid and then start soaking the mines. Gotta make sure to dodge that frontal cleave as well, obviously. And we see the spell word up, so he doesn't get killed by the dot. Those sparks placed in a way
While
that
they're very low.
easy to catch for bomb people.
While they actually procced Cauterize there. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Next canisters, let's see.
This is the last easy set before we get the super rough overlap.
Yeah, you can even see there, like everyone looks pretty healthy. They just have to finish off those absorbs as they move over to the other section. Everyone's topped off for that top fall-off damage, which really didn't do that much. Now everyone's going to pump as much damage as they can into the ads, cleave them onto the boss, and then wait for the next bomb to drop. Once again, picking up this bomb applies this debuff, so if you die with this debuff, that'll just kind of kill the raid. So those are the players that you especially want to keep a close eye on as we get into the blazes, into the dangerous canister set. So here we see them dropping, baiting the beam. Hopefully everyone can get into their canister soak.
And we look very healthy this time around. So
very well executed by Verb as well there. Everything timed to perfection to make sure he would soak. Kane almost goes down but gets top towards the end. We have the ad spawn here. Gotta make sure to get them down. Everyone seems healthy into the next canister soak. Hopefully we don't miss this one and we can approach the next phase.
Yeah, so let's see. Health also looking a bit healthy here. It is still a lot of raid damage going on, but it's just the canisters into the fall off damage again. Faithy unfortunately goes down, and so does Rame.
We only have one res.
Yeah, only one res, but if they make it into the next portion, hopefully soon, we can maybe see a little bit more of the fight, which is what we've been waiting for a while now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is probably the healthiest we have been at this point, so I think we have like one more canister set before we will actually see that phase happening.
Yes, correct. That's the last, and then intermission in 10 seconds. So if we get through this, we get to see another potential best pool with 19 people alive, and a combat rest coming in 30 seconds. Gotta make sure those absorbs don't kill anyone. So in Mythic, when the absorb gets healed, it splashes some extra damage to the raid. And we're into the intermission. So lots of dodging, lots of AoEing here. And Jimmy goes down.
We saw Jimmy pop his immunity, run to the left side, and then he's like, oh, why am I on the left side? He deactivated his immunity and jumped into the beam and died.
Oh.
So
well, that was a new best.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a nice group on those ads, though. All of those technicians getting grouped in.
With that being said, guys, my shift is over here.
Oh, really?
I had a big pleasure. I might think this is probably the last shift I had. I would hope so, because
we're killing
we're killing tonight. So I want to thank everyone in the chat for this amazing time, and hope we see hopefully we see a kill. Do you hear me? The microphone went off. Yeah, I was saying hopefully we see a kill. Thank you guys, and enjoy the rest of the progression. Have a good time here, guys, with the shift.
Yeah. Good luck in your raid, Lord Gok. When method is done and you no longer have this stream to see, you can watch Lord Gok's progression. Maybe.
I will start streaming raids from Tuesday or Wednesday, I think. Once
Yeah.
I'm back home.
Did you turn off your microphone? No, you were live. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just double check. Kana should be joining us shortly, but until he does, you're stuck with me for now.
We don't want him pesky Kana here.
Yeah, what is he good for? Inting and Dota,
I might
am I
actually
right?
steal headset now if Kanamans is coming.
Yeah, he should be, but that's alright. We'll hold down the fort until he gets here. No problem.
Oh, I'm a headset boy now. I could have stolen yours behind you before, but...
Yeah, if you want to, you can steal this one.
No, I have a perfect one now. Don't worry about me.
All right. Looks like we're going to do a little bit of AFK, talking little. Maybe see what we can do better here. Oh, you know what I just noticed as well? That was a new best of 64.94. It was less than 1%, but it's still something.
We take those.
Yeah, we take those.
For sure.
Good for morale.
We also saw, like, I mean, we have been wiping a little bit to stuff we shouldn't wipe to and dying to a little bit stuff. But we have seen now, we got to intermission for the first time, like, what, 2 pulls ago, and now we got there again.
Yeah.
So once we get this P1 down, we should really see, like, back-to-back P2, P3 wipes, more or less.
Yeah, like, I think they're at the point where they're happy with the assignments that they have when it comes to, like, the soaks and even the healing cooldowns. So it's just a matter of, like, practicing, making that more consistent so we can see further into the fight. But since we are pulling up now to pull 41, and Echo is at pull 48, we're definitely a little bit behind here.
Yeah.
When it comes to where we want to be. But, you know, as we've seen, once you get past that point with everyone alive and you know what to do, you'll see faster progression on the tail end of this boss than you will on the early end, which is pretty rare for Mythic Prog.
Sounds a little bit crazy, but I don't really think they're... Unless they absolutely play abysmally here and, like, don't kill it today, I don't think they will be like, oh, we should have played better on Gallywix, you know? I feel like a lot of these tiers, when you go into review, will be a lot more about the Sprocketmonger.
Yeah,
and
like
the One-Arm Bandit Fiesta that we saw.
Yeah, I think all even sticks as well. Like all of those, they were like a good, I want to say on average, like 20, 30 pulls more than like Liquid or Echo at any given time. So they definitely, and 90 combined pulls on bosses, that's like an extra, I want to say like 8-ish hours of raiding that you lost. So a little behind there.
So I don't really think the team really cares like, oh, we have to kill it in less pulls than Echo on this boss. I think we're just like, the race is over, let's get through it, you know.
Yeah, the less pulls thing is like a total meme because it's just whoever gets there first has to kind of figure it out.
Yeah.
And Liquid was pretty smart and went dark, even though they honestly probably didn't even have to. But winning is the most important thing, and even they went in there and were surprised at how easy it was.
Yeah.
So.
And they couldn't know, right? The first day they couldn't know
Yeah,
that
exactly.
the boss would be a meme towards the end. Because like Lorgok mentioned a couple of times here, I mean, P1 is really the hardest part. Once we have P1 down clean, we should start seeing like big drop-offs in P2 and P3.
Yeah, we definitely should. And that's what I'd like to see too, because we've been looking at the same thing here over and over. But hopefully with the next 2 hours that you're here, you can maybe witness some of the changes, and then I can...
I think I'm even here for 3 hours.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'll see you again, because I'm coming back in the evening.
You're coming back? Are you supposed to leave now as well, or are you staying on for another hour?
I'm supposed to, but...
So,
I'm not gonna
really,
leave
you are not... Production, could we get Kanamans on the couch so that... Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's
God
okay even if he doesn't,
damn it.
because honestly,
I'm
that one day
spamming
I gotta make it
this.
the one day I was late, so this is my punishment, being stuck here with Shaken.
I'm gonna say, what a piece of garbage you are.
But yeah, they're taking a little bit of a breather here, still gonna figure out what they want to do, because that was the most they saw of the next phase 2 if you want to call it. It's quite strange because the dungeon journal doesn't like organize them in stages really. It just goes intermission and then stage 1, and all the mechanics are listed under there, even though it definitely is like phases. So.
Yeah. When you do this,
Yeah.
do you do that, or do you like?
Oh
show it
no,
like
I
this?
do it like a child. I flip it and open my hand.
Oh, okay. Because when you open your hand, you could like see what it is, and then if it is what isn't what you want, then you do that, and then you get what you want, right?
Oh.
So you can always win
okay.
if you're a grown
That's
up.
a nice strategy, yeah.
To a child.
Thank you. Wow.
Oh, I have
fake
2
gold.
now. That's great. One that I've already made warm and sweaty with my hand.
Ah,
and one
fantastic.
that is very cold. It's nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello.
nice.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Didn't tie my shoes. I came in a rush.
Yeah. Apparently, she's not even supposed to be here, and she waited patiently for you to arrive.
Ah, I'm not gonna hear the end of that one. I do apologize, Miss Krista.
Oh,
Please
that is
accept this
alright.
formal apology.
I love being here. I mean, this might be the last day, so now it's kind of like, you want to miss it?
True.
That's true.
Hi, chat. How we all doing? I know you've missed me. I've missed myself as well.
Raim dying in the beginning.
That's a yellow card.
Have
You
you
know-
been following up what people say in Discord here, or are you like full hands off now, where at the end the race is over kind of style?
Bit of both.
Okay.
I'm sitting there looking at flights.
Makes sense, makes
You
sense.
know? It's like, got things to do, but at some point they will kill this with or without me doing anything. So I'm just looking at like, okay, where do we go for dinner? What do we do? How
Yeah,
much
you're
mo-
looking at
how,
the
mu- how much mo-
reservations.
how much money do I make my boss spend on food?
Yeah.
Making sure that, you know, that the venue is like, okay, yeah, we have these rooms for this long, and the people have like stuff until they have to go, blah 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 blah.
Getting ready for the party tonight when everything is dead, but we have raids, so...
Depends
like
when they. Yeah, I mean that would be. At that point, we just cancel the calendar.
Okay, Larkin, you heard it here first. Kane
Ah.
cancelling raid.
I mean, it just depends when the kill is, right? Because if in reality, if they get at 10 p.m., I don't think we could go for dinner.
Yeah,
We'll just
yeah.
go for dinner tomorrow. So, we'll see how to do. I mean, we'll either die tonight or we'll die tomorrow. Like the boss isn't that difficult. They just have to get some good reps in and get through through the hard part. Make sure all the things are working, and then just get gaming. So, I'm
Yeah.
not too worried.
Like, pull count-wise, like, we would expect them to kill it today, but they seem to be struggling a little bit at the start, so... you know, as time goes on, I'm a little worried that I may make it to a early morning tomorrow, but it's still, like, super reasonable.
Like, the thing is, it's like all your stress is off, so it's like you're
Mhm.
kind of just sitting there. It's like, yeah, we'll go through it. Like we still like to obviously do it best as we can, obviously. But it's like you're just not stressed. You're not really pushed, so you kind of just go through it. So if we get it takes 2 minutes longer, it's not the end of the world. Yeah,
A
it's
little
just
bit longer lunch break, a little bit longer this, a little bit
yeah,
longer that.
exactly. It's like it just is what it is, man. It
Yeah.
just is what it is. So
You win some, you lose some.
real and true. I just kind of, that we get the boss down in about the same pool count. I also will say that Echo, I think, just flat out smurfed this boss. Like, that's just ridiculous, to be fair. Oh, kaboom.
Oh, no.
This is what we don't want to see.
That's not what we like seeing.
We've been seeing.
That is what we have been seeing.
Boss kaboomed. There's a lot of bombs. Hard to follow which bomb is the bomb that went off.
I'm gonna leave this, guys, to you. I'm gonna leave the rest of this to you guys.
You enjoy your break. We will see you back later tonight.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go in the back and watch anyways.
There you go. That's the good things. But at least you get to do it on your own terms,
Alright, bye-bye, Krista.
Bye-bye. Hello, my Dota friend.
Hello, Kennemans. Did you play anything today?
No, not really. I loaded up one of my good old bot games. Saw some Kunka combos. I still don't think it's good.
Kunka combos. Like, do you listen to this guy?
Nothing wrong with staying a little bit up to date with your things.
It's like, imagine going on to WoW.
And hitting a dummy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On PTR, create a new character of a spec that is no longer played.
That you might play.
That you might play in the future.
Yeah.
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 That might get changed. That might be played differently, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like...
What is a class?
Let's say you're on PTR and you're like, maybe I want to play Sub Rogue, and you go into the PTR.
Yeah, but Sub Rogue is still the best right now for a rogue.
Okay, well, just hypothetically.
All right.
You meanie. So like, you go into PTR, you're like, I might want to play some Sub Rogue on live, and you go on, and you play some Sub Rogue, and then you hit the Darker Dummy. I think in WoW terms, that's incredibly normal.
That is kind of normal if you're a rogue player.
No,
but
I mean,
it's like, oh, I'm a mage player. I'm gonna log on to.
Yeah, but maybe you want to play rogue once. I've played some Kunka here and there. I just go and it's like, oh, maybe I feel like a bit of Kunka. I've been forced in some offlanes. Offlane Kunka can go be a little bit fun.
I learned something new today as well when I was watching Liam play Dota.
Oh boy, that can't be good.
He plays left-handed.
Yeah, I know. He's a freak.
Yeah.
Sarah wholeheartedly
Like even
agrees.
if you are left-handed, you don't play left-handed.
I think Wally plays
Liam
left-handed.
And Wiley, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird because I'm very much right-handed, and like my stronger leg, like I'm right-handed, but if I play football, I'm left. My left leg is the stronger one.
I am left-handed. I throw hard with left.
Yeah.
I throw precision with right. I kick with right.
That is a funky
And I
combo.
play ping pong with right.
That is a funky one. That is a funky one. Huh. Yeah, that is a funky one.
Yeah.
You're fucking weird.
Yeah. But also, once you like grow up as left-handed, you learn to use your right hand so much because like every scissor you buy at like IKEA, as an example, you buy a scissor at IKEA, that for sure is a right-handed scissor. So either you have to do it with your left hand, but like put pressure on the blade so that it cuts properly, or you have to use your right hand.
Huh.
So it is still like left hand debuff. For sure.
This phase is kind of fun. I like that they added in the little calls that you can't go too far because on the heroic you just outrange it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a vibe.
And everyone is running like this as well.
Yeah.
Is it because you can't stack on top of each other or something? Because otherwise, why aren't everyone stacking in the middle? Like, everyone is actually running like a...
Well, you have to run, otherwise the beam hit you.
Yeah, but they don't all stand in the middle as far away from the beam as possible. You have like one super close to the beam on the left, one super close to the beam on the right, and then like people inching like this. You will see it next pull, because they will wipe in like a couple of seconds, you know what I mean?
Okay, a little bit more.
Alright,
Okay,
a couple of minutes,
like, you know, this man's his last shift. He's getting fired after this.
But in general, we have like a couple of canisters here that should be... Told you.
Okay, well, I mean, never mind. You're profit instead. What can I say?
Oh. This is why you pay me the big bucks.
Apparently so.
Oh.
Biff sounds tired. Wait. Oh. Yeah, I mean, Biff is very tired, to be fair.
Biff is always sounding like he's tired.
Biff does
even
sound...
when he is fully awake, he
even when he's like hyped, he sounds like he's a bit tired in all fairness. That is just Biff.
He knows he's very monotone. I don't
think... He's quite aware. He's quite aware. You know what the biggest mistake was?
No?
I ran out of clothes, so I had to wear this hoodie, and it's ridiculously hot in these fucking lights.
Alright.
I was kind of sweating.
Understandable.
Net Flanders has a left-hand store?
It's from what's it called? Simpsons.
Oh.
Because being a lefty is for sure a debuff.
At
least it isn't as bad as it used to be.
I never really stood still with that. There must be a lot of random debuffs with this.
Yeah.
Huh.
Like there's a lot of like.
Is it annoying when you like drive the car and like in reality like you want to use like, your strong arm to like?
First of all, I actually don't
yeah,
drive
right.
a car with the stick.
Oh, you got an automatic?
But it's still that doesn't matter. Stuff
Okay.
like that doesn't matter because then you
Oh.
would still like your blinkers is on the left, right? So.
The land room must be very smelly. It's actually not that bad. That's the windows. There's some fresh air.
And us cool casters were far away from the players. We're like on the other side of the room, more or less. So.
I think like their lights are a lot nicer. They're not
You know
that
what
warm.
is actually a big debuff?
What?
So, you know when you go through like I'm sure it is exactly the same in Germany, but you get through to go to the train. We have like glass doors in Sweden, right?
Mhm.
Like you can't pass it unless you have a ticket.
Sure.
And then you have to blip your card.
Yeah.
And it's always on this side.
So that's annoying.
Yeah, because I always have my wallet here in my right side. Then I open it like this. I take out my card, and now I have my card in my left side, and I have to do this.
Ah, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
otherwise, I would be this guy. I would have my card in my right, and I just do this.
That's
That is
fair.
like
That's fair. That's fair.
Obviously, I can get around it if I am not like set in my ways and very stubborn. But you see how they are running like they're not all in the middle.
Yeah.
Next poll, you will see it again.
I get what you mean, but I don't think you take damage from each other. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think you just kind of wiggle.
All right, because we have seen some people get stunned by the beams because they are so close to them, and there shouldn't. Really
I mean, maybe
be
there is a reason for it. I don't know. I don't think so, though.
You would like to ask your raiders.
I feel like you should have researched this.
Yeah, but this is the stuff that isn't in the journal.
Yeah, no, I
and
mean,
the
the
boss
dungeon
of
journal
this-
for this boss is incredibly funky.
Yeah.
I think there's things in there that are flat out not there, and I think it's missing some things as well. I don't know if they do that on purpose, because it's like, haha, Mythic Gallywix can't know what's up, because you don't test it type thing.
Yeah.
Or if it's like, a whoopsie doopsie. So.
Someone is saying like it looks different than normal. Just think about the fight being fought in reverse.
Yeah.
And some added extra mechanics. Like we more or less have the same stuff. We have when we have canisters, we both have like P2 and P3 canisters available at the same time. Oh, I guess the P2 canister is only heroic. But
The fight is incredibly repetitive.
Yes.
So like this big beam is it does blow up the bombs, right? If they're in there?
yeah.
Yeah. And then you have to pick up the bomb, you have to go through the little zappy zaps, and then you can deposit it.
Yeah. And we just saw one deposit top right now, actually.
Yeah.
A mage player.
Exactly. There we go. Now we're out of this. And now the boss, like... And now you kind of just have, like, the repetitiveness, which is like, oh, do your soaky soaks, bloop, bloop.
Yeah.
And then you need to go run away very soon.
Yes. And this is like the first easy overlap.
Yeah.
The next one coming up is the one that is actually very hard and tight. And I think we have moved some extra stuff there to have it be a little bit safer.
Yeah. There we go. Get this, and then over here we're gonna get the big frontal soon.
Yeah, here we get like this tank
Yeah,
big
yeah.
frontal into Firak beams, into
Yeah.
blue big frontal, soak of the stuff.
Yes. So here we go, Ferric Beams. If you get hit by these, that's a nasty freaking dot. Now you have to soak, but you need to make sure that the boss is positioned correctly, that you can still soak, but it's not in the bomb, so you can still get them. They get through it decently well. They do lose fragments.
Yeah.
Don't know if he fell rushed into the bomb or if it's some other type of arrow.
We have had a lot of different people die here. So.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like a semi-nasty one. It's like pretty easy, I feel like, to lose someone there. They get through it quite well. Nice bit of cleave going up onto the ads. And then you get ready for the next one, which in this case would be the soaks again. Just need to make sure you get them, get those ads down ASAP. And I think it's time to run away.
Exactly.
I feel like mechanics like suppression is like so... It's so dull, but it's obviously so simple. But so... Like the fall off of it, like... Should that be on the end boss? I feel like it... I mean, obviously it does much in the way how the fight is done. But it's like, it's such a lengthy cast.
Yeah.
There we go. Need to go back to baiting.
And then we have like one more set of canisters, I think, before we go
Yeah.
into P2. And it would be sick if we could get there with everyone alive this time.
That would be
which
very
I
ideal.
think would be the first time if we get there. And we have NODA and we have no rest, so...
Rip
I
and
take back what I said.
pepperonis. Oh, they can maybe still get through the soaks. Or something. Oh, and we have more people. Yeah, boom.
Bing boom bum.
Bim boom bum.
Smock splack. We have not done the donation goal for Skull, Lorgok and Deep Shades being goblins.
True. I don't think Deep Shades is here, so it
Yeah,
makes it a little
Deep
bit
Shades
harder.
is not here, and currently Skull is not here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure that will get done in the future, sometime.
Probably. Hopefully. They should.
I mean, it should definitely be done.
It's a charity goal. We better make sure they do it. I mean, I think Sko is coming back here like later tonight, so he'll be here in the early morning tomorrow.
Okay.
So we can suit him up then.
Suit up.
I think Sko might actually take, more wipes than Gallywix himself. If you had to brawl with him.
Yeah.
I think it would take him more progress pools.
I think so. The thing is, I don't think it's as easy and repetitive.
Yeah,
you have
no.
to try like a lot of.
It will have to be a lot of different shakens that are fresh versus a consistent score that gets exhausted.
Yeah, that is true.
How many shakens do you think it would take?
2. Too easy.
That's a lot of confidence, brother.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't think so. I think it would take a couple more. I go for 8 shakens.
8 is absolutely crazy.
Not at the same time. Like you go one by one.
Oh no, I mean at the same time.
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
at the same
No,
time.
because you're not gonna be here at the same time. It's like pools,
Okay.
Like one shaken, 1 through 1 Sko. How many shakens would it take until you beat Sko? But it's
I
like it's a
think-
fresh shaken every time, but it's a constant Sko.
Yeah, I think if I get to strategize that the first shaken knows he's just like dead weight.
Yeah,
He's not there to win. He's
Yeah.
only there to, do as...
See if he has like a weak spot and stuff.
Exactly,
Yeah, yeah.
as much damage as possible for a long time.
That's fair. That's fair.
It also depends on like the arena size.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think if the first guy can just run around and the Sko needs to finish
Yeah.
or something,
I would say it's probably not too big of an arena. Like you would have to like kind of brawl.
So sort of small arena.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I think the numbers of me has to increase
Yeah,
quite
yeah,
a bit, yeah.
Exactly. The amount of shakens would have to go.
I would go for the legs, like kicking on the legs as much as possible.
Mhm,
But
weaken
then
the
my
legs.
legs are obviously way shorter than his. So I am
Yeah.
in range of a lot of different scary stuff.
Yeah.
Would be interesting.
We can theorize that at some later point. And here we go again.
We have also seen a couple of players die to standing in that circle.
Oh, that is not ideal. You don't like seeing those.
Look now, okay?
Yeah.
See how they are all spread out? We
Yeah.
don't see the lines, like, they're not playing in the middle. Like, you see how red-green marker is so far away from where Fate is playing. Right? They are definitely doing it on purpose, and you see it all across the
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's like a small Zeppy Zap zone or
Yeah,
something, like
it
where
has
you
to
kind of chain. Like, I mean, again, like I get what you mean. It's just, it probably is something like that.
Yeah. For sure. But we got through it.
Yeah.
And for the most part here, we don't see a lot of people dying.
Yeah. I feel like they made this boss fight really fun.
Mhm.
Like, I do think it's probably quite a fun boss to play. It's got some good single targets, some coordination, some overlaps. I think it's just incredibly undertuned.
Yeah.
But like the damage numbers don't look that crazy low. Like maybe this fight would have been better if it was like a 5 healer. It's like they really amped up the damage. Like not the one-shot damage, but just like the constant damage, and you needed to 5 heal it. And then just give it more HP, and then you probably have a pretty good fight on your hands.
Could be.
Because I do think the design of it is overall is pretty cool. It's very flashy, good movement, like a good dance.
Yeah.
It's just...
Oh, Tanner dying.
Oh. Did he get hit by the suppression?
Don't know. We can just swap a little POV to Tanner just because.
Why
He
not?
did get
Why
lost
not?
again. This guy.
He does have nice frames. Like, I don't like a lot of black frames. I hate black frames typically, but I do actually like this. The boys get the soak off, some good healing. Get the healing out, get those absorbs out, make sure that those people do not die. Frontal gets fixed. Pick up those lightnings. There goes the guy with the bomb on the left at star. He picks up... Do you need 2 or 3?
I think you need 3.
Okay.
With the bomb is a bomb. You
Yeah,
can
yeah.
charge it up.
I don't know how many of the Zappy. And then those Zappy Zaps eventually
There's
just
definitely more Zappy Zaps than there
Yeah,
usually to pick up,
exactly,
I think,
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, I saw like an extra 4 laying around. That's mostly why.
And this was the last easy soak before the big overlap.
Yeah.
That is probably what we saw happen now. Is probably what happened last time because he wasn't safe from the.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, the fall
range
of
that he
damage.
is.
The fall of damage of suppression is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I feel like 5 feet can literally be like 2-3 million damage intake.
Yeah.
But then like once you're past like the end threshold, the damage is like. The damage fall of Owen is just ridiculous. We see Lenny actually get hit by the frontal there. The frontal has a ridiculous hitbox, by the way. It is kind of nuts. Sadly enough, we're not going to have a rest for her.
And that means
just
we're
gonna
all
keep
taking
continuing.
more damage as well.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised if we see more people dying here.
It does kind of fall off, but at the same point, you know, you can keep on pushing for a little bit longer for a little bit. Need to get that bomb in, which they managed to end up doing. And then a couple more adds. Make sure you get those focus kicks. Don't let those interrupts go through. Ticks so far look good, and then we have the TikToks. There's some funny moments that happen during splits, because obviously like Draken's the healing officer, who did a lot of the raid leading for splits. And he will be like, okay, Fenner, you sent the TikTok. And then, you know, the question gets asked is like, okay, do you want to cut TikTok? Or like, what are you looking for? It just makes for like, you know, some fun comes. It was good times. I like
Do you guys
splits.
usually send a lot of TikToks?
I send a lot of TikToks to Grim.
Yeah, I know that, and Grim sends a lot of TikToks to you.
Yeah, and I sent, oh, Nathan, this is the same point again, no?
Yeah, it is basically exactly the same point where he died last poll.
Yellow card to Nathan. I don't know if that's like, at this point it's like very hard to see if that's a healing issue or if it's just like he needs to save some defensive.
Exactly.
Maybe get some little external. I don't know if there's more externals available. This is pretty much where they blew up last time. They seem to, no.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Dead. But that is the last set before we go into P2.
Yeah.
So we want to clean up the hard overlap where we had Helene accidentally get hit by the tank frontal.
Not ideal.
And then from that point on, Nate not dying again to the
Mhm.
tank frontal again.
Yeah. And then you kind of get into like that P2 transition, and then I think the moment you get through that, you just get like bloop,
yeah,
and you get a very nice new best.
It's like we start learning how to play P2, and then it's just the same.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you clear off P2, and then you
Yeah.
get into P3, and it's like we start to learn the P3, and then it's just the same.
Yeah. I don't think we've ever had a boss that was like 50, like obviously like Liquid killed in 100, so like Echo was kind of just able to like, here's the tactic, go ham. So like I would say like the prog was 100, but 100 for an end boss is still low.
Very low.
I think Saviors was like 20.
Yeah.
And that's
It was
definitely the
very-
lowest. And then I believe this is probably the second lowest end boss that has ever happened.
Yeah. We have had some low ones, like Sarkareth.
yeah.
But I think Sarkareth was like 125?
Yeah, something like that, like 125 to like 150-ish, I think.
Yeah.
I think like if a boss ends up being easy, like that's one thing. I think it's just like, but obviously like the strength of Ventus runes. Like I can guarantee you, if you ask Echo right now or any Echo Raider, if you got to Mugsy, like if they knew the tuning of Gallywix, they would have full Ventus Mugsy.
For sure.
And the thing with like Ventus or Mugsy is, God, that makes a difference on that fight because the damage intake is so high. So the DR does a really big thing, and then it's a lot about push timers, and so the DPS Ventus does a lot of things. It's crazy.
And you pulled Ventus on everyone on Mugsy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think they put it on, and then like the next two pulls was like 1% wipe, like 0.2% wipe, and then the kill.
Kill.
It is ridiculous how much that actually does.
So then just imagine next week, 3% extra.
Yeah, I mean next
everything.
week. It's really really weird because I think the boss that most people are gonna get stuck on right now is gonna be Lock and Spot, like the locking guy, what's his name again? Lock and Spock.
Yeah,
Stop
conveyor
form,
belt guy.
Conveyor belt guy, because it takes assignments and personal responsibility, and those are probably the hardest things. Sticks you kind of just have to, like sticks you just 4 heal and you get through it really fast. I was watching Honolulu like yesterday.
Yeah.
And out of the blue, they just got like a 1% wipe.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, 60%, 1%. I'm like, oh, okay.
Because
well,
it got super nerfed as well.
it got super nerfed and it got very repetitive. Bandit is just gonna become DPS HPS check. You get through it pretty quick with the nerfs to the raid with like the increased damage buffs and stuff. Mugsy is definitely gonna be one of the harder bosses, but I feel like with a decent enough, like I think that boss gets harder if you don't have a good comp. But I think the damage components and stuff will make that boss a lot faster, and it will probably get nerfed. And then I mean, at some point I feel like Galliwix is just gonna become like one of the easier bosses of the raid.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Someone said, what about Heroic Ragnar's in Firelands? Didn't have a record high pull count. Nothing comes close to Kill Jaden. For almost every single guild that has played it, especially early on. Like Method that got world first on Kill Jaden, wasn't streamed back then, played like a super buggy start of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they were literally just it was literally impossible. There were overlaps that were impossible. Like, you get knocked, and the bombs are falling, and one bomb hitting the ground is a wipe.
Yeah, and that was like 1 minute, sub 1 minute to 1 minute pulls for hundreds and hundreds of pulls.
I think, because I mean, obviously I was there, so we killed, I think, Avatar on the Tuesday, and it was like quite late, like maybe 6, 7 p.m. I can't exactly remember. It was quite late in the day. And we went to go pull to see what KJ was like. And I can get it. I'm pretty sure I remember that we got like 100 wipes in like that evening. Because like you literally pull and you wipe and you pull and you wipe and you pull and you wipe. And you're like, Christ, okay. And then eventually you kind of got through the first of the mechanics. And you're like, oh wow, that's an intermission.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it was wild. It was wild.
Was it not 700 plus by pieces? Because they were first.
I don't want to say 700 plus.
700 sounds like
700 sounds like a lot.
But maybe.
Jaina was not. I don't think Jaina was that
that
high.
many.
No, I don't think Jaina was that high.
I mean, it took like a full week to kill Jaina, but it wasn't 650 pulls. And
Yeah.
I remember like the Chinese guys that streamed Kill Jaden, they were like 1,200 pulls on
I think
Kill Jaden.
X-Sources also got like 1,000 pulls on that boss.
Yeah, like that was insane.
Yeah, that. I mean, I am pretty sure KJ is the highest pull boss of all times. I think Unat would probably be high, but it would be cool if somebody can fact check how many wipes Unat was, because I do imagine it could be high, but I don't think it was that high. 731 pulls on end boss of Crucible.
That is crazy.
Okay, I take it back maybe.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's easy to forget that it took so
I
long.
played
because
that
it was-
boss. I have no recollection
of you guys having 700 plus boss.
Yes.
But maybe it didn't. Maybe pieces just chain pulled a lot more. I don't know.
Maybe? This not gonna how. Oh, that probably got timed out. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we can't get link killings here. I think our bot doesn't like it.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's kind of wild. Jesus. Jaina was 346.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Two guys was 655 for reference. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Unat actually was the highest pull comp boss we've ever had.
How many pulls does anyone know how many pulls Method had on Unat?
Okay, yeah.
Because it was pieces versus Method on Unat.
Let me just open my big books, you know. I have no idea.
But yeah, because I mean for sure.
Hey, Turtle, you want to sit down? Okay.
For sure, Tumba Sargeras overall was like the biggest. Because I know the first boss in Crucible also took quite a bigger pulls, but Avatar was a beast in itself.
Avatar
so
was.
like Avatar to Kill Jaden combo is probably the back-to-back two hardest.
Oh,
pull
Tom
counts.
Gun just. Oh, that was a lot. That's a yellow card for that person. Big external, so he might actually still survive it.
Yeah, if he dies, everyone dies.
True.
So it is very important that we do get
Good
those
reactions at
big
least by our
externals.
healers, making sure that he stays up. We do have Null at that at this point because I think more people and Skani goes, oh, that's not good. That's a healer. Yep, boom.
And they called it for sure because he was just AFK.
You can
there.
see that Tom is getting close. It's like, I need to watch a review of that one.
That was like, how could you do this to me?
Yeah, the ultimate betrayal. Turn was 426 and Ferg was 340, which is also interesting. True.
It was a lot, but
I would say Tindril also kinda got like the reset nerf, where it's like you went into the reset. I mean, I think Ferric also got it.
No, Tindril, I think you killed right before reset. Or I
Tindril
think
definitely
Echo
went through
and
a
Liquid.
reset.
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah. It definitely went through a reset. Like, I think at that point people already had like 150 wipes, and then you went to reset.
Yeah.
And then you killed it in that reset, and then I think you started on Ferric, and then you got another reset.
Yeah,
but I could be wrong.
We need Heroic Week back, bro.
I agree. Question for chat. Do you guys like Hero... Like, okay. It's obviously a little bit of a weird question. Do you guys like Heroic Week? And this is mostly to people in chat, I guess, that rate Mythic. Because, like, obviously if you don't rate Mythic, it doesn't really change much for you, particularly. No, I don't care. Yeah. Obviously, it's only if you rate Mythic, right? Because just my opinion. If you raid Mythic, you then have so much less stress of having to spam gear your character for the Mythic, whereas M+ cap is stupid on Heroic Week.
I can agree with that.
Yeah?
I would be fine with removing M+ cap on Heroic Week and let everyone just spam their characters on Heroic Week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see... Yeah, kind of same. I mean, we do that kind of anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think... Yeah.
I'm kind of happy though that they have removed the...
Like, I'm not saying they can't improve in Heroic Week, by the way. I'm just saying, like, if there's an Heroic Week, like, this is my philosophy, right? It's particular if, like, M+ is there. You have a Heroic Week. Blizzard then has a nice week to, like, do some class tuning if anything is, like, out of line. Like, you know, take off the really top end and kind of buff up the bottom end. You don't have to sit there as a guy that's like, oh no, I'm doing, like, you know, Mythic, like, you know, we want to get into Mythic, so I have to sit there and spam so much M+ before race, or I have gear so we can clear the Heroic fast, so we can get into Mythic. You kind of just have, like, a chill week. You and guild can just go clear Heroic as a Mythic guild. Form M+ whenever you have time, because you have the time. Go into the reset, get your fold, and go blast.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's so much nicer. And then I think Blizzard can kind of tune Heroic for Heroic people, instead of having to, like, so much tune it for people that have, like, full Mythic gear. And then I think for the Mythic people, they can actually try to make, like, hey, this is how much gear you're going to have after a clear. This is what the tuning should be for these bosses. And then, to me, it kind of just prevents the situation where you have a 150, like, 100 puller on the third boss, 150 puller on the fourth boss, and then a 50 puller on the last boss.
Yeah.
I like to make them launch more like how Legion did it. Once it was good, not too much. You had the time to actually have to look at what you have to do. Heroic is needed. Get a grip on numbers. I agree.
I mean, if he's talking about expansion launch for Legion, it was like 3 weeks and then raid, and it was the most.
I think Legion was 2 weeks.
Yeah, it at least was the most horribly tuned raid of all time.
Yeah.
So maybe we can forget that one. But I think in general, like, all throughout WoW, except now, basically, Dragonflight and this expansion, we have had Heroic Weeks.
Yes.
So I don't know, and we even went back to Heroic Week for one tier, which, say what you will about last tier, but at least it was tuned very tightly.
I mean,
so
I think my only complaint from last tier is that I think boss 3 should have been a bit harder. Boss 4 should have been definitely harder, like maybe like 10-15 vibes.
And boss 5 lower.
And boss Offenex should have been a lot easier.
Yeah.
And then if you want to put in a really tight DPS circle Nexus Princess, be my guest. I think everyone's kind of down for that. Like, that fight was awesome to watch. People loved that part of the race.
Yeah.
You had a really, probably a little bit too hard of a mechanic check on Queen's Court, because that boss was only a mechanic check, which kind of cool for the race, really frustrating for non-racing guilds.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people did not have fun with that boss fight.
No, me included.
The healing, guys, is scary. Okay, Rogue on the ground. Was he at cheat death? Do rogues not have cheat death anymore? Did you pop it? What the hell are you doing on the ground then, buddy?
Sometimes you pop it and you still die.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Opening was fine for RWF, but Prince was overtuned even after. I mean, I don't think Offenex. Like, my point is, I would rather have a little bit more challenge. Like, if the total pull count from, like, boss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 150, I would rather have it be 1, 1, 5, 10, and, or, like, you know, 5, 15, and then, like, 110 or something on Offenex rather than 150 on Offenex. I'm just giving random numbers.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying Offenex can be a bit simpler and a little bit less, but still be the challenge that it was. But then just have boss number 3 and 4, because I'm just going for, like, the little bit more casual Mythic guilds here. I think it's way nicer when you have a difficulty curve that kind of works, rather than a difficulty curve that's, like, everything one-shot, 150 wipes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's, like, for a Race to World first thing, that's fine. I think that's just really annoying for all of the guilds that do Mythic that are not a Race to World first guild. Because for most of those things, it was shit. And as much as I like to Race to World first, I don't think we should ruin the game for other guilds to do Mythic.
I agree.
Which is why I'm very much in favor of, like, you know, this tier kind of had it. You one-shot Vexy. You went to Cauldron. If you were very good, you could one-shot it. Otherwise, you probably had, like, 5-10 pulls. Then you went to Rick. If you're a more casual guild, you probably have, like, 5 to 20 pulls there. And then, you know, you go to Styx. And, like, right now, after a reset, I would say Styx is, like, maybe, like, a 40 pull boss.
Yeah.
After the nerfs and stuff, it's probably, like, a 40, 45, 50 pull boss. Which I think is great. I think that's a good difficulty curve. And then I would have liked to kind of just progressively, you know, maybe Lockenstock's like 55, you know, Bandit's probably fine, like 60 to 80, and then you kind of have like a nice difficulty curve. But with Narubar, it was literally just flatline, full one-shots for everyone, boom, have 200.
Yeah.
And it's like, at that point, you just have like 100 guilds stuck on Overnex, because Nexus Princess is even harder, and just 100 guilds are stuck instantly there, and they're like, do we just like split Mythic for like the next 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Like, what do we do type thing?
I remember, like, what is it?
Yeah, exactly, Send Wicked. That's what I mean.
In Amirdo still, like, basically world first, it was like one shot, then you go to the left, 1 shot.
Yeah.
Then you keep going left Laradar, like 2-3 shot maybe.
Yeah.
And then you go on the other side, 1 shot or 2 shot on
the council.
Council.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you go to
NMU, which was like 10-15.
Yeah, it was something like very
And
short.
then there was...
But then for casual guilds, it was still like Laradar was still for us, I think, and we were like quite an efficient guild. We did like 15.
Yeah.
And then on Nimue we did like 25 or something like that.
Exactly.
So even though for World First it was like 1 shot, it doesn't look good. For most casual player base, it is still like, oh, 5 pulls here, 10 pulls here.
Yeah.
Which kind of is fine.
Yes.
You know? But the problem with last year was it was 1 shot for race to World First, but it was 1 shot for everyone else as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And then everyone is stuck on Ovinax that
I mean, I can see like
insanely tuned, but insane comp requirements.
Yes. I think that's like my biggest thing with bosses like Styx and Ovinax, which is they're hardly tuned. They're also 3 heal, which are also just flat out. I think whenever a boss is 3 heal, there is something wrong in the design of the boss.
Yeah.
Straight up. I don't think any boss should ever be 3 heal. I think that's wrong. Unless like the DPS check is so hard that you feel like you have to 3 heal it, but then I still think that's a design flaw. And then it's just the comp requirements. Like it's just like it's so far away. Except the only thing that kind of works there is the Fire Mate and the Shadow Priest, but then everything else was like that doesn't really fit us very well. And I also just flat out still think that the biggest issue with Styx is it's a 3 heal, but it's more like 2.5 heal because sometimes your healer just gets put in a ball.
Yeah.
And that should just not happen.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of casual guilds, I think it's very hard to go like triple Shadow Priest, triple Boomkin to
exactly.
5 monks in like the span of 2 days.
And I think like that's kind of like, I think a boss like that is fine, but like that's kind of why I'm just like, it shouldn't be that tuned highly. And I'm completely happy that I will give Blizzard props for this because I was very scared for it. They nerfed Styx to the ground very quickly. They're like, okay, raise the world first done with that one. Go pop off lets, you can have your fun now. I still would again think that it was kind of annoying because like, you know, some guilds were kind of just there and it's like, well, guess we killed the 3 bosses, we'll just go AFK for the rest of the week, which isn't that fun.
Yeah. But since there's no Heroic Week, a lot of people were doing splits as well, so they didn't spend like all week in Mythic.
True,
so it wasn't
true.
as bad as last year. Because last year we did have a Heroic Week.
Yes.
And it was 1 shot on all Mythic bosses. And for the guilds that raid like 4 or 5 nights a week, like bro, you were just bashing your head into Ovinax for no reason.
I'm also not saying, by the way, when I say casual guilds, like, okay, a casual guild for me is a guild that's like top 20. A top 20 guild is not casual, okay? Let's make that very clear. When I say casual, I mean people that do not day raid 24/7. If you're a top 20 guild, you 100% should be touching Mythic in the first week, and you should be killing bosses.
Yeah.
And then just getting stuck on a boss that is literally impossible for you because they're doing it for race world first shooting just sucks. And it's like, obviously, it's not that many people in between the top like 20 to top 100, but yeah. That's 2 different casuals. Yeah, I mean, like, there's like competitive guilds, and then like obviously there's like hardcore guilds. I guess that's how we should call it. Like, there's the competitive guilds, which is generally just the top 3, and then there's like the very hardcore, which is like your instant dollars and stuff, and then there's the hardcores, which is probably like top 20 to like top, I don't know, 100, I guess. And then there's like, I mean, I wouldn't even call a World Rank 101 guild particularly casual, but like at some point it's kind of hard, you know, start running out of names for them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's obviously different levels to this stuff. I think both of us just mean that if you don't try to race for world first and you're not instant dollars or like Fatshark, yes, these bosses are like impossible.
Yeah.
You know.
I will also say when we talk about ranks, by the way, we talk about world ranks, not server ranks. So like obviously if you're like on a server that doesn't have any competitive guilds or hardcore guilds, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like worldwide. They should delay Mythic for like 3 weeks so that more guilds have an equal footing in the race.
No way.
Nah, I don't think that's how it
Killing
works.
all hype. Like, I think in general, Heroic Week is like a... I don't know why we removed Heroic Week. I don't understand it. We even tried it again, and then we removed it again.
That was... Okay. Scofter just became like Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
It was just like boing, 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 boing,
They
boing.
always line it up
Yeah.
like that, and he's going...
It's just really pretty to see.
It
We should
is.
watch that more. We should watch that more often.
Can do that.
3 weeks would just completely ruin the hype. It would also just like when you're at the point that you do 3 weeks of that, you might as well just already put it on PTR and test set realms and just give us all the gear because we will just be full best in slot at that point. Like that's kind of pointless. It doesn't really change anything because then you're just at the point that like we will in those 3 weeks we will run 60 weeks worth of gear. So it's like there's nothing more to do. Like it will just be boring, and competitive guilds would just be bored, and it's not good. Okay.
Yeah.
At that point, you might as well just go to the PTR service, and that just kind of sucks. The reason why I don't think we ever should get Tournament Realm is because I think it would just flat out destroy the game for most people. Like, if you would go Tournament Realm, I feel like most people would just not play anymore because the only reason why they actually play is to gear up their characters, they get strong. Do it for the split. Oh boy.
Big book.
Did a bomb explode?
I'm
actually like unsure, but at this point it's exploding.
It could be that Wildy died and everyone died, but I think we just missed something. Which...
Because I feel like that's the explosion when you have too few people in the canisters, no?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So people are standing in the wrong canister then?
Yeah, that is what we see almost every poll.
Mamma mia.
Yeah, go and scream at them.
Ah. I don't think they hurt me.
I don't think so either. You're a little bit of a wuss.
I mean, I can go scream at them, but I would just like reaffirm like nice words to them. It's like you're the best tank I've ever had, just in a very heavy word. I don't like being mean, except when I play Dota with you.
Yeah. Ken is a menace. You guys don't know, but he's a menace.
I'm very nice, pleasant, purely calm and chill individual. I'm just a chill dude.
Just a chill dude. Just
Just a
two
chill.
chill dudes on a couch hanging out, for sure.
Exactly.
Bro. People would never say anything mean about us.
True.
In any other game.
Okay, and exactly. I'm just a chill dude. Just a chill dude sitting on a couch, filling in from a caster for a bit, having a good time with my friend Shaken. Chat away with chats, because that's what we do.
That is what we do.
The gap between Liquid and Echo has been bigger than before. The thing is, if Echo actually killed... If Echo didn't troll a Mugsy and they just got to go pull Gallywix, it would have looked a lot closer.
Of course, yeah.
It would have looked ridiculously close. You both chill dudes got true. Beards, mine is a bit longer though.
That is definitely true.
That is very true. Because I'm just a chill dude that don't shave that much.
Yeah, I mean, I shaved before I got here, and it has been growing out a little bit longer each day.
Yeah, I need to... I mean, kind of same. I don't need to get that trim down going. I think like the biggest thing for Echo was just they didn't pull it together on Mugsy. I don't know what happened for them on Mugsy. Because like...
There are a couple of clips that you can...
Okay, well, we obviously... we have seen that, but it's like, when you look at Mugsy, it was like they had very few pulls and they were on the same point as Liquid.
Yeah.
And they were doing really, really good. And then Liquid just clutched it. They just got it, they did it, boom, bada bing, bang. Mugsy down. And then for Echo, it just didn't happen. And then boom, bada bing, bong. You wake up and the boss is dead. And that's like, just so you know, that's the worst feeling. Particularly when you don't expect it. Like, there's two scenarios. Either you go to bed and you're like, they're gonna kill it. And you just sit there, you can't fall asleep. You check your phone 24/7 until finally the notification comes off, they killed it. Or you get so tired that eventually you do fall asleep. You wake up, you check your phone, you don't see the notification, you get hyped, which definitely has happened in old dear ones. That was not a good sleep. Or it just goes on. It's not good. It's not good when you know it's gonna happen. Right, you had no idea. Like, we went to bed, it's like, we did not kill it before reset. And we're like, shit. That's it, right?
But
first time streaming, it was not good.
Bro.
And then we wake up and like, it's not that? Huh? How did this happen? And then we heard about the extending Ventus thing.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh. And we went and we killed it. And we're like, whew. Cheers, lads.
I think everyone knows exactly, from Limit back then, or Liquid today, but Limit back then, that will probably go down as like, oh, how could we make that mistake?
I think that is, I mean, that's probably the biggest throw we've ever seen in Race to the first.
For sure.
That is definitely the biggest one.
So for people that don't know, Ventus was new, that expansion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everyone Ventused Fetid, because Fetid was insanely tuned. And Ventus was like super strong that tier. Like it was
like 7%.
Yeah, it was insanely how strong.
It's like
Ventus
3
was.
times the value of what it is right now. Like you would gain 7% damage and 3.5% DR.
Yeah.
It was wild.
It was crazy. So both Method and Limit at the time, which is today Liquid, are fighting on last boss Gahoon.
Yeah.
Method is streaming it. Limit isn't.
Yes.
And Method is racing for the reset, trying to kill it. They don't kill it. They don't go to bed knowing that, oh, tomorrow Liquid will re-clear.
Yeah.
Fetid had been nerfed.
Yeah.
And then they will re-clear and kill the last boss.
Yes.
But Limit made the decision, we're gonna extend.
They got the Vault upgrades.
Yeah, Vault and remove, like, we don't have the Ventus on Fetid anymore. We're gonna Ventus Gahoon. But
they nerfed
Ventus Rune, but didn't put it in patch notes until a little bit afterwards when they have already pressed the extend button. According to Limit, at least, that is what they're saying.
I forgot. I can't confirm that or deny it.
That's at least what they're saying.
Yeah.
So they extended, went in, Ventus Gahoon, and was like, "Oops, Ventus isn't as strong anymore."
Yeah.
And wiped on like
So they
sub 1% so many times.
They gained like a bunch of DPS, obviously from the Vault, but then lost damage from the Ventus change. And then they just couldn't re-kill it, and we just re-cleared it, popped Ventus under the boss, and it's like, well, goodbye.
Yeah, it's crazy,
Yeah.
bro.
That Ventus story, that goes hard, and it will forever haunt the Liquid guys.
Yeah, it's crazy, yeah.
And it probably was really good for the Race World first, because before that tier, because Odia was the first tier that we streamed it.
Yeah.
I was your first ever caster, you know, the casting boy. And then we had Narcoles, Gingy, and Scotty to Hottie at the venue.
Hotted was there.
Huh?
Hotted was there as well.
Hotted was there as well, but like they were like kind of like port time-ish, like they just got like, you know, show up and do some things here and there. It was something. It was very small, you know. It was pretty much like that part of the couch with a background, and then where like we have all of these screens. I mean, it was small, and it was like 1/3 of this production room.
Yeah.
It was really small. And then we pretty much before that had a guild discussion, which is like, if we can't get World First while streaming, we'll just probably not stream ever again.
Exactly.
It was an experiment. So we're all very thankful for that Ventus thing to happen. Bless you, John. Because we might not have had this today if it wasn't for that. So, yeah, would have been something.
Yeah.
Would have been something.
Yeah, it's crazy. But we're into another poll.
Here we go. They had a little bit longer yap. Hopefully they did the fixing yap. The fixing yaps go hard.
Oh, this button I should press.
There we go. Little transition vision. You like watching Wildest PvP, don't you?
Oh, I love watching Mage gameplay.
Yeah, it has a nicer UI than yours. Yours really sucks.
You just don't know.
I know. Used to be PvP.
You aren't locked in, bro.
Little Quepo PvP. He was sending a snap earlier to someone, I think, on
we saw
Twitter.
it.
Yeah. I was watching as well.
Good.
Respect it. Gotta look pretty for the ladies.
He didn't send it to me though, so I was a little bit disappointed. You know?
I don't have him on Snap.
Me neither.
Oh.
I just wanted to feel important.
That's fair. Well, you're not.
Well.
Yeah, run out with those beams, get out, make sure you don't get hit. Boys looking stable, cleave those ads down. Fire mages are so busted on this fight as well. We kind of knew that, I guess, from Heroic. Just Ignite as a mechanic is so good. You just hit boss and everything dies around it. You just play a single target and get cleave. Passively, it's great. Now,
good mobility, good defensives, sheet death.
Immunity.
Yeah. So what else?
Yeah. What can you do?
The only thing mages don't have is like big leech.
True. But I feel like funnily enough, on a lot of bosses, because like typically when you're DPS main, you buy the Effortless enchants. But on a lot of bosses in this tier, there's actually been a lot of leech enchanting on this boss, because like against heal absorbs, like if it's not AoE damage, it doesn't actually work.
Yeah.
So you'd rather just have the extra healing to get it off. Ooh, sorry, stream deck. So like on Mugsy, because there's like constant taking damage, a leech was used quite a lot. I think on Styx as well, it was very heavily used because it's just like a lot of things and it wasn't environmental, so like it didn't work, blah blah blah. TLDR, leech pretty good. Consider it as a DPS main.
And it's obviously very good. You always see DH being absolutely pumping on the healing this tier, so.
The only issue with DHs has been that darkness sometimes makes things very hard to see. Like apparently, if you pop darkness and like a mine on Mugsy spawns under you, you do not see that mine spawning. It was not ideal.
Really? Yeah. Okay, that is a little bit unfortunate. Sometimes,
visual clutter, sometimes outplaying.
Sometimes it do be.
I don't think this raceable first was particularly boring. I think Styx was fun to watch. I think Lockenstock was fun to watch. I think Bandit was... I think the issue with Bandit is a lot of it happened off stream. But I think Bandit in general was okay. It was kind of flashy to watch. I think Mugsy was fun to watch. I think Mugsy was actually
Mugsy was probably the best boss of the raid.
I think Styx was fun.
Styx was... I mean, obviously we had a little bit of a weird opinion maybe from this side, I don't know, but it felt very... Oh my god, he is not a happy boy right now.
I mean, he stood in lightning. I don't think he picked up the bomb or the lightning because he got hit by lightning because he had his ult time earlier. Went back, he didn't have anything with him. And then he died because he was out of range.
Yeah.
From everything I've seen from Tom, that will go into the top 10 fills of him. Styx was 2 RNG. I think... Okay.
I think Styx was just...
I think Styx would have been completely fine in the RNG if it could not take healers. Because I like the idea that like there's such an interesting mechanic in rolling the ball, but the philosophy behind how you should roll was really cool. Like which corner you take, making sure you get the ad, where you enter the boss from with the ball, bouncing into things to be able to go like the opposite way. Like I think the philosophy of like how to figure out how to correctly do the ball as a guild was really fun. I think that was a really cool mechanic, and I think it's very unique, and I appreciate those things. The issue obviously was the healer could sometimes go in, and could be a healer that's ramping at that point. That's really awkward. I would have liked them to remove that. But I think Styx in that sense was really fun.
Yep.
I think it was very cool to figure out how to do it. Sometimes hugging the wall, sometimes just literally sitting AFK there for 4 seconds is the correct play. You have to identify that and stuff. I think that was cool, and I really enjoyed that.
I mean, I think in general, like, Mugsy, best boss of the raid from a viewing standpoint.
Yes.
I think both Styx and Sprocketmonger at times could be a little bit hard for us to watch. Obviously, maybe that is a little bit skewed because
we had some extra wipey wipes there.
Yeah, exactly, and we want to be like, come on, guys, let's win.
They were definitely our worst performers by farthest there.
Yeah. I think One Arm Bandit was fine. If it wasn't so like overhyped is the wrong word, but most people went into this year thinking that One Arm Bandit is going to be like the first wall.
Yes.
And we did not see that at all. We had 2 big walls right before that one, and it just... We all got there basically more or less right after reset. So it obviously got the reset nerf a little bit, the One Arm Bandit. So...
Yeah. I mean, I would have liked... Like, if I was able to design this tier, right? I would have made One Arm Bandit the big wall weak one. I would have been like, this is your massive DPS and HPS check. I would have probably added some constant dot to it to really make it feel like... Because, like, a lot of the time, I feel like on that fight, it's like... It's just kind of rampy. It didn't feel that good. But I would have really liked that boss to be, like, harder.
Yeah.
I would have, like, maybe made sure, like, if I could just do the tuning, like, chef kiss it, it'd be like 1-1, 10, 50-50, 150, 200, 250. I think if you have a difficulty curve like that, you have a very good tier.
Yeah.
That's very accessible to everyone, and that have cool, interesting mechanics. Like with Styx, you would have a lot of vibes of like figuring out how to correctly do the ball, where to pop DPS CDs, like, but like you're not gonna sit there and be like, Jesus Christ, we're like 10 seconds into Enrage, still kiting the boss, killing it. Probably would have made for Lockenspronger, Stoggen, Donger, Flonger. You probably could have made it so that the black balls don't do 5 million damage to the entire raid. You could have just made it like 2.5, make it accessible, and then you kind of get through the fight because you still have to learn the downs and like the portals and all of these things. It had a lot of cool things going for it. Just was too punishing in the end.
Very punishing.
And then you could have gone through those bosses quite fast. And then you got to Bandit, and then the week 1 Bandit would have been really hard. You get like 100 wipe, you really try to min-max it. Maybe you see last phase once, maybe, but you can't really get it. And then you get into the next week, and that's obviously you Fantas Bandit at that point, right? Like, that guy's a Fantast. not Styx, which is I can't remember the last time in my life I Fendered the 4th boss.
Yeah, and all 3 top guilds did it.
Yeah,
as well,
which is
so.
wild. And then you Fendered the bandit. It's hard. You can't get through it. You go to the next reset. You get the extra gear. Boom. And then you spend like a good 3 days progressing, 3.5 days progressing Mugsy. And then you get, at the end of the reset, you get to Gallywix, and you're like, can we kill this before? Now, obviously, again, the hard part about that is, Mamma Mia, please, like, if they randomly get to 3%, then they would have to tune the boss for that one, but then obviously it becomes a very lengthy race, so it's a little bit hard to do. So maybe you can have it that it can just die that reset type thing if you play really good. But yeah.
That would have been my cool thing. Say, but this is like looking to be one of our better polls we have seen in like the last hour.
It's stable at least. That's a good part.
Through the hardest part, everyone alive, still 1 combat rest if we accidentally lose a player. We have a lot of AoE damage here, and one of the ads being tanked out by our lovely Prot Paladin Skufta.
Very, very good. TikTok's going down. Need to make sure we get the soaks. They get it through it pretty clean so far. This is also typically the part where we do see Naven dying. HPS so far is looking good. We do see 1 person going down. Incy has gone down. Has the Ankh. So soon we're going to get the big tank frontal. This is where we keep losing Nave. We need to make sure that Naven stays alive right here. Give him external. Give him something. Keep that man up. Seems to be alive. Looking clean so far. Get ready. Have to play the Ferric lines though. If you get hit by those, you are going to be a very sad person. You can see that there's the pick up the bomb mechanic. Have to grab the bomb, and there's those little lightning orbs that are going through right now. The boss is starting to pulse, pulse, and pulse. You need to make sure that you get the post at the correct time. Here we go. You can see Naven do it. Charges back in. He needs to make sure that he gets the soak. Doing pretty clean so far. The boys are looking very stable. Need to make sure we get those healing CDs going. Stably, still going. The boss is going into his intermission right now. Need to make sure that boss gets deposit at the correct time. Ads are spawning. Beams going out. See people, some people getting setting off getting hit, and oh no, the healing. Oh boy, boom. Well, that's there quickly.
We weren't really ready for that.
Nope.
But it is the cleanest we have been through there.
And a new best.
I'm a little bit sad we didn't get further.
Yeah, same. Bit anticlimactic.
What happened there?
This boss really escalates really quickly.
Yeah, when you get hit by beams or stuff on the ground.
It's like when Larkin says tower dived, and suddenly, the entire team TPs in and he feeds and then starts running it down.
Oh, bro, I can't believe he TP'd that bot tower again. I actually...
I still like how we can talk about it and we know exactly which fight it is. I thought we would be fast as like Larkin. That's a 6-second TP for people. Hi, Mackin.
Hello, Mackin.
We both instantly see the little demon. How you doing, buddy? I like how this just becomes like a friend stream at this point.
Oh yeah, it's great.
This is great. This is what we need. Oh, shit! Oh. We've been caught. Sheesh.
Hello, Larkin. If they kill it tonight, Larkin, we might go for.
I've already told them.
Okay.
That would. I've read it in Guild Discord at least. That would be unfortunate. It is what it is. They only did 40 pulls, so you can see how they did by watching how it goes. Sure, but they still smurfed it. Because we also have access to the information. And it's a bit harder for us, it seems.
It does seem so.
Echo actually just flat out smurfed this boss. That's fucking wild.
I do not like... Do you see this? Okay, you didn't see it. A certain FTM, every time he opens your review tool...
Oh, yeah,
it pops up on main monitor.
Yeah.
And you know how in the review tool the codes is open there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a password if you log in.
Okay.
So you can't. You can type in a URL, but you still wouldn't be able to access it.
Alright.
That's okay. We change the password during progress like once every day, pretty much. So.
Oh, that's good.
Pretty secure. Don't worry.
Do you see Larkin's message?
I think we will be fine from what I'm seeing. Okay, I'll remember that, Larkin, I'll remember that. It's okay. We can spend some more time, analyzing Larkin's TPs to towers during that time. That's good. That's good. The Wonder if it turns out to be harder for non-off guilds with some... The thing is, like, I do get what you're saying, Stand Wicked. My issue is, I think if you have the capability of killing Mugsy, you by far have the capability of killing Gallywix. Because Mugsy, most likely in every case, is just harder.
Yeah.
So I feel like for like the non-RWF guilds, if you can kill Mugsy, you can kill Galley. It's just going to be very anticlimactic when you do it as a competitive or non-competitive guild.
I think so as well. And the comp isn't that much changed. It wouldn't be a little bit different maybe if you had completely different comp from Mugsy to Gallywix, but you can play more or less the same.
Wait, what are they talking about? Nobody works in the...
Someone
Oh!
asked if Sko was calling.
No, Sko doesn't do any raid leading. He doesn't even.
He doesn't even play, more or less.
I mean, he does keys. He's got a hunter.
Yeah,
he out DPS bangers and splits.
Really?
There's screenshots of that.
That
Two
is
bosses.
hilarious, bro.
2 bosses in a row. Sko hunter over the bangers hunter.
Oh no.
Yeah. Sko is coming back to the raid team as main hunter. Confirmed. It is what it is.
He says he still plays with his UI with the box even as hunter now.
Oh yeah, he does. He has the exact same UI. It is wild. But hey, each to their own. I don't blame him. The man is taking a step back from competitive raiding. So, well, I would say so have I, but I'm the biggest nerd that is there in existence, running around 16 characters, so what can you do? Scotia is Eiffel. Eiffel? Eiffel Tower. Awful. That's the word I was looking for. The thing is, that man has more competitive wins than most people in this game ever, so clearly it does something. And I will also say, like, it might overshow, but he is a robot. He's a consistent Andy. He does the same thing every single time. It's great.
He doesn't like when people cannot do the same thing over and over again.
Oh yeah,
that is a Sko thing for
sure.
sure.
Hey guys, can I get a weak horror for this? I remember that at some point on like Nuzov, like an interrupt went through, and it's like, hey guys, we need a weak horror for the interrupts. Like they can't go through, and then Scribe just said to Sko, it's like, Sko, yet interrupt of CD. It's like, yeah, but it's not assigned. It's like, but you can still get it. You know, you can do things that are not your assignment. Kind of broke his mind, I think.
Yeah, that's not how it works around here.
Yeah.
We get assigned and we do our jobs.
Real and true. We are robot men. Beep boop. Sko Prime is a beast. True, true.
Who was Sko Prime?
That's his hunter.
Oh, okay.
I'm hoping next boss they do the same unknown mechanics, but with difficulty.
I think he means that Dungeon Journal wasn't a thing for Gadowix, basically.
Oh. Yeah, I mean... Listen, I still would love to have a raid here, but there's just no PTR testing to begin with.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be a good raid, we'll have to see. But, like, I would love it so much that there's... Okay, 2 things to that. Number 1, it means suddenly we get a lot of US accounts because we would 100% want to play the raid, even on normal, on the US release as an EU guild, just to play the boss and see what they do. But I think that would be so fun. Like, just a full raid here, you haven't seen anything. The issue is, all due respect to Blizzard, they really suck at keeping information as information that is not supposed to be displayed. Because the amount of leaks that happen, it is wild. I feel like if we ever go into a tier that's like, everything is hidden, most girls would have seen all of the bosses. Like, it is kind of wild, actually.
Is there something you would want to say here, or
No.
do you want to keep it quiet?
I'm always keeping quiet. I'm not even saying, like, it's, like, just the baseline. I'm just saying, like, whenever you see, like, the expansion reveals and stuff, like, just from that type of stuff. It's like, whenever they, like, oh yeah, this is what's going to be announced at BlizzCon, you have,
That
like,
is
2 months in
true.
advance.
Yeah.
It's more like I'm talking about that.
That is very true.
So I feel like Blizzard just isn't very good at keeping big...
This is also why most conspiracy theories are not true. Because a
True.
lot of people like talking shit.
Real and true.
And if there's
Alright.
some juicy stuff out there.
Big hypothetical question. Next raid here. So, did we have a secret phase in Dragonflight at all? Secret mythic phase?
I mean, a lot of people will argue this boss was secret, but I
No,
asked the
like
last panel if
like,
they
oh,
agree
because we
with
had
this.
Jailer. Did we have one in Dragonflight? Not really, right? Because you had Rezagath, Sarkarath,
Nothing on Resogath, nothing on Sarkarath.
and nothing on Ferak.
Nothing on Ferak, yeah.
No, yeah, maybe not then. I would like Blizzard to kind of just do it obviously at random, but keep, like, every expansion, one mythic secret phase.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. Like, the Jailer one was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I heard from the winners of this tier, Team Liquid stream, that they said, ooh, it wasn't just 1 secret phase, it was 2. But I feel like on this boss, it is basically, you take, if you didn't reverse the order of the phases on
Yeah.
Mythic, no one would be saying that this was Mythic phase at all.
Yes.
Like, it isn't a secret phase, they just reversed the order, and then they added some mechanics, which always happens on Mythic bosses.
Yeah.
And they just made some mechanics a little bit different, how
Yeah.
they work. Like the canisters in P1 for Mythic is the canisters for P2 and P3 on Heroic.
Yes.
They just put it together.
Yeah, exactly. It's just... Yeah, I wouldn't consider this a mythic phase at all.
Yeah.
Like, well, I would like them to do is, like,
It
imagine...
plays very different.
Yeah.
But
what I would really like Blizzard to do one day is just to surprise the living shit out of our guilds. Like, imagine Bandit, right? People are getting him low. Like, progress goes fast. You get him to 0%. Lock and stock jumps back out. And so the conveyor belts start running. It's like, I would love that on like a random boss, like number 5 or 6, they magically add a mythic phase. Because typically the issue with mythic phases is that obviously it happens at the end. And most mythic end bosses, typically, not this one, are very hard. Right? So like if you had that at Ensorek, it's already an absolute pain to even get a kill on Ensorek week 1. Or in that week. Leave alone then having to get there like 5-10 more times. And then play the mythic phase. So I feel like a mythic phase on like an earlier boss actually goes really hard. Because you can only tune something like Bandit. 60 wipes, you're about to kill the boss, boom, mythic phase. Like something special happens.
Yeah.
That may be something lore related or whatever. Like that I feel like would be really, really cool. Because then suddenly you can undertune something like Bandit. And it's like, oh, it's just a bit of an easier boss. Nobody's gonna expect it. Boom, bada bing, extra 20 pulls. And then that boss is not that difficult to constantly get back to the point. Because like, they very clearly said this with Jailer. Like they said this in interviews and everything with Ian. Which is like, we like adding mythic phases, but on something like Jailer, it's like, damn, now those girls have to do that 15 times. So you have to kill Invalidate the boss 15 times and then do it. So like they can't make the mythic only phases too difficult, because then suddenly it goes from like a 250 pull boss to a 600 pull boss.
Yeah.
Because getting back there is really hard. So yeah.
Then I have a question for you in general.
Okay.
Do you prefer bosses that are mechanically easy but tuned very tightly? Let's say Mugsy, because Mugsy mechanically doesn't, like, it's not overly complicated, but there are some insane overlaps.
Yeah.
That like on healing, on damage is crazy. Or do you like more of like the dancey bosses where you learn the dance and then you can repeat it over and over again because the tuning isn't insane? Let's say
I think there's grounds for both. I wouldn't say Mugsy is like my best example of like the boss that I like the most. But if it's like I would love that every raid has a Regalon.
Yeah.
Because Regalon to me was like the perfect thing of like, it's quite simple. The tuning is hard. You have to be very precise. There's assignments, there's like cool things you have to do. You have to use CCs, grips, slow stunts, off heals, gateways. Like it still has a dance to it. But it was very tightly tuned. And I love it when it's at the point that's like, do you 5 heal it and really try to pump it? Or do you 4 heal it and like, you know, try to survive and like use those extra utilities that you have to like stay alive and then get the freer kill, but you get that way less often type thing. Because like Regalon to me was still absolute highlight of that tier, by the way. And then on the occasion I also really, really loved the fight, the Jailer type fight, which is just a very big dance. But I don't think these days you can have a really big dance anymore and just have it be a dance. Like, it needs to have a check. And Jailer still had a check. Jailer had a DPS check, Jailer had heated checks, Jailer had very precise movement checks. I feel like Jailer kind of just like ticked all the boxes for me. I thought it was a really great fight. The only difference is that it was like an 11-minute encounter. But
yeah, I think on Jailer was one of those... I feel like Jailer, Firak, it's one of those bosses where you move Lost around quite a bit during progression to get through a lot of hard parts. And then you find this like perfect last timing for everyone. On Firak we obviously lost like towards the end, start of or middle of like last phase.
Yeah, when the last phase started pretty much.
Yeah.
That thing, yeah.
And then, but during progression you sometimes lost it in Intermission.
Yeah.
You sometimes lost it in P2 for the ads.
Yeah, exactly.
And so when they nail it so that with the dance, tightly tuned mechanic fight, and we have the option and the need to put Bloodlust around a little bit everywhere, they have really hit the nail on the head, I think.
Yes. I mostly care that it's like you make each phase like individually awesome without it being frustrating. And I think that is really, really hard. Like, Starcraft really, really lacked this, for example. Where Starcraft P1, I feel like after 5 pulls, it was discovered how you... Because, like, the way how you had to play Starcraft P1 was just really straightforward. It was just a lot and a lot of damage. Like, the healing part of that part was insane.
Yeah.
And it just didn't really leave, like, much ways of imagination. And then P2 you could do some different things, but you mostly had to do the same thing. And then P3 it was like the big puzzle part.
Yeah.
And it's like, so like when we played StarCraft, it was just like P1 just seems like I feel like you didn't have the freedom to like determine what you wanted to do.
Okay.
And like I feel like a good dance boss has that thing of like, well, you can do this, but you can do this as well. And I think that's like the good. It's like, how do you want to make your dance type thing? It's like pretty much build a bear, just build your dance. And I think Jailer had that, but Jailer also had a good DPS check. Mostly because Jailer was tuned, I think, for double legendary, and that's what you got in like the third reset. Doing Jailer before that was absolutely fucking crazy. Yeah. I mean, I still remember watching the clip of Scribe when they were, because Echo obviously killed it Regalon without the legendaries and stuff, and then they pull Jailer, and at some point he just unmutes and goes like, "It looks like we're gonna be here for a while, guys." But the double legendary, and it's like, yeah, Regalon plus Halondrus. Halondrus is like one of those bosses that's like, God, that was a good boss, but it was a shit boss. Because it was like, the complexity of Halondrus was just boom bada bing, like levels of insanity. But damn, was it actually fun to play, because it felt like the perfect dance.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that was so fun. That was such a good boss.
Yeah, I like
God,
the
I
bomb
love that
mechanic
rate
as
here.
well.
I want to go back. Like, I think Regalon, like, even though like we speak about Halondrus, like it was so overtuned. Damn, that was so fun to play. I love that tier. And I had the same thing with Regalon. Like, I'm so happy I still got to do that tier. Obviously, it was my last tier that I actually played.
Yeah.
But, like, I have such good fun memories of that tier. That was so good.
But it was crazy, bro. Imagine also if Anduin last phase wasn't bugged with the stars. I think that tier would be...
I mean, like,
It's already going down as the hardest tier ever, but...
I will also say this right now. Blizzard very much seems like they kind of want to keep the bosses to, like, 8-ish. Just make it. I think if they want to make the difficulty curve a bit easier for themselves, so they can be a little bit more flexible, but like how hardly they tune bosses.
Yeah.
Add 10 bosses to a raid.
Yeah.
Just do it. Just give us 10 bosses, and I think Blizzard will have an easier time. Look, look, look.
Like, it would be way easier for, obviously...
Oh.
That was the hard overlap. We have one dead. It was the healer. So,
Yeah.
please, while they know... Thank you.
Cauterize. Feels good, man clap.
Mages overpowered.
Mages overpowered. Hashtag nerf mage.
I think from like a
Obviously
tuning
the blanket.
standpoint, it would be a lot easier with 10. But it's a lot like the raid has to be bigger, which means a lot more artist work, another boss, another idea.
I mean, it's really hard for me to say what is happening at Blizzard baseline, because it seems like obviously like they're trying to get expansions out a bit faster. I mean, obviously I don't work at Blizzard, I can't speak for certain what they're actually doing. But the gap between Nyalova and Undermine was small. It was like 5 months. Typically we get like 6.5 to 7. So
we're
I feel
getting
like
into P2 again.
We're
Everyone
getting
alive.
better. This is very true.
So there's no way we're dying to this, right? Because
that would be very awkward if that would be the case. Because there's no ways that we screw up soaking the calls and Skofta goes down. We don't have a combat. You jinxed it. Do we need him for the next 25 minutes? Can they do it without? Like, I don't know when those
25 minutes?
25 seconds. That is definitely a little bit less. We do go into the intermission. Need to make sure that we get those. Lots of little lightning balls. Going pretty fine so far. No massive explosion has happened. We do only still have Skofta dead, which is still pretty okay.
Rest in 10 seconds.
They can maybe get it up. Maybe they can get through this. Interrupts are still going out. Need to make sure they get those last few kicks going. There we go. Counterspell by Waldy. Getting that boss damage back in. Helene dropping super low, but still stable. Still somewhat alive. Rame has fallen, but the boss is back onto his feet. And now you have entered into the P2.
Yeah.
New best is pretty much just still ongoing. We do have the tank back up. Skofta has come back alive and ready to jump back onto those balls. Big frontal coming in. Need to make sure that they get those heal drops. All have been soaked. I will say the boss room does look freaking awesome over here, by the way, with all of the extra little bit of lightnings. Suppression goes in. Need to get out away from the boss. The drop off on this is so heavy. See Skani dropping super low. Needs to make sure we have him up. We have no more combat resters. We do have Revoke already down on the ground. Don't want to lose even more. Tanker goes down and boom.
Here we have one of the bomb boys dying.
Yeah.
If one of our bomb mages die, we all die.
That is true.
But we see at least from a viewing standpoint that not only do we drop like 8% or something on our new best, but like P2 is like on rails and on repeat for, I mean, a couple of 15-30% more. So we will definitely, I think for now, let's hope we can get back there over and over again.
Yeah.
Because then not only is this a new best, next pull we get there clean will be a new best, and next pull, and then...
I do enjoy one thing of Blizzard, and I'll give him this. they have made tanks feel like they're actually tanks these days. Because like very much back in the day, tanks just you kind of just existed. You didn't really take much damage. You didn't need much healing. You kind of were just vibing.
Yep.
Move the boss around. These days you get battered. And I feel like the last few bosses where this happened was like Regalong was proper battering tanks. Like he was like stabby, stabby, stab, really fast. And then Jailer was still the best proper tanks. Because a tank would walk in, be like, yo, hit me. You know, does a taunt. And the boss just goes like, boink, back to jail you. It's like the amount of one-shots that happen to tanks. Like Jailer would literally hit tanks for 101% of their HP. And the only reason they lived is because they had a 10% shield or something.
Yeah.
And it like that was wild. So I do enjoy it when tanks are dangerous, because it just gives you the extra thing of like to think about, right? Like how do they plan their personals? Do we need to get extra tank healers? Do we need to get externals going for them? Like I think that's good. I think making the game harder for tanks is pretty good.
Yeah.
Because otherwise before this tanks were just like, you know, you're not really doing much, you just like orchestra the dance pretty much. Just like, oh, you guys dance here, we move the bossy here, and that's all you did, and it got really boring.
Yeah.
The only thing that I will say from this tier that does look really boring is there's like one tank that's like, haha, I'm the main tank. It's kind of like playing Guardian Druid, I guess, in Cataclysm, where it's like you pretty much a cat 24/7 doing things, and you do your occasional one taunt. I feel like that's
so
kind of.
You would not enjoy being the Prot Paladin in this tier.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Yeah, you
Mate,
want to be the warrior.
I mean, I would rather be the warrior, that's for sure. Because if I looked at like what Prot Paladins did on Lock and Stock, it's like you run out and you stand there for like 25 seconds doing mechanics, rotating 3 CDs.
It wasn't just Lock and Stock, bro.
I know, it was multiple bosses. I mean, the sticks. To be fair, the sticks thing was fun.
You're full ball rolling.
Yeah.
On Lock and Stock, you're taunting every tank mechanic out.
Yeah.
On One Arm Bandit, you did a lot of them stuff as well. Tank mechanic to the side. And
yeah, exactly.
Pressing, you bubble to press the coil and stuff.
Yeah.
Mugsy, also popping all the bombs.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have to stand there like in the fire, spell ward yourself until the icicles go past, and you stand there for like 8 seconds like...
And then here you're also popping every single bomb.
Liquids were lucky they killed the bugged boss first. Which boss was bugged?
I have no idea what he's talking
I don't
about.
think one was. I want to say that we have a false informative reporter.
Yeah.
Spreading the
He's
lies.
He's an imposter for sure, bro.
He's an imposter.
We vote him out. Everyone to vote out best N.
I think that's a K.
Oh.
It's definitely best double T K.
Okay. Best K. And then we just see the little best K just spinning around. He was an imposter.
He was. Vote him out. Dude, we should play Among Us again at some point. Can you imagine you can play like Among Us with chat? That would be such a vibe.
Everyone just be trolling, bro.
May I have my blankie back? Just go grab it.
What's your blankie?
I assume
That
it's
one?
like one of those. We could just take him as well, and then just not give it to her.
She apparently stole my plushie last year.
Wait, what?
That's what she said.
That's propaganda.
I thought Fabo did it, but...
I mean, then she shouldn't get the blanket back. That's yours now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I can give it to Trina. Easy.
I need to join something from this set, though.
Which thing?
The Murlocs.
We can work on that.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, we can work on that. Liam took it off me. Well, sounds like you've lost it then. The fact remains, New Liquid has World first and this team in Echo doesn't. Well, thanks for rolling that one in. That felt good. I mean, to be honest, Liquid kind of smurfed. Like, Liquid has just become super good. Like
They are insanely good. Yeah.
They have just become insanely good. Like it is so hard to find like something that like they just haven't done good in the last 2 tiers. Like they have been smurfing this expansion.
And they have had like I mean they have just become better and better and better, and they're insanely
Their roster
good.
is also just insane. Like
yeah,
there's a lot of people I know in there, and you're just like, mamma mia. They're good.
Very good players.
My boy Exile's in there, you know, blasting.
That's
Tobo, Shay,
Tobo is there.
Impact.
Also,
I mean, there's a lot of people.
Wolf Disco went back.
Wolf
now.
Disco went back. Yep. I think he did like 80 pulls in Galley, and then like screw Warrior, and they put it in Shadow Priest and killed like 5 pulls later. Very unfortunate. Feels
Very
bad,
unfortunate.
but obviously the buy played. Kane, are you grazing us for next shift too? No, I have cutout rate. Whoever has good players too, of course we do. Every guild has good players.
That is how it works.
That is how. I mean, if we didn't have good players, we probably wouldn't be even here. Then we would be somewhere else. Was a good race. Get smoked Echo, but looking forward to the next race. I'm always looking for the next race. Liquid couldn't even kill the 5th boss before reset, yet they killed the last boss before the others, so what can you say? It just makes it more impressive that they managed to catch up.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wolf just got swapped 3 pools before kill, lol. Yeah, I remember. That is brutal. It feels bad, but hey. He was definitely there in the spirit. I mean, it just sometimes happens. Like, what's the last boss that kind of happened that you make, like, a comp swap that late?
It hasn't been anything in recent memory, I don't think.
I feel like the last time...
On last boss, at least.
I mean, Jailer for us was kind of like that. Because I think we were... I think it was we took in like a Hunter quite late. But I could be wrong.
Yeah.
We moved some...
Boomy for a while or something.
Yeah, I think we moved like something out and then took something for like the last like 50 pulls. Like 40, 50 pulls or something. But definitely not free. Max even said they could have killed the boss with him. Yeah, exactly. I think... The thing with Warrior is they just do this really dumb thing where they don't take hero talents right now. So like in the hero talents they don't take 2 of the talents because it's a DPS increase. And then their damage in P1 is like their damage outside of execute is just absolute, like, you know, you're competing with the blood decays or whatever. Like it's just tank damage. And then your executes are so freaking busted to the worsted that it's just like at that point you just rise.
Yeah.
And it's like nothing competes with it at that point. It's ridiculous. And it's like that sounds like such a dog shit design.
It really does.
Because until you get to execute, you literally just sit there and you're just like falling asleep, not doing anything. And then you just absolutely start clapping when you get to execute.
Especially on a boss like this where I mean most of the hard part of the fight is early on.
Kena, did you play Resto Shaman back in Jaina? That was kind of fun when I did. No, I played Shadow Priest for Progress. I also will say I did not make Battle Shaman. I did not find it out, but I did popularize it and then ruined the lives of Elemental Shamans for that entire tier. Because this is where like you had an Ezra trade that worked for Elemental and just increased your Lava Burst damage, but it double dipped for Resto. So you would use 3 of those, and then Resto Shamans would do like 70% or 80% of single target of like a single target DPS.
We played like on Jaina.
Yeah.
I think it was like, I don't remember how, I think it was 4 heal originally or something.
It was 4 heal, yeah.
And we just like 5 healed it, but 1 or 2 of our shamans were just battle shamans.
Exactly.
So they were just there for the link.
Like, I said this so much at that point, and like I 100% popularized it. I did not come up with this, but I did popularize it. If you play Jaina at that point, if you have an Eli Shaman, which Eli Shaman was very good, he goes Resto, you press Ascendant here, Link here, Healing Tide here, and it's like I just like there were like 4 points you would press your CDs, because like there were like 3 parts in that fight where it was like the end where you were about to drop off the stacks, where it was like super hard to heal.
Yeah.
So you just had the extra CD for that, and then you still had like you could flame shock the barrels and you get all the funnel, and you were still pretty much 80 to 90% of a DPS, but you just had the extra healing CDs, and it just made the fight so much easier. And I am so sorry for all of the Elemental Shamans that I ruined progress for, but damn did that feel good to do.
Yeah, it was good times.
Yeah. It was so insane playing Rest Elemental for Oprok LOL, and you had to combat rest. Yeah, exactly. You had combat rest Totem, Spirit Link, Healing Tide, and Ascendance, and it was just busted.
And Link on that expansion was also busted.
Oh yeah, because you had like, I mean, it was really hard to get like triple of the Elemental Blast once and then triple Sprouting Spirits. But if you had triple Sprouting Spirits and you place a Link down, it's just a lay of hands on the raid, and it felt so it felt so good.
Bro.
Ezreal's was like conceptually so fun and so good. And damn did they screw that up. I still remember like in the early like levels of like the PTR there, it's like Elemental had this trait that's like whenever you chain lightning or lightning bolt you gained int, and it was so overtuned, like they had to nerf about like 90% eventually. But it's like on PTR testing I just had 3 of those traits, and I had the intellect that you would have had in Nyalova. So like we did like the boss before Gahun, how it's called, Mithrax or something?
Mithrax, yeah.
We did testing on that boss, and I was just 30% of the raid DPS. And I'm just like, well, this is kind of fun. And then they nerfed it, and they did not compensate buff Elemental. And then at the start of Aldir, Elemental was just like doing tank DPS. And it's like, well, I think I caused this one as well, boys. I'm sorry.
It was also the absolute worst in the beginning. I mean, I've harped on about this like for so many times. But going from Legion, having Azurite weapon, tier set, we had 6 pieces in Legion. So you could play 4 set plus all the 2 set if you wanted to. And you had double legendary.
Yeah.
and you had the Azerite weapon.
Yeah.
We removed all of that, and we replaced it with 3 armors, which the ones that dropped in the raid only had passive effects on the damage.
Yes.
You had none of the cool stuff. Those were only like world quest things. You got like, ooh, this happens when you press Pyroblast, or like Master Blaster, right?
Yeah.
That came on and was super strong later on. In the beginning, you had only like, oh, when you do damage, you have a chance to put a bleed. And you had like 3 of the bleed ones, and it was like, that was the best DPS increase you had. That was such a shit show.
Yeah, I feel it. Like,
sheesh.
I don't mind borrowed power much. Like, Blizzard has definitely done less with borrowed power. But I just wish they went back to what they used to do. Like, the MOP cloak, I thought was such a great system, actually.
Yeah.
And I kind of had the same thing with, like, the ring that they had in WoD. Like, I really enjoyed those. It's, like, sometimes a bit grindy maybe to get, and a bit RNG. But I feel like if you streamline that, you kind of have just a way to nerf the raid, because you just get a thing that's stronger and stronger. I don't think they should do a ring, by the way, because these days rings are kind of weird slots.
Spen died here, but we rest him.
Yeah.
Again, good pull.
Okay, looking solid. We can go back to the Shin Wagon a little bit later, because right now we're focusing on a good pull. Wally does need to press that Arcane Intellect, because that Vigor is going to tilt me into the end of the world.
Yeah, it's on Spen as well.
But here we go. Intermission time. Time to get blasting the boss and pick up those bombs. They're going to have those little rotating. You need to kick those as you see on the screen right now. You don't want those casts going through. You need to bait those... I think those... Oh, we're having a camera swap. Never mind. It's a little bit weird, but that's fine. You can see in melee, all of the boys are slowly rotating, picking up the bombs. You need to make sure that you get as much damage out here. Dude, the movement on this fight is actually kind of cool. I actually really enjoy this phase.
And running over that lightning, it looks very...
Scary?
It looks like it shouldn't hurt that much, but it does a lot of damage to the thing on the floor. So you want to get over that as fast as possible. But we get through this very clean, and this will for sure be a new best. We even have 1 res. And now we
don't
have,
jinx it.
For sure. First frontal here with the heal absorb. This heal absorb is actually a heal absorb that is linked on all players at the same
Kina
time.
goes down.
So it is a little bit different than what we usually see with heal absorbs. It is a group-wide one.
Ooh, please Eleni stay alive. We do keep Eleni out. Lay of hands coming from Scofton, making sure that she stays alive and get these big circles out of here. We do not want these
we're all on the same side. This is not
it's a
good
little bit
look.
scary. We do actually have assignments for how this should split. We see actually one of the people going into the lightning. Very good play right there by one of our monks, making sure that we have that additional space. New best is definitely going. Need to keep Crystal up. Inci does go down. Rate damage is starting to tick in worse and worse. A little bit of a little beamy beam. And the second absorb. Need to make sure that they get this all soaked as well. They stay alive. Sky dropping a little bit low. Need to make sure we do not lose a healer right now. 50% on the boss and going. Absorptions are getting ticked off. And suppression again. Get to those ashes. The drop of damage on suppression is so freaking high. You can see Scofter going slowly back in. Jesus, that was ballsy. You have to... I'll give him that. I mean, he's a German and he's going straight back in. That man has no emotions. Crystal's dropping super low, dropping even lower, gets healed back up. Nella has gone down. Probably didn't get far out, not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Those spreads were a lot nicer. We did not get all of them on the same side. Spell warding going Crystal. Crystal's going to have to do some big blast here. Probably has his ramp going on. Ooh,
Thanner dying here.
Thanner dying is not what you like to see.
Another healer down.
I feel like not everyone was in that frontal. Like too many people probably took damage of that. Not entirely sure. And it does look like we're going to have a wipe here. But
10%.
10% less. And more important, we had to interrupt our yaps twice within 10 minutes pretty much. So they're getting there more consistent.
Yeah, because like basically what we see here on a raid, what needs to happen is we are just, it's not that much happening. We're just like tank frontal here. Oh, we have to run out. It's the whatever the mechanic is called. The blue thing you have to run
suppression?
out. Suppression. Yeah. So like you run away from the suppression, you get out with the big circles, you heal the tank frontal, repeat.
Ooh.
And then we also saw on the other side of the boss here, we saw that one of the guys were holding a bomb that was fully charged already.
Yes.
And he's gonna hold that as long as he can, and then he's gonna put it in right at the end, and that's when we're gonna face again to the next part. And then we only have one part of the room.
So like, is the just for my sake, is the intermission still the same idea where like he will go in and you just have to deposit one bomb to get him out of the intermission?
Yeah, basically it's a little bit different than it is kind of how I said it on before when we talked about the difference between Heroic and Mythic. He's gonna throw like Giga Coil and you're gonna throw it out the bomb before he does that blast. But it is like on the timing when the bomb times out, you put it in on the last second, then he will interrupt himself.
Yeah.
And then he can't cast it, and then he phases. But then we only have one little quadrant left. Because in the beginning we have 3.
Yeah.
And we do 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And then we do an extra one, and that is what puts us into this phase.
Yeah.
And then we have 2 up.
Yeah.
And then we do another one. That was the one we're holding now. And then we only have the little pizza slice left.
Yeah.
And we still keep playing the boss more or less the same as we do now.
More or less the same. Yep. Yeah, as you can tell, you know, our amazing cast is
Lorgok and Krista doing a lot of work.
Yeah. Hey guys.
Let's go here.
The Chinese guild is behind us because they're a boss behind us.
Kvisten?
Kvisten? Oh my god, big fan.
Oh, but he said something to Hedrimas.
Oh, he didn't even say hi to us. What the hell?
What did Hedrimas say?
Ooh.
I did not see what you said.
I mean, he probably said something stupid.
Yeah, for sure.
Knowing.
Knowing Hedrimas, yeah.
I have not seen a man get attacked more by Automod than Hedrimas. I don't know what's up with that, but hey, it is what it is. Only part we're missing video at this point is Grim.
Yeah.
Where is he?
He's probably hiding there somewhere.
Maybe. We'll see. Hello, Kristen. See you later tonight, buddy. I wasn't having an entire cataclysm guild
exactly.
over here.
Guild meeting, guys. Guild meeting. Get in.
Why are you mad? Okay, who's fighting? Alright, let's get the referees involved. Can we get a live wallpaper from YouTube somewhere? I need that method. Live wallpaper from YouTube, from the TV. Does he
this
mean
one? Yeah.
I don't know if we have that. I feel like we probably, because it has sponsors. I don't know if we have like an unsponsored version. We should put it down somewhere. It's like a mousepad or something. It could be cool. Maybe. I have no idea. I can ask at some point if I remember. That's the hardest part, I think.
Are people actually on this screen? Are these viewers right now?
Yes, those are viewers.
Oh, Kristen is there. You're a cat, Kristen.
Meow. Where's the snail? The snail.
Where's Hedry, bro?
Oh, I see Hedry. I think he's also a cat. He's got a top hat.
Yeah, Hedry's a cat with a top hat.
Yeah. I forgot how you can join this, but I know you can do it.
I mean, I'm guessing
Tony Bologna, Texas. That's a great name.
Kristen just...
Oh, Paul joined. Hello, Paul.
Paul joined and knocked Kristen out.
Oh, Kristen is a cat with a top hat. Look kind of cute.
Ooh. Method is like
I think you just
thing with
type. Oh, so whenever you just type, you get in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Respectable.
Wait, what is Quincy done?
Who?
Quincy, over there.
Oh.
A rat.
Oh, yeah.
Rat with a party hat, bro.
Holy moly.
Oh.
Memory like a goldfish.
A rat with a party hat. I mean, it rhymes at least.
True. I mean, rats are cute.
Alright,
That's fine.
someone says Test wants to join in here as well.
That's kind of cool idea. I didn't really...
Let's try again.
They told me
later.
at the... Oh my god, someone's a bee. He's flying. Look at Chaos.
Yeah, that is true. Try again later. You became a fox with a top hat.
Oh wait, now they're all dancing. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh.
Some are jumping, some are not.
Holy macaroni. Little B, true. Didn't Blizzard actually confirm and they was getting DDoS? If so, that's very sussy. I don't know. I mean, maybe.
I mean, I don't think any of the guilds are doing this.
Okay.
At best, it would be like a fan of some guild.
I can tell you this, as someone as part of Method, I do not condoning the US servers to screw over Liquid. They own, and they should remain owning, and this race should be as fair as possible. If you disagree with like not global release or anything, that is fine. You can have a disagreement. Don't do anything stupid. Don't break the law. Don't DDoS people. Don't be cringe. They own and they deserve to win. And let's just have it at that. And don't attack people over those opinions. Because like, once that happens, and if it then doesn't get like badly called out, I feel like at some point none of us three can play the game anymore because all of us are getting DDoS.
That is true.
And it just becomes cringe.
That is cringe.
I can't remember which race it was, but like at some point we had a race where they DDoS Terra Mill as well, and we couldn't progress, and it just sucks. And it's like,
suck.
why do this? Why you have to be mad?
Why you have to be mad?
No, that's not a me smiley face. No, that's bad snowman. First message: OnlyFans was an MC in Hardcore Raid during almost pulled a boss when the disconnect came in. Yeah.
Could have been why. Maybe.
Not me. There we go. That's a good snowman. You can now smile again. Is OnlyFans still going?
I think they are a little bit.
A little bit. That's not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously doesn't get the same viewers as it did.
Kinda
That's
figured.
what I mean. Yeah. But I think Soryu and Peekaboo, either they had the raid this week or they are going to have the raid this week. They probably had it already because we're now on Sunday.
True.
So Peekaboo's playing mage now. Pika's on Monday. Alright.
Yeah, you really enjoy those. I'm still surprised you do not play SOD. Like, you're such a stubborn little human being. It's like you would love SOD so much. It is all of the cringeness that you would enjoy. And it's just saying this, chat, okay? I'm gonna be completely fair here. SOD is by miles, it's not even close, the best version of WoW. It is not even close, okay? If you haven't played SOD, please play SOD. It's just really good, okay? Just give it a try. Don't be like Classic sucks. It feels like retail, just without all the cringe shit that retail has. And the classes are fun, okay? You'll have a good time. Just trust me on this, okay? But, are they really going dark? No, we're just... Okay. Swap it to a player camp, or like a player POV. Instead of you hearing us yap and seeing them standing still, looking at the second screen because they're being explained.
Look at Skefta, bro.
That man is looking at the second screen because there's something over there, okay? We're not going dark. They're just explaining. So, instead, we grace you by beautifully looking at the beautiful screen behind us and two incredibly handsome men on the couch.
That is true.
And shaken. I'm talking about Gallywix behind me.
Alright. I mean, I take that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Gallywix, not my type of handsome, but you know, each to their own, Kena.
Hey, I don't judge you.
Did you also see that they changed Mugsy? That it is Sko and Lorgok.
Oh, I did not yet actually.
Saw that
kind of
yesterday.
fitting. Did you see Andy Brew's tweet?
Who?
Andy Brew?
No.
No, that's a good one. You should
I actually who'd Andy? Alright.
Oh, Jesus. That's kind of mean. I like Andy. I miss him.
What did Andy say?
It's something about like he just made like a meme about like how like the hotfixes typically came really good for the US, which I mean somewhat true I guess, but nothing too big.
Calm down, Andy.
Yeah, and then he put like the face of like Max and the like face of Ian on Mugsy pretty much, and then like the nerfs there. It was a pretty good meme. I respected it a lot. I think people got very upset by it. I think baseline people just like. Obviously, this happens in sports as well. Way worse. Just take a chill pill, okay? We're playing video games here. We're having fun. You support a team. I respect it. Doesn't have to be my team. If you want to support the vegetables first, that's all that's important to me. Just take a chill pill. Don't insult people. Just have a good time, okay? We all love the vegetables first. Moxie was nerfed after Liquid killed it. No. Moxie. Who's Moxie?
I think he means Mugsy.
Oh, yeah. I feel like he's going for like a Mugsy and Faxy like thing, but I mean, no, Mugsy was not nerfed after Liquid killed it. And they nerfed it all at the same time, and the last nerf that happened wasn't even a nerf to the boss, it was them giving a second spark, which worked for EU as well. Was a little bit nicer timing for US, because it kind of happened when the US started and for us in the evening, but didn't change too much.
There is no way anyone looks at Mugsy progression and says, oh, Liquid had it best there, because they also played and got into last phase before last phase nerf happened.
Yeah.
Right? And they played last phase way more than Echo did.
If anything, Liquid got shafted more on that boss than anything else.
And they smurfed it.
And they smurfed it. They had very few pulls. And somehow this was pulled around into Echo got the disadvantage. Or like,
There's
whatever.
no way, bro.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Liquid just smurfed it.
Yeah, there's no way no one takes this away from them. Of all tiers you could take away from anyone, you don't take this one away from Liquid in any regard at all, bro. They deserve this fully, and there isn't even a question about it.
Real and true. Also, we need to make sure that when we type Moxie, that we actually type it correctly. So, what did the spoken nerf come when NA woke up behind? What? I mean, all of the nerfs happened on the servers at the same time, right? And I think the last nerf that happened actually to the boss was that he stopped gaining stacks during the intermission. So, like, the intermission is when he does the 3 charges and then does his spinny. And the last nerf that happened to the boss was he stopped gaining charges there. And that was it, right? So, like, the boss just does 8% less damage.
Yeah.
Huh?
But, yeah.
And this happened, like, when both Liquid and Echo were in the last phase progressing, and we just reached the boss or whatnot. And it did not impact anything for, like, either of the guilds. Like, it just happened, it doesn't really do much. And then the day after that, it's when they did the spark fix, where now everyone got a second spark. So Liquid gained a little bit more item level. Everyone just gained DPS, right? All 3 guilds gained DPS. No advantage to anyone. and then Liquid smurfed it in the evening, killed the boss,
Yeah.
and that's it. And it's like, yeah, maybe they had a little bit more pools, but I mean, that still does not stop Echo from suddenly wiping for 50 pools straight at like 0.2%.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with it. The reason why Liquid won this race is because Echo were slow and Mugsy. And that's it.
No.
Thank you.
I mean, someone even said something about Sprocketmonger nerf. Sprocketmonger nerf was a flat 5% nerf, so none of the guilds were below 5%
Yeah.
on the boss when that nerf came in. So that is completely irrelevant if you think about it. If
Like,
you
obviously, if Liquid wiped at like 3% and then they
about
nerfed it by 5%, it would have been really shit.
that would have been really shit.
Then it would have
But
been
that
shit.
didn't happen.
But when you nerf a boss that has no percentage phase times
Yes.
by 5%, when the boss is at 40%, it just doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
The only thing that changes is if they get back to the exact same point, the boss is going to be like 37% instead. And that's it. Nothing has changed. And to be fair, the boss needed the 5% nerf as well.
For sure.
Because otherwise, I think we will still be pulling him.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have that to say that one. So, I think if you ask anyone of Echo, the biggest mistake that they made this entire tier is they didn't fend as Mugsy. Because if any of the guilds knew how easy this boss was,
Yeah.
they would have gone to Mugsy, fenced it, and killed it like 50 pools less.
But obviously you don't know.
Yes, because you don't. That's well, a full item level behind. That's not how item level works. So the item levels in the end were pretty much equal. I mean, Liquid was a little bit lower, but the main reason why Liquid had, for a while, Echo was like an item level above the other two guilds, but that's because they chose to not run an embellishment piece, a second
From
embellishment
last tier, yeah.
from last tier, whereas other people did. Like, yeah.
So when the second spark came
Spark,
in,
yeah, when the second Spark came in,
you got
Echo gained embellishments, and other people gained item level.
Yeah.
And that's the only difference. And then, yeah, I mean that's it.
Yeah. And when you spoke about that, it made so much more sense actually, because a lot of casters on a lot of raids or like streams were like, wait, what's going on? Echo has so much eye level.
Yes.
But then when you said, oh, they just went for the higher eye level and skipped the embellishment, while both Method and Liquid on a lot of characters kept the embellishments from last year, obviously keeping a 636 piece instead of having like a 660 piece.
Yes, exactly. Ooh, Nala is down. That's not ideal.
Yeah.
We don't have a combat verse either. That's double not ideal.
And
now we're all dead, and we definitely can't verse that. That's triple not ideal. Yeah. It's crazy since Liquid has won 3 of the 4 last. Echo has some stuff on Ferak. I mean, listen, I'm gonna say this again. There was a time where Echo dominated everything, and it was like 3-1 to Echo. And before that, there was a time where it's like Method was dominating everything, and it was like 3-1 for Method. And now it's a time that Liquid is dominating, and it's like 2-1, I guess, in some ways.
Yeah.
Or 2-0.
2-0 in this
Just like with any other game, just like with Dota, just like with League, just like with CSGO, there will be times where a team is dominating, and then the next team just pulls up and they just smurf it for whatever reason. Maybe they have the peak roster, maybe they have the peak tacticians, maybe they have the peak meta, God knows what, right? And those people will smurf. At some point, most likely, Liquid will start losing again and somebody else will start winning. Could be whoever, God knows. Many things can happen. The only thing you gotta do is just enjoy the race.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it, and that's all. I've been here for too long and
Future
too many.
comeback, true, bro.
Real and true. Let's bring back Future. Call Sloot. It's time.
Getting the boys back together.
Get Nagura in as well.
Oh yeah.
Tagu.
Oh, let's get all of them back.
Let's get all of them back, dude. All
Larkin, you down? Are you still here?
Holy moly. Future's going for the world first. Johnny comes in with the epic trailers.
Yeah, we need Johnny for the.
I can't speak
still.
Russian. Sorry, buddy. And as you can tell, I am definitely Lorgox. Mamma mia.
For sure.
Big muscle. Why don't you just get the health to 0 strat? I don't know, I haven't discussed it yet. I'll type it to the officers though. Putting in Ellie Shamans for progress so they don't have to reroll. Let's be real, Hedry. If you wanted to reroll, you would have done it by now. It's your own suffering. Can we get a meow on Kena? Meow.
A question to all chatters that are still playing Cataclysm. How acceptable is it to have, in a 10-man guild, 2 elemental shamans? I would say on a scale from 1 to 10, that is like a 2, maybe a 1. Kvisten and the Hedrimas are not allowed to answer. It's a 3. True.
I have no idea what you just said. Sorry, I was reading.
I said it's full int. Scale 1 to 10. How int is it to have 2 elemental shamans in a 10-man roster on Cataclysm?
It's not very good.
Razewin said a 3.
What do constants mean by smurf? In my days, the term was used to describe someone who started a new account under a different name. I feel like smurfing, smurfing just means very rapid pace of success, I guess.
I would just say owning.
Owning, yeah. Smurfs typically own. I feel like when we say like Liquid smurf the tier, it just means they did just ridiculously well.
I mean, it's
They're just owning.
Yeah, like Smurf started how he meant, but then pro players started saying like in games, like in League or Dota, like, I smurfed this game.
Yeah.
But they just meant they own this game, like as if they were a smurf.
It's like you're just destroying your opponents.
Yeah, exactly.
For
Yeah.
Pretty much that. As a European, I'm rooting for Ekon Method, but the race to world first is over when someone kills the boss enemies necessary. That's partly true. I would say even if someone managed to cheat the kill,
that is not true.
That's no.
Because there was a cheat this race, 2 of them actually.
Yeah, like
and no one,
Put it that way. Somebody cheated Gallywix. They one-shot him with a cheat.
Yeah.
They did not get world first. They in fact got banned, and then they did it again, and they got banned again.
Yeah.
And they cleaned the Hall of Fame. Like people obviously like. A lot of talks happen because obviously Blizzard is not the head sponsor of these events, or Blizzard isn't like managing these events. Blizzard is involved with the race to world first, right? Like they are there, they do monitor it, we do talk to them, we do share concerns with them, etc., etc. You can't just go in and flat out cheat without any of your other competitors knowing it, and then telling Blizzard like, hey, they're kind of cheating over here, buddy. And then Blizzard being like, boys, you need to stop cheating, okay?
Yeah.
Like, trust me, you just can't, okay? Like it just don't happen, okay?
Doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way. You can't do it. So if like a guild literally went to just go flat out in and cheat and just like, I don't know, Warrior just magically start hitting for like 15 million and just 2 shots Gallywix or something type of thing, they would get their kill removed, and they probably would get banned as well.
Or like using Reflect on Princess and killing the boss with a one.
I mean, so like, okay, put it this way. We figured out when we got to Nexus Princess that you could... so like on Nexus Princess, right, if you get hit by a mechanic, you shoot out balls, right? 5 orbs in like a, what's it called, pentagram or whatever? Like 5 ways. Sure.
The 5 lines after you have gotten hit by
you get a mechanic, you shoot out 5 lines. We have learned that you can spell reflect these with a warrior. So what we're capable of finding out is you would get hit by a mechanic, the warrior would then stand right on top of the person, and with a very precise ticking weak aura, because the boss has constant ticking damage from the rifts, and if the rift ticks, then the spell reflect procs and it doesn't do it. So with a very, very precise weak aura, you would be able to stand on the person, do click spell reflect in between the ticks, and you would then spell reflect all of the damage of those orbs back to the boss. And that's like 2.5 to 3% of the boss HP every single time you do it.
Per spell reflect.
Per spell reflect. You have 3 warriors, you stack 3 warriors on. Every single time a mechanic happens, those balls fly out, the boss loses 10% of his HP. That's what we figured out as method. And obviously we were like, hey Blizzard, I'm gonna assume we're not allowed to do this, so maybe you should hotfix it. And they were like, yeah, that sounds good, we'll hotfix it, right? And they hotfixed it. But it's like, if we were to just like pull up and do that type of stuff, Blizzard would be like, yeah, no boys, sorry, we're not doing that. Like, bad method. So. Being someone doesn't aim to be compete.
And we're dying again.
That's not ideal.
Jump off.
Sheesh. Cheating is just wrong, not needing competitor scene. Yes. Something that Blizzard doesn't aim to be competed. Okay, but Blizzard does aim for it to be competed. Blizzard does do a lot around the race world first, like tuning bosses, for example. Like, there's a lot of things that they do for us, by the way. I'm just saying that. Blizzard does more than people know. It just, they do. So saying that it doesn't, it's just like, there's more complications to EU for NA release times than that. They give them free gear, yeah they do. And millions of dollars. I'm joking, they do not, I wish.
I'm getting the millions, guys. Look at the table. I have so many millions here. Oh. This is all the money Blizzard gave us.
Yeah, exactly. Each of those coins is $20,000.
Yeah, it's real gold.
Yeah. What does it have?
Have you guys
what
seen
does it
the
do
guy?
to you, Mendel, if other people killed the boss days ago and you still have to keep going to keep top 3? They literally killed it a couple of hours ago. So, not that much.
Have you guys seen the guy on like streets of New York? He's like, if you have this much real gold, you go to this shop here. You know? I don't know, I see his YouTube shorts the whole time.
I have no
It's
idea
like
what you're
this
talking
one
about.
guy in New York City is just like talking about gold the whole time.
Like, I get what you're trying to say. It just isn't the case. Like, you know, right now we're hopefully getting Galliwix today, so we're a couple of hours behind. Whatever, not our best tier.
No.
We'll improve. Last year we were 2 hours behind. Quite Meowski's, pretty good. And then, like, yeah, the tier before that, it was very hard, so it wasn't as good.
Yeah.
Obviously improving. Would like to believe that at least.
Yeah, but he does like guess value of gold bars. Yeah, and if you guess correct, you get like a silver bar or something as done as well.
I've never seen these charts. I have no idea.
And
what
then he
you're
like
talking
gives out the silver bar, and he's like, oh, if you go to this shop, which is his shop, you can like trade that silver bar in for raw cash.
Wasn't it like 12 hours ago? You said days, buddy. That was your message. So I'm not sure who's on the copium.
I'm coping hard right now.
True.
We're killing tonight.
Also, 12 hours. I don't think even Echo started at that point it's 6. I don't think they started at 6 a.m. I mean, Liquid, yeah, but I mean, that's Liquid. Well, we'll talk about that. I don't know, buddy. Maybe you seem just a bit too upset to me.
We just need to calm. I feel like everyone just needs to calm down. The race is over, and we are, in theory, the losers here. You know.
I'm kind of just chilling.
Yeah, but I'm saying like we aren't that upset, and we're third place. Boys, chill out, calm down.
Just have a good time with the lads.
Yeah. I feel like since the race is over, a lot of people in the venue have been a lot happier, less stress.
Like,
huge weight.
I mean, it's obviously like the same thing as you saw yesterday. Like, Echo definitely got fairy tale and Mugsy. There were some good clips. It was good content, right? It's always fun to watch a little bit of Steeled here and there. Just like once the race is over, you kind of just like, you just get on with it.
Yeah.
Just finish it, and then you're good. You're just not too stressed about it.
That is true. And we're still here dying in P1. On Galliwix.
Would be nice if they, you know, cut out those early deaths. That would definitely be a little bit better, but...
I mean, speaking my language
what was wrong
right
with
now,
you guys this tier, in your opinion? I mean, I think it started off pretty strong. The splits were good. We were efficient with the splits.
Splits were insane.
Maybe it's just like new phases, like new people, new classes. I think we definitely had some wrong class reads, which definitely made for some awkward swaps.
Not having the rest of Druid, I think.
I mean, we had the rest of Druid.
Crystallized. You played double priest, double monk for a long time until it was like, okay, we need.
I mean, we discussed the rest of Druid a lot. Like, I don't think that was like necessarily the.
I think that was
biggest thing.
I think that was.
I think I'm more talking about like the lack of mage week 1 and the Windwalker.
Yeah, the Windwalker you probably missed like completely almost.
Yeah, I mean, like for a lot of those things, it's just like the ways how you generate information in these type of guilds is like very obscure. Like we can't just sit there and be like, oh yeah, we kind of have this idea of a class. Like we need to nail the comp, right? It's very hard. It's just like very, very hard, I guess. So like the way how we get the info is very difficult, and the guy that was playing Windwalker for us was just a newer person, so he just was not entirely sure how to generate the info.
Yeah.
The mage stuff was kind of just awkward, to be fair. We had a player who 2 days before the tier just got kind of screwed over by his work, and he was the main Shadow Priest.
Speaking about Jerv here.
We're speaking about Jerv here, yeah. And then that was really, really awkward. And then
you moved
our
one mage player to
our second mage then became a priest main, and then we had a lack of priests.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then our actual other mage, Mateo, I think has required military training.
Yeah.
So he just can't attend this tier either. So we definitely got kinda.
That was a little bit of a spicy one. It was a little bit of a spicy one.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate of circumstances.
Yeah.
But there's still plenty to learn, and I mean,
course.
in the end of the day, right? You're a guild that is approaching the race world first a lot of guilds have tried this, right? You had Pieces, you had BDG. All of them have fallen. It's really hard to keep guilds like this going. It just flat out is. It's not easy to manage a guild like this. And you're playing against 2 freaking titans, yeah? Like, it's not like you come in and you have like, oh yeah, it's like no competition. You're playing against 2 guilds that have had infrastructures, people around, people in the scene for almost older than some people, like for like, you know, 10 plus years and stuff. It is hard to just sneak in and kill. Even when you feel like some of the other guilds, even if they magically get weaker, they are still so good.
Everyone alive. No
and intermission time.
And we're going in.
Yeah, we have constantly seen some people lose at least one person.
Burp got died because he got stunned, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's really easy to get like chain stunned in one of these fights and then kind of get screwed over. We do see Kina dropping a little bit lower as well. He needs to make sure he gets his HP up. And
We're
then we slowly...
5 seconds, but I think we will hold it for someone more important.
The beam coming over, so you have to get out of the lightning, quickly go around, get those beams going. Oh, we have a second. Boom.
Beep, boom.
Oh. Bomb exploded.
Ay, ay, ay,
ay, ay, ay, ay, ay, ay. Boom.
Time is now.
I don't even know why it necessarily exploded at this point.
One of the bomb guys just died. They die, I'll die.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the mages, I'm assuming.
Hard to see, hard to see. This is like really like one of those things you just need to have constant logs open. It's like, who was it?
Yeah.
It would be hard.
But I don't know. We saw Verb obviously got stunned by the beam.
Yeah.
And died. I mean, I guess it's that happens. But also, do we need to play that close to the boss at that point?
I mean,
I don't know. Maybe not.
Like, obviously, you don't want to play the entire intermission. Like, I don't think he's like in the times that we got there, he wasn't like the guy. Like, I don't think it's bad to make like a one-time off mistake, right?
Yeah.
Like, it sometimes just happens. Like, sometimes you're just going to make a mistake.
If it spawns RNG, the beam, if it spawns the same place
I think you have
time,
like a 1 second grace period.
Okay, then I don't
like,
know.
it isn't like it just spawns. Like, maybe he was fell rushing and then it spawned and then it got awkward or whatever, so you just have to hold the fair rush, right? But typically, like, because of the way how it spawns, you have like a 1 second grace period to like instantly get out of it. Like, I saw it at least a couple of times on pool where it's like, guy stands there, beam runs through, and it just like, whoop, you know, quick little wiggle. But yeah.
Yeah. But then we also had like Helene die, and someone else die.
Yes. Quick off topic, what sneakers are those? They are Pokemon shoes. I don't know how to exactly show you, but you can see the Pikachu tail there. I don't know. And then you can see Pikachu there, and this really hurts my feet. Oh my god, I feel like I just like broke a bone. But they are awesome.
Is it some brand or is it Pokemon brand? Or is it like Nike with Pokemon?
I ordered them online somewhere, buddy. I've got no idea.
Pokemon sneakers at least.
Pokemon sneakers, and they are lit. Gotta catch them all. And I want to get more. Got a lot of Pokemon shit in my home.
You do?
You know.
You do. So will I soon.
Sorry?
So will I soon.
True.
Yeah. I didn't used to, then you just...
I mean, you've got infinite gold right now, so you can buy plenty.
True.
Does anyone know where you can find the background they have on TV? No, but I mean, okay, you're the second person that asked this, so maybe we release it at some point.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if we can. We would have to take like the sponsors off, but we might be able to release that. I mean, I think this is just the... Like, obviously, like, we put the background there, because that's just, like, custom made.
Yeah.
And then this, I think, is just, like, the Wowhat boss animation thing, whatever. Jiggle. I think you can kind of find it on Wowhat or some kind of program. Like, the Wiggle hat isn't that hard to find. It's just the background is self-made. Not Wowhat. Oh. I apologize.
Yeah.
Did I screw up? I don't know.
I don't think... I think you're fine.
Oh my god, Sko's calling me. I'm probably fired, guys.
Oh, no.
Hey, guys, Sko here. You screwed up, kiddo. You're fired.
Can we get a week off for this? Or?
Actually, I had this call with Bossman earlier today.
You did?
Yep. He just wanted to make sure that everything was good when he arrived.
Alright.
Yep.
Progress.
He also said you're fired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good.
True.
I just got a message, I think in our Kara Discord, from Kristan, saying,
oh my god,
are you coming back on the couch? Yeah.
What time?
Alright, you're welcome back. We have saved you a seat.
Oh, I need to go do something.
Do you
actually.
not want to come in on the big camera?
I think they might be having dinner time soon, so I have to go and do something. So I will be RB.
Alright. Well, now I need you. We remove Kanamans, and we get Kristamans. Have you seen the pulse? Wait. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. There we go.
Yeah, talk about caster downgrade, am I right?
Yeah, for sure.
I did not actually, because I was watching...
Well, you haven't missed much. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I saw a new best. I was just pulling up the liquid VOD to see what is to come.
Yeah, alright. What is to come?
Well, so you kind of see, like, after you get through the first phase, I don't know what to call it because the Dungeon Journal lists everything weirdly. There's, like, I want to call it the second phase, where it's just, like, kind of Bomberman, the lines in the room are lit up with a static charge. People have to move out with the bigger, badder bombs. And they also have that cone that they had from Phase 1 in Heroic, where there's a healing absorb, but I assume Method's going to do the same thing where they put the minimum required amount of people in it, which is 5. So I think we've probably, given the new best is 42, and I think when I was last here it was about 60, you've probably kind of started into that phase partially.
Yeah. We've played it for, I think the boss was on like 60% energy or something.
Mm-hmm.
And we're always going to put in the bomb towards the end of that energy bar. But yeah, the frontal you're speaking about is like, it's a weird heal absorb because it's a heal absorb that is linked on all players.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can heal the heal absorb of all 5 players by single target spamming one guy if you wanted to. Obviously it's better to heal all 5 at the same time because usually AoE healing is more efficient, but that is a way to do it, at least.
Yeah, you can kind of think of it as like a spirit link, except I think it's spirit link. It's like when you heal one person, they get the full amount, but then it spreads it out.
Mm-hmm.
I think with this absorb, I'm not sure if it does it instantly, but it essentially works the same way. So we saw that, and it's the same thing where you can't soak it again for another minute. So they probably at least have to rotate 2 groups, I'd say.
A lot of people are leaving their PC, and it is that 6 o'clock time, so probably food time. Am I smelling food?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I'm smelling some food myself. Some ketchup-ish smell. So yeah, do you have, since you've been watching this, the most recent polls, do you have kind of like an updated prediction number for how long you think this one will take?
Oof, I think we killed tonight, but actually kind of late.
Mm-hmm.
We probably have like 3 more hours of progression to go or something.
Yeah.
So with breaks, I could see this dying around like 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, yeah. I think that's fair. If they're kind of continuing on the same trajectory we've seen, because, what was it? Echo took about 50 or 48, I'm already forgetting.
48 pulls,
yeah, 48. So we're taking a bit longer.
Probably around the 70, 75 mark, I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
Maybe 80. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll at least see we should see chunks in the new best, given how the fight works, because it really does look like the hardest part is earlier. They just kind of need more practice knowing like where they're going to go with the bigger, badder bombs. They need to make sure they have good healing cooldown rotations for the players getting the absorb. And making sure they just nuke down those ads. I saw there's a group of, they're not like technicians that spawn, but they all have like an interrupt.
Yeah.
It's also something else I don't think is in the journal, so I was trying to figure out what exactly they kind of did.
Yeah, but you have like, I saw how Liquid handled, especially from like P2 and onwards. You get like ads on like the line out from, let me just do this. So from like where we see the whole raid standing, so we see a big line in the floor in between like 2 plates.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of ads will spawn on that line.
Yep.
And you can kick, I think some of them is like uninterruptible or something. And for those, they just called externals on people that got targeted.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like a long cast that does a lot of damage to one player.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that too. There was one, it looked like it was like a 10 or 15 second cast or something like that. It was really long.
But I don't know. I think we've seen most of the stuff, you know.
Yeah, we just 30-minute break timer has come up, so
we can go back for beautiful faces.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants to see here. Nice little break for them. A little bit of time to look away from their screens, but I'm thinking the same thing. I think when I was earlier on the couch, I was like kind of leaning towards this is going to make it to morning, but since I saw them finally kind of break past the fall off, I guess you could say, for the polls, it's looking a little more promising.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if they actually lock down and they play really well, oh, we see a pull off screen and they just did it to wipe everyone.
Yeah.
I think we should see it die like within 20 pulls. We don't lock in, we play a little bit worse, 30. I think if we see like 50 more pulls, we're kind of trolling, not gonna lie.
Yeah, a little bit. Because, oh man, I don't like saying this as like a literal backseater here,
Yeah,
but it would be a little embarrassing being the same poll count as Liquid, since they like had to see the fight for themselves
Played
and
without
figure it
timers,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, and then we can, you know, ahead of time got a full video how it works. So definitely don't want that to happen.
Definitely not. But also, maybe they're just chilling. Who knows?
Yeah,
And,
potential chilling.
The longer we stay on the couch, the more we get paid. So, you know, bring it on, guys.
Yeah, skip the lunch breaks. Actually, I think those are kind of technically paid, but
That
getting
is-
paid to eat. What more could you want?
I wonder, do we even have ship stuff for tomorrow? I'm not sure we do.
I just looked before I got here and I didn't see them updated, so I think they're that confident.
That is how confident we are. It's dying tonight, guys.
Am I playing mop with us so I can actually get a good healer, or are you cringe? Dude, I'm still waiting for the day. I don't know anything about like programming, so I don't know if it's even possible. I'm still just waiting for the day. You don't need a separate EU account to play on EU. If I didn't have to pay for a completely separate one to play over there, I would, but so I guess I'm unfortunately going to be cringe.
Yeah. We knew that already, that she's cringe.
Yeah.
So,
Unfortunately
Shella,
gonna
let's
be
see a
cringe.
smile. Where's Shella? He's not even here.
Yeah, that threw me off. I was like, did I miss something? Did he show up or something?
Maybe he will show up here for the party, actually, because they don't
Yeah.
live far away.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm assuming the party would probably be tomorrow.
Yeah, if we kill a little bit later, yeah.
Cause yeah, later it gives you more time, you know. Never been to a method party, so we'll see how that goes.
We're getting blasted.
Yeah. But
Rocker Rage showing up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or not. Letting us sit in anticipation. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, or whatever that saying is. I don't know. That doesn't apply here. So I know we've seen with Neurobar Palace, they're like the tuning on that. The first bosses were quite easy, then it got quite harder, and then
You did not wait long. Oh.
I was waiting for a dramatic entrance with Sarah bringing in some 2 empty holy shakers.
Ooh.
Because we're about to do something.
Okay.
Something tasty.
Alright.
Something liquid.
I'm ready.
Something for charity. So you see Sarah's putting down a couple of little condiments onto the table. Milk, soda, holy, and holy milkshake.
Are we mixing everything?
It's up to chat what we drink. Okay, so it's up to chat what we drink. We'll put a poll up on chat. There will be 4 different rounds, and chat will decide what goes into the goblin experiment.
Okay.
I hope you're ready, chat.
So we have some candy, we have some soda, we have a lot of holy flavors, and milk.
I see. The
So it's
only thing I
4
want to drink here is holy.
Okay. So we have 4 things at the same time. So it's like round 1 voting, round 2 voting, 3 voting, 4 voting.
Correct.
And then it goes all in one container.
Correct.
And we have to drink it.
Yes.
So for the candy part, it's just gonna be a long string of candy maybe in...
Yeah. It's going to be like the topping, like the floaters
Alright.
of the drink.
Like bubble tea.
Yeah. Just close your eyes and pretend it's
Right.
bubble tea. Yeah. Chat, I hope you are ready to vote. It's gonna be all on you. So are you gonna be nice? Are you gonna not be so nice? It's all up to you, and it's all in the name of charity. So thank you to everyone who's donated so far to our charity, !charity. As you'll know by now, we are fundraising for November. I don't think I'm the one drinking this, by the way, which is
I
why
don't
I'm
think
smiling.
so either. I think you lined up to be a host of this part very fast, and
No?
unfortunately,
Really?
I will definitely be a drinker. So
Whatever gave you that impression?
yeah.
That's fine. I think the worst like abomination I've ever had is like it was blended pizza, cinnamon toast crunch, and milk. And like it's weird because I like those things individually, but together that was actually like the most disgusting thing I've ever
I
had.
think when you take food that is normally solid and you blend it, it instantly becomes dog water.
Yeah. There was that actually tasted like vomit. Like it was disgusting. So this is nothing.
Okay, so are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's begin the first poll. Guys, at the top of chat, you will see a poll popping up. You need to choose what you want to put into the mix. Is it going to be A, holy vanilla milkshake? Delicious. Or B, is it going to be holy banana milkshake? Keeping in the same like flavor profile, you know, not going too far. Banana or vanilla. If you guys had a choice, which one would you choose?
Vanilla.
You're vanilla?
Yeah?
Yeah. I would
I'm a
choose
little
vanilla.
bit more like experimentative, you know. I'm not that vanilla. Banana for me.
Yeah, banana?
Well,
Look at what's to come though. Vanilla might be a good safe choice.
I think so as well, but I'm spicing it up.
Yeah, I just hate bananas.
But
It's
I am
sausage
also not
thing.
the one to decide.
You hate banana?
Yeah, I'm not a banana eater.
Oof.
I'm a strawberry kind of gal.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, please, maybe, possibly for the first one, go for something nice. Go for vanilla. It's a nice base. But with 2 seconds left on the poll, the winner is holy banana milkshake. Krista, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Congratulations,
Oh,
Shaken. You
thank
got
you
your
guys.
banana.
Oh, we're lining this one up.
I mean, does it really matter when it's holy flavor? They all taste good.
That is true. That is true. Okay, round 2. We have a combination of holy iced tea, 2 flavors. The bomb one is actually my favorite, so I hope you get this one. So the first flavor that you're gonna have, or possibly have, is lime, matcha, and mint.
Sounds delicious, guys.
Or raspberry and vanilla.
Raspberry vanilla.
And remember, this is in combination with the already chosen banana milkshake. So help us out here.
Okay.
Please.
Poll is starting in the chat, so if you guys have a look at the very top, go ahead and vote. So the lime and matcha and mint, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be refreshing. You're gonna have a little bit of like pizzazz in that. Combinating with like the banana, it's gonna be combination for disaster. Yeah, but the raspberry and vanilla, it's nice. It's sweet. It's like ice cream.
Yep.
Yeah, mix some banana in there.
I definitely see how we could have chosen the vanilla milkshake and now raspberry vanilla on the tea.
I think that would have been really
I think
nice.
that's not the combination we're getting.
No. Let's have a look. 30 seconds left on the poll. 63% to lime, matcha, and mint. 36 to raspberry and vanilla. Chat's not being very nice to you guys. They want to combine a very unnatural holy flavor. 10 seconds left on the poll.
Little do they know, they just got reverse psychology so hard. This is exactly the flavors that we wanted. So
I've already done this on my free time, guys.
that was so easy. Like everyone just got baited so hard.
3, 2, 1. Lime, matcha, and mint.
Exactly what I wanted. Thank you.
So I just want to see. This is hilarious, by the way. So every single day of the race, we're on the last day of the race, I'm assuming. We have had my friend Guffan here come in here calling me the rat in Swedish. And now 4 other people from my old guild all come in and call me the rat. Everyone watching this disaster of a mixture. Everyone obviously voting to have the best drink possible for us. So my friends will back us up. Yeah, I mean, my friends will back us up. So
They call him Ratatouille.
True, actually.
It's just a shame your mixing skills won't go far with this one. Moving to number 3. Okay, this is where it gets a little bit dangerous. All right, option 1 is this. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Apple cherry soda.
Apple cherry.
Apple cherry soda.
Apfelkirsch.
Oh, it's carbonated too.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's soda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means that we might not be able to actually shake them. We'll find out.
No, we will definitely shake.
And then option 2 is this very nice almond milk.
Almond milk.
Almond milk.
That is like what you normally drink with Holy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So do we want to mix soda with matcha, mint, lime, and banana? Or do we want almond milk?
And if we go with the milk, it's like a milkshake then.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the safest option. Yeah. Of course, we don't want to do that. Or do we?
Yeah.
Chat is
We're reverse psychology in
50-50
everyone right
here.
now.
Yeah. We actually are, because guess what? Almond milk is disgusting. They just get it's so easy, man. It's so easy.
You've got like a nice like fruity combo here. You've got banana, you've got
A
the
little bit of apple.
the cherry, the matcha.
And soon we have some candy as well.
Yeah.
Like all natural.
Yeah, no milk. No milk, no cream. Super tasty. 3, 2, 1. And the winner of round 3 is cherry apple soda.
Easy, every flavor I wanted.
I'm getting excited a little bit.
Hold your horses. We still got a final
All
round.
right, we still
This
have
is
one
where
more,
it could
guys.
go anywhere. So, for our... Hold on a minute. How many are left in here? Marius.
Do we not have any other candy we could...
I would hate
It's
if they made me eat
floaters.
Kinder Candy right now.
So, this is the first option.
It's like...
I have
I can tell you what it
caffeine
tastes
shakes
like.
right now.
It's like Haribo, normal, soft, fruity. You know these bears, almost like the bears. You know,
It's gonna add a little bit of like crunchy texture.
not much crunch.
Not
a
much
little
crunch.
bit more.
Chew?
Yeah,
Chew.
chewy,
Chew.
soggy.
Question is, when
Floaters.
you drink this concoction with half shaken, half diluted powder in it, and then you come across that in your mouth, are you going to be able to keep the goblin concoction down?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All
I've.
right. Well, there
I
we
was gonna
go.
say I've had worse things in my mouth, but I'm not sure that's true.
Woo!
So
Option 2 are these apple sticks.
and the apple sticks, I think we could tear them up maybe.
Yeah,
Cut them
split
up in
them up.
small little bit pieces.
Yeah. Kind of like put them in like.
These are also good candy, by the way. I can give you a taste test of these as well.
Oh yeah, you know
Do you
what?
wanna
Let
have?
me see a little taste
Okay.
test. Yeah, taste test of the zoo.
Out of
These
10?
ones are a little bit more bland.
Mm-hmm. They got like the creamy stuff in the middle though, so you know, kind of the same flavor profile. Make sure you guys vote on the top of the chat. Are you gonna go for chewy fruit laces? No, chewy fruit sweets or apple laces. 65% of the chat wants you to do the apple laces. Honestly, I think the chewy chews.
Could someone from production maybe give us a knife to cut these in little smaller pieces? Oh, a spoon?
Oh god, yeah. We're gonna have to
Stir.
It's gonna be a good test to see how well holy power
We also have to,
dissolves without shaking.
you for the
Hey,
knife.
there's the knife. All right. 5 seconds left on the poll. 3, 2, 1. 1.5.
I have not smelled half-year-old energy drink. I don't know why I would ever try that.
Apple laces. All right.
Yeah.
Well, Krista, shaken.
We
This
could,
is your final concoction.
Yeah.
So we have
Holy
banana milkshake.
There's vanilla on the door. We need the banana.
Oh yeah. Oh whoops.
We can't
Good
be
spot,
too
good
nice.
spot.
Yeah, I really want the banana.
No.
Okay.
I'm not a
final
cheater,
concoction.
guys.
Holy banana milkshake. Matcha, lime, and mint
go.
iced tea. Apple and cherry soda. Topping it off with some apple laces. I think it's
Sounds
time that we
great.
put this experiment together.
Do you want pink? Do you want black?
I'll do whatever.
Okay, I'll take the pink one.
This is so gross.
No way. This is gonna be the best thing I've ever drank in my life.
Clean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It smells like dishwasher.
Yeah.
That's good. That's
a good smell, by the way. That's like cut grass to me. It's really good.
Cut grass is like the worst to me because I'm allergic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mmm. Delicious. All right.
How much is recommended dosage?
1 scoop.
Oh, the banana smells nice though.
Yeah. 1 scoop with the included scooper. Place that into your shaker.
It smells like
Banana.
yeah, but there's some banana candy like whatever.
Wait, actually, since we're mixing it, wouldn't we want to do a half scoop of each?
No, we're going
full
balls
send
to the wall.
Okay. Well, maybe you.
All right, you can
I
half
can't do
scoop
that.
it. You can half scoop it.
Nah, you don't want to have.
If you want to be
half-
a wuss.
I can't. Well,
Yeah.
I
You-
can't now. Yeah.
You don't
Okay,
want
this
chat saying
doesn't
you got
smell
half
as
of the
pleasant as
flavor.
the banana.
Yeah, this is more like a balanced, kind of refreshing flavor.
Oh, we are going for a balanced diet here.
Mhm.
All right, that's nice.
Mhm. 1 scoop in there.
All right,
1 scoop
great.
of the milkshake, and then this is at the point where you would usually top it off with your water or your milk, or your preferred choice of liquid. In this case, it is the apple and cherry. So if you want to get that open, we're gonna see the fizz.
You know what's even better, guys? This isn't even that cold. It's like lukewarm.
Yeah.
Lukewarm soda.
Careful.
You're telling me you don't
Steady.
heat up your soda before you drink it?
Oh yeah, microwave it usually. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna judge your pouring technique here.
Yeah, I actually use my little
Oh,
coffee
no.
maker. Put it in there.
But I can't use
Keep
too
going.
much.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
But
going.
she needs as well.
Keep going.
Do we have more
Keep
of
going.
these?
Keep going.
Do we have more
Stop.
of these?
Here we go.
Okay.
And now you want to use our little.
Can you prepare a
spin.
little bit of cutting up of the?
Ugh. Okay.
They call me the bartender.
Who calls you that?
Everyone. See, in Sweden we have snaps.
Okay.
Alcoholic beverage. And there's one that is called like what's the worst one? Help out, Swedish friends.
Yeah, I was like, I'm no help here.
Beska droppar. That is some of the that is true, bro. Beska droppar. Yeah. All right. That is like the absolute worst snaps. I cannot. You went for the shake.
Yeah, because that's what's really good about the shakers. They have these nice little ridges and stuff on them to shake it up. So.
Probably wouldn't recommend shaking a carbonated liquid.
Yeah,
though.
I utilize the.
But you know what?
It wasn't actually
Great
that bad.
shaker. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, maybe I go for her technique instead.
Yeah. Give it a little shake. That actually worked better than yours. Let's see the bottom, Krista. Is there
Wait.
any floaters?
Would this be like for me or for her?
You half it.
Half it?
It was hard to cut. It was a blunt knife.
All right.
Like an indent in my finger. Look at that. My indent. Zooming.
Just like half and half, right?
Zooming.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Look at that indent.
Oh, wait.
Blood, sweat, and tears went into this for you guys.
To take off the top. Oops.
Oh
Whoops.
god, that plot. Did you hear that? Delicious.
Oh.
Do you want me to cut another one? Oh no, you got it in. Okay, good. You get a good old shake. Sponsored by Holy.
That's the thing. Holy tastes so good that it doesn't matter what combo you do. It all tastes
The
good.
thing is, I actually don't think it will be that bad.
Shake
Like,
and
I
shake
generally don't think it would be that bad.
up.
Oh, the little fizz.
Oh, too late. Sorry.
Sis.
I wasn't
Yeah,
ready. I wasn't
give it
paying
a sniff
attention.
out of 10.
It smells kind of like a candy aisle, honestly. It's a little bit. A candy aisle combined with like an auto shop.
What
Yeah.
a combination.
Yeah, that sounds like a great combination, to be honest.
Yeah.
I like my candy with my oil, you know?
All right, are you ready to take the taste test?
You ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Cheers.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh, we're not sure. We're not sure. Shaking.
mean-
Shaking, slow down. Shaking. There's a health and safety hazard, man. Oh. Thinking?
Not bad.
Hey.
Not bad.
This is what I said. You guys picked the things that we actually wanted. You
Yeah.
just got reverse psychology. It was not even that bad.
I didn't get to eat any of the candy. A little bit disappointed.
Chris is going. Chris is going.
Yeah, it honestly just tastes like candy in a drink.
It was
Is it
actually
really not
pretty
that
good.
bad?
It was pretty good.
Yeah, it's like I would still drink like a Coca-Cola over
Great choice,
mixing
chap.
four random things, but
Mm-hmm.
Great choice.
Well, there you have it. Doesn't matter if you mix banana milkshake or iced tea with holy energy, you can't go wrong.
Now you can have a cute little monkey.
You can have a cute little monkey.
or a bear.
Or a bear.
You have the basic cup.
Nah, dude, this cup's way cooler.
Alright.
This cup's way cooler than the monkey.
So this is what you guys are going to be drinking for the rest of the day.
Wow.
If you keep serving it, I keep drinking it.
So energized.
I think if we thought ahead of time, I think we needed to go halves because it's like it's a bit strong, but we technically doubled the dose. So
We did double dose. Actually, it wasn't that bad. I thought it
no,
would be
it
way
actually
worse.
no, it actually wasn't that bad. See, honestly, if they went with the milk, I truly actually hoped they would not go with
yes,
the milk. That
I-
would have been
That's also I tried to go for a little bit of psychology on that one a little bit.
Yeah,
'cause
that's
I'm
a-
like the other one.
You did good.
like the first two. I actually said what I wanted, but when it was milk, I was like, oh, I was like, yeah, milk. I definitely want the milk. Like that one, I was like, I did not actually want all the
So
milk.
we just heard from production here that our lovely host should definitely taste it.
No,
Production.
I'm allergic to
Fun.
cherry. Cherries.
I've heard that's been going around lately.
Yeah.
Oh, chat requesting has to be done. If nothing, you are a people pleaser.
Oh, don't hit me with that.
Oof.
You know where to get me.
Disappointing everyone here.
Alright, well that's just mean. Drink it with the almond milk? No. Okay,
Yeah, the thing is, we'd have to make a new one, but I can give you an out and say I'm actually very sick, so you probably shouldn't drink out of this one.
well,
Oh,
maybe I shouldn't drink it then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't drink it.
I think we have a lot more in the venue. We have a bunch of different... We have... Guys, I mean, take care of this poll. Coke Zero, Pepsi Max, soda of all types of flavors, and a bunch of holy flavors. We can mix them all together for Rage to try. What do we say about that? Yes or no?
You're so evil.
guys, you're trying to make it sound like a punishment, but you're just feeding us the best tasting powder mixture that there is. You know, like, we're all happy to do this.
That's true.
So you want me to try all of the holy flavors together?
We have 6 here.
Energy,
I think,
hydration, iced tea, and milkshake.
together with a beverage of chat choice. Yeah.
Mate. Oh, God. Oh, no, you can't
Bring
put
in
it as
another
a
shaker,
poll.
please.
What charity donation do it? That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, it's potentially the last shift. Could we round it off?
Round it off to 6,000?
Yeah.
Well, we need another 240. So that's not too bad.
It's not too bad considering it's all of the flavors
It's a tax
together.
write-off, depending on the country you're in, so... FYI.
She knows American taxes.
Yeah, only... But if it's in the States, only if you itemize, though. You can't actually write off donations
No.
if you're itemizing.
Don't do that to my shaker.
Ay, ay, ay. It has your name on it.
My poor shaker. Oh, okay.
You know, I think that one's actually the best. The cow-pig hybrid. I'm not actually sure which animal it is.
It's definitely a cow.
Oh, okay.
It has horns.
I don't know, man. I'm not a cow expert. I don't know what they look like.
Yeah, but you would be a pig expert. You know, pigs doesn't have a horn.
Well, they
Or
don't
a-
have snouts like that, though.
That is true, actually.
Yeah.
But that is fur.
I don't know. It's probably more like Pokemon territory.
All right.
I've got no idea. All right, we're just preparing another one here.
So it'll be a minute. I think we need to bring in some more. What was that? The cherry apple soda, I think, or she could try the almond version.
The almond milk.
Yeah, why
that
don't
sounds
she try
great,
the almond
guys.
version? Yeah.
That's
milk?
mean. That's mean. You can't do me like. You can't explain how the almond milk is gonna taste disgusting and then be like, "Here, each have it."
Well, for me personally, I just like don't like almond milk. I love milk. I'm a big milk drinker for sure. But
almond milk's the
milk,
worst. Out of all
yeah,
of
I'm
them.
not a big almond milk kind of person.
We could do what
like
we
nut.
when we were kids. You can in school you could like go for either water or milk.
Yeah.
And then for whatever reason we were mental. We would go for what we would call medicine, 50-50, milk and water. So we could go with that one as well.
That's
it's up to chat, really.
disgusting. That's actually grim. Why
Well.
would you do that to yourself when you have like a perfect cute carton of milk? You'd mix it with water.
Because I was a kid and I was stupid. But
Because you're a kid.
chat has decided for sure you're drinking it.
Alrighty then. We ran a poll.
We did. And it was overwhelmingly positive. We did not reach our charity. But we have actually had a lot of charity donations this year.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's kind of been insane.
And since at least we aren't giving them Lorgok, Deep Shades and Sko tonight, I feel like you could fill in the void by helping us out here with a little bit of a drink.
Alright, yeah, I will then.
You know, I was actually making that connection as well. I totally see how you got there. Yeah.
Well, sounds perfect. All right. Load up the poll. We need a bunch of soda options. And we need almond milk, water, or a combination of almond milk and water.
So are we doing milkshake, iced tea, energy?
I think we just everything on the table, a little bit scoop of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, a scoop of everything.
A little bit of everything.
Like a 1/4 scoop or a half scoop. Otherwise, that'll be like. Will be
A little
too
bit
little.
of banana. A little bit of. So for the chat to see what we have here, we have the lime matcha mint we just tried. We also have the pink grapefruit. Sounds great. What else? We have cranberry. Yum. And cactus camel.
Okay, what does that actually taste like?
What is that
Wait,
taste?
can I see that for a second? Just want to see. Look at this. Oh, I got a little too close.
Yeah, be careful.
Oh gosh.
They're very powdered.
Yeah. Holy moly!
How did you guys keep a straight face when you sniffed the matcha? By the way, it just tastes like dirt. It
Not
smells
sure,
like
but
dirt.
we got a donation to
Oh.
finish off the $6,000. Thank you so much.
Holy.
Oh, we did. Oh, well done.
That's insane. Was that one person? No way.
Yeah, Patrick.
$240. Bon appetit.
Sounds great.
07, sir.
All right.
This is to you and everyone else who's donated to the
So
charity.
we have done the matcha mint and we have done
the
this.
pink grapefruit. The pink grapefruit, by the way, is my favorite flavor of Holy. So I
Alright.
swear to God, if this ruins it for me, I'm gonna be so upset. So upset.
Oops.
Okay, I'm going in now with the cranberry.
Let's not forget which ones you've done. You're not skimping out on anything.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, checking the officer, making sure no one skips out.
Yeah, these are the ones so far.
Yeah.
Let's finish off. What does cactus camel taste like? What's it supposed to be?
I was confused on that one too, but I trust it.
All right.
I mean, actually, okay, I'm gonna sound really dumb here, but I'm pretty sure inside cactuses, animals eat that, right? There's like
Yeah.
stuff in
Yeah.
there, like bats eat it and
Camels
stuff. Yeah.
eat it.
Yeah, cool.
I
don't-
think on. Yeah, but you don't have to speak during this. We have voted for almond milk mixer. Thank you, chat. All right. I think we can have a big scoop of banana, actually. A little bit. Because we have been taking a little bit less on everything
Yeah,
else.
I've been watching. She's getting like equivalent to how much we took, so I think
Alright.
they're fair scoops. Coming in with
Good
the second
save.
opinion.
Yeah. I was a little bit too strict. We're playing good cop, bad cop here, guys.
Yeah. That's what we were saying earlier. If we were officers in a guild, you'd be the one like telling people to shut up, and I'd be like, oh, can you please update this?
Ooh, that smells like a lot. All right.
I think that's about right.
Very nice. We can skimp on the candy, I think. Didn't do much.
Yeah, it would have to
So,
dissolve more.
Almond milk. All
Was it
right.
raspberry vanilla? Yeah, see, that would be one of my favorites too. I'm a big raspberry person.
Nice. Oh. Opening a milk container is the hardest part, apparently. Oh, nice.
Ooh,
Load it
yum,
up.
yummy.
Doing the little, yeah, yeah.
It's warm.
It's
Nah, warm milk is actually good. Underrated. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be great. I think we lucked out, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly. They were... No, they're the kind of fruits that went pretty good together, so I honestly wasn't too worried. I think it was truly just like the milk that I was mostly worried about, so...
So here we are.
It's like we've passed it on. Someone has to do it.
Right before the Raiders are getting back into it. Perfect timing.
Ooh, Dark Mix. Come back. Hello.
Chug.
Just in
chug,
time.
Chug. Chug. Nice.
Looks delicious. That kind of looks like a light coffee.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the worst if you didn't know it wasn't 6 different flavors.
Mm-hmm.
It did fizz. I don't know. That is what happens when you move. Can't be that bad. She's saying it's actually not
That's
that
the power
bad.
of holy.
Slight aftertaste. Okay. Aftertaste, not the best.
Wait, can I have that? I just want to
Oh,
see
the
it.
drink. Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
Do you want to smell it?
Yeah, I just want to at least like smell
okay.
it.
I thought you wanted to drink it.
No, probably not. I honestly, it doesn't even smell that bad, but like, I don't really want to try because almond milk is just baseline gross.
Can be over there, I think.
Yeah, we'll keep that over there.
All right. Raiders are ready. Locked in. We could do that. So while we are getting rid of all of the stuff we have here on the table, and right before the Raiders are getting in for another set of pulls, we're gonna go to some commercial break, but we will be back in a jiffy.
Mm-hmm.
Waggle. Waggle. Welcome back. Hello. We have returned, and we have a poll going on. So let's go and have a look at it. So, yeah, that was fun.
That was a lot of fun.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. Something just did not sit right at the end. I wanted to tank it. I wanted to be like you. I wanted to just be an absolute Chad, and then it just didn't settle right in my tummy.
No.
And up it came. Up, 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 like our best polls of the day. Or technically down, down, down. Hey, I saw earlier we went from 60 to 40%.
Yeah.
In one poll.
And that is usually how this boss plays out.
Oof. That is pretty nice.
This has also been happening a lot.
Right, talk me
which
through it.
We need to fix. Basically, in P1, we have a bunch of canisters that every single one of those, at least 3 people have to be soaking.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we have 4 on the floor. That is then 12 people. And then we have 2 of the big red circles as well. A bunch of people there as well.
What are the big circles doing? They
Same
soak
thing.
mechanics, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
And that is a big heal absorb. If a heal absorb doesn't get healed, we die. That is usually not a problem. But what is a problem is when we have another mechanic that we have to move away from, we might miss one of the circles having the right amount of players in it. And then we explode and die. One interesting mechanic just in general how it works on Mythic is we start with one quadrant already locked away, I can say. It's already filled with lightning. So that means, as it is on normal and heroic, we have 2 control panels on each of the quadrants. Once you have taken down the 2 control panels, that quadrant is now off limit as well. So all of P1, we run around dealing with the ads, dealing with all the heal absorbs, putting in on one of the control panels.
Yep.
But we haven't deactivated anything yet. Then right at the end of P1, we have to deactivate 1 quadrant, so we only play on half of the player area. That is P2. And then during P2, we will do another one towards the end. And that will make it so that we are playing in 1 pizza.
Got it.
If any of the 6 players at the end, or like 5 players at the end, sorry. If any of the 5 people that have previously pressed a bomb into a control panel dies, we all explode.
Oh,
so
that's not okay.
Those 5 people are an extra keep an eye out that they don't die.
Yeah.
What we have seen them do is 3 mages.
Yeah.
And then I think even Nate held a bomb at some point.
Yep.
Which means he's a tank. If tank dies, we usually die anyway. And then maybe we have another tank afterwards. Maybe we use a DH. Maybe we use a monk. I don't know which one. We will see, but we haven't gone that far yet.
Okay, that's a nice little wrap up. Thank you very much. So, yeah, Patrick is the one who topped off the donation goal. Thank you very much, Patrick. He was a huge dono.
It was a big one.
Thank you very much.
Here.
Early death. Not okay, but that's okay. We have a battle res. We can get him up. This is a really interesting mechanic. I love this like electrified windmilling that's kind of going around. Like each of the players being split evenly in their own quadrants and having their own electrical beam that they can't crisscross.
Yeah.
Gallywix's mech is back to blasting. We have 3 ads here, right? So 2 ads are the same, and then 1 ad is the technician, right?
Yeah, usually. There are a couple of sets that don't even have a technician, but yeah.
What does the technician do? Why?
Technician is the one that drops the bomb, that we will then use the frontal to charge up the bomb so that we can use it.
Got ya.
To move on.
Okay, cool.
So we see those after every blue frontal.
Yeah.
We will see blue orbs on the side. On this one, we stack it like towards the end. So at the bottom of our screen, we see a bunch of blue puddles.
Yeah.
Or like blue orbs. Those you use to charge up a bomb.
I see.
Because on Mythic, you cannot use the bomb right away. You have to charge it up first.
Yeah. And then we take the bomb over to the control panel and then blow up the control panel.
Yes.
I see. Do you know what the control panel is actually doing for Gallywix? Is it powering up his mech? Or something like that? Because there's gotta be, like, I was looking at this fight from like a story point of view. You got Gallywix in the center, he deploys his mech, he goes over to his mech, he tries to kill us straight off with the total destruction. Obviously, we kick that. We shield him. We kick that. And then he starts trying to kill us off as we're trying to kill these control panels. So my theory was that the control panel is the one in charge of the, I don't know, I'd say like the big blue blast, but he does that anyway in the final stage, right?
Yeah, but you're sort of right. So on Heroic and Normal, you play this mechanic called Giga Coil or something like that.
Yeah.
And this Giga Coil is actually a mechanic we're avoiding here in Mythic instead by using a bomb. In P1, I'm not sure that is the case though. I think we're sort of just using the bombs when we can in P1 to like transition him before he reaches a certain number. I actually don't know on this one because I don't think there are any Giga Coils here in P1. And obviously this boss is a little bit special when it comes to what's it called, like Dungeon Journal. So not all the information is available to us.
Yeah, I saw that last night, you know. I looked at the Dungeon Journal, saw that it was only stage 1, and then looked at Echo's progression at the time, because they were the only one on it when I was looking. And I thought, wow, have they not put the mechanics in the Dungeon Journal because that's not what Liquid is up to? Like, is that what the situation was? But that was the whole secret phase.
Basically,
right?
Yeah.
It was just them just not giving us the information of what's to come in the fight, and therefore, that's the secret phase.
But we have both Wildy and one of our tanks down, and we will not have a res all of P1 here.
Yeah.
So
this will be a GG wipe go again. They might play it out just to feel out the mechanics a little bit more. They do have a combat res coming up in about 60 seconds, but with Wildy dead, like you said, he's one of the main bomb carriers.
Yeah.
It's kind of GG go again. You see Jimmy dropping, followed by FTM. You see that blue blast there. I'm guessing that if they stand in that blue blast, they're gonna take a lot of damage.
yeah, they should for sure. And it's cannot hit a bomb, but we need it to charge a bomb.
Yeah. Oh, we can't hit a bomb, but we need it to charge. How do we charge it without it hitting?
Basically, the puddles on the ground after the beam is gone is still there, and then you walk over them with the bomb.
Ah, I see. All right, cool. Well, looks like we're not getting... Oh, no, we did have a dedicated break, didn't we? Yeah, oh, God, yeah. How could I forget? Quickly erase that one from my mind.
Exactly. That's stuff to your memory, apparently.
Cool beans, all right. So, what have you and I saw you had a lovely Kana couch session earlier. What were you guys chatting about?
We were yapping about a lot of history about Race to World First, obviously, and a little bit of chat being chat on the day of World First kill.
Always the same. Love chat being chat on a World First day.
Yeah,
it's great.
And then, for whatever reason, we have had a lot of friends in here today. Kvisten being one of them. He's waiting for me to get off because I have Kata raid in 8 minutes.
Oh, you raiding Kana?
Yeah.
Ah, what's the Kata raid you're doing?
Dragon Soul.
Cool.
Hopefully, we do some more heroic bosses today because we have only killed 4 bosses on heroic actually. But we have not raided for. We didn't raid last week. And the week before that, we raided like 9-man or 8-man even.
Where's Dragon Soul in the format of Cataclysm raids? Because you have Spine of Deathwing.
Kata raid.
Is that Spine of Deathwing? Does that include?
Oh
Spine?
yeah, and Madness.
Oh, cool. So you're gonna fight Deathwing at the end?
Yeah, but I'm 99% sure we are getting there on normal. Ultraxion shouldn't be a big problem. I don't think that's a healer check, and obviously I'm the best healer in the world.
Obviously. So you got that down.
Won't be a problem, guys.
Yeah.
And then it's Warbreaker or whatever he's called, the big Tauren guy on a chip.
On a chip?
On a ship.
Oh, on a ship! I was picturing a Tauren on a chip, dude, like a crisp. Like, okay, I'm not gonna judge you Cataclysm people, but that's interesting.
Alright, we need some more almond milk, guys.
Hey,
$5 more dollars for some more.
Hey, no. I'll be good. So what are you playing?
I'm playing Disc Priest.
Of course. A little bit of Disc Priest action.
The other healer we have is Holy Paladin. So we do a little bit of Disc Priest, Holy Paladin action.
Only 2 healers?
Most of it is 2 healers and 10 mana, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. No bigger than 10 man, though.
No, we don't do 25. That is the other difficulty in Kata. You can both do 10 man or 25 man, and both heroic and normal.
I see.
There was no mythic difficulty back then.
That explains why you're doing heroic and not mythic.
Yeah.
You think that classic raiding is more fun than retail raiding, in your opinion?
It's way more relaxed.
Oh, okay.
Like it's like way easier. We're just playing for fun. Classes aren't that complicated. Some mechanics are maybe a little bit more fun, but
does it not make it harder if the classes are less complicated? You have less utility? No?
Nah.
Okay.
Basically, the game is, the game is tuned around you not having all of this stuff available. So when you have everything available, that stuff can become very complicated very fast and very hard very fast.
Yep. So there's probably less stuff on the floor to dip, dodge, dive.
Yeah, exactly.
In a classic raid.
I mean, some of the raiders, Kane included, was a little bit mad that we just went in there YOLO and have no idea what mechanics do. But that is kind of how we do it, right?
Yeah,
we're
definitely.
We're 10 players. Half of the raids still play retail, and the other half is me, one of my good friends, Legend Larkin, Kanamans, Nogi, all of these players.
Nogi's in there.
Yeah.
Cool.
And we just go in, it's like, I don't remember what this boss does. And then we have to like dungeon journal mid-combat almost. We're chilling.
That's wicked. Oh, I'd love to just be able to go into a raid
Henry
blind.
is also in that raid, so he's also in here waiting
Henry?
for me.
My favorite guy.
Yeah.
I love Henry. He had a really good mog.
Not good enough for Hall of Fame, apparently.
You were too strict on him.
Not good enough for Hall of Fame.
Too strict.
I have that effect on women, he says. Do you see what a dirtbag this guy is? He has a fiance, though. A fiance and 2 cats. Can you imagine?
Need I remind you, sir, you have a significant other?
Me
Need
too.
I remind you?
Yeah.
Me too?
Me too.
Nice. Congrats. Me too.
Yeah.
Way. That was awful.
That is what I do.
You got my pinky. I like your girlfriend. She's actually kind of hilarious. Throwing back to our 11 o'clock pyramid chat where she drops you a message.
Yeah.
Heyo. Take the hint. She's not interested. I was interested in the pyramid talk. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll never live that one down. The thing is, I've had the same chat to her multiple times, and she's not interested. So maybe she's just like projecting, to other people.
Yeah, maybe. What is she into then, if not pyramids? Earthquakes, natural disasters?
Nah, she's more like, wow, have you seen this old wooden antique furniture? I'm like, wow, looks great.
No flame?
No flame, of course. And then she's like, I'm gonna buy this for $1 million. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like it would be worth it. And she's like, bro, it's a catch, trust me. Someone could pay 2 for this.
Yeah?
Well, then she bought it, refurbished it, and every single day I got update pictures. And obviously have to be very kind. Looks great.
No flame?
No.
This is all coming out now.
But she's great. She is great.
She sounds sweet. She sounds sweet. Ah.
Hello, guys.
Hi, friends. How we doing, chat? How we feeling? It's 7 o'clock, coming up to 7 o'clock here in Stuttgart. What time is it for you guys? You're leaving in 2 minutes, Shaken.
I am.
This is the last 2 minutes of your shift ever for the Liberation of Undermine.
If they kill it tonight.
Yeah, they'll kill
Who
it tonight.
knows what happens tomorrow, guys?
Surely. 2 p.m. Where in the world are you for 2?
Americans, bro.
Oh, Americans.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
like
yeah.
New York, East Coast people.
Ah. Oh, Miami. Love that. What was that flat pizza box next to Nate and the guy next to him? It's a pizza. It's a pizza that they're having for dinner, and I'm also having for dinner. So I think it's time we say goodbye to Shaken. And we're going to treat you guys to some TeamSpeak comms for this next poll. So goodbye, my friend.
It was great seeing you. If I'm not back,
see you next
it has
race.
been fun.
07.
Yeah, that is true. So next year, for sure, Method is winning. Next race, whatever. Bye-bye, chat.
Bye-bye. See you guys later.
The same thing applies for P1. Like, look at these moments and see what I are doing. The Wombo moment.
We're on a...
Are they going into the circle?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
No, wait. Should I press remove all on Shard and Amaran? Or is it the same thing? Sure. Bang. Boom. And boom.
Oh, I mean, that seems
Is
really
the-
fucking convenient.
Is this tank explosion giving them a safe zone or what?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
That sounds comfy.
Is there something wrong with the way we're doing it? It feels fine, but I haven't
It
been
feels-
here, so...
I
Not
disconnect
great.
from the boss like every time personally.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
The Wombo coming in.
The bait is also on top of the Soga I was in earlier, like half the time.
Well, that doesn't seem good.
Yeah. Well, not like on top, but like covering half of it or some shit, so you had to like wedge in the on the side. It was not very comfy.
Okay, so let's try 5 times and hopefully everyone has...
I think sending it 5 times might cause the problem again. But let's find out.
Finish a multiple people. Is more difficult, I guess.
Every time you don't follow the reminder, Marana sends you a new one.
Are we doing it how they did it with the baiting or what?
No, we carry on going. We've done like
Okay.
plenty of tries doing what we're doing. It's fine. We just need to stop randomly losing a tank because we go into the intermission. That's what needs to happen. Everything else is going pretty much fine.
Yo, Hofta, mate. I have a big cock now, yeah, if you need it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Really? Bomb with the schlong.
I would prefer to use it on DPS at some point, but if you need it, we can assign it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's only P1 that is rough for me. With like nothing happening anymore.
Nate's probably.
3, 2, 1, now. That dies. Rockets, and we're baiting frontal. 2, 1. Finish the guy. Canisters. Bring up star.
Sure.
Sure, this guy gets a bit of damage. He kind of ran off. Canisters coming. Oak, and then we bait frontal. 2, 1, now. And canisters again. Soaking here. And then we're running up to the ads. We prepare for Wombo here. Rockets coming out. And baiting 3, 2, 1, go. I mean, the healing soak was in complete wrong position.
Yeah, I was too slow.
I also still had 2 reminders.
Has to be some face stuff at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Go again once we're ready.
Nice run.
3, 2, 1, kick. So the Zad dies. Do some kicks. Rockets coming, get away, and we're baiting. 2, 1, now.
Stand back up.
It's going to be canisters now. Res.
No thanks.
Oh.
Oh, I know what happened. I was very confused why I died. I now understood what happened.
Yeah. That
You
does not
seem to
look
have
right.
Soaked all of the things.
Yes, I saw
Whoa.
all of the things.
That is acceptable. Crystal, please buff.
Fine.
Thank you.
I was busy chatting.
Needs rally.
3, 2, 1, kick. Kill this technician. Kicks and soothes, rockets coming. Beating frontal. 2, 1, now. The canisters after. And we're running to the ads. Make sure this one dies as well. Canister soon. Soothes. Soak. We have fat absorb on someone, I think. More canisters here. We're running to green ads here, don't cheat. Setting up for Wombo. Three, 2, 1, now. I'm getting ads here.
Out to fringe.
And more canisters in a second. Kicks and soothes, take one out.
You need to taunt one.
Six. Kicks, please. Running away.
Stanko.
Ball should be around cross. Get a res on into. We're baiting to the outside of the room. Rockets away.
Oh my god.
2, 1, now.
Watch verb and pricey. They're in danger.
Canisters.
Why is this me?
Put the blast between, like.
Some of these lines are still incredibly illegal.
That there was a guy just like straight running with it for like 2 seconds, and then felt like.
Healers with the TikTok canisters, can we be a little closer together sometimes? The Venn diagram is not very large.
There was one where I said there's going to be a fat absorb because I swear it almost looked like a healer soloed it. I mean, we would have blown up, so obviously not. But yeah, like edging a bit more. You're not making it easy for
I think
them.
it was Skin that just ran closer to me and away from the other guy. I don't really know why though.
Where?
Just one of the canisters. So the people couldn't soak it in the middle. I think it was like second canisters or something.
The people with the lines at the end of P1 needs to get like to the sides, like not in where we wanna, because what always ends up happening is like people with lines are like standing in what ends up being the Giga Coil bait, and then they have to move last second. So move far to the sides where we are not baiting.
By the way, in the last talk, I think both bangers in spam was in 2, but I don't know which, but one of yours should be in 1, or?
Yeah, I just tried. Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
Those who were dead, I thought it was back up.
Yep, that was during no
I'm here.
confusion.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Neutral.
3, 2, 1, kick.
Use this way more, right? If we need damage, I think.
It doesn't gain you anything.
Kill the technician.
I thought this, okay.
Facing frontal, 2, 1, now. Then canisters after, make sure that guy dies, he's running around. Soaks. Running over to ads, don't cheat. Damage on this guy as well. Gonna be canisters soon. Get in. Bomb going to the right, we're baiting frontal. 2, 1, now. And more canisters.
Dispel Sunny?
No. Where's Scoffed at?
Skip.
We're running up by green. Don't cheat. Kicks and soothes, preparing for Wombo. Rocket's coming. We're baiting.
Oh.
Three, 2, 1, now. We're getting ads next. Watch your feet when they land. Pull one out. Kicks and soothes. Canisters. Soak. Need another kick in a second. We're running through Star here. Boss around cross. Bait the beam to the outside, guys. 2, 1, now. And then canisters.
Neutrally now. Great damage. What's your health?
As well.
Soak. Drag the bomb like up a bit when you can, but not all the way, like just in the middle, yeah. Yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. We didn't handle it
the
well,
bomb, yeah.
Pricey?
Did you not charge it or something?
Yes.
Was it not charged?
No.
We're guessing not if you went over there and, and we're still dying. The only explanation.
How about that? Sorry.
Shelly Didn't like somebody say that like all the timings start like when you kick the boss? Or am I wrong?
Yeah. Okay.
It was me that said that.
Oh, yeah, it
that's
was
what
Tom.
Liquid said yesterday.
The timers start when you kick. Yes, but like as we from at least from heroic, right? The enrage timer is global.
Yeah,
So you
most
don't
likely
gain
enrage timer
anything
is
by.
global. Everything else is.
So like you not kicking in stage, just like not.
Yeah,
doing
you don't skip any mechanics at the end. So.
Okay. Okay.
I'm still hearing 4 flourishes.
Did you flourish 4 times?
Yep.
Good.
Then why did we die?
Because I walked into a blue orb during my convoke.
I really feel like it's maybe I'm like Weakara fanboy, but it's like Weakara to tell you when you're done charging your bomb, right? It's happened like once for all of our bomb carriers almost.
No. I think a ding or a tick or something when it's done is good. I agree.
Like it's not a repeat
It has
issue.
happened twice now, yeah. Total, I think.
But ideally it happens 0 times, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but take a look.
I
at
fully
it.
agree.
This is HP.
Neutrally.
3, 2, 1. Tick. Slap the technician. Rockets coming and basing frontal. 2, 1. And canisters after.
Dispower. Yeah.
Oh shit, I was muted, I didn't even realize. Oh, okay.
What?
Was it?
Huh?
Someone's
me,
not
yeah.
make that soak.
Someone's not in there, so.
Fucking Swedes, bro. Hate the Swedes.
Agreed.
I'm a Finn, bro. I'm a Finn. Me and Dragnia, bro. Holy fuck. Fuck the Swedes.
Based. You're gonna exclude Tanko like that? The actual only like
I'm
true
changing
Finn?
my Twitter handle. Mr. Finland.
Mr. Finland.
I missed my focus on the map, and I focused something that was just called "Oh wow."
Oh wow.
Oh, that's
I got you, bro.
That's right.
Look in raid chat, boys. I got you all here, dude. Boom. Only works on the one waiver, not the double wave, but and you have 2 macros for focus, and then you're sorted. Put 2 focus macros. This own sick technician. Okay, you don't need both of these macros, but just the at one. I was experimenting at first.
What the fuck does the second line do?
Why do you not just have a mouse over focus and cast at focus?
I'm gonna compare. Okay, nice kicks, bro. 1 versus 2. Go on then.
Well, Jimmy has very low DPI, so it takes a long time for him to move his mouse.
I'm busy using
Let's
my
go.
mouse for actually playing the game, you know.
In Crystal compared to everybody in the world has a very low DPI.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Crystal's mouse is alien.
Is on some shit. Oh the fuck.
What's your DPI, Crystal?
5 million.
10k?
He's
Holy.
one of those, bro. Goes into a pub and it's like, yo,
What
baby, do you know
those?
what I can
He's just
control,
him.
bro? 5k DPS mouse.
Neutrally.
3, 2, 1. Now. Whack this technician.
What the fuck am I hearing, dude?
I don't know. I'm just ignoring it. Rockets. I'm basing frontal. 2, 1, now.
Have chain back up.
The guy dies. Canister's coming. Running through star, don't cheat. Some damage on the technician. Canister's coming next. Soak. We're baiting frontal. 2, 1, now. Giving more canisters. Soak. I'm running through green, don't cheat. Kicks and soothes, just cleave. Wombo coming. We're baiting. 3, 2, 1, now.
Really?
My target's this. This is gonna be sketchy.
Do something, dude.
Alright, watch your health now. We're gonna get whacked for a bit.
No personals, if you have personals. Make
That's
shit on
coming. Kicks, soothes. Canister's coming. Soak. Kicks. We're running through star. Don't cheat here either. It fucks people up.
Didn't see.
Just run out.
Please kick at least.
Yeah, look at this. Like, that's so bad.
Fuck.
You literally killed someone.
Me.
Res. Baiting on the outside. Two, 1, now. Technician needs to die.
Target's with me.
And soaks out. Back the boss to the spot after.
We need 1 more and 2.
Hey, Charlie. Yep.
Oh, sorry. Can't move back in with the tank. Blow up.
Someone is spawning the worst fire here.
Also, please kick.
Is it fine if I like run ahead, but I'm like at the inside of the boss room?
Don't think so.
As in like not fine or?
But then,
yeah.
Then it
Okay.
might be me, but I'm like very far the edge.
Hello?
Welcome back.
Like, I
Can
think
you
that's
hear?
a problem, then
I can't hear myself.
I will
I'm
not
gonna
run
assume
ahead
that you
anymore
can hear
because
me.
I think I'm running
Yeah, I
ahead
can
a
hear you.
Chat,
little bit
hello?
on like far the edge.
No, I think you're
Welcome
okay.
back, everybody.
It's the
I
people
hope
who
you
are doing
enjoyed
it
those
near the
couple of
hole in the
polls
middle.
with TeamSpeak Insight. Our
If boss
Steelseries
is on cross
is
and we're going to
actually.
these
Forgive
ads,
me.
I think it's fine.
Hello, hello, hello. Good evening. We've had our food buff. The Raiders have had their food buff.
Yeah, what was your food buff?
Pizza.
Mine was mac and cheese.
Oh. That's very American of you.
Is that an American thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's kind of nice though.
Cheese and noodles? Come on. What more do you need?
Mac and cheese is lush. I love it. Welcome back, chat. Hello, hello, hello. Before we throw you guys back into another poll, I just want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, Steelseries, which are a peripheral partner providing the Raiders with premium hardware, keyboard, mouse, and headset. Also, the Legends that are throwing goodies your way after every single mythic boss kill that we get for the very first time. Obviously, there's going to be one for this one once we get it down tonight. Hashtag Posy Vibes. Scan Computers, the UK's leading hardware for peripherals and components, alongside their award-winning 3XS PC configurator. You dream it, they build it. It's your one-stop shop for all tech, pro audio, pro video, and pro gaming. As well as Surfshark, which keeps you protected while you're browsing online. You get 4 months free with our link, an insane VPN that allows you to browse content from other locations. That's all I'm saying. It's been a lifeline. As well as a 30-day money back guarantee. And lastly, Fateless for with us again this tier. Obviously, they're creating their insane hero collector game, Godforge. So if you want to be part of shaping that game, !Fateless, sign up for the beta, which should be released very, very soon. Thank you so much to our sponsors for making this possible. It's always lovely to be back in a venue, casting, methods, performance. And yeah, without further ado, let's check in on the Raiders to see where we're at. I think we are yapping still, potentially trying to figure out what's going wrong. I can see Quet pulling up some insane paint strats right now to show the guild. Got to utilize paint, yeah. I've done it. My raid leader's done it.
Paint is what you bring out when like something is not sinking in and you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna share paint. Look at this. And then you just like angrily draw what you need to describe.
Yeah. Expert tools. Sometimes you just need paint.
Yeah, no, paint is good.
Did casters lost today for the Race World stream, or potentially? I mean, we don't stop until the Raiders stop. So, oh, new gold being cooked up. Oh,
yeah, you guys never know what it could be.
Huge thank you, by the way, to everyone who's donated to the charity, because I've realized that this is the most charity that we've raised since before Vault of the Incarnates, the first raid of Dragonflight.
Yes.
Yeah, since Dragonflight. So big claps to you guys. You are absolutely insane. Thank you to every single one who have donated so far. And we have another goal, which is being cooked up.
Literally or figuratively.
Yeah, true. But yeah, we don't stop until the Raiders stop. So, I mean, first and second place may already be snagged, but that doesn't mean that we stop. Method, we're notorious for going until the Raiders have killed the final boss. We do not stop. So you will not, this will not be the final stream of the Race to World First. Oh, I love Faithy's little hat. That hat and Faithy is super iconic.
I have one of those.
They're so cute.
Yeah.
There was a really sad tale about that hat, actually. I think it was Avarice. Yeah, Avarice. Kexman was casting and he had it on his head, and he went to put these headsets back like on his head, and he forced it down, and his little propeller snapped.
The trick is to like put it on forward and then
flip it back.
Yeah, saying from experience, I love that hat. I have one of those.
If only he knew. He had to go over to Faithy and tell Faithy that he'd snapped his favorite hat. But he's been reunited.
That's
Look at
good.
him. It's like a 3-year-old with a fidget toy.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we're gonna keep going until they kill it, which again, we're hoping for tonight. We were kind of like, I think, assuming before it was gonna be like early afternoon, but they're taking a bit longer than we'd like. And I mean, hypothetically, I'm not saying this is gonna happen, and I'm not saying we think this is gonna happen, but like hypothetically, if they didn't kill it tonight, the streams would turn on again in the morning and we'd continue on, but we definitely don't want that.
No, we want it down, and we will get it down. I promise that we
I mean,
will.
you kind of have to. This is like easier than like sticks.
Yes.
So
yeah, we have like a little bit of an issue point at some part of the fight, but we get over that, and then literally the last stage is just a rinse and repeat of set mechanics. It's easy, right? Right? Surely.
Yeah, it is a bit tougher earlier in the fight, so we're hoping. Let's see, I want to find the. Well, first off, actually, let's find the Galaxy. Look how off we are.
Oh god.
Actually, you're probably gonna be the closest person now.
Yes.
At this point. Yeah, I think you won this one.
That was a laughing stock for all of the polls, right? And then I just swoop in with the grand finale.
Yeah, I kind of
love
look
that.
like an idiot on this one.
Although I really hope it doesn't go up to 136.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even that would be an overestimation, but you should be the closest one on this, so...
What have we got for Mugsy?
Mugsy. Yeah, I was pretty high on that one too.
Okay, Sko was
yeah.
bang on actually.
Yep.
No, he wasn't. I'm looking at one-armed. 139. Royben? Yeah.
I'm forgetting what the pull count was on Mugsy now. That feels like it's so long ago already.
It's just below.
Oh yeah, right. I could look at the literal screen.
It's okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's been a long week. And then one-armed bandit was 102 pulls in total. What did we guess for that?
One-armed bandit. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. So mine was okay on this one.
Yeah, you were the closest.
But I mean, you get points for confidence though.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, you get points for confidence. It's like the bonus stars in Mario Party. They count.
They do. The amount of games that have been sniped from me from those bonus stars.
Exactly.
Insane.
But since I know you were here for a bit. I was taking mine to, actually we staggered our breaks a little bit. So sorry if you already did this before I left. But
no, we didn't.
I just want to catch up and take a look at this graph here. We are on pace with liquid pulls, which not great. But we can see that they made jumps from the 40% mark down, and Echo as well, who had seen the strat, made like 15-20% jumps. So I'm hoping we can see that soon, because the fight is kind of a meme once you get to that like 35% area.
Yep.
They just kind of need to push it. So
yeah, we have that we have that sort of like 10% issue where we just need to keep pushing and then get to the next phase, and we should be fine and dandy. There's a really cool, well, it depends what your definition of cool is, but there's a cool mechanic that Nate may or may not do with one of the bombs that I'm looking forward to doing. It's basically just risking his life and in turn risking a raid wipe. So in theory it should work. I don't know if we've actually seen it yet. I didn't catch the 42% pull. Chat, did Nate by any chance throw himself off the platform yet? Just wondering. Might have something to do with it. Spoilers alert.
yeah, it's nothing that I don't think I've seen it yet, personally. No method player makes any mistakes here.
No, of course not. Of course not. But yeah, there's something cool that I'm waiting to see Nate doing. Skovta being our dedicated bomb dude for the tank mechanic, that's been really cool. He has been dedicated mechanic man throughout this entire race. If you think back to like Mugsy, he was the guy that was dealing with the golden knuckles. He was sacking finger gun. He did a couple of the double whammies. Nate actually did the final double whammy shot on Mugsy. So Fragnance was the guy that was part of the tank mechanic for Mugsy. So if you guys don't know, if you don't remember what the mechanic is for Mugsy, basically you have one random player that's selected for the tank mechanic. This is just a DPS or a healer, and then it's the tank's job in order to stand in front and mitigate as much damage as possible, because the remaining damage will go over to that player that's targeted. Now, if you have a tank that doesn't particularly like the person that's been targeted, well, you can just send them off. You can just decide not to mitigate any damage. And I'm not saying that Nate did it intentionally, but Jimmy's fate was sealed on the final kill. If you want to go and watch it again, there should be a clip somewhere, but you'll see Jimmy fall down. That was Nate missing a mechanic. That's what he says, but I think deep down there was a
yeah.
He was getting him back for split tanking, I think.
Yeah, he might be saying what he can get away with.
Yeah, yeah.
You never know.
There's nothing like that in this fight, unfortunately, which is a little bit disappointing. I kind of missed out on the good stuff. Mugsy, as a final boss, I feel like if we just end the raid at Mugsy, would have been really cool. Would have been really, really cool.
Yeah. It sucks because like thematically Galliwix is so cool, and it makes sense, and also like lore wise, Undermine has like existed for a super long time in the story. We've just kind of heard like inklings of it here and there, but then we finally actually get to be in the Undermine. So just in general, like I know we say how great the raid is or whatever, but since we finally got like the Goblin Zone, right, the main Goblin hub, you know, were you kind of excited for that, or are you kind of whatever on Goblins?
I wasn't a fan. I'm going to be completely honest. I was not.
That's a hot take, but we appreciate that.
Yeah, I wasn't bought into it. I genuinely wasn't going to play this patch. I wasn't going to play. But then, luckily, and thank you Blizzard, I got invited to the Undermine creator event that they hosted. That's where I got that legendary jacket from. And I saw the set that they'd created. It was all steampunk and goblin, and I was like, all right, yeah, I can buy into this. And then I actually got to play it. And I got to get in the car, drive around Undermine, actually see where the raid takes place. And I fell in love with the set. I fell in love with the environment. Like, the whole goblin theme was so cool. So after that, I was like, yeah, I'm a believer.
Yeah, no, I actually, same exact story as you. I feel like a lot of people are really excited for the goblins. I know like everyone in my guild was pogging out about it, but I've always been like I don't get what the big deal about goblins is.
Yeah.
But when I got into the environment, I agree. The sets I'm kind of whatever on. I think the steampunk's kind of cool, but it's not something I'd wear. But I do like the infamous lamppost weapon a lot. Like, I don't know if you saw it, but it's literally a traffic light.
Oh,
and the lights actually work on it. Like they're constantly like sparking, and like the green and red are flashing at the same time or whatever. Like it's just busted, but
cool.
It's a two-handed. I think it's a mace, and I was like, that's a super creative thematic weapon.
That's cool. Does that drop from the raid?
There's a couple versions of it. I think one of them's like a quest drop. One might be from the raid, but I know they're like from different areas, the different tints. Which, by the way, I'm really glad they added like tints. Back in the day, you'd have like one weapon and that was the color that it was, and now we get so many variations of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it did turn out, it did shape up to be a good patch in the end. I've actually been enjoying like this. I've not really done this before, but actually like going into the zone and actually doing like the dailies and the world quests and the races and stuff. I'm literally logging on, and instead of going mount farming or transmog farming, I'm actually like playing the patch, which is the first for me.
Yeah, so just out of like curiosity, what is like the favorite thing that you like to do? Is it kind of like a achievement main, or kind of like mount hunting, or like what's the thing you kind of go for?
Those two kind of things. Going back to old legacy raids and legacy dungeons, or finding a quest line from an old expansion or an old zone that I really like. There was a quest line in Kung Lai Summit that I just read through all of it, and I got my yak, and then I bought like a yak washing machine toy, or like drive-through yak machine, which I thought was going to be like literally a car wash machine, but it's not. It's just makes your yak shiny and sparkly. So kind of confident, but yeah, probably collecting stuff.
Yeah, so the reason I asked is because I was pretty sure that's what it was. I don't watch anyone's stream, so sorry. But I used to like collect achievements a long time ago, and as time went on, I kind of tapered off. And something I've mentioned before is I feel like achievements later and later